Part 1. The Strange Blind Man and the Folded Paper Monkey. The weather was oppressively hot, the sun blazing down. I sat at my desk in the office building, gazing down at the hurried passers-by below. This is the essence of a bustling metropolis. Almost everyone seems perpetually occupied, with time slipping through their fingers. Yet for the past few months, I have been an exception. However, I could not escape my thoughts. The specter of Li Ming may lingered before me. She lay beneath the earth, her Lithia legend now extinguished, forever accompanied by diamonds. Only this month did I manage to regain a semblance of spirit, making it a routine to visit the office each morning. In my import-export company, I possessed a private office space. I came merely to sit and reflect. I had no knowledge of the business, which was competently handled by my manager. On this particular day, as I looked out at the street, the intercom suddenly crackled to life with the voice of my secretary, Miss Kai. "Mr. Wei, there is a visitor who wishes to see you." "A visitor?" I echoed, puzzled. I haven't scheduled any appointments. I preferred the solitude of my corner, having all but eliminated social interactions naturally. I had not invited anyone to the company. "Mr. Wei, you may not have an appointment, but this guest insists on seeing you." "Very well," I said after a moment's contemplation. "What sort of person is it?" "She seems to be two people." Miss Kai's voice wavered uncertainly. "Miss Kai, have you received any love letters today?" I jested. Miss Kai was renowned as the beauty of this building, and all the office workers, married or single, took pride in the opportunity to invite her to dinner. Her vagueness suggested she was overwhelmed with too many engagements, and I fancied I could see her flush. To spare her from further embarrassment, I promptly declared, "Please let them in." "All of them?" She hesitated. "How many are there?" I was becoming a tad impatient. In that instant, I recalled her cautious tone. Wasn't she being pressured by them? My alertness surged. I commanded, "Please let them all in." Having made my decision, I turned off the intercom and swiftly opened a drawer of my desk, revealing an ivory-handled handgun. Simultaneously, I pressed a button on my desk, causing a sheet of bulletproof glass, which had been laid flat, to rise and shield me. This glass was shatterproof, capable of withstanding a close-range shot from a .45 caliber weapon. It had once saved my life. Detecting an unusual quality in Miss Kai's tone, I took those precautions. The clever arrangement of indoor lighting made the glass difficult to discern unless one looked closely. Should an assailant burst through the door and fire, the bullets would strike the glass instead of me, allowing me to respond without fear. The last time the glass had protected me was in a similar incident. No sooner had I prepared myself than I heard a soft rap on the door. "Come in," I instructed, holding my breath as the handle turned and the door creaked open, a wave of tension washing over me. For a moment, my face flushed with heat. My life had made my nerves unnaturally frayed. The individuals entering were far from the imagined criminals, and I understood Miss Kai's words completely. Two figures entered. One was a blind man, and the other a young girl, who accompanied him. Clearly, they posed no violent threat to me, and I relaxed, lowering the bulletproof glass back onto the desk and closing the drawer. At that moment, I began to wonder, what could this elderly man want with me? Upon entering, the old man tapped his cane forward and stepped ahead. I inclined my body slightly, gesturing, "Please take a seat." He settled into the chair, fumbling in his pocket for a business card, which he passed to the little girl. She in turn handed it to me. I took it, glancing at the words inscribed, "Yu Ting Wen." These three characters meant nothing to me. I had never heard the name before. I scrutinized him more closely, feigning politeness while speculating on his purpose. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, I cut to the chase, asking, "Mr. Yu, what brings you to see me?" Following the sound of my voice, he gazed in my direction with his sightless eyes, responding slowly, "I wish to discuss a significant business venture with you." I quickly countered, "Mr. Yu, you have come to the wrong person. You should be speaking with my manager." Suddenly, he erupted into hearty laughter, the intensity of which jolted my already taut nerves. He chuckled for quite some time before finally exclaiming, "Brother Wei, this big venture can only succeed with the two of us involved." His audacious address took me aback. I now recognized he was no ordinary individual. My hand instinctively moved to another button on my desk, activating a highly efficient recording device. I smiled knowingly, convinced Yu Ting Wen was not his actual name. I responded, "Mr. Yu, if you have sought me out, you should be aware that while I may sometimes operate outside the law, it is strictly limited to punishing the wicked who are beyond legal redress. I will not partake in anything overtly illegal." The little girl extracted a cigarette from the box on the coffee table. He accepted it, lighting it up and taking a deep puff as he replied, "Brother Wei, there's no need to break the law. Oh, really? My tone dripped with skepticism. Suddenly, he leaned forward, his expression earnest. We're talking about a large cache of gold bars and currencies from various countries, his voice intensifying. And there are many more, far too many to count, and these are completely unanchored to any owner. We can. Before he could finish, I interrupted, raising my voice. No. His demeanor froze in shock. Are you suggesting some sort of treasure, Mr. Yu? I'm afraid I must excuse myself. As Yu Tingwen stood, he lingered for a moment, seemingly musing aloud. Have I approached the wrong person? Having narrowly escaped a multitude of troubles involving the search for Rommel's treasure, I vowed that henceforth any mention of treasure would see me quite rudely ushering the individual out. Yu Tingwen's voice trembled slightly, revealing his accent as he pleaded, Brother, don't you even want to hear what I have to say? I'm sorry, I have no desire to, I replied tersely. He sighed deeply and soon turned to leave. After he departed, I replayed the recording of our conversation. Suddenly, a thought struck me in Yu Tingwen's voice. I detected not just profound disappointment, but also a considerable measure of fear. Quickly, I dialed a number, reaching a young man in my employ who harbored a fervent desire to become a detective. His name was Guo Ziqing. Once the call was connected, I said, Ziqing, listen, did you notice that elderly man and the girl who just left my office? Of course. The older gentleman appears to be a retired tycoon, but he doesn't seem to hail from good stock. His hands are rough, and I interrupted, forget the analysis, head out immediately and follow him without getting caught. Guo Ziqing eagerly confirmed before I hung up. From the window, I observed Yu Tingwen and the little girl across the street, standing as if at a loss. Moments later, Guo Ziqing also crossed the street. Yu Tingwen ambled forward, with Guo Ziqing trailing behind, and soon they vanished into the crowd. I stifled a yawn and sat back down. After some time, I stepped out of my office and told Miss Kai, have Guo call me at home as soon as he gets in. Miss Kai, her cheeks flushed recalling our earlier conversation, nodded. She was truly a beauty and exuded grace. It was no wonder the men in our building were infatuated with her. I contemplated the unfolding events, weighing two possibilities. Either Yu Tingwen was a money-crazed lunatic with nothing of substance to discuss, or his claims were alarmingly genuine. When I sent Guo Ziqing to follow him, I had leaned towards the first assumption. Yet now, it seemed my judgment had been flawed, as Guo Ziqing may have stumbled into great danger. Concern for him enveloped me, intensifying until the midnight hour when the phone rang violently. I leapt from my bed, snatching the receiver. Ziqing? Not Ziqing, he's been hurt. It was my manager's voice, and I was taken aback. What happened? Where is he? He's in the hospital. He's seriously injured. Hurry! Good heavens! I exclaimed, glancing out at the rain-soaked streets, abandoning any thought of changing clothes. I shrugged a raincoat over my pajamas, leaping into my car and speeding through the desolate roads. 20 minutes later, I arrived at the hospital. 2 police officers awaited me. Officer Lee, a familiar face. I rushed to him, inquiring urgently, where's Ziqing? What happened to him? Can I see him? My anxiety stripped me of pleasantries. My desperation fueled my questions. Not waiting for the doctor to finish, I discerned the truth. Ziqing had sustained injuries not from traditional violence, but at the hands of a skilled martial artist. Although Ziqing had practiced martial arts alongside me for a few days, facing an adept fighter meant his survival was nothing short of miraculous. Is he going to be okay? I asked urgently. The doctor hesitated, shaking his head. It's hard to say. If he doesn't deteriorate overnight, we may consider him out of danger. Officer Lee interjected. The police need to question him regarding another murder case that requires his insights. Another murder? My apprehensions heightened. The doctor elaborated. You won't be able to speak with him for at least a month. Even then, it remains uncertain. Lee and I chorused, why is that? His injuries are severe. He's lucky to even be alive. Depending on the recovery process, he may not be able to speak for a month. After that, the severity of his concussion may leave him with loss of memory. Statistically, 40 of severely injured individuals end up mentally impaired, and 56 suffer memory loss. With that, the doctor raised his hands in resignation, implying his limitations. Officer Lee patted my shoulder, saying, let's step outside to talk. Confusion wrestled within me. The doctor's assessment indicated a mere 4% chance of full recovery. In the squad car, we lit cigarettes in silence. Finally, Lee asked, was Ziqing worse with you? I nodded, that's correct. How is he as a person? Lee inquired. Good. He's sharp, intelligent, and driven, occasionally a bit childish, but he has great potential. Lee smiled ruefully. Childish? That much is true. Just take a look at what he had in his hand when we found him. He opened his briefcase, revealing an item. I gazed at it in confusion. What does this mean? Lee shrugged. Who but him would know? I scrutinized the object. A monkey made of white cardstock, roughly 10 centimeters long and 4 wide, clearly the handiwork of a primary school student. Though Zicheng had a playful heart, he was not the kind to carry around something so childish. I examined every crease, but what this paper monkey signified escaped me entirely. Where did you find him? I pressed. Out in the suburbs, by a deserted path. Around 9 p.m., neighbors complained of distress calls. It was raining, making the search difficult. We didn't locate him until nearly 11, along with another body. Another body? I queried, distracted by the monkey. Who was it? We couldn't identify him. He was blind, roughly 60 years old, and devoid of any belongings to establish his identity. However, we did find a business card in Zicheng's pocket, letting us know his name. The paper monkey was in his grip? Precisely. We had to pry it from his fingers. As he noted my intense focus on the monkey, Lee paused. What's this? Does the monkey hold any significance for you? I handed the paper monkey back. I'm sorry, I can't discern anything. Maybe if you dismantle it, a clue could emerge. My thumb pressed down firm on one edge as I relinquished it. This was yet another of my illegal actions in truth. I had sensed a clue and, with my gesture, obliterated it, for I intended to seek justice for whatever harm had come to Guo Zicheng through my own means. The scratch marks ID felt on the monkey remained faint yet sufficient to reveal an English name and 2 Arabic numbers. In my eagerness, I had obliterated any trace of the evidence. The name was Thompson, and the numbers were 2 and 5. I recalled they had been written far apart, likely by Zicheng while he still possessed his faculties. I was unaware of what he had encountered while tailing Yuting when the details might be unveiled at least a month later, or perhaps forever lost to mystery. Now, I comprehended you had also perished. Leaving behind only Thompson, 25, I was determined to uncover the truth shrouded within this enduring enigma. This was indeed a challenging endeavor. I cradled my head, pondering until dawn without a single clue as to the meaning of Thompson, 25. Thankfully, another lead emerged. The girl who had brought Yuting to me. I specifically recalled her school uniform and the emblem embroidered upon it. After a cold shower and a brief meditative sitting enough to dispel the fatiguing night, without sleep could be combated with a mere 20 minutes of introspection. I returned to my desk, preparing for the day ahead. It took little time before I departed for the hospital to check on Guo Zicheng. He lay as any normal patient would, wounded but stable, wrapped in bandages, unable to offer any assistance. Following that, I placed a call to the police and, along with an undercover detective, made my way to the school where I had spotted that girl the previous day. In mere half an hour, I successfully located her. The one you brought to my office yesterday, what was your relationship with him? Relationship? She widened her eyes in disbelief. I don't know him at all. How did you come to accompany him then? Oh, he's blind, and crossing the street in a busy area is dangerous. I helped him across, and he asked me to take him up since I had finished my exam and had time to spare. As I received a telegram, I noticed it originated from New York. This intrigued me immensely. My circle of friends was vast, spanning from Alaska to Eskimo villages. Yet I could not fathom who in New York deemed it imperative to send such an urgent telegram. After contemplating briefly, I tore open the envelope. The message was lengthy, but even the salutation caught me off guard. It read, "Dearest Dove's Egg." In a fit of irritation, I almost discarded it, as this was the most disturbing day for me. Yet someone had the audacity to refer to me as Dearest Dove's Egg. I waved the telegram to toss it aside. Just then the name stirred a faint memory. It was an echo from long ago, so distant I could barely recall it, but someone still remembered. Old Kai blinked at me. Old Kai, do you recall who took apart Grandpa's music box, dismantling it into gears? Or who plucked the tongue from Grandpa's parakeet? Or who slaughtered the precious pearl-scaled goldfish? Hong Hong, Old Kai exclaimed. What brings her telegram? Surely she isn't visiting. Hong Hong was my younger cousin, 8 years my junior, the daughter of American-educated parents, who instilled in her a new form of education. Under such influence, Hong Hong had become a figure that even Old Kai feared. She was certainly not some monster with 3 heads and fangs. In my recollection, she was quite delightful. Yet the terror lay in her uncanny intellect and dexterous hands. One summer, the summer I became Dove's Egg, she and I spent time in the countryside where other village girls dared not come close, while boys kept their distance even more. I chuckled. Let me see it. Upon perusing further, I continued, Old Kai, get ready, she's arriving at 4 this afternoon. Tell her I'm busy, and you should go instead. Old Kai clutched his head, exclaiming, Heavens! Hong Hong is coming. Heavens! Old Kai's voice rose like that of Ali Baba's 40 thieves preparing to invade, and I couldn't help but laugh. Old Kai. She's grown, why would you still fear her? Ali! Old Kai smiled ruefully. People change even at 80, Hong Hong would still be the same. With no way out, Old Kai nodded faintly. I hastily finished my meal and drove to the office. Once more, I activated the recording, playing back my conversation with Yu Tingwen. It was evident that his final words held not just disappointment, but a weighty fear. Now that he was deceased, it couldn't be helped my outright refusal of his proposal, without even a probing question about the details, possibly sealed his fate. I cradled my head, beset by regret. Yet, the matter was settled. Lament would serve no purpose now. After a brief moment in my office, glancing at the clock, the recollection of Yu Tingwen's visit flashed in my mind. Rather than remain idle, I should retrace the steps Guo Ziqing took while following Yu Tingwen, and embark on that path myself. Ziqing had set off from here. I was aware of where he was injured. Perhaps by visiting those places, I might stumble upon some revelation. The moment the thought crystallized, I abandoned my office, leaving my car behind and choosing to walk. Leaving the city behind, I flagged down a streetcar just before arriving at my destination. Nearing it, I disembarked, yet upon reaching the site, I discovered nothing. This was a location I had previously scouted, yet I examined it more thoroughly now. It was desolate, a prime locale for sinister acts. A vast area of wild grass had been trampled down, a clear sign of a recent struggle. Nonetheless, upon closer inspection, I found only one set of deeper footprints, those of the soft-soled shoes worn by Yu Tingwen. All other prints were shallow, unlike those one would expect from a master of martial arts. Confounding me, I wondered how Yongwen had succumbed to internal injuries. Who had been capable of doing this? And why did they leave such subtle tracks? Interlacing my fingers behind my back, I strolled restlessly until one tree captured my attention. Nailed to its slender trunk was an object secured by a date seed. This item hid well amongst the thick foliage, easily overlooked if not deeply scrutinized. Hurrying forward, I discovered it was another paper monkey, identical to the one I had seen last night. This peculiar feeling was hard to articulate, and trained martial artists often have heightened intuition and ability to sense threats approaching. Suddenly, I felt a presence looming behind me, as though something was creeping up stealthily, perhaps a mere falling leaf, yet it could have been a heavy hammer, something ominous rushing toward me. I swiftly turned, bracing myself for a counterattack. However, upon facing my would-be assailant, I stood in shock. The fading light cloaked the area in shadows, obscuring all vision. I held no belief that my earlier instinct was merely an illusion. I stood still, pondering how to draw out whoever was lurking behind me. But before I could orient myself, I felt a swift breeze pass by, a gentle gust that came with such suddenness that it struck my back before I could react, delivering a searing pain. I uttered a few phrases, attempting to provoke my hidden opponent, yet none proved effective. The darkness deepened, and I cautiously stood. However, as I did, I felt a sudden force at the nape of my neck, a blow that nearly fractured my skull, sending me crashing back down. As I hit the ground, I swiftly formulated a plan and pressed against the earth, feigning unconsciousness. My ruse was close to reality. I felt dangerously close to losing consciousness myself. Still, silence hung densely in the air. I cracked open an eye, intrigued. At least half an hour elapsed before three sounds, indistinct and slight, arrived from three diverse angles, as three figures dropped down silently. They appeared unnaturally diminutive in the darkness, akin to children. They glided toward me, and one quickly unfurled a whip, ensnaring my legs before hoisting me aloft. My heart raced in conflict. Certainly, I could seize this opportunity to leap into action. However, such a move would surely incite direct conflict where I stood little chance against them. Thus, I opted to remain still, hoping to uncover their identities and the enigma concealed within that paper monkey. Internally, I merely prayed that my landing would be gentle. The three of them swung me out, and fortunately, I fell onto a patch of grass rather than stone. I lay there, stiff and motionless. The figures approached like phantoms. One waved their whip once more, lifting me upward. The second fall met my head against a tree root, emitting a loud thump as my vision blurred, a near fainting spell. Yet I fought against losing consciousness, striving to keep my mind clear. The third moment, I was thrown higher than before, crashing down again. A branch jabbed into my waist, causing me immense pain and near yelps of distress. Beads of sweat trickled down my forehead. I desperately hoped they would not notice. Detecting my perspiration would alert them to my ruse. Part 3. Essence, I exclaimed loudly, Hong Hong. This is not akin to fishing and foraging for bird eggs in the countryside. You could be in mortal danger at any moment. She shook her head defiantly and replied, I am not afraid, I countered. You may not fear, but I do, if anything were to go awry. Not only would aunt and uncle scold me mercilessly, but I would also be unable to bear it. In short, you must leave here by tomorrow. Stubbornly, Hong Hong retorted, I refuse to leave. I said, if you refuse, then I shall depart, off to Alaska. Hong Hong paused for a moment and said, Cousin, I didn't realize you disliked me so much. I thought you would be welcoming me. As she spoke, her eyes began to redden. I quickly reassured her, Hong Hong, how could I possibly dislike you? I am only concerned for your safety. I find myself embroiled in a perplexing situation. What situation? She inquired eagerly. I replied, I cannot quite grasp it myself, but at the very least, one person is dead, another lies in a coma and may become an imbecile, and I, this very evening, narrowly escaped death. Hong Hong fell silent, and I sensed she was concocting some new scheme. To my surprise, she declared, Cousin, I shall not disturb you. Tomorrow, I will move to your friend's villa in the suburbs. I hastily responded, Excellent. My friend is an athlete, a race car driver, and an aficionado of modern art. He will surely ensure you have a meaningful holiday. With no further words, Hong Hong made her way to the door. Once she exited, I sat back down. It was not until 5 in the morning that the chaotic thoughts in my mind finally began to coalesce into some semblance of clarity. First, I was certain that the events were linked to the infamous Bai Lauda. Moreover, they were connected to vast wealth, and it was not just Bai Lauda involved. Many figures from the 3 mountains and 5 peaks were likely participants in this affair. Secondly, the 16th night was undoubtedly significant. Today is the 13th of the Gregorian calendar and the 24th of the lunar calendar. Does the 16th refer to the lunar or the Gregorian calendar? It likely refers to the lunar calendar. As figures like Bai Lauda, a leader of the Qing gang, are steeped in Chinese tradition and rarely calculate dates using the Gregorian calendar. Thirdly, I resolved to disregard any threats and continue meddling in affairs that did not concern me. And I even hoped for further intimidation, as it might provide me with additional clues. I wished for others to believe I had already unraveled the secret of those few words. After completing those thoughts, I finally succumbed to sleep. The following morning, I awoke around 11 o'clock, and as soon as I opened the door, I encountered old Kai, whose face was drawn with distress, standing at my threshold. He had evidently been waiting for me for quite some time. What is the matter now? I inquired hastily. Old Kai replied, Hong Hong has left. I was taken aback, exclaiming, Left? What do you mean? Is she simply going out for a bit of fun? Old Kai clarified, No, she took all her luggage with her. When I asked where she was going, she said that since no one cares for her, it was unnecessary to say where she was headed. I stood in stunned silence for a moment and asked, Did she say anything else? Old Kai replied, Not a word, but I do remember the license plate of the taxi she hailed. After washing up, I hurriedly had a bite to eat and then went to the hospital to visit Xiaoguo. Although Xiaoguo was not dead, his condition showed no signs of improvement. I lingered by his bedside for a while, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. Simultaneously, the significance of the words Thompson 25 swirled rapidly in my mind, as their meaning remained elusive and unsolved. Regarding the paper-folded monkey and the mysterious attire, at least some aspects had been unveiled, derived from a single phrase spoken by a girl. That girl had told the 3 men who whipped me. The paper monkey is a token, indicating that the paper-folded monkey was indeed a kind of talisman. I understood that with my limited intellect, solving this mystery would be a daunting task, so I resolved to seek the assistance of a friend who worked as a private detective. This friend had achieved remarkable success in the field of detective work and was quite renowned. He once mentioned that revealing his true name in this context might be construed as advertising. So I had given him a pseudonym, referring to him as Huang Peter. I remained silent, with no appetite for food, simply waiting on the balcony for Huang Peter to arrive. It was not until around 9 o'clock that I heard the doorbell, followed by Huang Peter's voice calling, Silly, silly. I quickly urged, Come upstairs. Huang Peter ascended, a man in his mid-30s, with considerable knowledge and an array of diverse interests. His appearance was quite ordinary, resembling that of a typical clerk in a foreign trading company. Entirely inconspicuous as a famous private detective, he sat down across from me, shook my hand and said, I happen to have an intriguing matter to discuss as well. I forced a smile and replied, "Let's allow me to present my case first. It will surely be of interest to you, though it is a source of great headache for me." He nodded. "Very well. You go first." I proceeded to recount everything from Yu Tingwen's visit to me up until the most recent events. After listening, Huang Peter calmly remarked, "Fascinating indeed. My case is intertwined with yours." "What connection could there be?" I inquired. Huang Peter's tone adopted a languid quality as he replied, "It pertains to the words Thompson 25. I immediately urged, "Peter, do not keep me in suspense. What do those words signify?" Huang Peter chuckled. "To put it plainly, it simply refers to Thompson Road, number 25. I was momentarily taken aback, asking, "How can you be so certain?" Huang Peter gazed skyward and replied, "I had already suspected that something was amiss, and now that I hear your interpretation, I am even more convinced that this is an extraordinary matter." I refrained from questioning further. Despite the multitude of inquiries tumbling through my mind like stars in the night sky, I was aware of his temperament. The more one pressed him with questions, the further he would diverge from the topic. Heightening one's impatience, he lit a cigarette, took a few puffs, and continued, "You know I have a keen interest in the study of the soul." I internally sighed, knowing that he would likely digress far from the main point. Prolonging my quest for clarity, I could only nod in acknowledgement. Huang Peter smiled and said, "Tonight, there will be an event that will prove my point." "What event? Could it be a haunting?" I exclaimed. "Indeed, it concerns a haunting?" Huang Peter replied. I quickly declared, "I have no interest in that." "You must take an interest," he insisted, "for the haunting pertains to Thompson Road, number 25. The moment he first revealed the meaning of Thompson 25. I had already begun to believe in his deduction, so I conceded, "Very well, please continue." Huang Peter explained, "Thompson Road, number 25, is a mansion with a history of 70 years." I scoffed. "That certainly meets the criteria for a haunting." Huang Peter disregarded my jest and continued, "Currently, the mansion is inhabited by only two elderly individuals, whom you likely know. Tian Lidong and his wife. It is common knowledge that the wealthy man had a beloved son, who tragically died in a car accident a few years ago, having gone to the underworld to seek enjoyment. Could it be that he is transformed into a ghost?" Huang Peter chuckled wryly. "No, it is their niece." "Niece?" I felt puzzled, having never heard of Tian Lidong having a niece. "Indeed," Huang Peter confirmed. "Her name is Luosi, the daughter of Mrs. Tian's sister. She became an orphan at a young age and has been raised by the Tian family, who dote on her as if she were their own daughter. Luosi is an exceptionally quiet girl, nearly always remaining at home. 6 months ago, she suddenly passed away." I felt a flicker of curiosity and asked, "Suddenly passed away? What do you mean by that?" Huang Peter elaborated. "At the time, I also investigated the matter alongside the police, but we found no answers. She died peacefully, without a trace of pain on her face. And there were no signs of injury. An autopsy revealed that she succumbed to cardiac failure, a condition often found in severe heart disease patients, yet Luosi had never been diagnosed with heart disease. Thus, her cause of death remains a mystery." I stretched and remarked, "That is not surprising. I know of several rare poisons that can lead to death without leaving any trace for pathologists to uncover." Huang Peter nodded in agreement. I too believe that Luosi's death had elements of foul play. However, who among those residing in that grand mansion would lack motive or purpose to harm such a lovely girl as Luosi? I invested 3 months in investigating this case before ultimately abandoning it, never anticipating that Luosi's restless spirit would manifest. I burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Peter, you should consider a career change to become a clerk in a trading company. I could use your services." Huang Peter looked astonished, asking, "Why is that?" I chuckled. If every victim were to manifest and reveal the name of their murderer, what would there be left for detectives to do? Huang Peter appeared slightly vexed, retorting, "What is wrong with you? I am discussing serious matters." I felt a twinge of regret, fully aware of Huang Peter's temperament. He would not speak so earnestly unless there was indeed something substantial at hand. I nodded and said, "My apologies, please continue." Huang Bide ignited another cigarette and remarked, "For the past fortnight, every midnight, the couple Tian Lidong have consistently heard the piano in the parlor producing a melodious sound. Playing the pieces that Rose adored most. On several occasions, they even glimpsed a shadow beside the piano, which vanished the moment they approached." I sensed that the situation was far from simple, remaining silent as I listened to Huang Bide continue. He said, "A week ago, Tian Lidong invited me to spend the night at his residence, where I slept in the very room where Rose had once rested. The stroke of midnight. I heard the piano and the sighs of a woman. Stealthily, I exited my room, only to see a fleeting shadow that quickly disappeared. I was quite alert that night. I have a keen interest in spirit summoning, yet I cannot fathom how the haunting at 25 Thompson Road relates to my own experience. Huang Bide continued, many matters may initially appear unrelated, but as events unfold, they often reveal themselves to be intertwined. The subsequent developments confirmed Huang Bide's assertion, though at the time, I remained skeptical. Huang Bide added, the medium is set to summon Rose's spirit at midnight today. We should arrive early to further observe the environment. I nodded in agreement, poised to speak when suddenly, a loud thud echoed from my bedroom, reminiscent of something crashing to the floor. The balcony connected to both the bedroom and the study, and at that moment, Huang Bide and I were seated at the study's end, unable to see what transpired in the bedroom. I immediately called out, Lao Kai, is that you? The wardrobe door swung open, and a coat hanger tumbled out, clearly the source of the earlier noise, while the clothes within appeared somewhat disheveled. Huang Bide promptly followed suit. And upon inspection, he declared, someone has indeed hidden in the wardrobe. I stepped forward to the wardrobe, and Huang Bide joined me, stating, the one hiding in your wardrobe is a woman. I paused, taken aback, and asked, how do you know? Huang Bide pointed to a long hair caught on a suit, saying, this serves as proof. The woman stands approximately 170 centimeters tall, which is quite tall for a Chinese woman. Instantly, I recalled the girl who had nearly caused my demise. She possessed a slender figure, and I had already suspected that the warning from the flying knife last night had originated from her. Now it seemed evident that the one hiding in my wardrobe was indeed her. I stood in contemplation for a moment, then forced a wry smile and said, let us go together to 25 Thompson Road tonight. Huang Bide chuckled, asking, do you now know who is hiding in the wardrobe? I awkwardly laughed and replied, don't be ridiculous. We conversed for a while longer before leaving at 10 o'clock, arriving at 25 Thompson Road by 10:30. The residence at 25 Thompson Road was an extraordinarily grand mansion, housing only 6 individuals, including the servants. The age of the building, coupled with the dim lighting, heightened the eerie atmosphere. A servant escorted us into the parlor, an unusually spacious room adorned with 7 or 8 sets of sofas, and in one corner stood a grand piano. The glow from the crystal chandelier failed to illuminate the entire parlor, and I noticed only one person seated in a shadowy corner, engrossed in a magazine. Upon noticing us, they merely raised their heads slightly. This individual, seated in such darkness, wore dark glasses and a hat adorned with feathers. I was perplexed as to how they could see anything. Their slender build suggested they were a woman dressed in men-esque clothing. In a fleeting glance, I instinctively felt a sense of familiarity, though I could not recall where I had seen them before. Being in Tian Lidong's home, I refrained from inquiring about their identity. Instead, I stole a few more glances at them before pacing with Huang Bide around the hall, eventually approaching the piano for a closer inspection, yet I discerned nothing unusual. By 11 o'clock, a few more guests arrived, 2 renowned writers, Mr. Jean and Mr. Dong, along with a corpulent gentleman who boisterously introduced himself as the chairman of a company, adamant that he did not believe in ghosts. Following his introduction, he received little attention, prompting him to laugh heartily, while focus remained on the individual in the shadowy corner, who seemed to sense my scrutiny. They continued to hold the magazine, refusing to lower it, which only heightened my suspicion. Shortly thereafter, 2 senior police officers entered, prompting Huang Bide to stand and engage them in conversation. At 11:30, the hosts, Tian Lidong and his wife, accompanied a middle-aged man clad in a black suit into the parlor. The man's eyes shimmered with an eerie green light, intensifying the mysterious atmosphere, and everyone fell silent, gazing at him with intrigue. I scrutinized the medium, noticing a peculiar luminescence in his gaze, rendering him almost ghostly in appearance. It was difficult to ascertain the medium's true age, though he seemed to be around 50, his face notably gaunt. His visage was one that was not easily forgotten. As the hosts and the medium made their entrance, the air thickened with mystery. Tian Lidong bore an expression of discontent, an uncommon display of rudeness given his social standing. Yet he remained silent. I observed these dynamics closely, drawing my attention further to the medium. Tian Lidong continued, Mr. Du is a spirit medium, I must admit. I am somewhat skeptical about spirit summoning, Yet Mr. Du claims he can achieve it. Everyone present here is no stranger. At this point, he involuntarily cast another glance at the individual sporting a small mustache. From his demeanor, I deduced that Tian Lidong was unfamiliar with this person. It was likely that the individual had infiltrated the gathering under the pretense of being an invited guest. Although I had unraveled the identity of this person, being neither the host nor in a position to intervene, I could only remain vigilant. Tian Lidong then added, I would appreciate it if everyone refrained from discussing this matter outside. As soon as he finished speaking, the portly chairman reiterated his commitment to comply. Exclaiming several times, I glanced at my watch. The time approached 11:50. After Tian Lidong took his seat, the medium, whose name, Du Zhong, was evidently fabricated, as it resembled a herbal remedy, stood up, slowly retrieving 2 incense sticks from a leather bag. He struck several matches before successfully igniting the incense. I speculated that Mr. Du might be an expert in hypnosis rather than a genuine spirit medium. As he lit the 2 thick incense sticks, I began to question whether he had ulterior motives. However, as I inhaled the fragrance, I detected nothing amiss. Mr. Du held the incense aloft, gradually making his way to the piano, placing the incense in a small vase. He then raised his hand and commanded, "Turn off the lights." Every gesture and even his tone exuded an air of profound mystery. The 2 attendants glanced at Tian Lidong, who instructed, "Follow Mr. Du's orders." With a sharp sound, the crystal chandelier extinguished. Even with the chandelier still lit, the vastness of the parlor rendered the illumination insufficient. Now, with the chandelier extinguished, the room plunged into darkness. For a time, I could see nothing until my eyes adjusted, revealing a faint red glow from the incense that enveloped the grand piano. Mr. Du stood beside the flickering incense, his visage illuminated by its eerie glow, resembling a shaman from the depths of Africa, shrouded in the utmost mystery. The hall fell silent, and as I glanced around, I could not discern any faces, yet it was palpable that everyone's attention was fixated on Mr. Du. I was convinced that Mr. Du's actions were purposeful, yet I could not fathom his intentions. Perhaps he was orchestrating a ruse to deceive Mrs. Tian Lidong of her money? However, lingering thoughts in my mind prevented me from simplifying the situation. I believe that Thompson 25 was indeed the very location where this enigmatic spirit summoning gathering was taking place. Up to this point, I had yet to uncover any connections between the two. Mr. Du's eyes appeared neither fully open nor closed, his head slightly raised, lips moving as he uttered inaudible words. Suddenly, a sound erupted, shattering the silence, followed by 11 chimes from a clock, signaling that it was midnight. The chimes incited a flurry of whispers, and Huang Bide leaned in to caution me, "Be alert. The time has come." No sooner had Huang Bide spoken than, amidst the fading echoes of the clock, Mr. Du called out in a somnambulistic tone, "Listen." The parlor fell silent once more, and a clear, melodious sound from the piano erupted abruptly. The sound of the piano was unmistakably emanating from its depths. Yet, at that moment, no one could be seen before it, and the lid remained firmly closed. Huang Bai gently nudged me and inquired, "How do you explain this?" I whispered back, "It's quite simple. A compact recording device could easily achieve the current effect." As Du Zhong uttered those few words, I was nearly overcome with laughter, for his words and demeanor were utterly ridiculous, resembling that of a madman. However, immediately after he finished speaking, something incredible transpired. I distinctly heard what seemed to be a young girl letting out a soft sigh. To be honest, in such a situation, hearing such a faint sigh was indeed chilling. Subsequently, the piano lid slowly lifted of its own accord. Beside the piano stood only Du Zhong, his hands visibly resting upon his chest, who, if not the spirit of Rose, could be responsible for unveiling the lid. The hall was filled with an increasing cacophony of voices as I pondered the possibility that Du Zhong might be a magician, employing dark lighting and black threads to raise the piano lid. Such a feat would be trivial for a skilled magician. Yet, another perplexing phenomenon suddenly presented itself before everyone. After the lid was raised, the piano keys began to dance, as if 2 hands were pressing down upon them. The tinkling notes, once melodious, now bore an eerie quality that quickened the breath and sent chills down the spine. As if one were in the presence of spirits, the autonomous movement of the keys was truly inexplicable. After about 10 minutes, the keys ceased their motion, and the music fell silent. Du Zhong then addressed the empty stool. Miss Rose, would you care to exchange a few words with your aunt? Mrs. Tian Lidong cried out hysterically. Rose, if you have anything to say, do speak to me. Du Zhong then stepped back a pace and said, Mrs. Tian, she has something to convey to you. I hope you will approach. Trembling, Mrs. Tian made her way to the piano, her hands quivering as she reached forward. Du Zhong immediately halted her, saying, Mrs. Tian, souls cannot be touched. By the dim red glow of the incense, I could see that Mrs. Tian's face was streaked with tears as she exclaimed, Rose, what is it you wish to say? Du Zhong extended a hand, stating, Mrs. Tian, Rose's words must pass through my palm for you to hear. Please place your ear against my hand. Mrs. Tian nodded and complied, pressing her ear to Du Zhong's palm, listening intently without moving. During this time, we heard nothing. However, judging by Mrs. Tian's demeanor, it was evident she heard something. After uttering a response, she nodded and said, Rose, since you say so, I shall naturally do as you ask. Very well, I promise you, I shall not speak of it to anyone. Upon concluding her words, she cried out, Rose, Rose. Du Zhong slowly lowered his hand and declared, her spirit has departed. Mrs. Tian began to weep anew, calling out, Li Dong, Li Dong. Tian Li Dong immediately commanded, turn on the lights. The grand chandelier illuminated once more, and Mrs. Tian approached him, saying, Li Dong. Rose said she spoke only 3 words before suddenly falling silent. Throughout this ordeal, my gaze remained fixed on the medium, prompting Huang Bai to whisper, do you believe this? I promptly replied, no, I do not believe it at all. There must be a significant conspiracy at play. My words may have been a bit too loud, as everyone turned to look at me, with Du Zhong glaring at me, his face devoid of expression. Mrs. Tian insisted, no, Mr. Du has indeed summoned the spirit. I heard her speak to me. I shrugged and replied, Bide, let us leave. At that moment, I noticed the man wearing sunglasses had also risen and was making his way out. Huang Bai exchanged a few pleasantries with him, allowing the man to exit before us. When we stepped outside, I saw that he had boarded a streetcar. Fortunately, my keen eye caught the number plate of that very streetcar. On our way home, Huang Bai asked, I too am convinced there is a conspiracy, but isn't everything Du Zhong did a bit too mysterious? I responded, at first glance, it seems very mysterious, yet much of it can be easily explained. Huang Bai remarked, indeed, the piano lid could be lifted with black threads, the music could be produced by a small recording device, and even the words Mrs. Tian heard could have been transmitted through Du Zhong's palm at a very low volume. However, how did the keys move on their own? After a moment's thought, I said, perhaps there lies an unknown peculiarity within that piano bide. I have resolved to revisit the Tian family hall tonight to investigate further. He turned to me and asked, are you planning to act without the owner's consent? I nodded, affirming, yes. Huang Bai fell silent for a moment before asking, should I accompany you? I considered and replied, no need. You have your own matters to attend to. You must first ascertain what Mrs. Tian truly heard in Du Zhong's palm. Huang Bai said, I will do my best. As we spoke, the vehicle arrived at my doorstep, and a streetcar approached. Upon seeing its number plate, I was taken aback and quickly opened the door, leaping out to stop the streetcar. For it was indeed the same one that the man with the small mustache had boarded. And I could not refrain from inquiring. I immediately asked the driver, was your recent passenger a man with a small mustache? The driver nodded. Indeed, I pressed on. Where did he disembark? The driver glanced at me and asked, who are you? Huang Bai stepped forward to clarify, I'm a private detective. The driver pointed ahead. He got off over there. Following his gesture, my heart raced. The spot he indicated was right at my front door. I quickly asked again, are you sure you're not mistaken? After a moment's contemplation, I decided it best not to prolong the conversation. As the situation was already perplexing, I simply said, no matter, I will update you on tonight's findings at the Tian residence tomorrow. Huang Bai cautioned, be careful. Trespassing is illegal. I chuckled and replied, as long as you don't alert anyone, it will be fine. We parted ways, and I retrieved my key, intending to enter through the front door. But in a moment of indecision, I turned to the back entrance, pushed the door, but it was locked. Examining the keyhole closely, I found no signs of forced entry. The back door key was always kept by Lao Kai. Of course, if one possessed a duplicate key, it would not be difficult to open the door. Yet, why had that fellow come directly from the Tian residence to my home? I lingered at the back door. Feeling that something was amiss, I resolved to stealthily enter my own home to uncover the truth. Stepping back a few paces, I looked up to see a window on the second floor ajar. Climbing through that window would be a breeze. Within 2 minutes, I had achieved my goal, pushed open the door, and listened intently in the darkness. It was now midnight. Logically, Lao Kai should have long been asleep. Yet I heard him seemingly conversing with someone as his voice was soft, and I was upstairs. I could only catch fragmented phrases, which sounded like he was pleading with someone. I truly cannot anymore. My heart sank. And in a swift motion, I descended the stairs, but Lao Kai's voice fell silent. After a moment, I heard him sigh deeply. I stealthily approached his room and stood at the doorway, asking, Lao Kai, what are you doing? No sooner had the words left my mouth than a loud thud echoed from within. A sense of foreboding washed over me. I hurriedly grasped the doorknob, but it was locked. Lao Kai, are you all right? I called out. His voice sounded oddly unnatural as he replied. I was already asleep. I pressed. Then who were you speaking with just now? Lao Kai responded, no one. Perhaps I was just talking in my sleep. Open the door, I insisted. After a minute or two, Lao Kai finally unlocked the door, and I stepped inside. Scanning the room, I noticed a chair had toppled over, but otherwise, nothing appeared amiss. Fixing my gaze on Lao Kai, I cut to the chase. Lao Kai, what are you hiding from me? His expression shifted, and he stammered. Nothing, Ali. How could I have anything to hide from you? His demeanor only heightened my suspicions. Yet, Lao Kai had watched me grow up. He should not have any secrets from me. Although he insisted there was nothing, his expression clearly indicated he had encountered that individual. But why would he choose to conceal it? The notion that Lao Kai could collude with anyone to harm me was unfathomable. Yet now, this unimaginable scenario was laid bare before me. I simply murmured. With deliberate intent, I remarked, perhaps I have erred. You should retire for the night, as I have matters to attend to outside. Old Kai responded with a meek affirmation. I feigned a demeanor of dissipated doubt and exited, taking a moment to sit in the living room before extinguishing the lights. I then ascended the staircase with heavy footsteps, only to descend immediately upon reaching the top, concealing myself in the shadows as I gazed at Old Kai's door. Sure enough, a figure approached the door leading to the cellar. Retrieving a key and unlocking it, a quiet lament filled my heart. If even Old Kai cannot be trusted, whom can I believe? I waited for the figure to push open the cellar door, then swiftly darted forward. Just as they attempted to close it, I thrust my hand against the door, stating coldly, "Friend, there is no need for further theatrics." The person appeared taken aback, immediately leaping downwards, and I heard a cacophony of sounds. The cellar was as dark as pitch. Standing at the entrance, I was undoubtedly exposed. Thus, I leapt down, holding my breath, and declared with authority, "There is no other exit. Do you truly believe you can escape?" I heard a series of labored breaths emanating from a distance, and as I circled around, though I could see nothing, I used the sounds to guide me to the figure's rear. Just as I prepared to pounce, the lights in the cellar abruptly extinguished. This unexpected turn of events caught me off guard. I lunged forward, throwing a punch, and upon raising my gaze, I found Old Kai standing at the cellar entrance. I stepped back, leaning against the wall, ready to confront both Old Kai and the stranger. However, upon seeing the man with the small mustache, I was rendered speechless, my eyes widening in disbelief. Though no mirror was present, I was certain my expression must have appeared utterly ludicrous. The man's mustache had vanished, his dark glasses lay askew, and his hat rolled aside, revealing long hair. Though clad in a suit, it was unmistakably a woman, my dear cousin Hong Hong. She was vigorously rubbing her calf, evidently having fallen quite hard moments before. I inhaled sharply, preparing to unleash my frustration, but two objects caught my eye, dousing my ire. The first was Hong Hong's crimson luggage and a canvas cot. Next, I met her gaze, filled with sorrow and tears. I sighed and asked, "Hong Hong, what is the meaning of this?" Approaching her side, I helped her to her feet. Realizing she was wearing my suit, it dawned on me. "Hong Hong, was it you hiding in the wardrobe while I was conversing with Huang Bide?" Hong Hong turned away, defiantly stating, "So what if it was?" Part 4. A night investigation of the mansion to encounter a peculiar figure. I gently patted her shoulder, saying, "Hong Hong, you have already experienced enough adventure tonight. What more do you seek?" She abruptly turned to face me, declaring, "You are going to the Tian residence tonight. and I insist on accompanying you. I nearly leapt in surprise. Re-entering the Tian residence tonight was an unlawful endeavor. Even Huang Bai disapproved of her going. How could it be acceptable for Hong Hong? I maintained a stern expression and replied, absolutely not. Hong Hong broke free from my grasp. Limping over to the canvas cot and sitting down, if not, then so be it, she responded. I was well aware of what those 4 words implied. She intended to go alone, which was far worse. Imagine if something were to happen to her. Could I simply disregard it? I forced myself to suppress my anger and said, Hong Hong, listen to me. She turned her head defiantly, stating, I do not wish to listen. I know everything already. I raised my voice. If you know everything, do you not comprehend the peril of the situation? Why then do you wish to stir up trouble? She retorted without hesitation. Why do you instigate trouble? Are you a police officer? I struck a beer box with my palm, shattering it into fragments, and replied, Can you? She scoffed, asserting, I will use my intellect. It is far more useful than your brute strength. I shrugged, saying, Very well, miss, direct your intellect towards creating an impressionist masterpiece. She glared at me, her tear-streaked face oddly resembling that of a victor. Do you know what that paper monkey signifies? Speak, she demanded. I hesitated, replying, What about it? She laughed coldly, saying, Let me tell you, it serves as a pass, a form of identification for certain individuals. I paused, realizing her deduction was not without merit, yet I could not concede that she had grasped the crux of the matter. How do you know? I countered. Hong Hong smiled. I certainly know. From what you relayed to Huang Bai, I gleaned the entire outline of the situation. Everything is interconnected. Remarkably, she was now lecturing me with utmost seriousness. I decided to sit down and said, Very well. I am eager to hear your insights. Hong Hong pursed her lips and stated, First, the blind man, Yu Tingyu, spoke nothing but the truth to you. I chuckled. And the second? Do not laugh. The blind man mentioned a vast amount of unclaimed wealth, and I believe him. This is undoubtedly due to someone wishing to keep the matter confidential now that the blind man has passed. I pondered this for a moment, conceding, that makes sense. Hong Hong continued, Secondly, the ghostly antics at number 25, Thompson Road, are easily unraveled. It is merely an effort to dissuade the Tian couple from residing there any longer. I was genuinely taken aback. I had considered this possibility, yet I had not anticipated Hong Hong's analytical prowess. Hence, I inquired, What is the objective? Hong Hong's enthusiasm radiated. The objective is that someone wishes to exploit this grand mansion. That wealth resides within its confines. Presumably, several individuals wish to share that fortune, and they have conspired to act together, hence the use of paper-folded monkeys to signify their identities. I nodded in agreement. Hong Hong then added, As for the girl who left you alive with a single bullet, I believe she has developed feelings for you. Nonsense. I protested for the first time against her assertions. Hong Hong sighed. I wish I were mistaken, cousin. Do you think I can accompany you? I rose, pacing for a moment before stating, Hong Hong, this is no jest. She spread her arms, declaring, I am not jesting. I steeled myself, replying, Very well, then you may accompany me. She leapt into my arms, exclaiming with joy, while old Kai and I exchanged wry smiles. Half an hour later, we stood outside the door of number 25, Thompson Road. The iron gate was tightly secured. Silent as the grave, I grasped Hong Hong's hand, saying, Hong Hong, now is the time to retreat. It is not too late. She resolutely shook her head. Just then, I caught sight of a shadow approaching swiftly from afar. Recognizing the figure's urgency, I knew they were no ordinary night wanderer. I quickly pulled Hong Hong close to the wall, watching as the figure reached the Tian residence and halted, emitting a low whistle. Shortly thereafter, a similar sound echoed from within the mansion. The figure tensed and leapt over the high wall into the Tian estate. Hong Hong and I nestled in a dim corner beneath the wall. The figure's hurried movements suggesting they were unaware of our presence. I surmised this was yet another scheme orchestrated by her to pressure old Kai. I sighed. Hong Hong, do you truly wish to escalate matters beyond repair? Finding joy in such turmoil, after a moment of silence, I found myself at a loss for words. Then all your actions must heed my command, I asserted. Hong Hong cheerfully replied, Of course, cousin, I will not act recklessly. She would not act recklessly. I could only manage a wry smile. We lingered in the darkness for a moment longer, sensing no further activity, before quietly approaching the main entrance. The door was locked, yet scaling it proved easy. With a powerful leap, I vaulted inside, while Hong Hong climbed up the iron bars with surprising agility. Before long, we found ourselves in the courtyard. We treaded lightly toward the hall's entrance. The door was locked. I circled to the window, retrieving a prepared damp cloth, which I pressed against the glass before tapping it gently. The glass shattered without a sound, even in the stillness of the night. I wrapped the shards in the cloth and tossed them aside. Reaching inside to unlatch the window, I beckoned Hong Hong, and together we climbed into the pitch-black hall. Just hours prior, I had witnessed mysterious apparitions here. Now, enveloped in darkness, a wave of trepidation washed over me. Hong Hong clung tightly to me, and after a moment of stillness, I pulled out a small flashlight from my pocket. Hong Hong nestled closer, her body trembling slightly. Was it fear or excitement? She whispered, quickly, "Use the flashlight to see if anyone is present in the hall." Upon hearing her suggestion, my heart stirred with anticipation. Logically speaking, if there were a third person in the hall, I should have been the first to perceive their presence. For I am a practitioner of Chinese martial arts, which places great emphasis on mental acuity and the sharpness of awareness. One must possess extraordinary hearing and sight to achieve profound mastery in martial arts. However, at that moment, I was utterly oblivious to the presence of a third individual in the hall. Initially, I was about to switch on my flashlight, but upon hearing Hong Hong's words, I immediately abandoned that intention. For if there was indeed a third person, illuminating the space would merely expose our position, rendering us vulnerable to an attack. I paused for a moment, and in a voice barely above a whisper, I inquired, "Why do you feel that way?" Hong Hong's voice trembled slightly as she replied, "You are on my right, but just now, I felt as if someone was standing very close to me, on my left." Though I considered myself quite courageous, Hong Hong's words sent a chill down my spine, prompting me to respond, "Don't say such things." Hong Hong continued, "Perhaps it is just my illusion, but I am not speaking in jest." I grasped her right arm and began to move sideways slowly, while my right hand reached outward in search of something. Before long, I felt the backrest of a sofa. In just a few seconds, I recognized it as a long sofa by memory. I whispered, "Let us crouch behind this sofa for now." Hong Hong nodded, and together we crouched behind the sofa. I then cautiously peered out, illuminating the area with my small flashlight. The beam was not particularly bright, yet it was sufficient to reveal every corner of the hall. At the same time, the grip of her fingers around my arm tightened to such an extent that it caused me pain, and I could hear a strange sound emanating from her throat, as if she were choking. Just as I was about to inquire about her distress, the beam of the flashlight swept across the back of a single sofa behind us. In an instant, a wave of heat washed over me, and my breathing quickened involuntarily. I widened my eyes, fixated on that single sofa, frozen in place, unable to utter a word. Indeed, there was a person seated on that small sofa. The reason I placed the word person in quotation marks as I recount this incident is that, at the moment the light illuminated her figure, I felt an unsettling sensation that she was not a human but rather a ghost. Of course, my astonishment did not last long. Perhaps no more than 3 seconds. I swiftly shook my arm, propelling Hong Hong over the sofa, and then I stood up abruptly. I noticed that Hong Hong appeared utterly paralyzed by the sight before us. A reaction I could hardly blame her for. Even with my extensive experiences, my heart raced uncontrollably. The individual sitting on the sofa was a young woman, clad in a flowing white garment, as if enveloped in a veil of white mist. Her complexion was so pale that, upon glancing at her, one could hardly discern whether she was young or old, beautiful or plain, sending a chill coursing through my veins. What was even more disconcerting were her eyes. In the dim light of the flashlight, her pupils remained utterly motionless, lifeless. Upon standing, I placed my left palm against my chest, keeping the beam of the flashlight trained on her. She suddenly lifted her head slightly, her expression devoid of any emotion, her eyes still unblinking, and in a barely audible voice, she said, "Please, have a seat." I pressed my body against the sofa, while Hong Hong, having regained her composure, climbed onto the sofa, asking, "Are you human or a ghost?" The young woman responded with that eerie voice that sent shivers down my spine. "What do you think?" Hong Hong's breath quickened, and I gestured for her to remain silent. "Speaking firmly, miss, you are undoubtedly human. Why must you masquerade as a ghost to frighten us?" At that moment, I felt a surge of confidence, believing that my straightforwardness would unmask her true nature, compelling her to drop the charade. To my astonishment, however, her expression remained impassive, her eyes unblinking, as she remarked, "Are you here to keep me company?" I focused intently on her, and suddenly, I thrust the flashlight forward. Aiming for her shoulder, I targeted a specific pressure point. If struck, it would induce excruciating pain in her arms, even for the strongest of men. Yet, upon the flashlight's collision with her shoulder, I felt as though I had collided with a mass of cotton. She remained seated on the sofa, seemingly unaffected. Hong Hong whispered, "She is a ghost. Perhaps she is Rose," the young woman suddenly exclaimed, "who is calling my name." A chill crept down my spine. Hong Hong asked, "Are you truly Rose?" The young woman replied, "That is what people call me." My mind raced with possibilities. There were two potential explanations for her presence. One was that she was a ghost, a notion I was reluctant to accept despite the eerie circumstances. The other was that she was an exceptionally skilled practitioner of Chinese martial arts, capable of neutralizing my force without even shifting her body. I found the latter explanation more plausible, as since the blind man Yudingwen unveiled a series of mysterious events. I had encountered numerous martial arts experts, so encountering another was hardly surprising. I smirked and said, "Miss, your act is quite convincing, but you've made a mistake. We are not afraid of ghosts, if you are indeed a ghost. We would find it exceedingly intriguing." Upon saying this, the young woman's body began to stir. I quickly added, "You've miscalculated. You cannot scare us away." The young woman replied, "Very well, then I shall drive you away." I chuckled softly and said, "Miss, this place has an owner. Do you not fear disturbing them?" The young woman abruptly stood, waved her hand, and with a flick of her fingers, she produced a subtle sound as if summoning something. In an instant, the sound of soft footsteps echoed from all directions, and I turned to see 4 figures in black clothing approaching, each of them masked. I felt the danger of our predicament. Yet I maintained my composure. Hong Hong's face was flushed with agitation. She raised her handgun, but just as she did, a long, slender whip flew in from the side, striking her gun and sending it flying from her grasp. Hong Hong gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Cousin!" I shot her a warning glance and, resigned, sat down, saying, "Indeed, miss, I am merely driven by curiosity. Please clarify the situation, and I shall leave at once." The young woman stood up, and at that moment, I realized that while seated, I could not identify her, but upon rising, her tall figure and long hair revealed her to be the very young woman whose vehicle I had nearly perished beneath. She brushed her hand across her face, and a strikingly beautiful visage emerged before my eyes. I focused intently, recognizing that beneath that thin veil, it was indeed her. She spoke, "We have warned you more than once. I have already had the opportunity to take your life. Are you unaware?" I nodded, replying, "Indeed." The young woman continued, "You are not new to the world of martial arts. Why do you insist on meddling in matters that do not concern you?" "It is a grave mistake." I inhaled deeply and replied, "I am not without reason. My dear friend Guozhuqing is in grave danger of becoming an imbecile." The young woman shrugged and smiled, saying, "Should you pursue this matter, both you and your cousin may find yourselves in a similar predicament." At that moment, I felt a surge of resentment towards Hong Hong. Were it not for her presence, I would have engaged them without hesitation. However, considering her safety, I refrained from acting. I shot another glance at Hong Hong, who seemed to understand my unspoken concerns, her expression one of deep distress. The young woman paused before continuing, "Very well, you are a sensible person. We need not say more. I am of little consequence, but the 4 individuals beside you, you may have heard their names, the 3 short ones of Choming Island." The divine whip. I turned to look at the 3 short figures who had previously attacked me during the ambush on Guozhuqing. The 3 short ones were renowned for their lightning-fast strikes along the lower reaches of the Yangtze River, and they were the heads of the Qing gang in that region. I took a deep breath and remarked, "A pleasure to meet you." The young woman then gestured toward another individual, stating, "This is the eldest brother of the Delong Society." At her words, I could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Is this not the one who single-handedly confronted the Bo Dao gang in Shanghai, earning the respect of Huang Jinrong?" He was a man of imposing stature, with notably large ears and a demeanor that radiated authority, appearing to be in his 50s. He inclined his body slightly in a gesture of respect, and the young woman beside him remarked, "Mr. Wei, are you aware that escape is no longer an option for you? Despite my reluctance to concede defeat, I was compelled to confront the reality of the situation. With a wry smile, I nodded. Naturally, Hong Hong was oblivious to the origins and significance of these individuals. Her curiosity was piqued, and she listened intently, even forgetting her fear. The young woman continued, Mr. Wei, my father respects you as a man of integrity. Hence he is reluctant to engage with you, which places him in a difficult position. I hastily inquired, who is your esteemed father? She responded with a calm smile, my father's surname is Bai. His full name is known to no one. Everyone simply refers to him as Bai Lauda. I was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, my apologies, my apologies. Bai Lauda was the last leader of the Qing gang in mainland China. His fate shrouded in mystery for many years. It was only a few days prior that I learned from the lips of the notorious San Izi that Bai Lauda was still alive. Bai Lauda could be described as a remarkable figure, with more legends surrounding him than any other gang leader. The clandestine societies of China embody a profoundly mysterious and almost inconceivable social phenomenon. And Bai Lauda stands as the foremost figure within this realm. I urge readers to note that the Chinese gang organizations I reference are entirely distinct from the contemporary criminal elements that prey upon the vulnerable, such as shoeshine boys and dancers. Those are mere scoundrels and bear no relation to the spirit of Chinese gang organizations. The uniqueness of Bai Lauda lies in his duality. He embodies the essence of two individuals within one. I do not imply that Bai Lauda could transform into two beings, but rather that he was the final leader of the Qing gang and the preeminent figure among Chinese gangs. While simultaneously being a student of several foreign nations, I am aware that he holds multiple doctorates in electrical engineering, physics, chemistry, and marine studies, and has authored several poetry collections, having also studied symphonic music in America, where he served as the principal violinist of a major symphony orchestra. Now, I found myself before his daughter, and truthfully, I felt a surge of joy upon hearing her say that Bai Lauda regarded me as a man of honor. For such an acknowledgement is indeed a rare honor. Miss Bai declared, this evening, I can take the liberty of allowing your departure from this place, but should you fall into our hands again, we will not be as lenient. I pondered for a moment and replied, Miss Bai, I find it perplexing that what happened to the blind man and the injury inflicted upon Xiao Guo do not align with Bai Lauda's usual conduct. Miss Bai paused briefly before stating, indeed, these matters were orchestrated by my brother. You need not concern yourself with them. What I mentioned earlier, do you think it is within your capability? I glanced around and, with a bitter smile, replied, am I allowed to refuse? Miss Bai smiled charmingly at me, and her beauty was accentuated by this gesture. I had already taken hold of Hong Hong's hand, preparing to leave, when I suddenly halted and asked, Miss Bai, may I inquire your name? She appeared taken aback, as if she had not anticipated such a question from me, and after a moment's contemplation, she replied, my name is Bai Su. I chuckled, saying, you almost share a name with the white snake spirit. She returned my smile, and at that moment, I found myself wishing to linger in the hall a bit longer rather than depart abruptly. Bai Su regarded me with an expression that seemed to convey something unusual. Hong Hong gently tugged at my sleeve, saying, the night is already concluded. I nodded at Bai Su and said, farewell, Miss Bai. Bai Su's voice was tinged with melancholy as she responded, Mr. Wei, it would be best if we never meet again. I understood her implication. She wished for me to sever any ties with their affairs. That moment, I too had resolved not to involve myself with them any longer, as one could scarcely imagine the consequences of opposing Bai Lauda. However, 30 minutes later, an unexpected event would alter my decision and compel me into this whirlwind. Hong Hong and I climbed over the iron gate, and upon reaching the ground, she immediately remarked, my judgment was not mistaken. I glanced at her and asked, what was not mistaken? Hong Hong replied pensively, that beautiful and enigmatic girl indeed harbors feelings for you. I quickly retorted, do not speak frivolously. Hong Hong countered, you have already tacitly agreed with my assertion. Why deny it? He was clad in a white suit, appearing to be around 25 or 26 years old, with strikingly handsome features. As he spoke, he tossed a white straw hat into the air, his attire lending an air of affluence. Yet, I discerned at a glance that he was not of that ilk. His expression bore an undeniable fierceness, entirely unlike the languid demeanor of a pampered heir. Hong Hong and I halted immediately. She inquired, who are you? He remained seated, seemingly intrigued as he scrutinized Hong Hong from head to toe, his gaze suggesting she was merely an object of amusement. Suddenly, the young man erupted into laughter. Tossing the hat atop his head, and with one hand thrust into his trouser pocket, he rose with an air of arrogant nonchalance, saying, "I suggest you make yourself comfortable here for eternity." Upon hearing his words, I felt a surge of anger. Never had I encountered someone with such audacity, so openly provoking. Even my former adversary, the Grim Reaper Tang Tianxiang, had not been this arrogant. I chuckled dryly and replied, "Is that so? Who says I can achieve eternal rest?" The young man laughed heartily, his shoulders shaking, exuding not only arrogance but also an unmistakable frivolity, which only increased my disdain for him. I heard him say. I interjected coldly, "There is no need for us to dance around the subject. You wish to kill me, do you not?" The young man casually brushed away some dust from his sleeve and replied nonchalantly, "Precisely." Once Hong Hong had stepped back a few paces, I declared, "Then you should make your move." He shrugged and said, "Way silly. If you were to die, wouldn't it be a pity to not know who your killer was?" I had already discerned that this young man was deeply arrogant, believing himself to be a figure of great importance, and it was precisely this attitude that had prevented me from inquiring about his identity. Now, his words were a blatant invitation for me to ask who he was, yet my growing contempt for him forbade me from granting him even that small satisfaction. I merely scoffed. "Anyone will do. Will you not hurry up and attack?" The young man raised his eyebrows, anger flashing across his face, and with a huff, he declared, "Do you truly not understand the gravity of your situation?" I laughed coldly and replied, "Since you have sought me out, you ought to know what kind of person Wei is. Do you think I would kneel before you and plead for mercy? Dream on." My heart suddenly jolted in alarm. This fellow had remarkable martial skills. I swiftly stepped back, lowering my stance, my left palm against my chest, palm facing down. This was a defensive posture disguised as an offensive one. I knew a fierce battle was inevitable. But I intended to let him strike first, conserving my strength. As he stepped forward, his form suddenly froze, and in that instant, I perceived a flash of white as he lunged toward me. I quickly sidestepped to avoid him. But his speed was astonishingly swift. Just as I evaded, a sharp pain surged through my arm, and with a tearing sound, my sleeve was ripped, revealing 3 bloody scratches on my arm. His movements were so swift that I barely had time to assess my injury. As I dodged, he twisted his entire body and lunged again. Realizing that he had already seized the initiative, I knew that further evasion would be unwise. Thus, as he charged at me, I leaned slightly to the side, extending my left arm to suddenly wrap around his waist. This unexpected maneuver caught him off guard. I was aware that I could not possibly hold him tightly, and even if I did, he could easily break my grip with a mere exertion of strength. However, this move served to distract him. Regardless of how nimble he was, he could not help but be momentarily stunned. I possessed 3 such techniques, which my master had imparted to me out of gratitude for saving the son of his benefactor, the Grim Reaper Tang Tianxiang. My master was a martial arts expert, and these 3 techniques were born from countless fierce battles. Known as the Mirage 3 moves, all the strange actions within them were merely meant to dazzle the eyes and divert the opponent's attention. Sensing his momentary distraction, I swiftly slid my foot forward. Darting past him, and with a swift motion, I struck his back with my palm. His body lurched backward, and I laughed heartily as my palm connected resoundingly with his waist. The force of that strike was tremendous. Sending him reeling backward, in my heart, I couldn't help but silently commend Master Bo for the exquisite nature of the Phantom 3 styles. The opponent launched a palm strike and a kick, both of which were mere feints, as their attention was fully diverted. My right palm seized the opportunity to strike. Chinese martial arts are not solely reliant on brute force. Rather, the supreme essence lies in unparalleled cunning, which was once again validated in the Phantom 3 styles. At that moment, I struck the young man with a single palm, feeling immense satisfaction, believing him to be an arrogant yet inept adversary. Hence, I refrained from immediate pursuit. Little did I realize that my complacency was a grave mistake. As the young man retreated, his expression morphed into a terrifying grimace. Teeth clenched, he stomped his feet and immediately sprang back into action. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed 3 or 4 successive palm strikes towards me. I hastily dodged, retreating 4 or 5 steps before finally evading the flurry of his onslaught. He leaped forward, pursuing me, and as I suddenly crouched down, my left hand pressed against the ground. My body turned sideways, with both legs sweeping towards his lower half in a rapid motion. This maneuver resembled the gnarled roots of a dead tree, indeed causing him to leap upwards by 2 feet with a powerful push from his legs. However, this was merely the third move of the Phantom 3 styled mid-sweep. I abruptly stood, and before his palms could descend, my head collided forcefully with his abdomen. I do not mean to boast, but the impact elicited a painful cry from the young man, and his entire body was instantly thrown backwards. Yet, I had to concede that his martial arts skills were remarkably high. For despite such a heavy blow, he did not crash to the ground, but instead steadied himself and regained his footing. I noted his face turning ashen, with a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes, and my anger surged to its zenith. Chinese martial arts emphasize the concept of qi. When both parties engage, one must not lose heart, scatter their energy, or act rashly in a fit of rage. It is all too easy to lose composure. Therefore, I resolved to provoke him further, letting out a hearty laugh and declaring, "My friend, I have not even lain down, let alone consider eternal rest." I assumed that my words would provoke him into a furious response. To my surprise, my assessment was entirely erroneous. Unbeknownst to me, he possessed a deeply sinister and composed temperament. Upon hearing my words, the anger on his face receded, replaced by an exceedingly chilling demeanor. My statement had inadvertently alerted him to the fact that I was not as easily dealt with as he had presumed. I heard him say, wisely, "Your reputation precedes you." I offered a slight fist salute and replied, "I dare not." He snorted with disdain. "You have exhibited your prowess in hand-to-hand combat. I wonder how you fare with weapons?" A shiver ran down my spine. Initially, I believed he would retreat after suffering 2 defeats. I genuinely hoped he would withdraw, for the Phantom 3 styles thrived on diverting attention from the force of the opponent. Having employed it once, it would not work again. The young man, after being struck in the abdomen, managed to regain his composure in an instant, indicating he was undoubtedly a person of significant background and exceptional martial arts skills. Continuing this battle, the outcome was uncertain, and I was not alone. I had Hong Hong to protect. Thus, I hesitated momentarily, laughing heartily while gesturing to Hong Hong to retrieve her handgun. Hong Hong, being quite astute, promptly produced the ivory-handled pistol and aimed it at the young man, stating, "All right, cease hostilities." The young man paused briefly, removed his straw hat, and bowed slightly to Hong Hong, saying, "As you command." Mississippi, however, just as he uttered the word "miss," he swirled his hand, sending the straw hat hurtling towards Hong Hong with a whoosh. I urgently shouted, "Quick, get out of the way!" Throughout her life, Hong Hong had never encountered such a situation. To her, the flying object was merely a straw hat. How could a hat possibly inflict harm? Hence, she disregarded my warning. And my heart raced with panic. As I leaned to protect her, a flash of brilliance caught my eye, and in an instant, I could not discern what weapon the opponent wielded as he attacked me. While simultaneously, I heard Hong Hong's startled gasp. Her cry intensified my anxiety. Indeed, the young man had only thrown a straw hat, yet there was a possibility that Hong Hong could still be harmed. There were 2 scenarios. Firstly, the brim of the hat might be embedded with sharp steel. Secondly, if the hat fortuitously grazed her vital points, she could suffer injury. Thus, in my flustered state, I hastily attempted to retreat, but inadvertently faltered. At that moment, I felt a searing pain on my left shoulder. I was acutely aware that I had sustained an injury. In that precarious situation, I was utterly powerless to protect Hong Hong. My figure swayed as I retreated swiftly. As I glanced back at Hong Hong amid the chaos, I saw her left hand cradling her right wrist, the pistol having fallen beside her feet, her expression one of utter disbelief in that fleeting glance. I felt a surge of relief, for I knew that Hong Hong had not sustained any significant harm. The brim had not been lined with steel. It merely grazed her wrist as it flew past. Enough to leave her right arm numb and drop the gun. My spirit lifted. I steadied myself, pressing my hand against my waist, and continued to retreat. Just as I had moved back halfway, with a flick of my arm, I drew forth the soft whip that had been coiled around my waist, brandishing it in a wide arc to shield my vital points. At this moment, I finally discerned that the weapon wielded by the young man was a Western sword, albeit only 2 feet in length. His sword was undoubtedly a superior specimen, remarkably flexible, capable of bending into a circle during movement, making it exceedingly agile. He observed my soft whip-s movement and momentarily hesitated, but quickly thrust forward with 3 fierce strikes, each one aimed at my vital areas. I managed to deflect those 3 strikes with my whip, and in a matter of moments, we had exchanged a flurry of 10 or so blows. Remaining evenly matched as I pondered how to secure an unexpected victory, a sudden sound of footsteps drew nearer. Upon hearing the footsteps, I mused that if the approaching figures were patrolling officers, our duel might abruptly come to a halt, as neither of us would wish to provoke the police. The 3 figures rushing towards us were diminutive in stature, resembling 3 children. They were none other than the trio of divine whips. Upon seeing the trio of divine whips arrive, the young man became even more ferocious, his sword gleaming as each strike targeted my vital points. As the trio of divine whips closed in, they momentarily paused, and with a whoosh, the 3 long whips were unleashed, descending upon me. I had initially thought that the young man's identity was unknown, and upon the arrival of the trio of divine whips, I presumed they would adhere to the code of the martial world and refrain from intervening on either side. However, witnessing their unhesitatingly aggressive stance towards me, it was clear they were allied with the young man. My heart sank with alarm. After retracting their whips, the 3 swiftly maneuvered, encircling Hong Hong. Upon witnessing this development, my anxiety heightened, and I quickly turned to check on Hong Hong, only to feel a chill at my throat. The young man's sword tip was already at my jugular. I immediately leaned back, swinging my whip horizontally, barely managing to evade the blade. Yet my tie was severed, and I broke out in a cold sweat. After dodging that strike, I swiftly retreated, noticing that the trio of divine whips surrounded Hong Hong without taking any action, which somewhat eased my concerns. Nevertheless, the situation was starkly evident. With the trio of divine whips in play, my chances of victory were slim. Part 5. The Secrets of the 7 Clans and 18 Societies. For even if I were to prevail over the young man, the trio of divine whips would not let me off lightly. From the young man's earlier remark, it was evident that the trio of divine whips would immediately heed his command. I had begun to piece together his identity. He was likely Bai Su's brother, the son of Bai Lao, and the perpetrator who had incapacitated Guo Zuqing. My soft whip lashed out as I unleashed all my martial prowess. And once more, we clashed in combat, exchanging 17 or 18 more strikes. I heard the young man bark, "Disarm him of that soft whip." The moment he finished his command, 2 long whips bore down upon my soft whip with incredible speed, swift as the wind and fierce as lightning. This sudden turn of events was entirely beyond my expectations. Everything transpired too rapidly for me to react, and as my grip tightened, my whip intertwined with the 2 approaching whips. A tremendous force wrenched my whip from my grasp, and my right arm was thus lifted, and in that moment, the young man's Western sword thrust forward, pressing against my chest. The sword tip pierced through my clothing, grazing my skin, instilling a sense of deadly peril. In such circumstances, I found myself devoid of any further means to retaliate, and so, I relinquished my grip on the soft whip, allowing my hands to fall limply to my sides. The young man let out a cold laugh, saying, "So Wei, what now?" Hong Hong stood by, eager to rush over. But as she took a single step, one of the 3 diminutive figures wielding a whip lashed out, sending her tumbling to the ground. Before she could retrieve her firearm, another whip snaked out, flinging the weapon several yards away. Hong Hong cried out, "Cousin, what is the meaning of this? You often say that when you fight, it's always a one-on-one affair. Why are they ganging up on you?" I let out a cold laugh and replied, "Hong Hong, the individuals I spoke of are those who uphold chivalry and righteousness." I said no more. But that one sentence was sufficient to render the seemingly superior young man quite uncomfortable. To my surprise, he slightly flushed. He cast a glance at Hong Hong, who had already picked herself up and was approaching me. Her hat had fallen off, revealing her long hair, and with her brows furrowed in anger, she exhibited no fear. I had always remarked on Hong Hong's beauty, but at that moment, she radiated a commendable spirit. The young man involuntarily glanced at her a few more times. Hong Hong stood proudly by my side, confronting him with, "You have no shame." The young man's expression darkened, and I quickly interjected, "Hong Hong," she huffed defiantly. "What is there to fear?" I refuse to believe he has the audacity to strike me down. I inhaled deeply. The tip of the sword had already pierced my skin, yet I relaxed, allowing the blade to extend a fraction more. Still firmly pressing against my chest, I said gravely, "Hong Hong, you are utterly unskilled in martial arts. You must leave this place at once." Hong Hong raised her chin and declared, "I will not go." The young man's expression turned grim as he stated, "You will not be allowed to leave." At that moment, I was almost certain that he was the son of the notorious Bai Lauda, and thus I remarked, "I never imagined that Bai Lauda's illustrious name would be tarnished by your actions." Upon hearing my words, the young man's expression shifted again, and he sneered, "You are indeed clever, but that only means I cannot afford to leave you alive. Accept your fate." At his proclamation, Hong Hong suddenly let out a shriek. But before she could utter another sound, one of the whip-wielders swiftly leaped forward to cover her mouth. Renowned along the lower reaches of the Yangtze River, the three diminutive figures were formidable. How could Hong Hong hope to escape their grasp? The young man glanced at her and said, "Don't kill her just yet." The little man responded, "Understood." The young man extended his wrist, and it seemed that the sword was poised to plunge into my chest. Just then, a delicate voice rang out, "Brother, stop." At the sound of that plea, the young man's expression shifted, and he immediately withdrew his hand. In an instant, Bai Su had arrived, and upon her arrival, she anxiously inquired, "Mr. Wei, are you unharmed?" Bai Su then turned to the young man, saying, "Brother, father has instructed us not to trouble him. What is the meaning of this?" Upon her words, the little man released Hong Hong, who hurriedly rushed to my side. The young man asserted, "We must keep this person alive. He is a potential threat." Bai Su retorted, "I don't care. Father said not to harm him, and he has promised to cease meddling in our affairs. You should not act in such a manner." Before the young man could respond, I interjected, "Miss Bai, you are mistaken." Bai Su turned in astonishment, asking Mr. Wei, "What do you mean by that?" In truth, under such circumstances, my wisest course of action would have been to remain silent. However, that would not befit my character as Wei Silly. The young man immediately said, "Sister, did you hear that?" Bai Su replied, "Mr. Wei, I trust you are not foolish enough to act recklessly." I let out a cynical laugh and said, "Miss Bai, sometimes, being overly clever is not advantageous." Bai Su's profound eyes fixed upon me without a blink for quite some time before she turned away, stating, "Brother, regardless of the situation, it is father who will decide." The young man, seemingly resigned, glared at me and said, "Wei, we shall see how this unfolds." I promptly replied, "Bai, you would do well to refrain from invoking your father's name. It would only serve to embarrass him." The young man, brandishing his rapier, prepared to lunge at me, but Bai Su swiftly interposed herself. He huffed, warning, "You had better be careful." We exchanged glances for a prolonged moment. Were it not for Bai Su's presence, we would have surely clashed again. He curved his short sword and sheathed it at his waist, signaling to the three diminutive figures to depart. In an instant, they vanished into the darkness. Bai Su sighed, saying, "Mr. Wei, I hope you will reconsider your decision." I turned and walked toward where my flexible whip had fallen. Picking it up without casting a glance her way, I retrieved my firearm and said, "I fear you may be disappointed." Bai Su approached me, saying, "If you understood the multitude of your enemies, you would certainly abandon your intentions." I still did not meet her gaze, replying, "I fear that may not be the case." Bai Su paused before saying, "Very well. Can you truly contend against the forces of the 7 factions and 18 guilds?" Upon hearing her question, my heart raced unexpectedly. It is well known that along the Yangtze River, the powerful guilds of the Jiangnan and Jiangbei regions comprise the 7 factions and 18 guilds. Among them, Shanghai and Nanjing account for 3 factions and 9 guilds, while the remaining factions and guilds are scattered throughout other locations. These individuals of the 7 factions and 18 guilds do not engage in relentless conflict as one might assume. Rather, they coexist peacefully, assisting one another, which is the core principle of Chinese guild organizations. In the past, Dr. Sun Yat-sen served as the grand leader of the Hongmen in America, advocating for revolution, recognizing the unity, chivalry, and support for the weak that characterized Chinese guilds. Now, Bai Su's assertion that opposing her brother would pit me against the 7 factions and 18 guilds was a grave accusation I could not bear. I found myself standing there, momentarily speechless. Bai Su sighed, saying, "Mr. Wei, I believe you have reconsidered your original intentions." Hong Hong's words illuminated my thoughts and solidified my resolve. I spoke solemnly. I would never oppose the forces of the 7 factions and 18 guilds. However, if those factions are manipulated by a single individual of ill repute, then knowing this, I cannot simply acquiesce. Bai Su slowly approached, standing within 3 feet of me. Gazing up into my eyes, I could see a peculiar, melancholic light gleaming in her beautiful eyes. Such a light could only arise from profound concern for another. Her ruby lips moved as if she wished to speak, yet no words emerged. She lifted her delicate hand and lightly tugged at my lapel, only to let it fall, sighing deeply, remaining silent as she turned away, her form swaying, her white garments billowing. In an instant, her graceful silhouette melted into the darkness. I gazed at her retreating figure, my heart filled with an inexplicable melancholy. Standing there in a daze, I could not tell how long I had been lost in thought until Hong Hong's voice broke the spell. "The sky is brightening. Why are you still standing here?" I longed for a refreshing sleep, and indeed, I felt utterly exhausted. Yet, I could not find rest, tossing and turning in my bed in the dead of night. What had I truly gained from my return to the Tian residence? I pondered deeply and quickly summarized my thoughts, arriving at the following conclusions. First, the purpose of the events remains unclear, but it is evident that it is a grand assembly of the guild members from Jiangnan and Jiangbei, convened under Bai Laoda's leadership. Second, Bai Laoda may no longer be actively involved. In reality, it is his son, that arrogant, cunning young man, who is orchestrating events. Third, the date of the assembly is the 16th at 25 Thompson Road. I surmise that the 16th refers to the lunar calendar, likely the day after the Mid-Autumn Festival, with the assembly commemorated by paper monkeys. Fourth, understanding that Bai Laoda is at the helm, the actions of the summoning expert Du Zhong lose all their mystery. Bai Laoda has evidently been hiding beneath the Tian residence for many years, while Rose and that dandy must have stumbled upon this secret and suffered for it. Bai Laoda's vast knowledge enables him to manipulate devices like tape recorders and transistors with ease. Not only simple melodies, but even more astonishing feats could be accomplished. Furthermore, I had anticipated that what Mrs. Tian heard was Bai Su imitating Rose's voice, instructing them to relocate. I had also resolved on the steps I would take next. First, I must ascertain the true nature of the conflict with Bai Laoda's son. What ambitions does he harbor? Second, this matter exceeds the capabilities of Huang Bide. I do not intend to seek him out again. Thirdly, there is a former leader of the Huanglong Society, once part of the 7 helpers and 18 associations, who has been languishing in this locality. I have consistently provided him with assistance, and I intend to inquire whether my suspicions hold any truth. Fourthly, in the coming days, my actions must be executed with utmost caution, for the son of Bai Laoda will undoubtedly seek to exact revenge upon me. With this thought, I finally succumbed to a hazy slumber, and awoke only in the late evening, not by natural means, but rather startled awake by piercing screams and insistent knocking at the door. As I turned to sit up, a loud crash echoed through the room. The bedroom door had been forcibly flung open. Just as the door burst ajar, Hong Hong tumbled in, followed closely by Lao Kai, both nearly losing their balance before regaining it. Upon glancing at Hong Hong, my expression shifted involuntarily. She hurried to my bedside, her face a mask of distress, and stammered. Before she could finish her sentence, she burst into tears. Was Hong Hong not typically one to weep easily? My astonishment grew when I noticed her hair had been entirely shaved off, leaving her head glistening even more than Lao Kai's baldness. Now, as she wept openly, my shock deepened, fearing she might have sustained further harm. Hong Hong blinked and finally grasped my meaning, her cheeks flushing slightly as she replied, "No." At that moment, I let out a sigh of relief, while Lao Kai chimed in, "Hong Hong, why cry over a lack of hair? You don't resemble that you something or other." Hong Hong's expression was a mix of laughter and tears. I interjected, "Lao Kai, stop teasing her. Hong Hong, you can wear a wig, and besides, with your head shaved, it will be much more convenient for our endeavors." Upon hearing my words, Hong Hong leapt up in joy, her tears not yet dried, and exclaimed, "We? Are you saying you permit me to join your adventure?" I chuckled. "You know full well I would never allow you to participate. If you are unafraid of losing your head in your sleep, then feel free to accompany me," Hong Hong declared. I am not afraid. I recognized that this incident was undoubtedly the work of Bai Laoda's son. He knew I would not be so easily lulled to sleep. And yet he dared to target Hong Hong, truly an act of despicable cowardice. Such vile actions not only fail to intimidate me but only serve to ignite my fury. We hastily finished our meal. While Hong Hong busied herself with a phone call to a beauty salon for a wig delivery, I changed into a pair of shorts, donned a tank top, and slipped on some sandals, stealthily exiting through the back door. Along the way, I sensed 3 instances of being followed, yet I managed to evade them. An hour later, I arrived at a dilapidated wooden shack area, the darkness enveloping me, making it truly challenging to locate anyone amidst such ramshackle surroundings. It was only when a young girl consented to guide me that I found myself standing before a shack even more decrepit than all the others. I called out at the entrance, "Brother Chin? Is Brother Chin at home?" After 2 calls, I heard a lazy voice from within. "Who's there? Come in." I pushed the door, nearly causing it to collapse, and upon entering the dimly lit shack, I was assaulted by a nauseating odor of rot and alcohol. There, on what could barely be called a bed, lay a man. He lazily turned over, and upon seeing me, exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, it's you. What wind has blown you here?" I smiled and replied, "Brother Chin, haven't you been out lately?" The man erupted with curses. "What the hell? Where could I possibly go? We refuse to engage in petty thievery. How can one survive here? Brother, your elder brother has a penchant for honesty. Without you these past years, I would likely have perished." As he continued to vent, the stench of alcohol was overwhelming. I knew once he started complaining, he would go on indefinitely. In truth, one could hardly blame him for his grievances. He was a man of great integrity. The Huanglong Society had been established during the Japanese invasion of China, serving as a guerrilla resistance group in the mountainous regions of Zhejiang, achieving significant feats and vanquishing numerous Japanese soldiers. In victory, he neither boasted nor sought power, instead remaining in the mountains to tend to his meager plot of land, while the members of the Huanglong Society scattered. Arriving here, with skills yet in unfamiliar territory, what use were they? Thus, he lived in a state of perpetual destitution. This man possessed true grit. He neither stole nor robbed, and unless he was on the brink of starvation, he would never seek my aid. A truly admirable man. I interrupted his rant. "Brother Chin, have you really not gone out? Nor has anyone come to see you?" He paused, taken aback, and replied, "Oh, brother, how did you know? Just 4 days ago, someone did come looking for me." The table, barely holding its form, splintered into several pieces when he slammed it. I silently thanked fate that he hadn't struck his own dwelling. Otherwise, it too would have shattered. After a lengthy tirade of curses, he continued, still fuming, "So, Bai Lauda has such a son. Brother, you guessed correctly. 4 days ago, 2 individuals, under Bai Lauda's banner, delivered 2 folded paper monkeys to me, stating that on the 16th of August, the remaining leaders of the 7 helpers and 18 associations, regardless of their distance, would gather at 25 Thompson Road. Except for the Qing Gang, the Hong Gang, the Hongmin Society, the Tianyi Society, and the Brotherhood. Only 2 representatives from other associations would be permitted to attend." I quickly asked, "Do you know what this is about?" Qin Jingqi cursed again. "Damn it, isn't it all for a few filthy dollars? They'll do anything for money." His words struck a chord within me, and I recalled Yu Tingwen's earlier statement. There exists a sum that could be deemed unclaimed wealth. I immediately pressed, "What money?" "Brother Qin, please elaborate." Qin Jingqi responded, "What money? I'm not sure. The Huanglong Society has always been impoverished, unlike others who were wealthy. Those who came said they needed to bring that scrap of iron, and I inferred it must pertain to that sum." His words left me utterly perplexed, and I inquired, "What scrap of iron?" Qin Jingqi turned away, lifting a plank from the bed, rummaging through a pile of tattered clothing, and after a considerable effort, he produced a palm-sized, half-inch thick steel plate, which he tossed onto the ground with a thud, declaring, "This is it." I hurriedly picked it up, saying, "Brother Qin, please light a candle." As I listened, my mind raced with astonishment. Among the secret societies in China, a destitute group like the Huanglong Society is indeed a rarity. Most possess substantial funds, each faction overseen by a treasurer managing their wealth. The 7 helpers and 18 associations must hold an astonishing amount of money, which could indeed lead one to commit any crime. Qin Jingqi continued. Among the 7 helpers and 18 associations, The Qing gang is undoubtedly the wealthiest at the time. No one bothered to keep count, and all the accumulated wealth was entrusted to the Qing gang's treasurer, I inquired. What does that have to do with this steel plate? Qin Jingqi explained. Brother, listen to me. You know the treasurers of each association hold high status and possess an air of mystery. I had never met the treasurer of the Qing gang, but he was truly a remarkable man. He publicly announced that he had secured a location for hiding the money and had engraved the burial site onto a large steel plate, which he then smashed into 25 pieces, distributing them among the leaders of the 7 helpers and 18 associations. Only when the leaders convened could the location be uncovered. He paused for effect, then added, I said that treasurer was a fine fellow, but the astonishing part follows. I was captivated by Qin Jingqi's tale, utterly absorbed, and urged, what else is so astonishing? I nodded, affirming, indeed, he was a tough man. What happened next? Qin Jingqi continued. In the end, they wouldn't allow him to die, so he stabbed his own eyes out. I gasped. Stabbed his own eyes out? Qin Jingqi confirmed, yes, after he went blind. Even if he had all 25 pieces of steel plates in his possession, he would never be able to locate the hidden treasure. At this point, I finally understood who Yu Tingwen truly was. He was undoubtedly the treasurer of the Qing gang from years past. I couldn't help but marvel at the overwhelming allure of wealth. I believe that during his tenure, Yu Tingwen harbored no selfish intentions. Otherwise, he could have simply absconded with the money without a trace. Yet, over the years, he must have dreamt of that fortune, ultimately succumbing to temptation and deciding to secretly take it for himself. Knowing the Grand Assembly was imminent, he became anxious and sought me out. His demise was undoubtedly a consequence of his secret being exposed, and I felt no sympathy for him. In fact, I was incensed that he would approach me for collaboration under such grave circumstances. However, my anger towards those responsible for his death was even greater, as their intent was clearly to extract that secret from Yu Tingwen, leading to his tragic end. Furthermore, Guizhou had become an unfortunate victim, ensnared in a vortex entirely unrelated to him, one he likely never even dreamt of. I found myself lost in thought as Qin Jingqi spoke to himself, stating, less than 6 months after that Grand Assembly, everything has changed. Some have departed, others have fled. Who knows who remains? By Lao Da's sudden desire to divide that sum must surely be the idea of his wretched son, I surmise. People have scattered. If I were not somewhat resilient, surely Tin would have perished. Who would still be aware of the whereabouts of my steel piece? I collected my thoughts and inquired, so, will you attend this upcoming assembly? Qin Jingqi replied, naturally, but not in front of Bai Lao Da. I must curse that little bastard, otherwise, I might as well not bear the surname Qin. I hastily added, I wish to discuss another matter with you. Qin Jingqi asked, what matter? I pondered for a moment and responded, at present, it is not about whether we can recover that money, but rather what mischief Bai Lao Da's son will engage in once he acquires it. I have resolved to intervene. Qin Jingqi agreed. Of course we must intervene, but how shall we proceed? I stated, I have devised a plan. You and I share a similar build. It has been many years since that Grand Assembly, and our appearances have changed enough that no one will recognize us. The two who seek you are mere minor figures. Having seen you only once, they will not remember your features. After I disguise myself, hand me the paper monkeys and the steel piece, and I shall go to 25 Thompson Road to attend the assembly. Qin Jingqi was momentarily stunned. I continued, I have considered everything. I possess a friend who is a diplomat from our nation. He was reassigned here just last month, and you could not be safer than hiding within his consulate. After a brief pause, Qin Jingqi queried, are foreigners trustworthy? The friend I mentioned is the G consul involved in the diamond flower incident, so I answered without hesitation, absolutely trustworthy. Qin Jingqi retrieved 2 paper monkeys from his bag, along with the steel piece, and placed them in my hands. He gazed at me for a while and cautioned, brother, you must be careful. I replied, I understand if I obtain the money, I shall return it to you in full. Qin Jingqi exclaimed in anger, what nonsense is this? The Huanglong Society has always been a poor organization. We have no desire for the wealth of others. If you utter the word money again, I shall throw you off the mountain. I was well aware that the sum once hidden by Yu Tingwen, even if divided into 25 shares, would still amount to an astonishing figure, yet that was simply Qin Jingqi's nature. Upon seeing me, she exclaimed, is there any progress? I smiled and replied, golden-haired beauty, There is not a shred of progress. I dared not share the achievements I had garnered in those few hours, for masquerading as Qin Zhengqi to attend the grand assembly of the 7 helpers and 18 societies was no trifling matter. I noticed that Hong Hong's flushed face seemed somewhat skeptical, yet she said little more and instead skipped away joyfully. The following day, I perused the newspaper and indeed found that Tian Lidong and his wife had vacated their grand residence, embarking on a journey to Europe. Ordinary individuals, upon seeing such news of someone's whereabouts, would not fathom the astonishing secrets lurking beneath. In the days that followed, I visited the hospital daily to check on Xiao Guo, who showed no signs of improvement. By the 4th day, the lunar calendar had reached the 14th, and then suddenly an incident occurred. During these days, Hong Hong appeared to have forgotten the entire affair. Starting from the 13th, she and old Kai busied themselves on the rooftop, adorning it with lights and decorations. By the 14th, she summoned me to the rooftop for a look, and I nearly laughed myself to tears. The arrangement was a bizarre blend of Eastern and Western styles, reminiscent of something indescribable. Hong Hong called me to the rooftop at 7 o'clock. I remember this distinctly, for when she came to fetch me, I was engrossed in adjusting my alarm clock. At 7:30, I heard old Kai calling for Hong Hong loudly, but I paid little attention. Old Kai muttered, "Strange, where has she gone?" At that moment, I still did not think much of it, continuing to read my book, though I was unable to concentrate, for August 16th loomed near, and this time, it likely promised to be one of the most perilous adventures I had ever encountered. I was merely calculating how to navigate the impending crisis successfully. At 8 o'clock, old Kai called me downstairs for dinner, and I was the only one present. I asked, "Where is Hong Hong?" Old Kai shrugged and replied, "I don't know where she has gone." And I inquired, "Haven't you found her yet?" Old Kai shook his head, saying, "No." A sense of foreboding began to creep in, and I immediately set down my chopsticks and rushed to the rooftop. Upon reaching the rooftop, I found the ground strewn with colorful paper, and a red sheet was only half cut, with scissors lying beside it, indicating that Hong Hong had left in great haste. I thought carefully. I had seen Hong Hong at 7 o'clock, but after merely 5 minutes, I had pulled the pouting Hong Hong away, and then I heard old Kai calling her name. Now, nearly an hour had passed since Hong Hong had been absent from this house. In recent days, I had specifically instructed her not to wander off and to accompany me even to the front door. Hong Hong was not unaware of the dangers, no matter how mischievous she might be. She would not disregard my words. Thus, I could scarcely muster the courage to think further. Where could she have gone? I pondered. Surely she is not hiding in the cellar again. Old Kai offered a wry smile and asked, "Then, where could she be?" After considering, I concluded, at this point, we have no means of locating her. We can only wait and see. Back downstairs, I hastily consumed a bowl of rice, but I found I could no longer eat. Shortly after dinner, the telephone rang, and when I answered, a woman's voice inquired, "Is this Mr. Wei?" I immediately sensed that this call was rather suspicious and replied, "Yes, who are you?" The woman's voice on the line chuckled in a manner that was both flirtatious and annoying. Saying, "Just a moment, someone wishes to speak with you," I quickly retorted, Hello, who are you?" As soon as the words left my mouth, I heard Hong Hong's voice calling, "Li Biaogu, Li Biaogu." I urgently shouted, "Hong Hong, where are you?" Yet her voice vanished, replaced by the woman's irritating tone. "So, how is it?" I was filled with both anger and urgency, and I barked, "Who are you people?" Unrefined scoundrels. I could ascertain that the woman was certainly not a kidnapper. And Hong Hong's disappearance was not a typical abduction case. It must have been a sordid deed orchestrated by Lao Da's son, prompting me to unleash a torrent of curses. Just as I began to vent my frustration, the woman abruptly ended the call. I set down the receiver, contemplated for a moment, and surprisingly found my heart calming. Firstly, Hong Hong was still alive. Secondly, they must know that if anything were to befall her, I would not rest until I sought retribution. They dared not act against me, but rather aimed to intimidate me through her, revealing their cowardice and treachery. Their abduction of Hong Hong must serve a purpose to coerce me, and I resolved to turn the tables and cause them some anxiety. I promptly instructed old Kai, "If a call comes in, you answer it, and no matter who it is, tell them I am out and ask them to leave a contact number." Old Kai asked, "What has become of Hong Hong?" I reassured him, "Do not worry. She will be just fine. There is no need for fear." Old Kai nodded in agreement. I lit a cigarette and reflected that the woman would likely continue to call until she managed to find me. If I contacted the police in a timely manner, we could trace the call's origin and possibly uncover the hideout. Thus, I immediately called Officer Chun to seek his assistance. Upon learning that the situation was related to Guo Ziqing's injury, he readily agreed to help. After arranging everything, I left Old Kai by the telephone. From 8:30, starting with the first call, until midnight, the woman called every 20 minutes. Whenever Old Kai requested her to leave a contact number, she would hang up. After midnight, I immediately connected with Officer Chun, but the response I received was of no use. As the woman had utilized a public phone, I spoke sternly. "This is I." The woman chuckled a few times. Her laughter strained and said, "You seem quite lively. Where have you been?" I feigned casualness and replied, "Just out to the nightclub for a bit. Is there something you need?" The woman asked, "Do you not wish to see your cousin?" I laughed heartily. "I find her quite annoying. You can take care of her for a few days, and that would be splendid." As soon as I finished speaking, I hung up the phone in that previous call. I discerned that the woman was beginning to show signs of impatience. During this standoff, I had gained the upper hand, allowing me to press them further. Indeed, within 2 minutes, the phone rang again, and the woman spoke urgently. "Do not hang up, Mr. Wei. Do not force us to harm her. Harm her." I could scarcely suppress a chuckle. She was still trying to appear menacing, however. What followed next left me inwardly astonished, as she declared, "Your cousin's family is in America and quite wealthy. We have conducted our investigations, Mr. Wei. You are also a person of means. We do not require much, only $20,000. I involuntarily retorted, "You want $20,000? I was not surprised by the amount but rather astounded that the woman was indeed a kidnapper. The woman's voice immediately stated, "Very well, it is merely $200,000, to be paid in cash." I steadied myself and replied, "Please have your leader speak." The woman smiled and said, "I am the leader." I could hardly believe that she was genuinely involved in the kidnapping and extortion, rather than merely acting on the orders of the notorious spy. Therefore, I cautiously inquired, "So you are the female leader, then who is pulling the strings behind you? Is it Xiao Bai?" The woman retorted, "Xiao Bai? What Xiao Bai?" I was uncertain whether she had anticipated my question and was feigning ignorance, or if she truly did not know who I was referring to. I could only respond, "Very well. When and where shall the payment be made?" The woman replied, "Tomorrow, you will go to Qingjing Mountain, and someone will contact you there. You must go in person." I hastily said, "Hey, the money is not an issue, but as for the timing," however, before I could finish my sentence, the call was abruptly disconnected. The timing of this occurrence made me suspect once again that there was a deliberate motive behind it. Perhaps their aim was not money at all, but simply to lure me away. I resolved that if I did not receive another call from the woman by tomorrow afternoon, I would have to make the trip, as it was the only lead I had, and there were no other options to consider. I quickly fashioned a bundle from old newspapers, making it appear as though it contained cash, for I could never believe that ordinary kidnappers would dare to extort me. By the following afternoon, the woman had yet to call. Around noon, I managed to procure a speedboat. I possessed a license for operating one to AT2 in the afternoon. I boarded the boat, and within an hour, I had reached the shore. I had no idea how the woman intended to contact me, so I could only loiter at the dock, attempting to attract attention. Soon, I noticed a local country girl approaching, waving a letter in her hand. "Sir, is this letter for you?" she asked. Upon seeing my name written on the envelope, I exclaimed, "Yes, yes. Who gave you this letter?" As I reached out to take it, the young girl pulled her hand back and said, "Sir, the lady said this letter must be given only for a price." I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the audacity of the small-time extortionist. I reluctantly withdrew a $10 bill, which she accepted in exchange for the letter. The girl beamed with delight, and as I opened the letter, I found it contained a simple message: "Meet at the mountaintop," marked by a red flower. "If we do not see each other, do not disperse," a mere 12 words. After reading it, I could hardly contain my fury. The identity of the adversary was becoming increasingly clear. At the mountaintop, I would likely encounter someone adorned with a red flower, and the outcome would certainly not resolve the situation, as their intention was merely to prolong my stay. Initially, I believed them to be quite foolish, yet upon further reflection, I realized they were far from incompetent. Even if I immediately discerned the invitation to the mountaintop as a trap, I could not refuse, for at this juncture, I still had doubts about whether their actions were connected to Bai's son. If, by chance, there was no connection, my failure to meet could jeopardize Hong Hong's safety. A woman could easily fall from the mountain by accident. Their shrewdness lay in their ability to manipulate my psyche. At this juncture, they understood that I would not gamble with Hong Hong's life. The young girl, appearing no older than 16 or 17, scrutinized me for a moment before confidently stating, "Mr. Wei, please follow me." I had no choice but to comply. She led me down the mountain path, away from the summit, winding through narrow trails until we arrived at a secluded clearing, surrounded by trees, measuring no more than 10 feet in diameter. In the clearing stood a woman in her 30s, heavily made up. Upon seeing me, she turned and asked, "Have you brought the money?" Upon hearing her voice, I recognized her as the same woman I had conversed with over the phone. The girl had already departed, leaving just the two of us in this isolated space, and the twilight was deepening. I patted the paper bag and replied, "I have it." "Where is she?" The woman smiled and said, "She is naturally not here. Leave the money, and tomorrow she will be home." I responded coldly, "And what if I refuse?" The woman replied, "Then your cousin will never see you again." Her willingness to negotiate filled me with a cautious optimism. At that moment, I believed she was genuinely seeking money for Hong Hong's ransom. However, it was half an hour later that I realized this woman was a masterful actress. At that moment, I was indeed deceived by her performance, convinced that Hong Hong's predicament was merely a coincidence and not orchestrated by Bai's son. After her words, she turned and walked away. I nodded and said, "The most important thing is for you to release my cousin first." The woman flashed a nauseating smile and said, "Of course, you can rest assured. We will not break our promise." As she spoke, she made her way out, the moon having already risen. I wandered in the clearing for a while, contemplating that spending the night here might not be such a bad idea. Why venture out into the dangers of night navigation when time was on my side? I could certainly make it to the gathering on the 16th. After pacing for about 10 minutes, I left the clearing and ascended to the mountaintop. The summit was bustling with visitors, all evidently from the city. Some even brought radios, blaring loudly as if to announce their prized possessions to the world. It baffled me why anyone would wish to listen to a radio in such a location. I made my way toward a temple, intending to seek shelter for the night. However, just as I approached the temple's entrance, I realized someone was following me. I quickly turned around, and the pursuer halted immediately. Upon closer inspection, I discovered there were 6 or 7 of them. Among these individuals, several clearly concealed firearms at their waists. I was taken aback. Who would have the audacity to openly follow someone while armed? I paused and lit a cigarette, and one of the followers boldly approached me. My intuition screamed that something was terribly amiss. The fact that 6 or 7 followers were so brazenly revealing themselves was already suspicious, but now one was openly advancing towards me. It was evident that they were plainclothes police officers. The man who approached me was a rugged middle-aged officer. I prepared my lighter and locked eyes with him. He returned my gaze and produced his identification, stating, "I am Officer Chung. Please come with me to the police station." I looked up to see about 6 plainclothes officers surrounding me, leaving me with no chance to resist. Moreover, I felt no need to resist, as I had committed no crime. Taking a deep breath, I said, "All right, but may I ask what this is regarding?" At that moment, I believed they had discovered something about Hong Hong's situation and wished to speak with me, yet Officer Ching's expression darkened as he sneered. "My old friend, something has happened." This statement left me utterly perplexed. "What has happened?" I inquired. Officer Chung ceased to elaborate, waving his hand. "First, take him to the station and search him." Another middle-aged officer interjected, "No good. It's getting dark and the road is long. If he does something on the way, we will have no evidence." Their dialogue only deepened my confusion. At present, the only thing on me that could be deemed questionable was that stack of old newspapers. Could possessing a pile of old newspapers constitute a crime? I found myself indignantly stating, "What is this about? With so many of you watching me, what could I possibly do? Are you going to search me in front of everyone?" Officer Cheng exchanged glances with the middle-aged man, who stepped forward and said, "If you refuse to be searched here, then we will have to put handcuffs on you. Otherwise, we cannot be assured." Upon hearing this, I realized the gravity of the situation had escalated beyond my expectations. I quickly exclaimed, "I am Wei Sealy. I believe there has been some misunderstanding." Officer Chung replied coldly, We are well aware of who you are and that you have many acquaintances in the police station. But the law must apply equally. You cannot refuse the handcuffs, I said. I understand that the law cannot be biased, but I wish to know what crime I have committed. The middle-aged man shrugged and replied, "We will discuss it at the station. It cannot be clarified here." Feeling utterly helpless, I said, "Going to the station is not an issue, but until I am officially arrested, I absolutely refuse to wear handcuffs." Officer Chung and the middle-aged man exchanged another glance before nodding in agreement. Very well. In an instant, I found myself treated like a high-profile individual, surrounded and escorted towards the police station. Upon arrival, I was led into a brightly lit room. Officer Chang and the middle-aged man took their seats and ordered, "Search him thoroughly." I extended my arms, allowing two plainclothes officers to examine me closely. However, after half an hour of scrutiny, they found nothing unusual. Suddenly, Officer Chung stood up and commanded, "Take off your clothes." Initially, I contemplated protesting. However, in the interest of preserving my own innocence, I acquiesced to their demands. I first removed my jacket and handed it over to Officer Chung, who promptly passed it to the middle-aged man. The man scrutinized it for a moment before suddenly emitting a cold snicker, followed by a derisive sound as he tore open the lining of my jacket. The moment the lining was ripped, I could scarcely believe my eyes. From within, a dozen small, flat, square packets tumbled out, and Officer Chung swiftly unwrapped one, revealing a white powder inside. He held the packet to my nose and said, "Now, do you understand why you have been apprehended?" The middle-aged man remarked, "Notify the informant. The tip-off is accurate and a reward is in order." Who would have thought that the elusive drug dealer we have been pursuing was you? At that moment, I was utterly speechless. I had already deduced the origin of the powder. It must have been that woman, who had skillfully slashed the lining of my jacket to conceal it. Yet, I had trusted her, believing she was not acting under the instructions of the drug lord's son. Tonight's predicament was indeed a monumental disaster. The lights in the room suddenly focused solely on me, their intensity causing my eyes to sting in my dazed state. I found myself unceremoniously pushed into a chair. Officer Cheng's voice rang out sternly, "Who is your accomplice, and who is the small-time dealer? Speak up." I took a deep breath, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as I replied, "I have been framed. Please allow me to contact my lawyer." Officer Cheng's tone remained unyieldingly harsh. "You will have to speak eventually. Now that we have the evidence, what more is there to say?" I continued to hold my composure, saying, "At the very least, let me make a phone call to Officer Chen. You should trust that I am not a drug dealer." Officer Cheng's voice was as hard as iron. "We trust the evidence." He then said, "Very well, go ahead," I replied. "First, give me a cigarette." Officer Cheng handed me one, and after a few puffs, I stated, "I have an impeccable record with the police, even with international law enforcement." Officer Chung responded, "We are aware. Upon receiving the tip-off tonight, we conducted a thorough investigation into your background and even contacted senior officials from international law enforcement. Mr. Wilson." After a moment's reflection, I inquired, "Are you conducting the interrogation here?" Officer Chung replied, "We know of your considerable influence. Our superiors have instructed that we will discuss everything after we have recorded your statement." Upon hearing this, I inwardly groaned. Officer Cheng's questioning showed no signs of letting up. "Wesley, you are a man. Since your scheme has failed, you ought to be forthright about the matter." The interrogation persisted for several hours, the blinding lights continually illuminating me. As a practitioner of Chinese martial arts, I was accustomed to physical strain. However, the psychological toll was immense. I was determined to avenge this betrayal, yet I could not conceive of a way to exonerate myself. It wasn't until dawn that the lights were extinguished. At that moment, I realized there were 4 or 5 individuals seated before me, 2 of whom were clearly high-ranking police officials. Officer Chung stood up and said, "You have greatly disappointed us. Although you refuse to provide a statement, the judge will undoubtedly impose a severe sentence based on the testimonies and evidence." I inhaled deeply, but remained silent. I understood that Officer Cheng's words were not mere threats. Even the best lawyer would struggle to prove my innocence. The thought of being imprisoned for drug trafficking, alas, it was an unimaginable fate. Despite feeling utterly defeated, a small part of me found solace in the fact that, although the drug lord's son had employed every trick in the book, even if he had gathered the remaining heads of the 7 gangs and 18 factions, he would still be unable to uncover the funds due to the meticulous design by Yanwen, which lacked the crucial piece of iron from Qin Zhengqi. Before long, I sensed that I was beneath a speedboat, surrounded still by police personnel. I managed a bitter smile and said, "Could you please remove the blindfold from my head? Are you afraid I might escape?" From across the room, Officer Cheng's voice replied, "No, you must endure this temporary discomfort." Certainly, I could have chosen to resist, but any sign of defiance would prompt the police to take action. After careful consideration, I decided against taking rash actions and opted to wait for the right moment. Over an hour later, I disembarked. Although I could not see the surroundings, I sensed that as soon as I reached the shore, I was swiftly ushered into a vehicle that sped away. After approximately 20 minutes, I was helped out of the car. Following a short walk, I was seated on a chair, and the blindfold was finally removed. My emotions at that moment were akin to that of an ancient bride, having her veil lifted to reveal the one who would determine her fate. I surveyed my surroundings, realizing that this place could indeed dictate the course of my life. The room was spacious, adorned with curtains, and the windows could only be opened from the outside. Clearly, this was a facility designated for high-profile detainees. 2 police officers left me alone in the room before stepping out. Wasting no time, I rushed to the window, pressed my palm against the glass, and applied force. A faint crack resonated as the glass shattered. I gently peeled away the shards, reached out, and cautiously parted the curtains to peer outside. Upon witnessing the scene, I could not suppress a sigh of resignation. I slumped back into the chair, deeply engrossed in strategizing my next move until nearly noon, when Officer Cheng finally entered. This time, his demeanor appeared considerably more relaxed. Upon seeing him, my first words were, "I want to contact my lawyer." Officer Cheng chuckled softly and replied, "No need for that." I was momentarily taken aback, and he continued, "The police cannot be toyed with indefinitely." Upon hearing this, my heart soared with joy, and I eagerly asked, "So you have realized that I have been framed?" Officer Chung continued, "However, you must cooperate with the police when we summon you." I nodded in agreement, declaring, "Of course, and I am certain that the one who set me up is the very drug lord you have been unable to apprehend. I will exact my revenge and ensure he is captured and handed over to the authorities." Since yesterday, I had felt as though I was being manipulated like a cricket in a bowl. This was an experience unlike any I had ever encountered in my life. It was certainly not Hong Hong's fault. She had no way of knowing that the moment she escaped danger, she would attempt to save me from my predicament, a notion that was not only laughable but utterly absurd. My expression must have been quite grim, as old Kai glanced at me before silently retreating. What should I do? Should I seek out Hong Hong? Who knows where she is gone, or how I could possibly find her? I ascended the stairs and, not pausing for rest, began to disguise myself. Although I was aware that the gathering would not occur until midnight, I dared not be careless with my appearance. I spent over 2 hours meticulously altering my visage, transforming myself so that even in daylight, one would not easily recognize me as Wesley, but rather as Qin Zhengqi. I was proficient in the dialect of the mountainous regions of Zhejiang, and I spent an additional half-hour rehearsing my lines to ensure fluency. By the time I completed my preparations, dusk was approaching. I reclined in the chair and dozed for 2 to 3 hours. Upon awakening, it was already 10 o'clock. Fearing that the drug lord's son might have dispatched someone to monitor my movements, I extinguished all lights before descending in a hushed tone. I instructed old Kai not to wait for me and slipped out through the back door. I quickly navigated through the alley, keeping close to the wall, until I reached the main road, where I slowed my pace. I decided to walk to number 25 Thompson Road, knowing that Qin Zhengqi resided in a dilapidated wooden house, a fact well known to the drug lord's son. I could not afford to raise any suspicions. As I approached number 25 Thompson Road, at the very spot where I had encountered the drug lord's son days earlier, I noticed 4 individuals seated on benches on either side. As soon as they spotted me, they all coughed in unison, and one of them suddenly elongated his voice, proclaiming, "Identify yourself, traveler." It was as though he were reciting lines from a play. If I were an ordinary passerby, I would likely have merely glanced at him and moved on, but I immediately halted and replied, "Qin Zhengqi of the Huanglong Society." After a brief glance, I continued forward. The road was indeed quiet. As I neared the imposing mansion, I encountered no one until I reached the grand entrance, where 2 individuals approached and asked, "Are you Brother Qin of the Huanglong Society?" I replied in a low tone, "Yes." As I spoke, I produced the paper monkey, yet the two individuals merely shook their hands and said, "No need, wait a moment." After uttering these words, one of them softly whistled, and immediately another figure emerged from the shadows. The two men promptly vanished into the darkness, and the newcomer glanced at me briefly before commanding. "Follow me," I inquired. "Is by the boss well?" He seemed indifferent, replying, "You will see him shortly." Why ask more? Upon perceiving the diminutive stature of the three figures, I realized it was indeed the infamous three dwarfs of the divine whip. A wave of anxiety washed over me, for I had encountered these three before. And we had even clashed. Meeting them again felt like facing my first trial. As they arrived, they brusquely dismissed the guide and simultaneously queried, "Brother Chin, it has been many years, still as fiery as ever? Do you still recognize us?" I feigned a glance at them, still brimming with indignation, retorting, "So it is you three little imps. Even ashes would recall you." The three dwarfs of the divine whip erupted into laughter. One of them saying, "Brother Chin, do not be angry. By the boss as well, and often thinks of the brothers from the 7 helpers and 18 associations, which is why we have gathered today. Please, enter with us." I nodded in acknowledgement, muttering, "In recent years, poverty has prevailed. Even dogs bark at me." The three dwarfs said nothing further as we approached the grand entrance, where they pushed open the iron gate for me to enter, then closed it behind us. Following them into the hall, I found the vast estate shrouded in darkness, unaware of the significant events that awaited within that night. Upon reaching the hall, we advanced toward the piano, my mind racing with curiosity about their enigmatic intentions when an astonishing occurrence unfolded. Suddenly, the closed piano emitted a series of chimes. I exclaimed, "Dwarfs, there's a ghost." The three dwarfs chuckled. "Brother Chin, you jest." As they spoke, they began to push the piano aside, revealing a square hole on the floor, faint light emanating from below. One of the dwarfs gestured towards the opening, saying, "Brother Chin, please descend. We have matters to attend to, and someone will greet you below." Initially, I presumed that the spiritual summoner had utilized semiconductor technology to manipulate the piano keys through radio waves. However, I soon realized it was merely a person crouching below, tugging on strings. I doubted that Tian Lidong and his wife could ever fathom this. I descended 70 or 80 stone steps without encountering a soul. At that moment, I couldn't help but feel perplexed. According to my predictions, the meeting convened by the boss should have taken place in the cellar at number 25 Thompson Road. Yet, having descended so many steps, how could any cellar be so deep? Had they discerned that I was an impostor, Qin Zhengqi, and deliberately led me astray? I halted and called out, "Why is there no one here?" I had no choice but to continue my descent. Meticulously observing my surroundings, I surmised that this place could not have been constructed by the boss. It was likely built during the Japanese occupation, having once served as residence for high-ranking officials. This tunnel might lead to an exceptionally well-equipped air raid shelter. After descending another 20 steps, I arrived at a door flanked by electric eyes. As I approached, I heard a bell ringing from within. Subsequently, a small opening appeared in the door, and a hand emerged, asking, "Brother Chin, where is your paper monkey?" I waited outside, and after approximately 3 minutes, the door finally creaked open. Upon entry, the first figures I encountered were by the boss's children. I strained to suppress the fury boiling within me, for in my anger, I even forgot the fear of my disguise being unveiled. I glanced at the two of them, and Baisu spoke first. "Uncle Chin, this is my elder brother, Bai Chiwei, and I am Baisu." I uttered an "oh" and pointed at them, asking, "Could you be the children of the boss?" Bai Chiwei cast a disdainful glance my way, and the elder brother replied reluctantly, "Yes." I asked, "Is the boss well?" Bai Chiwei coldly responded, "Well." At that moment, someone approached, and I recognized him as the spiritual summoner, Shi Zhong. I heard Bai Chiwei ask, "Is the inspection complete?" Du Zhong glanced at me, walked over to Bai Chiwei, and whispered a few words. Bai Chiwei's expression shifted slightly as he asked, "Is that so?" As he spoke, his gaze fell upon me. Seeing such a scenario, my heart raced, for Du Zhong held a paper-folded monkey in his hand, and I understood that Bai Chiwei's inquiry about the inspection was directed at Du Zhong, questioning whether he had examined my paper monkey. Although I could not hear their hushed conversation, it was evident that something was amiss with the paper monkey. At that moment, if my imposter identity were to be unveiled, I would be left with no escape. And I could not help but feel alarmed, however. I quickly regained my composure, for my paper monkey was indeed obtained from Qin Jingqi, and there was no plausible reason for it to be flawed. Almost simultaneously, Bai Su and I exclaimed, "What is the matter?" Du Zhong replied, "Miss Bai, after undergoing infrared testing, the paper monkey is indeed one we dispatched." But I interjected angrily, "What nonsense is this?" "But what?" Du Zhong coldly stated. "However, there are fingerprints of another individual on the paper monkey." Upon hearing this, I was internally astonished. I never anticipated that Bai Chiwei's diligence would be so meticulous. It was evident that the paper monkey bore markings unbeknownst to me, requiring infrared inspection to reveal, and they had even checked for fingerprints on the paper monkey. At this juncture, I had no choice but to steel myself and exclaimed, "What do fingerprints matter? Does the surname Qin need to be present? If not, I shall take my leave. Who cares to be here?" Bai Chiwei responded icily. Brother Qin, my anger flared, and I slammed my palm onto a nearby table with a resounding crash, nearly shattering it as I roared, "What do you call me?" I was aware that during the Grand Assembly of the 7 Helpers and 18 Associations in Shanghai years ago, all the leaders had bonded as brothers. Thus I was justified in rebuking Bai Chiwei. His face darkened as he retorted, "What do you wish me to address you as?" I sneered. "If I call you big brother, what should you call me?" I refused to believe that the boss's son lacks such basic decorum. Bai Chiwei's face turned ashen at my words, and Bai Su interjected, "Uncle Qin, please do not lose your temper." I huffed, "So young, yet you cannot even respect your elder's brother." Bai Chiwei shot back, "I ask you, why are there fingerprints of another person on your paper monkey?" I raised my voice further, "And if there are? What of it? You little brat, do you think you can dictate to me, Qin the Great?" By now, 7 or 8 individuals surrounded us, and as I had anticipated, we were indeed in a large air raid shelter. But there was only a table by the door, with the rest of the area empty. The onlookers maintained serious expressions, and it seemed that should Bai Chiwei give the command, they would act against me. Judging by Bai Chiwei's demeanor, had it not been for Bai Su's presence, he might have indeed issued a command that would jeopardize me. At that moment, Bai Su hurriedly said, "Brother, what does one extra fingerprint matter? Perhaps Uncle Qin misplaced it and someone else touched it. Father is eagerly waiting to meet with old friends. Let us not delay any longer." Bai Chiwei let out a cold laugh. "An extra fingerprint may not matter. But this fingerprint belongs to Wei Si Li, pray tell. How can I let this matter pass lightly?" Upon hearing Bai Chiwei's assertion, sweat began to bead on my palms. I had been exceedingly cautious, striving to avoid exposing any flaws. However, no matter how careful I was, I could not have foreseen that Bai Chiwei would scrutinize the fingerprints on the paper monkey and that they possessed records of everyone's fingerprints, including mine, thereby revealing that the paper monkey had been handled by me. I heard Bai Su involuntarily exclaim, "Wei Si Li's." I could discern that her simple words were laden with complex emotions. I quickly retorted, "So what if it is Wei Si Li's?" Bai Chiwei snickered maliciously and said, "That escalates matters. He is the archenemy of the 7 Helpers and 18 Associations. This gathering will undoubtedly be disrupted by him." As he spoke, his gaze bore into me with an intensity that was formidable. I was certain that had it not been for my disguise, my countenance would have betrayed my anxiety in such a precarious situation. I had no recourse but to maintain my resolve, proclaiming loudly, "Nonsense! Does the Huanglong Association not count as one of the associations?" "I, Qin Zhengqi, am a good friend of his," Bai Chiwei countered. "Has he sought you out?" I replied, "Of course. Over these many years, living in the wooden cabin. Has this dear nephew of yours ever come to visit me?" Bai Chiwei inquired, "Have you shown him this paper monkey as well?" I retrieved another one from my bag and replied, "He has seen both. What do you think?" I anticipated that Bai Chiwei would ask about the whereabouts of the other paper monkey, so I produced it first. Bai Chiwei promptly took it and handed it to Du Zhong, who entered through a door that I asked, "What is the situation?" Bai Su said, "Uncle Qin, please forgive me. I fear someone might intrude and ruin everything. Hence this course of action." I remarked, "Well, dear niece, you bear some resemblance to your father. You are indeed one of us." Upon reaching this point, I let out a cold laugh and cast a glance at Bai Chiwei, whose expression turned exceedingly grim. Before long, Du Zhong emerged again, stating, "Young Master Bai, there are also Wesley's fingerprints upstairs." At that moment, What truly terrified me was the thought that if they demanded my fingerprint for verification, I would have nowhere to hide. After finishing his statement, Du Zhong paused and added, "The fingerprints seem to have been left recently, probably not more than an hour old." Hearing this, I felt a deeper dread. Du Zhong's certainty stemmed from his possession of the latest, undisclosed investigative methods. If he were to assert that Wesley's fingerprints had been imprinted merely 5 minutes ago, my situation would worsen. I quickly replied. Indeed, when I was near here, I encountered Wesley. He asked me to show him both paper monkeys again. Why would I refuse? Baisu gasped. He's nearby. The 7 or 8 individuals stood still. Bai Chiwei sternly demanded. Sister, what do you mean by that? Baisu replied. You cannot send someone to harm Wesley. I instantly exclaimed. Who wishes to harm Wesley? Who dares? Bai Laodao would not engage in such actions. Bai Chiwei shot me a fierce look and turned to Baisu, saying, Sister, you know Wesley seeks to disturb us. I merely sent someone to check if he is in the vicinity. Baisu pondered for a moment, then suddenly sighed deeply and declared, Fine, I shall go. Bai Chiwei was momentarily taken aback, then smirked, Very well, but when you see Wesley, do not forget your public duties. Baisu's expression changed instantly. Brother, what do you mean by that? What personal matters could I have with Wesley? I refuse. Let us seek father and settle this. Bai Chiwei seemed to regard his sister with considerable caution, hastily saying, All right, it was merely a jest. Baisu's delicate face remained flushed with anger. I was convinced that Bai Chiwei understood that Baisu's ire was precisely due to his words striking a nerve. In that moment, my heart began to race. I could not dwell further on my thoughts, not out of reluctance, but because Baisu had already turned and left. Bai Chiwei now faced me, and without Baisu's presence. His demeanor shifted to one of heightened aggression. With one hand on his hip and the other pressing against the table, he warned, If you, Qin, do not know your place, I shall not let you off easily. However, if you do, he then produced a piece of paper from his coat pocket and handed it to me, stating, This is yours. I accepted the paper and upon inspection, discovered it was a check for $200,000. My initial impulse was to unleash a torrent of curses and tear it to shreds. Yet, I quickly reconsidered. If I wished to thwart his plans, it would be wiser not to confront him directly. Thus, I contemplated accepting the check. However, I soon remembered that as Qin Zhengqi, I could never accept such a check under these circumstances. I could not tarnish Qin Zhengqi's reputation for my own convenience. Although I rapidly shifted between 3 thoughts, it all transpired in an instant. I let out a cold laugh, and with a swift motion, tore the check in half, then again into 4 pieces, exclaiming, Where is Bai Laodao? If I cannot see him, I shall take my leave. Bai Chiwei's anger morphed into a twisted smile. I believe that had Bai Laodao not already known of my arrival tonight, he would have shot me dead by now. He chuckled a few times, saying, Let us see how long you can maintain such bravado. Up to this point, I had learned at least one undeniable fact. The reason why the 3 short men obeyed his command was undoubtedly due to his monetary inducements. He could employ the same method to sway others. As I understood it, the 7 groups and 18 societies, having lost their fundamental operational territories, were like whales stranded in shallow waters. Apart from being wealthy and renowned, the leaders had not lived well for years. Money is a tremendous temptation for anyone. Even the treasurer of the Green Gang perished due to it, and many had already succumbed to his bribery. This meant that opposing Bai Chiwei would be an unfair struggle, a battle of grossly unequal forces. Thus, I retorted with a cold smile, I too wish to see how long you can remain arrogant. Bai Chiwei abruptly turned away and gestured for 2 individuals to approach me, saying, Brother Qin, please come with us. From Baisu's earlier words, I gathered that Bai Laodao was awaiting a reunion with the leaders of the former 7 groups and 18 societies. This indicated that until I met Bai Laodao, even if Bai Chiwei despised me, I would not be in any immediate danger. Consequently, I followed the 2 men without trepidation. After we exited through a door, we traversed an exceedingly long tunnel. Upon emerging from the tunnel, I found myself at the edge of a desolate beach. The shoreline was rugged, with crashing waves creating an atmosphere of utter desolation. I was taken aback, exclaiming, What is the meaning of this? The 2 men reassured me, Brother Qin, do not worry. Taking a boat from here will lead you to the gathering. I scrutinized the 2 men closely. They appeared quite formidable. I casually inquired, Which faction do you belong to? Forgive my ignorance. One of them replied, We are but minor figures, hardly worth mentioning. Point one of them produced a powerful flashlight, illuminating the area intermittently. The other looked at me and suddenly remarked, "Brother Chin, you were in great danger just now." Upon uttering this, he seemed to realize he had misspoken and fell silent. Hearing the term drug lord sent my heart racing. Just as I was about to pursue the topic, a motor sound announced the arrival of a small speedboat. The two men ceased their conversation and boarded the boat with me as it sped into the sea. I navigated by the stars overhead, realizing the boat was heading south. After approximately half an hour, the speedboat halted beside a small deserted island. We disembarked together, and 4 individuals approached us, saying, "Is Brother Chin from the Huanglong Society here? We have been waiting for you. Bai Laoda is eagerly anticipating your arrival." In the darkness, I cast a few quick glances at the small island, my mind filled with curiosity. Initially, I had believed that Bai Laoda's gathering would occur at Thompson 25. Little did I know that Thompson 25 was merely a terminal. The actual meeting was on this island. I could easily surmise that Bai Laoda must have modern facilities on this small island. As it was unlikely anyone would come here under normal circumstances, I agreed and followed them forward, and before long, we entered a cave obscured by overgrown grass. However, upon entering the cave, I was astounded to find it brightly lit. Before me was an elevator. We stepped into the elevator, which descended for about 10 minutes before coming to a halt. I was increasingly in awe of Bai Laoda's operations. Although this was a deserted island, the installation of an elevator was a significant undertaking. I still suspected that this was a remnant from the Japanese military, and indeed, I quickly discerned that the elevator was produced by a renowned Japanese corporation. However, it was clear that Bai Laoda had modified it, as it boasted the latest eye detection technology. When the elevator stopped, the doors opened, and I stepped forward, only to be momentarily stunned. Before me lay an exceedingly spacious hall, perhaps 50 feet square, adorned with thick carpets, softly illuminated overhead, and furnished with several sofas, where many individuals were already seated. Upon my exit from the elevator, a few people greeted me with hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Brother Chin." Though I did not recognize them, it was evident they were figures from the 7 groups and 18 societies. I joined in their laughter, saying, "It's good to see you. You've not perished yet." Amidst the laughter, a deep, resonant voice called out, "Brother Chin, why did you arrive so late?" The moment the voice reached my ears, the laughter in the hall abruptly ceased. My heart skipped a beat as I turned to locate the source of the voice, only to find an elderly man, around 60, seated on a single sofa. He was broad-faced with large ears, his eyes gleaming with vitality, clad in a light gray robe, holding a pipe, exuding an extraordinary presence that was utterly captivating. Although I had never encountered Bai Laoda before, it was evident under these circumstances that he must indeed be the one. I hastily stepped forward, reaching his side, and said, "Bai Laoda, it has been many years since we last met." Bai Laoda chuckled. "Indeed, in the blink of an eye, many years have passed." As he spoke, his eyes were fixed upon me, but suddenly, his smile vanished. The moment his expression turned serious, he exuded an unparalleled authority. My heart raced uncontrollably as his piercing gaze swept over me, and he remarked, "Brother Chin, you have become quite formidable in recent years." Upon hearing his words, my heart raced even faster. I had heard tales of Bai Laoda's extraordinary memory. While I could deceive others by masquerading as Qin Zhengqi, I had no confidence that I could elude Bai Laoda's scrutiny. At that moment, I could only muster my courage and say, "Bai Laoda, let's not dwell on it. These past few years have indeed been desperate times. Had I known you were still in such a position, I would have come much sooner." Bai Laoda let out a hearty laugh and suddenly reached out. His towering stature did not require him to lean forward, yet he grasped my right hand firmly. My heart leapt in alarm, aware that Bai Laoda's martial prowess far surpassed mine. If he detected any flaw in me at that moment, I might not even have the chance to defend myself. My demise could be imminent. Meanwhile, the others in the hall had also noticed Bai Laoda's unusual demeanor towards me and fell silent. Turning their gazes in our direction, I forced myself to remain composed and asked, "Bai Laoda, have all the brothers arrived?" Bai Laoda replied, "They have." As he spoke, he suddenly rolled up my right sleeve. Upon seeing him do so, I felt a deep admiration for Bai Laoda, and simultaneously, I was relieved. While impersonating Qin Zhengqi, I had made every effort to resemble him. He bore a 5-clawed golden dragon tattoo on his right arm, which I had replicated in blue ink on my own arm. If one did not examine it closely, it indeed appeared identical to the genuine tattoo. My admiration for Bai Laoda stemmed from the fact that the tales of his remarkable memory were not exaggerated. Qin Jingqi was not an extraordinary figure, and despite the years that had elapsed, he not only recognized that I differed from him, but also recalled the dragon tattoo on Qin Jingqi's right arm. Since my dragon tattoo could pass for the real thing, I felt reassured and unafraid of being discovered. Bai Laoda, upon noticing the blue dragon on my arm, paused for a moment, released my hand, and laughed heartily. "My dear brother, you have changed remarkably, yet the dragon on your arm remains just as fierce." I chuckled in response, saying, "Bai Laoda, your memory is truly astonishing." Having navigated this challenging encounter, I was drenched in cold sweat, feeling as though several lizards were slowly crawling down my back. Bai Laoda waved his hand and said, "Please, make yourselves comfortable." I replied, "Now that everyone is here, what are we waiting for?" Bai Laoda glanced towards the elevator, which at that moment opened, revealing Bai Su and Bai Chi-Wei stepping out together, approaching Bai Laoda and greeting him. Bai Laoda slowly rose to his feet. As he stood, everyone else also rose, and the atmosphere in the hall grew solemn. Bai Laoda pointed to the right and said, "Brothers, please proceed over there." The crowd jostled one another as they entered a large door, leading to another hall, approximately 6 or 7 meters square. In the center of the hall stood a large round table, surrounded by 25 chairs made of rosewood. On the wall, facing the entrance, hung a grand painting depicting a brotherhood oath, accompanied by a couplet. The upper line read, "The sun and moon unite," and the lower line, "Heaven and earth share virtue." In front of the painting, several thick incense sticks burned, their spiraling smoke contributing to the atmosphere of solemnity. As the crowd entered, someone exclaimed, "Bai Laoda, this is indeed the same set of tables and chairs from back in the day." Bai Laoda responded, "Indeed. I knew that one day, the brothers from our 7 factions and 18 associations would once again make use of them. Let us take our seats as we did back then, without any formality." The crowd responded affirmatively and hurriedly took their seats. However, this posed a dilemma for me, as I had never participated in the gatherings of the 7 factions and 18 associations in the past, and I had no knowledge of where the Huanglong Association's position was. Yet, I could not remain standing, so I followed the others, wandering about until I found myself by the painting, gazing up at it for a moment, only to hear Bai Laoda say, "Brother Qin, it is time to take your seat." Once seated, I noticed Bai Chi-Wei and Bai Su standing behind Bai Laoda. He slowly scanned the room, and everyone sat up straight, maintaining silence for a considerable time before Bai Laoda sighed and said, "The Qin gang has suffered misfortune and nearly brought shame upon ourselves." The moment he uttered these words, the expressions of those present changed drastically. A murmur of lamentation spread through the assembly. Naturally, everyone recalled how Yu Tingwen had once spoken with such fervor, yet now, within the various factions and associations, he had earned a notorious reputation. Bai Laoda paused before continuing. "Years have passed, and this large sum of money buried underground is no longer a solution. Thus, I have spent over half a year preparing for this moment, and now all 25 of us are gathered. We might as well retrieve this money and divide it as originally discussed. I wonder if any of you brothers have any objections?" After Bai Laoda finished speaking, there was a moment of silence, until a gaunt middle-aged man spoke solemnly. "May I ask, Bai Laoda, what was the purpose of our saving this sum of money back then?" Bai Laoda sighed and replied, "Indeed, dividing this money now does go against our original intention. At that time, we hoped to use this sum to promote the benevolence and righteousness of our associations, but now the public perception of our organizations has changed. Even if circumstances were to shift, achieving our original goals may prove challenging." I immediately spoke up. "It is indeed no surprise that among our own ranks we have encountered traitors, leading to such public disdain." Bai Laoda's expression shifted to one of surprise as he inquired, "Brother Qin, are you implying something specific?" I glanced at Bai Chi-Wei, realizing that I had yet to mention any evidence against him. If I were to openly accuse him, I would be at a loss for words. So I simply stated, "I am merely expressing my feelings. The Huanglong Association has never possessed any funds, so I have no standing to speak." Bai Laoda's expression suddenly darkened. "Brother Qin, what do you mean by that? Given that the brothers from each faction have referred to your Huanglong Association as having contributed to the nation, does your statement not sever your ties with your fellow brothers?" Bai Laoda's words were delivered with great gravity. And I recognized my blunder. I quickly stood and said, Bai Lauda, during these years of hardship, it is only natural to harbor some grievances. I hope for your understanding. Bai Lauda slowly nodded. Brother Qin, you are a true man. Straightforward, but if you continue to speak this way, it may offend the good intentions of the other brothers. I promptly replied, yes. Bai Lauda said, please take your seat. After sitting down, my admiration for Bai Lauda grew even deeper. I thought to myself that even if he lacked the remarkable talents that others might possess, he was still an exceptional leader. It was no stroke of luck that he enjoyed such renown within the Chinese association organizations. After taking my seat, I added, in light of this, I truly believe that dividing the spoils now does not align with our original purpose. I spoke while glancing at Bai Chiwei, who wore a rather displeased expression. I also noticed him exchanging glances with several others, prompting them to shout, I agree. If we wait any longer, it will be the same. After all, it is buried underground. Why not divide it? As they spoke, they retrieved steel plates from their bags, slamming them onto the table and pushing them towards the center. In a matter of moments, there were already 13 steel plates in the center of the table. Bai Lauda cleared his throat and, with a flick of his hand, gently pushed one of the steel plates towards the center. After Bai Lauda made his move, there was a brief pause before 7 others also pushed their plates forward. The center of the table now held 21 steel plates. I exchanged glances with the 3 who had yet to act. One was the gaunt middle-aged man who had spoken earlier, while the other 2 were a stout man, robust and reminiscent of the legendary Feihu gangs de Gusong Jian, and the third was an ordinary-looking man in his 40s, yet upon closer inspection, he exuded a sense of resoluteness. Initially, I feared that if all 24 agreed while I alone opposed, it would be difficult to stand my ground. However, upon seeing the 3 like-minded individuals, I felt somewhat reassured. The stout man then spoke, Brothers, I, Song, have a matter to inquire. Bai Lauda replied, Please, go ahead. The stout man, introducing himself as Song, further confirmed my suspicion that he was indeed Song Jian of the Feihu gang. Though the Feihu gang was not a large organization, its members primarily consisted of coal workers from northern Anhui and impoverished brothers from the Huai River region. During the Feihu gang's heyday, they had saved many lives through mutual support. It was during times of disaster in the Huai River region that the strength of the Feihu gang was most evident, and people held deep respect for Song Jian, as he had once been wealthy, owning a significant portion of the mountains in Shaoxian, Anhui. However, over the years, he had devoted his wealth to assisting the members of the Feihu gang. At this moment, he slightly inclined his body and remarked, Currently, there are approximately 25 brothers gathered here, many of whom indeed hail from affluent families. For instance, my brother possesses quite a considerable fortune. However, if we were to divide this sum into 25 portions, I dare say, each portion would still surpass the wealth of any individual present. As he reached this point, he paused and continued, May I ask, what right do we have to accept such a vast sum of money? As soon as Song Jian finished speaking, I immediately interjected, Brother Song speaks wisely. If we are to divide this money, it ought to be utilized for the benefit of our respective factions and the countless brothers who stand with us. The slender man added, My thoughts align with those of Brother Song and Brother Qin. Bai Lauda glanced at the 21 steel plates in the center of the table, then turned his gaze towards us 4. I noticed that, in that fleeting moment, an expression of profound fatigue crossed his face. Although it was but a flash, it did not escape my notice. In that instant, I grasped many underlying issues. In truth, among the various factions, it was improbable that more than 21 would acquiesce to such a matter. I believe that, apart from those few individuals bribed by Bai Chiwei, the others were merely following Bai Lauda's lead without understanding that the initiation of this affair was not of Bai Lauda's own volition, but rather Bai Chiwei's intent. The affection and trust Bai Lauda bestowed upon Bai Chiwei were evident, and his greatest flaw in life likely lay therein. Of course, Bai Chiwei employed various cunning methods to deceive Bai Lauda. Yet, for Bai Lauda to be so misled by his own son was, without a doubt, a blemish upon his character. After a prolonged silence, Bai Lauda finally spoke. What you 3 say has merit. Indeed. He paused here, leaving his words hanging in the air. The assembly was left in stunned silence. Then Bai Chiwei interjected, Father, may I say a few words? Bai Lauda waved his hand and replied, Speak. Bai Chiwei stepped forward and declared, Esteemed uncles, at present, only 4 dissent, while 21 are in agreement. This matter truly requires no further discussion. Although Bai Chiwei's words seemed tangential, they were, in fact, quite powerful. He was clearly reminding everyone that we four need not be heeded, and that the assembly should compel us to relinquish the steel plates. I observed the other three momentarily stunned. Uncertain of how to respond, I promptly slammed my palm on the table and exclaimed, "Nonsense!" Bai Chiwei's expression shifted, and he retorted, "Are the 20 uncles, including my father, all speaking nonsense?" Upon hearing Bai Chiwei's words, everyone turned their gaze towards me, and a few faces were already contorted with anger. I stood up abruptly and stated, "Bai Lauda, if you assert that we need not heed the words of the four of us, I shall immediately take the steel plates." Song Jian concurred. "Brother Qin speaks the truth." Bai Lauda, while there are still many brothers of the Qin gang scattered overseas, they can be divided fairly, but as for the Feihu society, apart from 7 or 8 individuals, there are no others. Shall we then have 7 or 8 people share a vast fortune? I spoke in a deep tone. Bai Lauda, you must ponder deeply. Do not let a momentary lapse in judgment ruin a lifetime of wisdom. I uttered this bold statement, and the entire assembly was taken aback, for it can be said that no one had ever spoken to Bai Lauda in such a manner. The previously cacophonous debate fell silent once more. I observed Bai Lauda resting his chin on his hand, not looking at the crowd, lost in thought for a considerable time. I felt a sense of triumph in my heart, for as long as I could convince Bai Lauda, Bai Chiwei's scheme would likely falter. After a lengthy silence, Bai Lauda finally lifted his gaze. Every individual awaited his decision. Yet, unexpectedly, Bai Lauda burst into laughter and said, "I thought my old eyes were deceiving me, but it seems they are not." At his words, everyone was bewildered, including myself, as I could not comprehend his meaning. Once he finished speaking, his expression darkened, and he said, "Your earlier words were quite reasonable. But I must ask you one question." I discerned that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, yet I had no choice but to steel myself and respond. "Please, Bai Lauda." "Do go on." Bai Lauda enunciated each word clearly. "May I inquire, just who are you?" Upon hearing Bai Lauda pose such a question, I felt as if struck by lightning, my scalp tingling, and I found myself at a loss for words. The room erupted into a clamor, and Bai Chiwei urged, "Everyone, please be silent and allow my father to continue." At this moment, I managed to collect my thoughts and said, "Bai Lauda, what troubles you?" "Do you not recognize Qin Jingqi?" Bai Lauda replied. "Indeed, you bear a striking resemblance to Qin Jingqi, even possessing the dragon tattoo on your arm, which you have imitated quite well. Yet, you are far too capable. If Qin Jingqi were as capable as you, how could the Huanglong society find itself so stagnant in the mountainous regions of Zhejiang?" As he spoke, he suddenly raised his voice and demanded, "Who are you to impersonate Qin Jingqi?" The moment Bai Lauda uttered these words, for individuals rose from their seats and moved to stand behind me. A chill coursed through me, and I called out, "Brother Song, what is the meaning of this?" Song Jian also stood, saying, "Once Bai Lauda pointed it out, it seems you have indeed been overly competent." I knew that even though Song Jian and I shared the same opinion regarding the distribution of that wealth, if my identity were exposed, he would never stand by my side. My palms grew clammy as I asked, "Bai Lauda, then who do you believe I am?" Bai Lauda pushed his chair aside and stood. "Regardless of who you are certainly not Qin Jingqi, brother. You have impersonated him remarkably well, nearly deceiving even me, yet you have overlooked one detail. Qin Jingqi is merely a rough fellow, while you appear to be exceedingly capable." As Bai Lauda spoke these words, everyone had already risen from their seats, encircling me. Bai Chiwei advanced among the crowd, preparing to pounce on me, but Bai Lauda immediately shouted, "Stop!" Bai Chiwei halted, now only 5 or 6 feet away, and stated, "Father, I have discerned who he is." Bai Lauda replied sternly, "And who might that be?" A triumphant expression crossed Bai Chiwei's face as he declared, "He must be Wei Li." As soon as Bai Chiwei's words left his lips, Bai Su intervened, "Brother, do not speak recklessly." Bai Chiwei sneered, "Sister, rest assured, I am not so foolish as to overlook this. Why do you feel the need to defend someone who opposes our factions?" Bai Su retorted angrily, "What do you mean by that? Why would I assist Wei Li?" Bai Chiwei, feeling justified, replied, "Sister, it is unbecoming to speak such things in front of so many uncles." Bai Su, both furious and anxious, nearly broke into tears. Bai Lauda commanded, "Silence." At his command, The entire hall fell silent, and not a single soul dared to utter a word. Bai Lauda continued, "Brother, since you possess the audacity to impersonate another and infiltrate our ranks, do you not even have the courage to admit who you are?" At that moment, my anxiety was indescribable. In that fleeting moment, my mind raced through countless escape strategies. Yet, it was not just Bai Lauda I faced. There were at least 30 individuals surrounding me, each skilled in their own right. Even if it were merely Bai Lauda before me, escaping would be an arduous task. I struggled to maintain my composure and declared, "Bai Lauda? You underestimate me. I am indeed Wei Sealy." The moment I uttered those words, Bai Su gasped, covering her mouth in shock, and the assembly erupted in chaos. Bai Chi Wei lunged forward, fingers poised to grasp my chest. I swiftly sidestepped and, with a subtle twist of his wrist, redirected his hand with just 3 fingers. Bai Chi Wei, caught off guard by my audacity, stumbled backward several paces. As Bai Chi Wei fell back, the circle around me shrank considerably. Bai Lauda waved his hand, signaling the crowd to halt. Bai Chi Wei rolled over and sprang to his feet, glaring fiercely at me. Bai Lauda regarded me and said, "Brother Wei, although I have not ventured out in recent years, I am well aware of many happenings outside. I have heard much about your conduct and hold you in high regard as a man of integrity." I immediately replied, "Thank you for your kind words." Bai Lauda's countenance suddenly darkened as he warned, "Brother Wei, your actions today, however, infringe upon the great taboos of our factions. You must swiftly clarify your intentions." As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand. As Bai Lauda raised his hand, the sleeve fell back to reveal a fiery red agate bracelet on his wrist. Upon hearing Bai Lauda's words, I understood that he would not let me off easily tonight, and despair washed over me. Yet, upon seeing that fiery bracelet, I was reminded of the urgency and quickly asserted, "Indeed, I have matters to discuss," Bai Lauda replied. "You may speak freely, even if there are certain tasks you must undertake. I shall gladly assist you." Part 8. A narrow escape filled with profound loyalty. It was evident that Boss Bai was demanding my final words. As soon as I spoke, Boss Bai's expression subtly shifted, and 2 fiercely penetrating gazes were immediately cast upon Bai Chi Wei. It seemed that Bai Chi Wei was flustered, as he stammered, "I have already released her." I was aware that Hong Hong had indeed been freed by them. My intention in addressing Boss Bai with this request was to elicit this very response from Chi Wei in his state of panic. Upon hearing his words, I felt a surge of secret delight. I remarked, "Boss Bai, my cousin is utterly unskilled in martial arts. She is merely a student. I sincerely hope that you have not caused her any distress." At that moment, Boss Bai's complexion turned ashen, resembling iron, and a murmur of hushed conversations arose among the crowd. I understood that, at least in this matter, the sympathy of the onlookers was on my side. After a lengthy pause, Boss Bai declared, "Chi Wei, if anything happens to this young lady, I will demand your life." Bai Chi Wei appeared utterly discomfited. At this moment, he must have felt profound regret for his earlier slip of the tongue, for had he denied it outright, I would have possessed no evidence to counter him, asserting that it was their affair. The reason I claimed he had not yet released her, rather than accusing him of abduction, was precisely this. For if I had charged him with kidnapping, his instinctive reaction would have been denial. Now, as I accused him of not releasing her, he instinctively denied it once more, yet in doing so, he inadvertently acknowledged that he had indeed kidnapped someone. In that instant, Bai Chi Wei lowered his head and uttered a reluctant yes. I let out a long laugh and said, "Boss Bai, since I have ventured in here, I have naturally braved great risks, facing death without grievance. However, I must finish my words." Boss Bai nodded. "Speak." I continued. "The matter began when the treasurer once approached me, and I refused his proposition." Boss Bai replied, "We are aware of that," I added. "As for the treasurer's demise, he certainly reaped what he sowed, but his death was most brutal. He must have endured severe torture before his end." Boss Bai was taken aback. "That is not the case. He died of poisoning." With a smile, I countered, "Poisoned?" The police possess a detailed record of the treasurer's death. This is not something I could fabricate out of thin air, and I believe there are indeed those who resorted to exceedingly cruel methods to extract from him the location of this hidden wealth. Boss Bai fell silent as someone shouted, "Boss Bai, why listen to his nonsense any longer?" I quickly added, "Moreover, one of my friends, completely unskilled in martial arts, was also grievously injured. Boss Bai turned his gaze towards Bai Chi Wei, yet remained silent. I recounted the events in a general manner, omitting any mention of my relationship with Qin Zhengqi. Boss Bai slowly nodded. Brother Wei, I understand. Your actions indeed reflect those of a true hero. Upon hearing this, I could not contain my joy. However, Boss Bai continued, nonetheless, the secrets of the 7 helpers and 18 societies must never be disclosed. Considering you are a man of honor, as he spoke. He flicked his wrist, and a gleaming dagger, approximately 7 inches in length, appeared in his hand. A jolt ran through me, as Boss Bai extended the hilt of the dagger towards me, saying, take it. Bewildered, I reached out and accepted it. Boss Bai stated, I do not kill honorable men. Use this dagger to end your own life. It is a relic from the great brother of the Shanghai Dagger Society, a means of self-destruction that would not tarnish your dignity. As I grasped the dagger, my hand trembled slightly. Throughout my life, I had encountered countless life-and-death situations, yet each time, the outcome was determined in the blink of an eye. In retrospect, I could not help but break into a cold sweat. For in those moments, I had cast aside all feelings of life and death. Yet now, faced with the prospect of taking my own life with a dagger, compelled by the actions of others. It was a first. With a sigh, Boss Bai remarked, Brother Wei, there is no need for hesitation. Even if I were to let you go, the others would undoubtedly oppose it. You may inquire. As long as one brother says you can leave, I will graciously see you off. I lifted my gaze to the assembly, and every individual stood as motionless as stone. Some wore expressions of smug satisfaction, others appeared indifferent, while a few bore looks of profound sympathy towards me. Yet not a single soul stirred or uttered a word. I forced a smile and said, Boss Bai, regardless of the outcome, I must express my utmost admiration for your character. Yet, I implore you not to let personal feelings cloud your judgment. For even in death, I seek peace. Boss Bai assured, rest assured about this matter. I lowered my gaze upon the exceedingly sharp dagger. After a brief moment of contemplation, I steeled myself, twisting my wrist, and plunged the dagger towards my heart. At that moment, I was fully aware of my impending doom, for I saw no possibility of escape. However, just as my wrist flicked upward, darkness suddenly enveloped me, rendering me unable to see my own hand. The abrupt change caught me off guard, but I instinctively leaped to the side. In that very moment of my leap, I felt a powerful gust of wind rush past me. It was undoubtedly Boss Bai's palm. After my leap, I immediately stood still. In the pitch-black darkness, Boss Bai could not possibly know my whereabouts. I had to seize this opportunity to escape, though I could not ascertain how much time I had, seconds or minutes. In the darkness, I heard Boss Bai's voice declare, no one move. I had intended to crouch beneath the table, but upon hearing Boss Bai's command, I dared not budge. For at this moment, everyone was heeding Boss Bai's orders. Paralyzed with fear, if I were to move, although Boss Bai could not see me in the darkness, given his mastery of martial arts, he would undoubtedly hear the slightest sound and could strike at me. In those few seconds of profound silence, I experienced a level of anxiety I had never known before in my life. I was drenched in sweat. Then Boss Bai spoke again, Brother Wei, I did not expect you to have an insider among us. His voice resonated with gravity in the darkness, and I held my breath, refraining from uttering a sound. Boss Bai's insinuation of an insider was a miscalculation. How could the lights have suddenly gone out? My mind was filled with confusion. Just as his words left his mouth, suddenly, a voice that unmistakably belonged to me echoed from a distance of 2 zhang away. It was indeed my voice, so indistinguishable from my own that I could not discern any difference. The strangeness of the moment was beyond description, for I was clearly standing here. How could my voice emanate from 2 zhang away? I heard my voice say, Boss Bai, you are mistaken. I have no insider. Just as my voice reached this point, I suddenly heard Boss Bai snort, followed by a loud crash, and the sound of chaos filled the air. In that instant, realization dawned upon me. There must be someone exceptionally skilled in mimicking voices, imitating mine from another corner to divert Boss Bai's and the crowd's attention, thus granting me the chance to flee. In the darkness, I had no way of knowing who it was. My heart brimmed with immense gratitude for this unknown benefactor. Recalling my memory, I swiftly dashed to the door. By the time I reached the door, The chaos in the room had escalated due to Boss Bai's palm strike, and no one noticed my movement. I quickly opened the door and slipped outside. As soon as I stepped out, I heard someone shout, "Wei Sealy has escaped." I leaned against the door, catching my breath, and glanced around. I crouched low behind a sofa. At that moment, I heard my voice call out from the room. "The surname Wei is here." I quickly sprang up again, moving to the elevator. The elevator doors were conveniently open, and I slipped inside, pressing the button. The doors began to close automatically. Just as the elevator doors were about to shut completely, I heard Boss Bai's furious roar, "You beast!" I could not fathom the meaning behind Boss Bai's enraged shout. In truth, I could not afford to ponder its significance, for as soon as the elevator doors closed, it ascended. Not long after, the elevator halted, and the doors swung open. I immediately dashed out, only to find two middle-aged men standing by the elevator, asking, "Oh, Brother Chin, has the gathering dispersed?" I replied, "Not yet, but I have matters to attend to and must leave first." The two men inquired, "Do you have Boss Bai's orders?" I took a step forward, saying, "Indeed." As I advanced, the two men reached out, demanding, "Hand it over." I stepped forward once more, and with a swift motion, I seized their vital points. The expressions of the two men changed dramatically, and they exclaimed, "Brother Chin, what does this mean?" I looked out the window, where the dark sea was visible, and I said, "I apologize. You must endure a bit of hardship for the time being." The two men warned, "You cannot escape this island." With both hands drawn to my chest, I seized the two middle-aged men and yanked them towards me. Their wrists firmly grasped, they found themselves without the slightest chance to struggle. Upon being pulled a step closer, they stumbled and, with a resounding thud, their heads collided, rendering them unconscious instantly. Wasting no time, I released my grip and swiftly darted away, leaping through the window and rolling onto the ground. Covering a distance of 2 or 3 zhong, I dashed towards the beach and, upon reaching the shore, I was momentarily transfixed. The vast sea stretched before me, shimmering under the faint light of the stars and moon. Devoid of any vessels, should I remain stranded on this desolate island, my demise would be inevitable. With no boats in sight, my only recourse was to attempt swimming. After a brief moment of contemplation, I braced myself and leapt from a rocky outcrop into the ocean. With a splash, I submerged, only to resurface immediately. At that moment, I noticed a flicker of light from a rock cave near the shore, accompanied by the voice of a middle-aged woman calling out, "Is that you, Mr. Wei? Hurry, swim towards me. You cannot escape." Floating in the water, I looked up to see figures moving along the shore. I now faced a critical choice. Should I heed the woman's words and swim towards her, or continue on my path? Venturing forward meant confronting the boundless sea. Even if I evaded the pursuit of Bai Lauda and his cohorts, the possibility of reaching land remained uncertain. The woman's voice could very well be a ruse to lure me in. Yet it might also be a genuine attempt to rescue me. My deliberation was fleeting. I recalled how the lights at the venue had suddenly extinguished, and someone had mimicked my voice to divert Bai Lauda's attention, facilitating my escape to the beach. It was evident that there were sympathizers here. Hence, I promptly swam towards the flickering light. As I approached the cave, I could hear the sounds of several individuals plunging into the water. I climbed into the cave and soon heard the woman's voice in the darkness urging, "Come in, quickly." I ventured forward and inquired, "Who are you?" The woman replied, "Silence." Her flashlight flickered continuously, guiding me deeper into the cave. I strained to discern her features, but could only see her silhouette. She wore a black outfit and appeared somewhat hunched, her age exceeding my expectations. After advancing about 10 meters, she halted and instructed, "Do not make a sound, nor venture outside. I shall return to check on you." I whispered, "Who are you? Allow me to express my gratitude for saving my life." The woman responded, "I am not your savior. There is no need for thanks. I am merely following orders." No sooner had she finished speaking than she promptly exited. I exhaled a sigh of relief and sat down. As time passed, I began to discern my surroundings in the dim light. I was in a small cave. In one corner lay a bed, merely a wooden frame. I sat on the edge and noticed an array of dolls and other children's toys nearby. I was utterly perplexed as to where I was. After waiting for about an hour without any sign of activity, I removed my damp clothing, wrung it out, and put it back on. Despite the discomfort, I considered it a stroke of fortune to be alive in such circumstances. Using my arm as a pillow, I reclined on the bed, which was quite short, suitable only for a child. Any adult would find it inadequate. Suddenly, I recalled the three dwarfs from Shanbian. Only they would require such a diminutive bed. Could it be that they were the ones who rescued me? I swiftly dismissed that notion. The Shanbian trio, though short in stature, were not children but men in their 40s, far removed from the innocence of childhood. This place seemed to have served as a secret refuge for a child. Too, had a secret place in my childhood, an unused room at the back of a shrine, where I would retreat when I wished to be alone. Was it possible that my savior was a child? Such a thought seemed even more improbable. My mind raced with contemplation. Though fatigued, sleep eluded me. While I had temporarily evaded by Lauda's pursuit, I remained on a deserted island. Would they ever discover my whereabouts? Could I truly escape from this place? After pondering for a long while, I glanced at my watch. It was nearly 4 in the morning. Just then, I heard footsteps approaching, and my body tensed, remaining utterly still on the bed. Moments later, the footsteps drew near. Just as I was about to speak, the person uttered, "They haven't found this place, have they?" Upon hearing the familiar voice of the middle-aged woman, I relaxed and replied, "No one has come." The woman said, "Come with me. I have arranged a speedboat for you." I was taken aback and asked, "Who sent you to rescue me?" The woman sighed deeply at my question. No need to speak of it. I detected a profound sadness in her tone, and, seizing the opportunity, I reached out and snatched the flashlight from her hand, illuminating the cave. The beam of light illuminated her face, revealing a woman of approximately 60 years, her cheeks stained with tears as she wept. I inquired, "Dear lady, what is the matter?" She shook her head silently. "Do not ask." She extinguished the flashlight and urged, "Follow me." As she spoke, she stepped outside. I had no choice but to follow her to the cave entrance, where I peered down to see a speedboat anchored nearby. I cast a glance at the vessel before turning back to her. "You must tell me who saved me. I wish to express my gratitude." The woman sighed once more. "I fear you may never have the chance to thank her." A wave of shock washed over me. "Why?" I pressed. Tears streamed down her face as she replied, "She asked me if you were safe. Alas, she herself is in dire straits, yet she still thinks of you." Grasping her hand in urgency, I implored, "Who is this person you speak of?" The woman looked at me for a long moment before saying, "If you truly cannot fathom who saved you, then her efforts have been in vain." I stood in stunned silence, my mind racing, and suddenly exclaimed, Could it be her?" The woman remained silent, and I added, "Is it by Sue, Miss Bai?" As I contemplated who might be my savior, the realization dawned on me that my hiding place was indeed a child's secret refuge. On this island, the only children who could have known such a place were Bai Chiwei and Bai Su. Naturally, it could not be Bai Chiwei. Therefore, the answer was evident. It must be Bai Su. The middle-aged woman nodded in affirmation. A tumult of emotions surged within me as I asked, "Then, how is she now?" The woman replied, "You need not ask. We must leave." I insisted, "No, you must tell me. How is she?" The woman's sobs grew more poignant as she lamented, "Poor child. I have watched her grow since she was young. Now, she may leave this world before I do." Her words struck me like a thunderbolt, leaving me dumbfounded. Wiping her tears, she urged, "You must go. Do not let her sacrifice be in vain." After a moment's reflection, I declared, "I cannot leave. She risked her life to save me. If I depart, what kind of person would I be?" "You must take me to see her," the woman implored. "Mr. Wei, what are you saying?" Upon realizing that the one who rescued me from such peril was Bai Su, my emotions surged beyond description. I knew that if I did not seize this opportunity to escape, I might never leave this island. Yet, knowing Bai Su's life was in jeopardy, how could I not see her? I was not one to act impulsively, but I was deeply sentimental, and my resolve was unshakable. I asserted, "Rest assured, Miss Bai did not save the wrong person, and no matter what, I must see her. I must." The woman was left speechless for a moment before finally saying, "Mr. Wei, if the young lady sees you, she will forever resent me," I replied. "I can explain that it is not your fault." As I spoke, I turned and raced back towards the island. I heard the woman let out a faint, sorrowful sigh, and soon, 3 diminutive figures appeared, swiftly approaching and calling out, "Who goes there?" I stood my ground and declared, "Way silly." The trio, the Shun Bien dwarfs, paused in surprise upon hearing my name. Observing their hesitation, I quickly added, "Hurry, take me to see by Lauda." In unison, the dwarfs retorted, "What trickery is this?" I let out a cold laugh and said, "I could have left with ease, but now I willingly walk into the trap. What more tricks can be played? Take me there quickly." The three diminutive figures of the divine whip urged, "Please walk ahead." At that moment, my heart held no desire beyond the wish to see Baisu, and I was entirely devoid of the spirit to entertain any fear. Upon hearing the three divine whips instructing me to lead the way, I immediately lifted my head high and strode forward. After traversing a mere few paces, the number of people approaching increased, each revealing a look of surprise upon seeing me. I did not cast even a glance in their direction, simply continuing onward. Before long, I entered the cave and arrived at the elevator. When the elevator arrived, the three divine whips and I stepped inside together. Once inside, the three divine whips positioned themselves in the corners of the elevator. Vigilant and watchful, I glanced at them and reassured, "Rest assured, I shall not lay a hand on you." A thought struck me, "How did you know I had escaped?" The three divine whips replied, "Miss Bai told us. She mentioned that arrangements had been made and that you had long since left this place." A wave of sorrow washed over me, and I asked, "Now, how is she?" The faces of the three divine whips darkened momentarily, and then they glared at me fiercely, exclaiming, "How dare you even ask about her?" I understood that Baisu was well-liked, and these individuals must harbor immense resentment towards me. I fell silent, and after a while, the elevator doors opened, and the three divine whips ushered me out. Stepping out of the elevator, I found myself in the grand hall, where the leaders of the 7 factions and 18 guilds were gathered. Save for the elder Bai, they all sat in silence, their expressions somber and heavy. Upon my entrance, all eyes turned to me, and a few individuals sprang to their feet. The three divine whips stepped forward, stating, "He wishes to see Elder Bai. We shall wait for his arrival." I walked forward with a sense of pride and seated myself upon a sofa. I then heard someone mutter, "This brat should be fed to the sharks. It would hardly quench our resentment." The voice, though low, was imbued with unwavering conviction. At that moment, I had cast aside all thoughts of life and death, and did not feel fear in the slightest. The three divine whips departed, and soon, a heavy tread echoed through the hall. I turned to see Elder Bai approaching, hands clasped behind his back, his face ashen, advancing step by step. As he neared, I stood to greet him. At this moment, the hall was eerily silent. Elder Bai halted a few steps in front of me. Although we had parted just a night prior, he now bore a grave countenance and an imposing air. Yet I could also discern the puffiness around his eyes, a testament to the toll the night had taken on him. He gazed at me, and I returned his gaze for a prolonged moment. Finally, he sat down and said, "You should sit as well." That I complied, and someone called out, "Elder Bai, what are we waiting for?" Elder Bai merely waved his hand. The moment I heard his response, I was taken aback. He looked upward, remaining silent for a while. I noticed his eyes appeared quite moist, and after a considerable pause, he did not lower his gaze but asked, "What do you wish to see her for?" As I spoke those few words, driven by my fervent emotions, I delivered them with great passion. Initially, the faces of all in the hall showed anger, yet upon my utterance, most transformed, their expressions softening into ones of respect. To be honest, I had never imagined that my willingness to embrace danger instead of fleeing would alter their perception of me. My only desire was to see Baisu. It was an overwhelming impulse that made me disregard all else. Elder Bai remained silent for a moment longer before lowering his head, saying, "I believe you need not see her. She is under the impression that you have escaped, and although she is grievously injured, her heart remains light. However, should she learn that you have not left, it would surely sadden her." I was taken aback and inquired, "Is she gravely injured?" Elder Bai affirmed with a nod. When she called out, I rushed in and struck with 4 palms. She suffered fractures in her leg and arm, 2 broken ribs, and internal injuries. I exclaimed, "She is so severely wounded, yet she has not been taken to the hospital?" Elder Bai replied, "That is unnecessary. I have the finest internal and external medicine practitioners here, and I am quite skilled in bone setting." I sighed. I know her injuries are not life-threatening, which brings me some relief. However, may I at least see her for a brief moment? Elder Bai pondered for a while and then said, "Very well, Song brother, you may accompany our friend." Song Jian of the Flying Tiger Gang nodded and rose to lead me through a door. As we stepped out, a cacophony erupted in the hall, suggesting discussions were underway regarding my fate. We traversed a corridor and arrived at a door, just as the middle-aged woman who had instructed me to enter the cave and escape emerged. She glanced at me, and Song Jian said, "Auntie, the elder has instructed that this brother be allowed to see the young lady." The middle-aged woman sighed. Pushing the door open slightly, I peered inside and saw a very tidy room, with Bai Su lying on a bed in the center. Her right hand and foot were wrapped in bandages, and her chest was elevated, likely encased in a cast. Beside her sat two elderly men who appeared to be doctors. Bai Su's starry eyes were tightly shut, her face devoid of color, lying in bed as if lifeless. The more I gazed, the heavier my heart felt, and I could not help but push the door open and step inside. However, Song Jian quickly followed, reached out, pulled me back a step, and closed the door, saying, "Wei brother, if you truly appreciate her kindness, now is not the time to see her." I sighed, and then a faint voice emanated from within. "Who is speaking outside at is it Uncle Song?" Song Jian hurriedly replied, "Indeed, it is I." Bai Su continued, "Uncle Song, what is it?" Song Jian discreetly signaled to me, and I understood. Stepping back, he opened the door and entered, intentionally leaving it ajar, saying, "The brothers of the various factions have entrusted me to inquire about your injuries." I quietly peered through the crack of the door and saw Bai Su's eyes slightly open, devoid of any luster, as she asked, "I don't feel much better. Has he managed to escape?" Song Jian paused for a moment before nodding, "Yes." Seeing Bai Su still concerned for my safety in such dire circumstances filled me with a poignant sorrow, and tears streamed down my face. I longed to rush in and prostrate myself before her bed, but I knew that if I did, seeing her efforts in vain, she would surely faint from distress, exacerbating her injuries and possibly leading to an irreparable rift. I then heard Bai Su say, "Uncle Song, do not deceive me." Song Jian turned to face me, and I saw the pain etched on his face. Of course, he was a man of great honor, who would never utter a falsehood, yet at that moment, he had no choice but to lie. He said, "Do not worry. He is safe." Bai Su sighed deeply and asked, "Uncle Song, what does my father intend to do with him?" Song Jian remained silent. Bai Su pressed on, "Uncle Song, you care for me dearly. Could you promise me something?" Song Jian replied, "Speak. What is it?" Bai Su took a few labored breaths, and the two elderly men beside her frowned, saying, "Do not speak any further." Bai Su insisted, "No, let me finish this thought. Uncle Song, could you find a way to inform him to flee immediately?" Song Jian mulled over her request for a moment before saying, "I will do my utmost." Bai Su exhaled and closed her eyes again, prompting one doctor to check her pulse while the other gestured for Song Jian to leave. Song Jian quietly exited, saying nothing as he walked ahead of me. Just as we were about to enter the hall, he suddenly stopped, placed a hand on my shoulder, and solemnly said, "Wei brother, it is unfortunate that our meeting comes too late and under such circumstances." I replied, "Brother Song, I have long admired your character." I hastily asked, "Brother Song, what of the 21 steel plates on the table? Have they disappeared?" Song Jian's expression darkened as he responded, "Wei brother, your inquiry seems to undermine my integrity." I retorted, "Brother Song, since you dare to vouch for my non-confrontational stance with the 7 factions and 18 guilds, you should naturally trust that I have not taken the 21 steel plates." A flicker of doubt crossed Song Jian's face, but it vanished almost instantly, replaced by a resolute demeanor as he declared, "Very well." Chapter 9. Who is the traitor? In that moment, I could not discern the true meaning of his affirmation. Did it imply he had begun to trust my words? Simultaneously, I felt perplexed regarding the disappearance of the 21 steel plates. At that time, the lights in the room dimmed and chaos ensued. I barely had time to escape, let alone concern myself with the fate of those plates. However, even if someone were to covet the 21 steel plates, it would not be an easy endeavor. For even amidst the chaos, the simultaneous lifting of all 21 plates would inevitably produce a clattering sound. The room is filled with individuals of extraordinary skill and talent. It would be impossible for them not to notice. The current reality is that those 21 steel plates have vanished, undoubtedly falling into the hands of a single individual. Although the design by the treasurer back in the day was exceedingly intricate, making it difficult to discover the hidden location of the treasures with the absence of even one plate. Possessing all 21 plates certainly provides a substantial lead, in other words, a fortune that rightfully belongs to the 7 guilds and 18 associations, a treasure belonging to countless brothers, may have fallen into the hands of a treacherous scoundrel. As I pondered this, Song Jian had already pushed the door open, and I entered alongside him. Big Brother Bai, resting his head on his hand, did not lift his gaze but remarked, "You have seen her." I straightened my chest and replied, "Indeed, I have." Big Brother Bai continued, "After your departure, we convened. Including myself, there are 7 individuals willing to ensure your safety and facilitate your departure from here." Song Jian interjected loudly, "Big Brother Bai, including me, that totals 8. Big Brother Bai nodded and stated, "Very well, but my friend Wei, you must surrender those 21 steel plates." I responded, "Big Brother Bai, I did not take those 21 steel plates." Just then, someone called out, "Big Brother Bai, I said he cannot escape. He is merely pretending. We have shown him great mercy, yet he remains so cunning. How can we let him go?" I turned to the man and asked, "May I know your name, sir?" He snorted and replied, "I am Liu Agan, the head of the Iron Beam Society." The Iron Beam Society is a powerful organization of blacksmiths across the 2 southern provinces, and the workers are often extraordinarily strong. As such, members of the Iron Beam Society frequently provoke trouble, yet they have not engaged in any overtly transgressive actions. His intent to eliminate me is clearly a result of Bai Chi Wei's bribery. I immediately said, "So it is Brother Liu. According to your assertion, those 21 steel plates must have been taken by me?" Liu Agan declared loudly, "Of course." I let out a cold laugh and said, "I had no prior arrangement with Miss Bai. When the lights went out, she mimicked my voice from the corner of the room. Under such circumstances, only someone of your caliber could have the audacity to take the plates. As for me, I was solely concerned with escaping." Liu Agan sneered, "Nonsense, why implicate me? If it wasn't you who took them, then who else among the brothers of the 7 guilds and 18 associations could it be?" As Liu Agan's words left his mouth, 7 or 8 others echoed in agreement, saying, "Indeed, if not you, then who?" I countered, "If I were after wealth, why would I not have taken the plates at that moment and divided the spoils? It would have sufficed for my needs. Why would I oppose dividing this fortune and risk exposing myself?" Upon hearing my words, the crowd was momentarily dumbfounded. Just then, a series of cold laughs echoed as a figure stood up. I turned to look and was taken aback to see a shifty-eyed man with a cunning expression. He wore a morning coat, but had a rough black chain around his neck. Declaring, "Wei Li, you wish to monopolize." I found it hard to believe that such a person would hold a leadership position among the 7 guilds and 18 associations, and I asked in a deep voice, "Who might you be?" He replied, "I dare not boast. I am Subterranean, the chief of the Golden Rooster Gang." That I scoffed, saying, "Nonsense. Who does not know that the chief of the Golden Rooster Gang is Jiang Songtai from Zhenjiang? How do you come to be here?" Subterranean retorted with a cold laugh, "Am I also a pretender? The great Chief Jiang passed away 3 years ago and bequeathed the position to me." I sighed and fell silent. Subterranean continued, "My friend Wei, Big Brother Bai has shown you great kindness. If you simply surrender the 21 steel plates, you may leave. Life and death are paths for you to choose. If you insist on choosing the path of death, then that is your decision, and none shall compel you further." Subterranean's words were delivered with an insidious tone, as he firmly asserted that I had taken the 21 steel plates. I glared at him and coldly asked, "Have you cashed that 200,000 yuan check yet?" Subterranean's expression changed drastically, and several others also showed signs of unease. I promptly added, "Big Brother Bai, when your son still believed me to be Qin Zhengqi, he entrusted me with a 200,000 yuan check and instructed me to follow his lead. I am confident that many in this room possess such checks. If Big Brother Bai doubts it, he may search." As I spoke, I observed the reactions of the crowd. About 11 or 12 individuals displayed significant changes in their expressions. Big Brother Bai's face also grew exceedingly grim. Yet he quickly retorted, "This is a matter of the 7 guilds and 18 associations. You need not concern yourself." I smiled and said, "I certainly will not pry, but I believe that after the demise of Death God Tang Tianxiang, your son must have aspired to take his place as the head of the drug smuggling syndicate. His ambitions are indeed considerable." Big Brother Bai scoffed, "Though I may be lacking, I would not go so far as to claim that my son is the despicable person you portray." I understood that it is exceedingly difficult, if not impossible, for a hero to believe that his offspring is of a base character. I simply stated, I did not take those 21 steel plates. As for the one belonging to Qin Zhengqi, Big Brother Bai, I shall return it on behalf of Brother Qin. I retrieved the plate and placed it beside Big Brother Bai. He questioned Brother Wei. If you did not take those 21 steel plates, then who did? I quickly replied, it may have been your son. Big Brother Bai scoffed and said, he has already been apprehended by me, and he was found in possession of the 21 steel plates. How could I be unaware? Many here have searched each other to express their loyal intentions. Aside from you, who else could it be? If you remain unwilling to surrender, it would indeed be a pity. The hall fell into a profound silence. Standing among the crowd, I desperately contemplated. After 4 or 5 minutes, I finally said, Big Brother Bai, if that is the case, then it seems the 21 steel plates might still be in the conference room. Big Brother Bai let out a cold laugh and said, search if you wish. I took a swift step toward the conference room door, with the crowd following closely behind. Although I had exposed many of Bai Chiwei's misdeeds, even those who agreed to let me leave still believed that I had taken the 21 steel plates. If I were to escape, I must find those plates. I was utterly convinced that the plates were the result of Bai Chiwei's machinations. Yet, as I entered the elevator, I heard someone chasing after me, indicating that the chaos in the conference room had been resolved swiftly. It was unlikely that Bai Chiwei could move those 21 steel plates far in such a short time. I was even more certain that none among his accomplices would dare to hide the plates on their person, so they very well might still be in the conference room. I led the way into the conference room, quickly making my way to the round table. The crowd surrounded me as I bent down to closely inspect the table surface, then leaned down to examine the underside. I recalled a magic trick that could make objects on a table vanish due to hidden mechanisms. Bai Chiwei might have anticipated that everyone would place the plates in the center of the table, allowing for a mechanism to be set there. I believe that had it not been for Bai Su's sudden blackout to save me, when all 25 plates were gathered at the center of the table, the lights might have mysteriously gone out for a minute or half a minute, and when the lights returned, the plates would have vanished without a trace. However, my thorough examination of the table yielded no discoveries. The crowd stared at me coldly. Shirkantian remarked, my friend Wei, let us not engage in theatrics. I quickly responded, Chief Geo, if you do not allow me to continue searching, I shall cease. Big Brother Bai said, you may continue your search. I stepped back a couple of paces and scrutinized the table carefully. It took me about 5 minutes to thoroughly check each chair. But I found nothing unusual. I felt a growing sense of urgency. After lingering for a while, I suddenly remembered that when the 21 steel plates went missing, no sound was heard. What could be the reason for this? Given the time, the chaos in the room, and the pitch darkness, it would have been impossible for the person taking the plates to carefully pick them up one by one without making a sound. Even if they wrapped the 21 steel plates in a very thick blanket, it would still be impossible to avoid noise. After a moment of contemplation, puzzled and baffled, I said, Big Brother Bai, have you considered the fact that when those 21 steel plates vanished, not a single sound was made? Big Brother Bai replied, I have thought of that. I was just about to ask you what method you used to take them. I forced a smile and said, when we locate those 21 steel plates, we shall know. Big Brother Bai replied, you may take your time searching. We shall certainly accompany you. I spent half an hour searching up and down in the conference room, yet found nothing. Sweat began to bead on my forehead as I stepped down and closed my eyes. The disappearance of the steel plates was orchestrated either by Bai Chiwei himself or by his loyal subordinates. But even if it was the latter, it would have required Bai Chiwei's directive. How did Bai Chiwei issue such a command? I hypothesized that Bai Chiwei originally had a plan to seize 25 steel plates, making the most suitable location for issuing orders the very spot where he stood. Bai Chiwei was positioned to the left behind Boss Bai. Upon realizing this, I immediately leaped forward toward Boss Bai's seat. Boss Bai coldly remarked, this is my seat. His chair was distinct from the other 24, a mark of the special respect afforded to him by others. When I had inspected each chair earlier, I had overlooked it due to its status as Boss Bai's seat. I replied, I understand. I have a hypothesis that requires validation on this chair. Boss Bai said, go ahead. I crouched down to examine the left side of the chair, which was a round-armed mahogany chair adorned with an exquisitely crafted marble landscape painting on the back, with branches no thicker than an inch in diameter. After a meticulous inspection, I found nothing. Just as I was about to give up, I thought to myself, nothing ventured, nothing gained. I lifted the chair and slammed it down heavily onto the ground. Before anyone could stop me, the chair shattered into pieces. Boss Bai intoned gravely, "What does this mean?" I handed the object to Boss Bai and said, "Boss Bai, I lack sufficient knowledge of radio technology. May I ask what this object is for?" A look of puzzlement crossed Boss Bai's face as he took the item and remarked, "This is a very basic semiconductor device. If a metallic object makes contact with it, and if there is a receiving device somewhere, there will be a response." "Sure," Kaidi interjected. "Boss Bai, ask him where the 21 steel plates are." I retorted with a cold laugh, "Why are you so anxious?" "Boss Bai, do you have a way to locate that receiving device?" Boss Bai nodded, "Yes, my heart soared with joy." "Then please try to determine where the receiving device is located." Boss Bai nodded and said, "Song, go fetch Brother Du and ask him to bring the radio wave proximity meter to see me." Song Jian readily complied and soon returned with a tall, thin figure, Du Zhong, the spirit summoning expert, who held a square box. The top of the box featured a fan-shaped dial with a needle, resembling a common multimeter, complete with a scale indicating numerical values. Below the fan-shaped dial was a circular gauge with a needle akin to a compass. Boss Bai, being a man of considerable acumen, immediately sensed something was amiss with Du Zhong and asked, "What's wrong?" Du Zhong replied, "Nothing. The lateral meter has arrived." Boss Bai inquired, "What's the sensitivity like?" Du Zhong said, very good." Though he tried to maintain composure, his voice trembled slightly. Du Zhong stood still, turning to face us. His complexion turning pale, Boss Bai slowly said, "Do not leave. There is a semiconductor transmitter installed in this room. Are you aware of it?" Du Zhong hurriedly replied, I do not know." Boss Bai continued, "Then do not leave. Stay with us and let us see where the signals are being received." Du Zhong resembled a condemned prisoner, merely responding in the affirmative, unable to articulate a single word. Using the steel piece I had handed him, Boss Bai tapped it against the cylindrical semiconductor device. The needles on both dials of the lateral meter began to tremble. Boss Bai pressed the steel piece firmly against the semiconductor device, stabilizing the needle on the meter. As we all observed, the crescent-shaped dial pointed to the number 18, while the circular gauge indicated northeast, directly towards the door. Du Zhong's face turned ashen as he nodded. The four of us proceeded towards the doorway, with Song Jian carrying the meter while Boss Bai kept the steel piece pressed against the semiconductor. Upon reaching the door, the directional needle still pointed northeast, but the numerical indicator had dropped to 16, signifying we were now 2 meters closer. Exiting the door and entering the hall, the direction remained unchanged, but the number decreased again. Boss Bai suddenly shot a glare at Du Zhong and walked straight toward a door. As he approached the door, the meter's reading diminished further. Boss Bai reached out and pushed the door open, and we all stepped inside. The room was filled with various instruments that I did not understand, including a large device that resembled a computer. Upon entering this room, the needle finally pointed to 0 in front of a steel table, while a red light next to the meter illuminated, and the device emitted a series of beeping sounds. Boss Bai's piercing gaze swept across the table and immediately fixated on a small object, the size of an ink bottle, which also had a small red light blinking. Boss Bai turned to Du Zhong and asked, "Brother Du, what is the significance of receiving this signal?" Du Zhong stammered, This. It's still difficult to ascertain." Boss Bai softened his tone slightly, saying, "Brother Du, just admit it. This matter has nothing to do with you. You were merely following orders. Even if punished, it won't be too severe." Du Zhong replied, "That was the idea of young Master Bai." Boss Bai appeared to have anticipated this response. Remaining expressionless as he asked, "What is the purpose of installing such a device?" Du Zhong explained, "Young Master Bai was concerned that if anything happened, he could send a signal, and I would arrive immediately." Boss Bai let out a cold laugh. "That seems unlikely." Witnessing the situation nearing resolution, I couldn't help but feel elated. I hastily asked, "Boss Bai, what is this place?" Boss Bai replied, "This is my laboratory, overseen by Du Zhong." I added, "Boss Bai, I believe Du Zhong has yet to tell the truth. Look around. Are there any other new devices in the lab? I suspect that after Du Zhong receives the signal, he has some other actions planned to seize those steel plates." As I spoke, I observed Du Zhong's complexion growing increasingly grim. By the end of my statement, he was drenched in sweat, looking utterly unrecognizable. Boss Bai murmured and glanced around, stepping forward to the 3 television sets, exclaiming, "Brother Du, if it was merely one television, Why are there 2 additional ones? Du Zhong took a step forward, his entire demeanor crumbling as he sank into a chair, unable to utter a word. Boss Bai sighed and said, I hadn't stepped into this laboratory for merely 2 months, yet you have been up to so much behind my back. As he spoke, he turned on the first television, and soon, a chaotic array of lines appeared on the screen. With a slight adjustment, the screen displayed a beach scene. I recognized it as the very island where the speedboat had docked upon my arrival. Boss Bai switched off this television and turned on the second one. The second screen revealed an extremely spacious study, furnished with great elegance, indicating that its owner was no ordinary individual. Upon seeing this, Boss Bai bellowed, Du Zhong, whose idea was this? To install television surveillance equipment in my study. Du Zhong replied, it was young Master Bai's idea. Song Jian acknowledged and exited the room. Boss Bai's body trembled slightly, clearly enraged to the utmost. Observing this, I felt a pang of guilt, for had it not been for me, Boss Bai would never have discovered that his son was secretly monitoring his actions. Boss Bai then activated the third television, which displayed the entire conference room. Lu Agan was gesticulating and saying something. Boss Bai quickly adjusted a dial, and we heard Lu Agan's voice. What has happened to Boss Bai? Why is Wei in charge? The others were in a flurry of discussions, making us feel as though we were present in the conference room. Boss Bai inhaled deeply, turned to Du Zhong and said, You must speak now. His 4 words were pronounced with such gravity that they carried a thunderous weight. Du Zhong hurriedly replied, I will speak. Boss Bai closed his eyes and declared, No fabrications, Du Zhong said. It is. All of this is young Master Bai's idea. Boss Bai insisted, Forget that. Tell me what you did after receiving the signal. Du Zhong's knees trembled, producing a clattering sound as he confessed. It was all young Master S orders. He personally installed an electromagnetic plate on the conference table. Once I received the signal, I pressed the button, turned off the lights, the electromagnetic plate dropped, and I then reactivated it, generating a magnetic force that attracted all the steel plates in the center of the table, after which the electromagnetic plate concealed itself in the ceiling. Bai Laoda opened his eyes and said, Wei brother, it turns out that the electromagnetic plate pressed down on the steel sheet, generating magnetic force and thus holding it in place, which is why there was not a sound to be heard. I could see that although Bai Laoda was making an effort to appear nonchalant, he was, in truth, deeply pained. I nodded and replied, Bai Laoda, your son is young and may have temporarily strayed off the right path. Please, do not be too sorrowful. Bai Laoda sighed heavily and said, Du Zhong, recount the events of that night. Du Zhong replied, That night, I did not move at all. Suddenly, the lights went out, and upon receiving the signal, I immediately acted as instructed. Bai Laoda continued, So, you mean to say that those 21 steel plates were in the possession of that little rascal? Du Zhong explained, the young master was detained by Bai Laoda. He had no chance to retrieve them, and I did not dare to take them out either, so the steel plates remained attached to the electromagnetic plate. Bai Laoda stated, Very well, please press the switch to reveal the electromagnetic plate. I wish to see it. Du Zhong's fingers trembled as he reached out to press one of the buttons on the desk. Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the conference room. Bai Laoda and I turned our gaze towards the luminous screen of the television and saw a square section of the ceiling, roughly 3 feet on each side, retracting upwards. The attendees in the conference room had also noticed this development, and everyone's expression was one of astonishment. Once the square opening appeared, a thin plate, also 3 feet square, connected to 4 steel bars resembling hydraulic pistons, promptly descended and landed firmly on the table. After a brief compression, it rose again. That moment, Bai Laoda barked, Where are the steel plates? A resounding thud followed as Du Zhong, along with his chair, fell to the ground. He exclaimed, The steel plates? They should be on the electromagnetic plate. Bai Laoda, I never took them. If I had, may the heavens strike me down with lightning, and may I have no descendants. He fervently swore 6 oaths, nearly incoherent in his distress. Bai Laoda and I turned our attention back to the electromagnetic screen, only to find the ceiling devoid of any trace of the plates. Observing Du Zhong's demeanor, it was evident he had not taken those 21 steel plates. Moreover, Bai Chiwei had been apprehended, so one must wonder, where had those 21 plates, which should have been on the electromagnetic plate, disappeared to? Du Zhong said, They are gone. It was only the young master and I who acted, and there was no third party involved. Just as I was about to inquire further, a loud bang interrupted us as Song Jian burst into the room. gripping the nape of a man and forcefully pushing him into the room, sending him tumbling to the ground before he entered himself. As we all scrutinized the man, we were momentarily taken aback. Secretly intrigued, it turned out this man was not Bai Chi-wei, but merely a middle-aged individual. Both Bai Laoda and I were momentarily at a loss. Song Jian had been sent to retrieve Bai Chi-wei. How had he ended up bringing a middle-aged man instead? Before we could voice our questions, Song Jian stated, Bai Laoda, when I arrived, Chi-wei was already gone. This man was attempting to leave when I caught him. If we question him, we should be able to clarify the situation. Upon hearing Song Jian's words, I was suddenly alarmed. It was crucial to understand that over the past 2 years, Bai Chi-wei had been thriving under Bai Laoda's name, and his departure might lead to him brazenly committing further misdeeds, which would be difficult to rectify. Bai Laoda's expression darkened significantly. He remained silent, merely casting a cold glance at the middle-aged man, who lay prostrate on the ground, not daring to lift his head. After a lengthy silence, Bai Laoda finally sighed and said, Chung brother, how is it that you two have become embroiled in this chaos? The middle-aged man raised his head, revealing an expression not of fear but of resignation. Bai Laoda seemed to have no intention of harshly reprimanding him, indicating that their relationship was amicable. The middle-aged man replied, Laoda, what could I have done? I watched Wei Gu grow up. He implored me to let him leave, and I truly found it hard to refuse. Bai Laoda asked, when he left, did you notice if he took anything of importance? The middle-aged man shook his head and replied, no. He said that you have been hiding underground for years, lacking ambition, and he was quite dismissive of it. Bai Laoda gave a wry smile and said, Chung brother, you two seem to share this sentiment, do you not? The middle-aged man bowed his head in silence, clearly acknowledging this truth. Bai Laoda continued, do you know where he has gone? The middle-aged man shook his head and stated, I truly do not know. Bai Laoda waved his hand and said, very well, you may leave. The middle-aged man bowed deeply to Bai Laoda before exiting. Bai Laoda supported his chin with his hand, lost in thought for a while, then muttered, it is strange. Who could have taken those 21 steel plates? I too pondered this question. The fact that the 21 steel plates were affixed to the electromagnetic plate was known only to Bai Chi-wei and Du Zhong. I firmly believed that once the situation was fully exposed, even if Du Zhong had the audacity, he would not dare to conceal the truth. As for Bai Chi-wei, although he knew the whereabouts of the 21 steel plates, he had no opportunity to retrieve them. Certainly, the plates did not simply vanish on their own. There must have been a third party who, upon discovering the secret known to Du Zhong and Bai Chi-wei, seized the opportunity to steal the plates while the two were unable to retrieve them. For Bai Chi-wei and Du Zhong, it was akin to a thief encountering a bandit. However, for me, the quest to uncover the whereabouts of those 21 steel plates had become exponentially more challenging. Bai Laoda waved his hand and declared, I understand everything. There is no need for further discussion. He then recounted the plots of Du Zhong and Bai Chi-wei. After a moment's pause, he added, their plans were hastened due to Suarez actions, and thus, only the 21 steel plates remain affixed to the electromagnetic plate. One among the crowd immediately remarked, but we have not seen any steel plates. Bai Laoda replied sternly, indeed, they did not manage to retrieve the plates. They have fallen into the hands of a third party. In the 10th chapter, an unforeseen twist. The crowd exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Bai Laoda continued, I believe that the one who has seized the plates must be among us. His words rendered the conference room even more silent. I too believed Bai Laoda's judgment to be accurate. However, among the 25 individuals, who could have been the one to take the plates, aside from oneself? It seemed that no one else could know. Bai Laoda declared, this matter must be investigated thoroughly. You all must stay here for a few days. I have enlisted Wei brother and Song brother to assist me in uncovering the truth. And we will not rest until we have clarity on the matter. I hope you do not take offense. Lu Agan interjected, Bai Laoda, Wei Sili is not one of our 7 gangs or 18 societies. Is he? Bai Laoda replied, that is true, but if it were not for him, those 21 steel plates would have fallen into the hands of a single individual. Have you considered the consequences of that? Lu brother? Lu Agan was left without a retort, although his expression clearly conveyed skepticism. Bai Laoda raised his hand and placed the steel plate I had given him on the table, saying, Song brother, please retrieve your steel plate. Song Jian complied and produced the plate. Bai Laoda then looked at the other two who had been unwilling to retrieve their plates that night. They remained silent and handed over their steel plates. Bailauda held the 4 plates in his hand, causing them to clink together as he stated, "Now, among us 24, there are only 4 steel plates. The other individual possesses 21. We must find the clues to the treasury left by the steward among these 4 plates. I will handle this matter alone. I ask that you all take your rest, but please do not leave." The crowd recognized the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. Bailauda, with his hands clasped behind his back, stepped out slowly, and I hastily followed him, calling out, "Bailauda, my matters are resolved, and I believe your daughter's injuries must have improved. I wish to go see her. Though be honest, I wanted to remain here, partly to uncover who had taken the 21 steel plates, and partly because I did not wish to leave by Sue." Bailauda nodded and said, "Very well." I followed closely behind him as we exited the conference room. Song Jian had previously taken me to Bai Su's chamber, and I remembered the way. Once outside, I hurried forward, arriving at Bai Su's door, my heart racing. Standing at the entrance, I pondered how to present myself in a manner that would not startle Bai Su upon seeing me. Just then, I heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching from behind. Initially, I paid little mind to the sound, assuming it was simply someone passing by. However, the footsteps suddenly ceased. In that instant, I felt a jolt of alarm. The footsteps had been so light, and now they were alarmingly close. This meant someone had quietly approached from behind me. I swiftly turned around, but it was too late as I pivoted halfway before I could see who was behind me. A gust of wind swept past, and something heavy struck the back of my head with considerable force. The impact was tremendous, and it landed squarely on the back of my skull, causing stars to burst before my eyes. My body swayed, and I toppled to the ground. However, I still summoned the strength to lift my head, yearning to glimpse the identity of my assailant lurking behind me. Yet, through the dazzling chaos before my eyes, I perceived a rather imposing figure launching itself at me. Before I could discern who it was, a heavy kick struck my chest. I let out a muffled groan, forsaking any attempt to identify my attacker. In a sudden movement, I bent my body and swiftly extended my right hand, only to hear a sharp sound as I grasped the assailant's lower leg, tearing a portion of their trousers. The individual, however, possessed remarkable agility. Even as I seized him, his left foot had already soared towards me, landing a kick squarely on my chin. My head involuntarily jerked backward, and with a resounding thud, the back of my skull collided with the ground. At that moment, as I struggled to remain conscious, darkness enveloped my vision, and I succumbed to oblivion. Just before losing consciousness, I seemed to hear shouts and the hurried sound of retreating footsteps. When I finally regained awareness, I found myself alone in a bed within a sparsely furnished room, the lighting gentle and soothing. With a groan, I noticed 2 figures seated beside me. One was Bailauda, and the other, Song Jian. I inhaled deeply and asked, "Did you not know?" Song Jian replied, "When I arrived, I merely witnessed you collapse to the ground, unconscious, unaware of what had transpired." Reflecting on the earlier events, I raised my right hand to examine my nails, still stained with blood, confirming that my previous ordeal was indeed real and not a mere figment of my imagination. Though the attacker had caught me off guard and rendered me unconscious with 3 swift blows, I had managed to injure his lower leg, as evidenced by the blood on my nails. I said, "Bailauda, someone has attacked me in secret. I fear that had you not arrived in time, he would have surely taken my life." Bailauda's expression turned grave as he inquired, "Did you see who that person was?" I shook my head and replied, "No, but I must have left a mark on his calf." Bailauda nodded and said, "I will investigate. You should rest for a while. Sewer is currently asleep. You can see her tomorrow." I nodded and lay back down, as Bailauda and Song Jian quietly exited the room. Exhausted from the day's tribulations, I reclined on the soft bed, and soon, my taut nerves relaxed, leading me into a deep sleep. Just as I was drifting into a pleasant slumber, a sudden noise at the door jolted me awake, followed by the sound of footsteps entering the room. Although I sensed something amiss, I initially assumed it was merely a dream. I turned over and attempted to return to sleep. However, after a slight movement, my mind cleared a bit, and as I opened my eyes, I was startled to see a shadow looming over me. In other words, someone was standing behind me. A wave of alarm surged through me, and in an instant, all traces of sleep vanished. I remained utterly still, feigning a steady breath, while observing the shadow, which gradually raised a hand, seemingly clutching an object. As my vision sharpened, I discerned it to be a syringe. complete with a needle. The tip was inching closer to my arm, and in a sudden burst of instinct, I flipped myself off the bed. After landing on the floor, I sprang to my feet. But just as I did, a powerful gust rushed toward me, and the entire bed came crashing down. With a swift motion of my right arm, I forcefully pushed the bed aside, only to find the bedclothes enveloping my head. I tore off the sheets, only to discover the room completely vacant. Hastily, I dashed out of the door, only to be met with a long corridor devoid of any presence. This marked the second attempt on my life. Judging by the shadow, the figure appeared quite tall and had moved with astonishing speed. Undoubtedly the same individual who had attacked me earlier. But why would this person seek to end my life? After much contemplation, I arrived at two possibilities. The first being that the assailant was Bai Chiwei, whose stature was similarly imposing and who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards me, thus justifying his desire to eliminate me. The second possibility was that the attacker was the same individual responsible for stealing the 21 steel plates. Perhaps he feared that my assistance to Bai Lauda in uncovering the truth would expose him, thus compelling him to silence me permanently. I was in the light, while he remained in the shadows, a perilous predicament indeed. I promptly exited the room, traversing the corridor until I encountered Song Jian, who exclaimed, "Why are you up?" I grasped his hand and urged, "Song Dagu, quickly go see Bai Lauda. I nearly missed the chance to meet you." His expression shifted with concern as he asked, "What do you mean?" I hurriedly recounted the events of my recent slumber. Song Jian responded, "Is that so? We must inform Bai Lauda at once." He led me through several turns, I in the depths of that desolate island. Bai Lauda had carved out nearly 100 rooms, creating a world of his own. After navigating a couple of turns, we halted before a door. Just as we stood there, Bai Lauda's voice called out, "What is it?" Song Jian replied, "There's an urgent matter. Wei Xiong has encountered trouble again." No sooner had Song Jian finished speaking than the door swung open automatically. I realized that Bai Lauda had ingeniously designed it based on the principle of a two-sided mirror, one side transparent and the other reflective. As soon as Song Jian and I reached the doorway, he had already inquired. I took a few steps forward and noticed 4 steel plates laid out on the desk. With Bai Lauda diligently inspecting them, I asked, "Bai Lauda, have you uncovered anything?" Without looking up, he replied, "Wei Xiong, you've only been asleep for an hour. Why not rest further?" Before I could respond, Song Jian recounted my ordeal. Bai Lauda regarded me for a moment before saying, "Wei Xiong, could it be that you are merely fatigued?" I was taken aback, asking, "What do you mean by that?" Bai Lauda rubbed his hands together and remarked, "When a person becomes excessively fatigued, they may experience highly realistic hallucinations. In psychology, this phenomenon is referred to as a veridical hallucination." As he spoke, he fixed his gaze upon me. My face flushed with indignation as I retorted, "So you imply that you do not believe my account?" Bai Lauda stood up, shaking his head, and clarified, "I never claimed such a thing. I merely suggested that what you experienced may have been an illusion." I extended my hand, asserting, "Bai Lauda, during my first encounter, I managed to scratch my assailant's leg, and there is still blood under my nails. Do you truly believe that is also a mere illusion?" My tone had grown increasingly fervent. Bai Lauda gently patted my shoulder and replied, "Wei Xiong, you must acknowledge this point." I nearly shouted, "What nonsense is this?" Bai Lauda continued, "Since you refuse to believe, allow me to present you with evidence. I had intended to mention it earlier, but I thought you would improve after some rest. It seems, however, that your condition has worsened. Be aware that if this persists, it could develop into a psychological phobia, even to the point where you might mistake your own reflection for an adversary." Out of respect for Bai Lauda, I gritted my teeth and listened until he finished, angrily sitting down and stating, "Yet you still have not explained the source of the blood under my nails." In a soft tone, Bai Lauda suggested, "Wei Xiong, please lift your right pant leg and take a look." A wave of doubt washed over me as I rolled up my right pant leg, and upon seeing it, I was left utterly stunned. On my shin, there were unmistakably 4 scratch marks, clearly made by nails. I sat there in a daze, and Bai Lauda said, "Wei Xiong, when Song and I assisted you, we noticed this but refrained from mentioning it, fearing it would further distress you." I scarcely heard the rest of Bai Lauda's words as a buzzing filled my head, plunging me into a state of chaos. Twice I had been attacked, each time narrowly escaping with my life. Could it be that all of this was merely a figment of my imagination? Impossible. Such a notion was utterly unfathomable. Yet, from whence had the scratches on my own leg come? Could it be that, as Bai Lauda suggested, I had experienced a hallucination and inadvertently scratched myself, believing I had injured my enemy? Yet, the situation had felt too vivid, too real to be dismissed as an illusion. My mind was a tumult for some time before I finally lifted my head and asked, Bai Lauda, have you not inquired about the other individuals? Bai Lauda replied, Wei Xiong, what do you take me for? Everyone has been questioned, yet none bear any injuries. Song Jian added, we both checked our own legs as well. You can examine ours, as he spoke. He began to roll up his pant leg, but I quickly interjected, no need, for I could not suspect either Song Jian or Bai Lauda. Bai Lauda continued, Wei Xiong, you have failed to see your assailant on both occasions, which indicates it was an illusion. You must rest. I vigorously shook my head, feeling fatigued yet mentally alert, while Bai Lauda spoke with conviction and employed elaborate psychological terminology that eluded my understanding. I remained unconvinced that my experiences were mere hallucinations. I contemplated and said, very well, Bai Lauda. Let us set this matter aside for now. What insights might you have gleaned from the 4 steel plates? Bai Lauda let out a sigh and remarked, if I were to gain something from those 4 steel plates, my plan would be rendered futile. I hurriedly inquired, Bai Lauda, what is your plan? Bai Lauda replied, Wei brother, you should cease overthinking and take some rest. I stubbornly responded, no, I am not weary. Suddenly, Bai Lauda sighed again and said, Wei brother, forgive me for my words, but how I wish I had a son like you. I could detect the sorrowful undertone in Bai Lauda's words, and I could only respond, you overestimate me. At this juncture, Song Jian interjected, those 4 steel plates serve as bait, waiting for the fish to take the hook. After contemplating for a moment, I retorted, that seems unlikely. Everyone is aware that the steel plates are in your possession. Who would dare to provoke the tiger's whiskers? Bai Lauda countered, where there is profit, one might find a person willing to gamble everything, even if it means risking their life. I shall place those 4 steel plates on the table, and I can feign sleep for a moment to lure them in. I still believed that Bai Lauda's method was unlikely to succeed. Furthermore, I felt that this remarkable man, having spent many years in seclusion underground, was no longer the Bai Lauda of yore, nor the legendary figure that tales spoke of. At that moment, Song Jian and I exchanged glances towards the 4 steel plates on the table, but the inscriptions upon them seemed utterly meaningless and incoherent. Additionally, they bore no resemblance to treasures or the affiliations of the 7 guilds and 18 societies. I excused myself and stepped out, wandering down the corridor, and before I knew it, I found myself at the door of Bai Su. I reaffirmed to myself that my experiences were far from mere illusion. I gently rapped on the door, and I heard Bai Su say, come in. Slowly, I pushed the door open, and as soon as I entered the room, Bai Su abruptly sat up in bed, her face reflecting a look of bewilderment. She was still wrapped in bandages, but her complexion had improved from the pallor it had earlier. I quickly took 2 steps forward and said, Miss Bai, do not be alarmed. Bai Su, in despair, reclined back down and said, You have not escaped danger after all. Uncle Song deceived me. I hastily replied, Uncle Song did not deceive you. I truly have escaped danger now. Your father and the brothers of the 7 guilds and 18 societies have put aside their grievances with me. Miss Bai, allow me to recount the events. Bai Su gazed at me with a mixture of belief and skepticism as I boldly took a seat at the edge of her bed. Her expression remained neutral, and I proceeded to narrate in detail the series of events following her daring act of extinguishing the lights, finally asking, Do you think my ultimate fate was merely an illusion? The more she listened, the brighter her expression became. By the time I finished, she struggled to sit up again. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, accentuating her slightly haggard appearance, exuding an indescribable beauty. I could not help but, without waiting for her response, leaned forward and gently kissed her forehead. Bai Su's face deepened in color, and she cast a glance my way before lowering her head, remaining silent for a moment, enveloped in shyness. After a while, she softly sighed. My brother has left. I fear my father will become angry again. I said, Miss Bai, why must you worry so much? Bai Su lifted her head and said, My father has recently taken to studying Buddhist scriptures. I sense that his judgment on certain matters has changed significantly from before. I did not assert that Bai Lauda's judgment was flawed, but Bai Su, possessing remarkable intelligence, had articulated my unspoken thoughts. I quickly asked, "Miss Bai, do you think that someone truly intends to harm me?" Bai Su slightly furrowed her brows, pondering for a while. "Miss Bai, I shall not disturb you any longer," Bai Su hurriedly replied. "Take your time. I have something for you." Press that green button on the wall. Uncertain of what Bai Su intended to give me, I followed her instructions and approached the wall, pressing the green button. To my surprise, a section of the wall shifted outward, revealing a cabinet. She then instructed, "Retrieve the yellow box from the third drawer." I complied and made my way to the bedside. Bai Su said, "Open the door and see if anyone is outside." I opened the door to find the corridor silent and devoid of life. Only then did Bai Su open the box, revealing a small, exquisitely crafted stainless steel box, about 1 inch square and half an inch thick, attached to a rubber strap. She urged me to lean forward and secure the strap around my head, placing the square box at my throat, explaining, "This is an automatic motion camera designed based on the principles of automatic watches. I believe it to be the smallest motion camera in the world." I asked, "Miss Bai, are you suggesting that someone may come to harm me again?" Bai Su nodded, "Yes, this camera will automatically take photos upon experiencing significant shock. Despite its small size, it can capture everything that occurs within 7 minutes. When projected, nothing will remain hidden, even in darkness, as it is equipped with sophisticated infrared photographic equipment." I caressed the exquisite camera, inquiring, "Was this also invented by your father?" After approximately half an hour, I heard a faint hissing sound emanating from the crack beneath the door. I immediately turned quietly and looked in the direction of the sound. Suddenly, I sprang up, and as I did so, the automatic camera at my neck emitted a barely audible sound, indicating it had begun its operation. Just as I stood up, a cobra shot towards me like an arrow released from a bow. Anticipating this, I swiftly waved the blanket to meet the snake, covering it, and leaped aside as the blanket fell to the floor. The snake thrashed about, and I clearly saw it, stepping down forcefully 7 or 8 times until it lay still. I swiftly moved to the door. The snake was evidently trained. Otherwise, why would it have lunged at me as soon as I made a slight movement? The person who released the snake surely intended to harm me and might be lurking just outside the door. Considering whether to check inside upon hearing the silence, I hoped he would do so. For this time I was fully prepared, not only to capture him but also to record his appearance. I held my breath and waited patiently, and after about 3 or 4 minutes, I indeed heard a creak at the door, followed by it being opened a crack, and a figure leaned in. As the door swung open, light from the corridor poured in, yet the person's face remained shadowed, preventing me from clearly seeing their features. I could only discern that they were quite tall. I swiftly shifted my body, charging towards the door like a fierce beast. Just as I made my move, I threw a punch, but the person's reflexes were astonishingly quick. They immediately recoiled, slamming the door shut. I was unable to retract my hand in time, and with a loud crash, my fist struck the door. I had exerted tremendous force, intending to knock out the person who had repeatedly tried to harm me with a single blow. However, the individual, seizing the opportunity, closed the door just as my punch landed, resulting in a sizable hole in the door. Yet, during that brief moment of hesitation, the figure had already vanished, leaving the corridor eerily quiet. I felt no regret. Although the person had escaped, I had had a fleeting moment of confrontation with them just as I struck. If the camera at my neck was functioning properly, it would have captured their visage. Upon hearing her voice, my heart felt immensely relieved and I called out, "It's me. May I come in?" Bai Su responded, "Hurry in." I pushed the door open, and Bai Su sat up slightly. I raised the camera in my hand and declared, "I have captured the person who tried to harm me." Bai Su's expression turned serious as she asked, "Who is he?" I shook my head and replied, "I do not know, but once the film is developed, we will have our answers." Bai Su pointed to a door and said, "That door leads to the darkroom. You should hurry and develop the film." I had once been quite passionate about photography, so the technicalities of the darkroom were no challenge for me. However, I was unfamiliar with the developing process for infrared photography, and if that roll of film were to be ruined, finding my adversary would be akin to scaling a mountain. Bai Su noticed my hesitation and smiled, saying, "Help me up." I quickly replied, "Your injury has not yet healed. How can you get out of bed?" Bai Su sighed softly and replied, "It's not as if I am undertaking a strenuous task." I promptly extended my hands and carefully assisted her up. She leaned against me, and as I helped her down from the bed, I felt a peculiar sensation welling up within me, and Baisu's cheeks flushed with color, indicating that she too felt something similar. Upon reaching the door, I bent slightly and opened it. I placed Baisu gently on a chair and switched on the red light. Her movements were painfully slow, and her face often reflected deep discomfort. I realized her injury was severe, and any slight movement could inflict great pain upon her. We worked diligently together for over half an hour, and finally, the film was developed. The film, rolled into a compact cylinder, was merely a quarter the size of a cigarette filter. It was, of course, impossible to directly perceive the images contained within the film. I grasped the soft film and declared, "Baisu, I intend to present this roll to your father." Baisu placed her delicate hand upon mine and replied, "Let us first take a look." Nodding in agreement, I followed her gaze to a projector, where she instructed me on how to load the film. I complied, setting the film in place, and upon pressing a button, the projector emitted a soft rustling sound. Instantly, a projection measuring 3 feet wide and 2 feet high appeared on the wall, beginning with the door to my room, followed by the emergence of a cobra. At that moment, I had merely perceived a shadow of the snake, but now, the image on the screen rendered the cobra's scales with startling clarity. Its grotesque appearance utterly repugnant as it lunged toward me, sending a chill down my spine. The subsequent images were chaotic and jarring, a testament to my frantic attempts to swat the snake away. Then, the scene shifted to an extreme stillness, revealing the door to my room, precisely the moment I awaited the enemy's arrival. Slowly, the door creaked open, and suddenly, a figure appeared on the screen. Upon seeing the person, Baisu swiftly clapped her hand down, halting the projector's reel. As the film ceased to move, the visage of the man was frozen upon the wall, and both Baisu and I stared intently at him. The man had a broad forehead and large ears, his countenance imposing yet marked by an exceedingly sinister expression. For a moment, I could scarcely believe my own eyes, rendered speechless as I gaped at the image on the wall. Baisu gently called out, "It's him." At her prompting, I murmured, "Impossible, this cannot be true." Baisu replied softly, "Do not be foolish. We must devise a plan to confront this matter. First and foremost, my father must be informed." My mind remained clouded with confusion, as I truly could not fathom that the one who had harmed me on multiple occasions could be him. Yet, now, infrared photography had undeniably captured his likeness, and anyone could recognize that the man on the wall was none other than Song Jian, the notorious leader of the Flying Tiger Gang. As I recalled Song Jian's refusal to relinquish the steel plates, memories of his chivalrous deeds and the camaraderie he had shown me flooded my mind. It was utterly inconceivable for me to accept that Song Jian could be such a despicable scoundrel. However, the ironclad evidence proved that the one who had repeatedly harmed me was indeed him, and no one else. Seeing me lost in thought, Baisu remained silent until, after a prolonged moment, I turned to her. And she said, "I have realized something. My father, my brother, and I have never been a match for Song Jian. However, now that we have captured his image, the future may hold a different outcome," I remarked. "This is simply unimaginable. Song Jian's vast fortune is all squandered on his impoverished brother." Baisu interjected, "There are only two possibilities. Either years have changed Song Jian, or the man we see before us is not truly Song Jian." I paused, taken aback, and responded, "Is it possible to have an impersonator of Qin Jingqi? Could there also be an impersonator of Song Jian?" Baisu countered, "What is impossible? The Flying Tiger Gang operates in the mountainous regions of southern Anhui, and Song Jian seldom makes appearances. We only met him once years ago. If not for your exceptional skills, my father would never have recognized you as an impersonator of Qin Jingqi." I pondered her words, still unconvinced. If that were the case, his intentions must revolve around the fortune. Why would he oppose the division of wealth? Baisu scoffed. His opposition to dividing the wealth was solely to keep it all for himself. I could not deny the turmoil in my thoughts, which were far less agile than Baisu's keen intellect, leaving me to stare blankly at her. She continued, "Thus, I assert that we have consistently fallen victim to his schemes. With my brother suffering the gravest defeat, he must have been well aware of my brother's plans all along." At this juncture, I involuntarily exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that the 21 steel plates are in his possession?" Baisu affirmed indeed. His refusal to hand over even one piece stems from the fact that should he fail to acquire the rest, my brother would have no choice but to collaborate with him. I remained silent for a moment, increasingly convinced by Sue's astute analysis. She added, "He must have scratches on his calves, and the scars on your leg were inflicted by him." I leaped to my feet, declaring, "I shall confront Lauda." Sue cautioned, "Be careful. If you encounter him, do not reveal that we are aware of his secret." Nodding in acknowledgement, I assisted Sue out of the dark room, placing her gently on the bed and covering her with a blanket. Just as I was about to turn away, a soft tapping sound echoed from the door. Sue froze, quickly gesturing for me to hide in the dark room as she called out, "Who is it?" To my dismay, the voice that answered was Song Jian's. We exchanged alarmed glances, and Sue waved her hand again, prompting me to vanish into the dark room, closing the door behind me but leaving a small crack to observe the situation outside. I heard Sue say, "Ah, it's Uncle Song. Please come in. The door is not locked." As soon as her words left her lips, the door swung open, and Song Jian stepped inside. He surveyed the room and remarked, "Oh, is Wei not here?" Sue replied, "He was here but has since departed." Song Jian suddenly smiled, saying, "The boss is quite troubled over your brother's situation, but he has another matter that brings him great joy." Sue inquired, "What matter is that?" Song Jian replied, "You must already know. What do you think of Brother Wei?" Sue lowered her head, her cheeks flushing, remaining silent. Song Jian laughed heartily, and I could not help but admire his skillful pretense. His laughter was so jovial it was hard to believe he could be a vile person. After a few chuckles, he said, "Matchmaker, you are surely bound to be with your Uncle Song." Sue protested, "Uncle Song, do not jest." Song Jian laughed even more uproariously and suddenly raised his head to say, "Brother Wei, you need not hide. What are you sneaking around for?" Upon hearing Song Jian's words, my heart nearly leapt from my chest. In that moment, I was caught in a dilemma, whether to emerge or remain hidden. I was certain Sue felt the same anxiousness, for we had yet to shut off the projector, and Song Jian's image lingered on the wall. If he burst in, it would not only startle him but also reveal our awareness of his true identity. Given my previous encounters with him, I was well aware of his superior martial prowess. With Sue injured and unable to move, we two were no match for his wrath. Perhaps that was why Sue was so fearful that I would not emerge, prompting Song Jian to call out to me. I steeled myself and slowly closed the door to the dark room. As Song Jian saw me, he erupted into another round of hearty laughter. I forced myself to appear nonchalant and said, "Brother Song, do not tease." Song Jian patted my shoulder, saying, "Brother Wei, you need to rest. There is plenty of time ahead, so you should go to sleep." I quickly replied, "No, I still have matters to discuss with Lauda." Song Jian responded, "Very well, let us go together." Sue interjected, "What is it?" Song Jian explained, "The boss mentioned a small automatic camera that is with you. He wishes to borrow it." I had complete faith in Sue's intellect and composure. Yet at that moment, I felt utterly dazed, only managing to turn my head slightly to glance at her. I noticed her expression had also shifted subtly before she exclaimed, "Indeed, my father possesses such a camera. But I have lent it to a friend, and it is not here now." Sue continued, "I wonder what my father needs it for. Had I known he required it, I would not have lent it out." Song Jian replied nonchalantly, "I am not sure. Brother Wei, shall we depart?" I sighed in relief and followed Song Jian out. I deliberately walked behind him, quietly closing the door, exchanging a glance with Sue as I did so. We had taken only 7 or 8 steps down the corridor when Song Jian suddenly struck my shoulder with considerable force. The blow was heavy enough to startle me, and I instinctively recoiled. Looking up at him, only to find him beaming with a smile, my mind was a whirlwind of confusion regarding Song Jian's intentions, but upon witnessing my startled expression, he too appeared taken aback. Saying, "Brother Wei, what is the matter?" I steadied myself and replied, "Nothing at all." Song Jian then wore a mysterious smile, saying, "I see, Brother Wei, you seem disoriented, but it's because as Song Jian spoke, he patted his own chest, assuring me, "Do not worry, I am here for you." Hearing his words, I finally felt a sense of relief, though immense doubt still lingered in my heart. Due to Song Jian's demeanor and actions, if one were to assert that he was merely feigning, then it would indeed be an act most convincingly executed. Conversely, if he were not pretending, it would be quite incredulous, for the camera captured precisely his likeness. I resolved firmly that before Boss Bai laid eyes upon that roll of film, I would not confront him. Thus I smiled and said, "Brother Song, I still rely on your assistance." Song Jian chuckled heartily and proceeded forward. Before long, we found ourselves at the threshold of Boss Bai's study. Upon entering, Song Jian's first words were, "Boss, Sewer mentioned that the camera has been lent out." Boss Bai's thick eyebrows shot up in surprise as he exclaimed, "What? Lent out?" I hastily interjected, "She said it was borrowed by a friend for a few days." Boss Bai lightly tapped his fingers on the table, then suddenly rose to his feet. After standing, he inquired, "How is the injury?" Song Jian replied with a smile, "In just a couple of days, she should be able to get out of bed." When I arrived, she was engaged in a tender exchange with Brother Wei. However, no smile adorned Boss Bai's face. His brows were tightly knit, as if deep in contemplation. Soon, he instructed, "You two, wait here for me." "Do not leave," Song Jian queried. "Boss, where are you going?" Boss Bai replied, "I am going to see Sewer. I shall return shortly." Initially, I did not comprehend why Boss Bai felt the need to visit Bai Su. But soon it dawned on me that although Bai Su was in a state of improvisation, her words held significant meaning. That petite, portable movie camera could surely not be lent out. Thus, upon hearing this, Boss Bai sensed something amiss and sought to uncover the truth. Therefore, as soon as Boss Bai departed, I deliberately took a seat on a chair by the door, prepared to impede Song Jian should he attempt to flee. Once seated, I fixed my gaze unwaveringly on Song Jian, keenly observing his movements, my heart raced with anxiety, for Song Jian's martial prowess surpassed my own. If he sensed danger and chose to act against me, it would be a formidable challenge to contend with him. Observing Song Jian, he appeared unfazed, strolling about the room with his hands clasped behind his back. He eventually positioned himself before the desk, perusing the 4 steel plates, muttering to himself, "Although Yu Siku has altered his loyalties in old age, he is undeniably a genius. Yet, I cannot find a single clue on these 4 plates." I could not refrain from responding and continued to acknowledge his words. Merely 7 or 8 minutes passed, yet it felt as though an eternity had elapsed. My palms began to sweat lightly at long last. I heard the heavy footsteps of Boss Bai approaching, and shortly thereafter, he entered the study. Upon his entrance, he first glanced at me and nodded slightly. I understood that he had comprehended everything. The tension I had held onto was finally released, for while Song Jian was indeed formidable, he could not rival Boss Bai. Without uttering a word, Boss Bai took a seat and waved his hand, saying, "Brother Song, please sit down. I have a few words to share with you." Song Jian's brows furrowed, and he replied, "Boss, I have faith that we shall not find ourselves in such a predicament." Boss Bai sighed and said, "Brother Song, your reputation among the 7 helpers and 18 associations is second only to mine, and I hold you in high regard. I only hope you do not forsake yourself." I discerned Boss Bai's intention. He did not wish to embarrass Song Jian too greatly, thus attempting to awaken him through words, urging him to repent and cease his misdeeds, an effort born of genuine concern. However, upon hearing Boss Bai's words, Song Jian's expression suddenly shifted, and he stood in shock, saying, "Boss, we are brothers bound by loyalty. I cannot abide deceit in our relationship. Your words must carry purpose. I implore you to speak candidly and without evasion." As he uttered these lines, his face was aflame with indignation. I was on the verge of reprimanding him for his pretense when, just as I leaned forward, Boss Bai gestured for me to remain silent, saying, "Brother Song, you are right. Given our camaraderie, we should not be ambiguous. Therefore," he paused momentarily, speaking deliberately, "I ask you to hand over those 21 steel plates." Upon hearing this, Song Jian suddenly sprang to his feet, his complexion turning ashen, his eyes ablaze with fury as he bellowed, "Boss, what do you mean by this?" Boss Bai declared, "Those 21 steel plates are the cause of your 3 betrayals against Brother Wei, and you are the culprit." Song Jian, momentarily taken aback, erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Boss, who would have thought that our acquaintance would lead to such an outcome? You may go mad for all I care. I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and strode towards the door. I quickly rose, my voice firm as I said, "Song, are you planning to sneak away?" Song Jian, caught off guard by my sudden challenge, faltered for a moment, his expression now one of rage as he shouted, "Step aside." As he shouted, he swung his right hand forcefully. Observing the strength behind his strike, I swiftly evaded, twisting my body to perform a counterhold on his wrist with a technique from the small grappling arts. My strike was executed with remarkable speed, a move rarely avoidable. Yet, Song Jian was swifter. As I reached for him, he suddenly dropped his right arm downward, mirroring my technique to seize my wrist. I was taken aback and quickly retreated. Song Jian emitted a grunt and aimed a kick at my waist. Relying on my agility, I twisted away just in time. His kick grazed my side, and in an attempt to regain my balance, I struck out at his calf. However, Song Jian retracted his leg with astonishing speed, lifting his left leg to collide with my elbow. Realizing the danger of such a blow, I hastily withdrew, narrowly escaping and breaking into a cold sweat. In the brief exchange between Song Jian and myself, we executed 3 moves in the blink of an eye. Just as Boss Bai pressed his hand on the chair's armrest and leapt into action, I had retreated. Song Jian shot me a fierce glare before turning to burst out the door. He dashed forward and, in a heartbeat, positioned himself against the door. Song Jian quickly halted, standing just 2 steps away from Boss Bai, and they glared at one another, unmoving for a moment. Finally, Boss Bai spoke in a grave tone, "Brother Song, one must take responsibility for their own actions." Infuriated, Song Jian retorted, "Nonsense. You should discipline your precious son, who brings shame upon the family. What right do you have to speak to me?" Boss Bai's expression, which had held earnestness, changed abruptly upon hearing Song Jian's words. His face turned a steely hue, and his voice sharpened. "My son is beneath my contempt. I will deal with him. You cannot use this as an excuse to leave." Song Jian let out a cold laugh, stating, "Preposterous. I will come and go as I please. Who can stop me?" Boss Bai crossed his arms defiantly, replying, "By all means, test it. As long as you pass my test, you may roam freely across the seas." Song Jian took a sudden step back, and I instinctively followed suit, for should the two engage in combat, I would find myself unable to intervene without risking injury. After stepping back, Song Jian raised his right hand, seizing Boss Bai's chair. With a fierce shout, he hurled the chair towards Boss Bai's head. Boss Bai emitted a strange cry, crouching low as he evaded. As he did, he brushed past me, pushing me into the corner of the room. The chair missed Boss Bai but struck the door instead. The door to Boss Bai's study was made of glass, allowing one to see out but not in. When Song Jian's chair collided with it, it shattered into 1,000 pieces. Yet, rather than rushing through the door, Song Jian pivoted, launching the chair forward once more, propelling himself towards Boss Bai. The chair had left his hand, but his body propelled forward, as if he too were being flung with the same velocity. Watching from the side, I felt a surge of admiration. This was clearly a technique from Chinese martial arts, the art of flying and chasing shadows. Song Jian was the second individual I had witnessed employing this skill. The first was at the Shanghai Great World, where the practitioner's ability was still developing, yet he could effortlessly swing a bamboo pole while soaring, landing 2 yards away. Song Jian's execution of the flying and chasing shadows technique was evidently at an advanced level. Boss Bai swung his arm to deflect the chair hurtling towards him. With a resounding crash, the chair shattered against the ceiling, and before the splinters could settle, Song Jian launched both fists toward Boss Bai's chest. As Boss Bai's arm swung, his defenses were wide open, and I could not help but feel a pang of anxiety for him. However, the esteemed Bai Laoda possesses an extraordinary reputation, and his quick adaptability is truly remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he deftly pivoted his body to the side, evading both of Song Jian's punches. Simultaneously, he leaped gracefully over the desk, positioning himself behind it. With a thunderous roar, Song Jian swept his hand, sending everything atop the desk flying towards Bai Laoda. In a swift motion, Bai Laoda tore down a curtain that concealed a safe, skillfully ensnaring the incoming projectiles within the fabric before casting it outward, allowing it to fall to the ground with a resounding thud. With his left hand, Bai Laoda unleashed 2 powerful strikes. Although they faced each other across the table, the force of his attack compelled Song Jian to take a step back. At that moment, a considerable crowd had gathered outside the study, their faces reflecting disbelief. The bolder among them ventured closer, repeatedly inquiring, "Bai Laoda, Song Degu, what matters could possibly warrant such violence?" Bai Laoda responded sternly, "Step aside." His authoritative command caused the onlookers to involuntarily disperse. Song Jian let out a hearty laugh, proclaiming, "Brothers, Bai Laoda accuses me of harboring ill intentions towards Wei Sili, claiming I have absconded with those 21 steel plates. Upon hearing Song Jian's words, the crowd once again began to murmur amongst themselves, their expressions revealing skepticism. I quickly interjected, "Song, we are not unjustly accusing you." Song Jian spat in my direction, retorting, "I must have been blind to consider you a brother." My anger flared, and I exclaimed, "Bai Laoda, you must explain the situation to him." Bai Laoda inhaled deeply, clearly preparing to recount the events. However, Song Jian, emboldened like a fierce tiger, took a step forward and slammed his hand upon the desk, shattering it into two pieces. As the desk split, Song Jian descended, and while his feet had yet to touch the ground, he swung his arms, one fist aimed at Bai Laoda's face, while the other targeted his chest. Though his stance remained unchanged, the ferocity of his punches had transformed, demonstrating an extraordinary ability to adapt. Bai Laoda refrained from retaliating at the moment Song Jian threw his punches, only responding after Song Jian landed. With a swift sidestep, he countered with 5 consecutive strikes, the shadows of his palms flickering as they met Song Jian's attack head-on. Seeing his 2 punches successfully blocked by Bai Laoda, Song Jian huffed and retracted his fists. Yet, Bai Laoda seemed to anticipate this move, following closely behind as Song Jian retreated. With a sweeping motion of his left arm, fingers curled like claws, he lunged towards Song Jian's right shoulder. Song Jian hastily dodged to the left, but Bai Laoda's right hand swiftly reached out, now targeting Song Jian's left shoulder. As Song Jian attempted to evade again, he was a moment too late. Bai Laoda seized his shoulder and, with a grunt, propelled Song Jian outward, causing him to crash into a bookshelf, which toppled over entirely. Nevertheless, Song Jian proved to be quite formidable. After the collision, he sprang back up, bending low to grasp 2 shards of glass, each approximately 2 feet long and razor-sharp. Fragments that had fallen from the door. Bai Laoda, upon witnessing this, scoffed, "Brother Song, you are only bringing shame upon yourself." Song Jian's face turned a deep shade of anger as he retorted, "What right do you have to call me brother?" Bai Laoda paused momentarily, then stepped towards Song Jian. Just as he took 2 steps forward, Song Jian thrust his arms outward, the glass glinting ominously as he swung it toward Bai Laoda. Bai Laoda stepped back to avoid the strike, grabbing hold of a chair leg in defense. At that moment, a delicate voice, breathless and urgent, echoed, "Father, Uncle Song, please stop. Why are you fighting?" Upon hearing this voice, I was taken aback, for it belonged to none other than Bai Su. Both Bai Laoda and Song Jian were momentarily stunned. Retreating 3 steps each, I quickly turned to locate the source of the voice, only to see the crowd parting to reveal a middle-aged woman who had once aided me at Bai Su's behest. Supporting her as she approached, I rushed forward a few steps, and Bai Su draped her left arm around my neck, saying, "Let's go to the study," I protested. "No, you can't go. They're in the midst of a fight." However, Bai Su's expression was resolute as she insisted, "We must go." With no other option, I supported her as we moved forward, but she headed directly towards Song Jian. With each step I took, my astonishment deepened. For Song Jian still clasped the 2 razor-sharp pieces of glass, and the fury in his eyes was palpable. Bai Su approaching him was perilously reckless. At this moment, everyone held their breath in anticipation. Bai Laoda called out, "Halt!" Bai Su lifted her chin defiantly, replying, "No." I gripped her delicate hand tightly, leading her to a stop when we were merely 3 or 4 feet from Song Jian. Once she stood still, she took a few deep breaths and declared, "Uncle Song, all of this is my fault. In light of your past kindness towards me, please forgive my father and Wei de Gui." Both Bai Laoda and I were taken aback by Bai Su's words. As we had both witnessed the incriminating footage of Song Jian, Bai Su had seen it too. Her rationale seemed unfounded. Song Jian scoffed, "Miss Su, your father and Wei Sealy have unjustly accused me. I could never forgive them." Bai Su sighed, "Uncle Song, please come and see something. Once you do, you'll understand and the misunderstandings will be resolved." At that moment, not only the onlookers outside the door but even Bai Laoda and I were baffled by Bai Su's intentions. Song Jian inquired, "What are we going to see?" Bai Su replied, "Uncle Song, just follow me, and you will understand." "Father, you must come as well." Bai Laoda responded solemnly, "Su-er, what trickery are you up to?" Bai Su let out a gentle sigh. "Father, we have been too careless. You must apologize to Uncle Song." Bai Laoda was taken aback. "If the truth comes to light, we shall, of course, admit our wrongdoing." Song Jian huffed again, remaining silent. Bai Su signaled for me to assist her as we departed, with Song Jian and Bai Laoda following closely behind. They exchanged no words, and any onlookers who attempted to approach were deterred by Bai Laoda's stern command. Before long, we arrived at Bai Su's room. Entering the darkened space together, Bai Su reclined in a chair and instructed me, "Start the projector." Bai Laoda agreed, yes, it would be prudent for him to see as well. Following their directive, I activated the projector, casting images of a venomous snake attacking upon the wall. When Song Jian's face appeared, Bai Su called out, "Stop!" The image of Song Jian froze on the wall. Bai Laoda coolly inquired, "Brother Song, what do you think?" However, Song Jian appeared oblivious, staring blankly at the wall. Bai Su explained, "When we reached this point, we assumed the culprit must be Uncle Song. Thus the film was never resumed after 2 interruptions. This was our error." Confused, I asked, "How could there be an error?" Bai Su urged, "Continue the film." I reversed the film and restarted the projector. As the wall displayed Song Jian retreating and closing the door, just before it fully shut. Song Jian's face contorted into a sinister grin, followed by the door being smashed open, splinters flying everywhere as the corridor came into view. Bai Su commanded, "Stop." Neither Bai Laoda nor I discerned any flaw in the footage. But we heard Song Jian exclaim, "It's him." Bai Su quickly asked, "Uncle Song, who is that?" I exclaimed, "What's wrong? Who else could it be?" Bai Su slowly shook her head, saying, "Look closely." Just before the door closed, that person's teeth revealed the truth. Exchanging glances with Bai Laoda, I rewound the film and restarted the projector. When we reached that particular frame, I paused it and scrutinized the image, gasping in realization. Although the figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Song Jian, he possessed 2 exceptionally sharp canine teeth that set him apart. In contrast, Song Jian's teeth were impeccably aligned, devoid of such ferocity. This distinction was not easily noticed without keen observation. I stood in shock. Turning to Song Jian, who was also staring at the wall, his expression one of profound anguish. Bai Laoda rose and approached Song Jian, calling out, "Brother Song." Song Jian replied, "It's my brother." The 12th chapter. Each displays their skills in search of clues. Bai Laoda was taken aback. "How could he be here?" Song Jian replied, "I do not know. I have not seen him in many years." He continued, "He and I are indistinguishable, having been mistaken for twins until he developed canine teeth when he lost his baby teeth. He left me after committing a grievous offense against the Feihu gang, a good 7 or 8 years ago." I quickly remarked, "Now that he is here, he surely cannot escape." Bai Su warned, "Perhaps not. He may not evade anyone, but he will certainly avoid Uncle Song, for everyone believes he is you. If you and Bai Laoda engage, he would surely know that his ruse has been uncovered and would likely have already fled." Bai Laoda struck the table forcefully, exclaiming, "Even if he is left, he cannot go far. Let us hasten to the laboratory. Sewer, you should rest for a while and refrain from exhausting yourself further." Bai Su responded affirmatively, while Bai Laoda extended his hand towards Song Jian, who grasped it firmly, and together they swiftly made their way outside. I offered Bai Su a few words of consolation and quickly followed behind them. We raced into the laboratory, where Bai Laoda disregarded everything else and approached the television set. He switched it on, and soon, the screen illuminated with images of the beach. After manipulating a series of instruments beside the television, the images on the screen gradually transformed into that of the Esiad. At that moment, we were underground, oblivious to the passage of time, while outside, the sun shone brilliantly in the clear sky. The water sparkled under the sun's rays. Bai Laoda pressed another button, and the image of the sea became even clearer. It was at this juncture that he declared, "I have remotely controlled the television camera and added a telephoto lens." Both Song Jian and I, being novices in this field, could only observe the flickering images on the screen with rapt attention. It appeared as if Bai Laoda was utilizing the radio to maneuver the television camera, scanning the surface of the sea. Before long, Bai Laoda suddenly pointed at the screen, exclaiming, "Look!" Song Jian and I turned our gaze to see a motorboat speeding across the water. We could discern 2 figures aboard, yet their identities remained obscured. Bai Laoda urgently inquired, "Brother Du, I recall we had equipped a high-performance telephoto lens. How far can it capture?" Du Zhong, trembling slightly, replied, 5 kilometers. "Excellent," Bai Laoda exclaimed, pressing yet another button, causing the motorboat on the screen to draw closer. We could now see a man and a woman aboard. The man bore a resemblance to Song Jian, while the woman wore a wide-brimmed straw hat, making it impossible to identify her. However, her figure was undeniably graceful and athletic. Bai Laoda scoffed, saying, "Indeed, they have fled." He gave my shoulder a firm pat and inquired, "Who is this fashionable woman?" "The one accompanying Song Jin's brother is certainly stylish, and she has every reason to be." Having grown up in America, to my astonishment, I realized the woman was none other than my cousin, Hong Hong. This revelation was utterly unbelievable. How could Hong Hong be with Song Jin's brother? Moreover, their demeanor suggested that they had conspired to steal the steel plates. I had no doubt about Hong Hong's adventurous spirit, yet I could scarcely fathom her direct involvement in such a scheme. I almost entertained the notion that she had a sister who bore an uncanny resemblance to her. But that was simply implausible. At that moment, the motorboat sped away rapidly, rendering the telephoto lens ineffective. It dwindled to a mere black on the screen before vanishing entirely. Bai Laoda remarked, "There must be some twists and turns in this. Their hurried departure suggests they may have already taken the 4 steel plates from my study." Song Jin immediately volunteered, "I will go and check." Bai Laoda instructed, "Earlier, you swept everything off the desk towards me. I caught it with a curtain. Simply search within that curtain." Song Jin nodded, his figure darting swiftly outside. I cast a glance at him, and he asked, "Wei brother, do you lack confidence?" I replied solemnly, "With you by my side." "Song Gu, success is assured," good Song Jin affirmed. Bai Laoda spoke into a communicator, instructing preparations for the motorboat and requesting a green box from his study. Shortly, someone brought the box, and upon opening it, we found 2 exquisitely crafted handguns within. I, captivated by the craftsmanship, eagerly took one, while Song Jin hesitated before also acquiring a piece. After concealing the firearms, Bai Laoda shook hands with us, saying, "Be cautious. I will communicate with the brothers. We shall await good news here." Song Jin interjected, "Indeed." Bai Laoda then instructed, "Wei brother, you must heed Song brother's commands." I solemnly agreed, affirming, "Understood." With a wave of his hand, Bai Laoda bid us farewell. Song Jin and I promptly turned and dashed outside. Ascending the elevator in mere minutes, we arrived at the seaside, where the motorboat was already roaring with life. We leaped aboard, and with a swift motion, Song Jin severed the mooring line, sending up a spray of water as the motorboat surged forward. I nodded and remarked, "I understand now. My cousin is with him." "You think there will be danger?" Song Gu, Song Jin sighed. "It's hard to say. Since childhood, he has had an eccentric temperament, and few can stand his company. It is indeed strange that your cousin would choose to embark with him." Upon hearing Song Jin's words, a new layer of worry enveloped me. If anything were to befall Hong Hong, I would bear the responsibility. The motorboat took only 12 minutes to approach the city. We spotted a figure on the shore waving a red handkerchief, indicating that Bai Laoda had informed our contact via a direct line. We sped towards the figure, leaping ashore before the boat had fully docked. The individual approached us, inquiring, "The car is ready." "Where to, gentlemen?" This question left us both momentarily speechless. Where had Song Fu and Hong Hong gone? We had no inkling whatsoever. Song Jin glanced at me, and I asked, "How long have you been here?" He replied, "For minutes." I pressed on, "Did you see a man and a woman leave in haste?" After a moment of thought, he said, "I didn't notice that." I sighed. "Song Gu, let us first return to my home. If Hong Hong left a message there, we may find a lead." Song Jin concurred. "That seems to be our only option." We both jumped into the car, which sped towards the city. Upon reaching the urban area, the driver reluctantly slowed down, and before long, we arrived at my doorstep. We exited the vehicle, and the driver asked, "Is there anything else?" Song Jin waved him off, saying, "You may go. You must not disclose our whereabouts." The driver responded affirmatively and promptly backed away. Departing, I turned to Song Jin, saying, "Just now, when you instructed him not to reveal our movements." His eyes flickered. "Do you think he harbors ill intentions?" Song Jin replied, "It's hard to say. He might be a confidant of Bai Chi Wei." As I spoke, I retrieved my keys and inserted them into the lock, only to hear the phone inside ring twice. But it ceased after just that. The chill ran down my spine, for old Kai was notoriously slow in his actions. He wouldn't have answered the phone so swiftly. I promptly changed my mind, withdrew the keys, and declared, "Song Gu, it seems there has been a disturbance at my home. We should ascend via the water pipes and proceed with caution." Song Jin questioned, "Is that really necessary?" I insisted, "This way, we can avoid any unforeseen accidents." Song Jin fell silent, and the two of us turned the corner. Fortunately, my residence was quite secluded. Even though it was daytime, foot traffic was minimal. Observing that no one was around, we swiftly made our way to the balcony via the water pipes. I reached out, shattered a pane of glass, and pushed the door open, allowing both Song Jin and myself to step inside. However, as we crossed the threshold, we were both taken aback. The contents of my study had been utterly ransacked, the destruction so severe that it resembled a battlefield where soldiers had fought fiercely. Not a single intact item remained. Upon hearing a noise, we quickly turned around, only to find ourselves frozen in place, not from lack of desire to move, but from sheer inability. For there, before us, stood Bai Chi-wei, brandishing a submachine gun, his finger poised on the trigger. A mere twitch of his finger would spell our doom. With a sinister grin, Bai Chi-wei remarked, "Long time no see. How are you both?" Song Jian urged. "Chi-wei, put down the gun." Bai Chi-wei let out a cold laugh, commanding, "Turn around." I replied firmly, "Do you dare to shoot here?" Bai Chi-wei retorted, "Desperate people will do anything. As long as you cooperate, I won't go too far. Now turn around and raise your hands." With no other option, Song Jian and I complied, lifting our hands and turning away. Bai Chi-wei barked, "Walk outside. Let's talk in the living room. Keep your distance," Song Jian cautioned. "Wei brother, a wise man avoids immediate peril. Let us heed his words." I strode forward decisively, with Song Jian following closely behind. We exited the study and descended the stairs. The living room appeared unchanged. Yet 6 or 7 individuals were seated within. Among them were the infamous San AI of the Shanbian gang, while the others, though familiar, remained nameless to me, likely members of the Green Gang bought off by Bai Chi-wei. Upon seeing Song Jian and me, the 7 individuals brandished their firearms and aimed them at us. As we reached the center of the living room, Bai Chi-wei shouted from behind, "Halt! You two, stand still." Both Song Jian and I complied. Bai Chi-wei commanded, "Cuff them both." Instantly, 2 men rose and retrieved a pair of handcuffs each. With an unruffled demeanor, Song Jian remarked, "Friends, this task seems perilous." The 2 men retorted coolly, "Do you dare to struggle?" Song Jian replied, "If we resist, Bai Chi-wei will certainly fire, and you two would inevitably meet your demise alongside us." Upon hearing this, the men's faces turned pale, and they instinctively paused. Song Jian laughed heartily, saying, "What timid souls! Come on, we won't move." The 2 men's expressions fluctuated between red and white before they finally dared to approach us and cuffed our hands behind our backs. I couldn't help but feel immense admiration for Song Jian. At that moment, we were at Bai Chi-wei's mercy, in a position of utter disadvantage. Yet Song Jian remained composed, jesting and scolding, leaving our adversaries flustered and embarrassed. After being cuffed, Song Jian inquired, "Is there anything else? Shall we be shackled at the feet?" Bai Chi-wei grunted, "Sit down." We turned around and took our seats, with Song Jian propping his leg up, commanding, "Shorty, light a cigarette for me." Quickly! The 3 diminutive henchmen, intimidated by his demeanor, all bent down to light a cigarette for him. Song Jian added, "Wei brother, you should have one too." As he spoke, he winked at me, and I immediately understood. Responding naturally, "I shall obey Brother Song's command." The 3 henchmen then lit a cigarette for me as well, and the 2 of us leisurely puffed away, displaying none of the demeanor of captives. Bai Chi-wei seated himself across from me. And not only did he have a submachine gun aimed at us, but also 6 additional handguns. Bai Chi-wei said, "Song Jian, do you intend to blow smoke in my face? Those 6 guns are not empty." I could sense that although Song Jian's expression remained unchanged, he must have been startled deep down. His desire to smoke was undoubtedly a ploy to catch our captors off guard, but now that Bai Chi-wei had seen through him, the element of surprise was lost. With a cigarette in his mouth, Song Jian spoke in a deliberately vague tone. "You are quite correct." Bai Chi-wei let out a couple of cold laughs, saying, "Song, I now know it was you who took the steel plates. I went to great lengths to secure them with an electromagnet, and you simply reaped the benefits. How should we settle this score?" Song Jian replied, "You are mistaken. It was not I who took the steel plates." Bai Chi-wei pointed to a man beside him, saying, "He was sent by me to retrieve the plates. You arrived first and even kicked him. Could that be a lie?" Song Jian responded, "The one who took the plates is my brother. He looks just like me, so this friend must have mistaken him." Bai Chi-wei scoffed, "Brother, you could write a novel with such tales. Where are the plates? Hand them over, and considering you did not take them, I will not treat you too harshly, Song Jian said. Chi-Wei, I speak only the truth. Your father is extremely distressed about your predicament. Do not continue to make mistakes. Release us both, and let us pursue the whereabouts of those 25 steel plates. That is the matter at hand. Bai Chi-Wei cackled. Well said. But if you do not hand them over, I will make you two suffer first. Upon hearing Bai Chi-Wei's words, both Song Jian and I were taken aback. The suffering he referred to undoubtedly meant we would endure some form of torture. Suddenly, Song Jian uttered a phrase that sounded even more unclear. Bai Chi-Wei shouted, "What did you say?" Song Jian replied, "I said." His statement was so muddled that aside from the two words I could decipher, nothing else was discernible. Upon hearing Song Jian repeat this twice, I felt a jolt of realization. He was preparing to act. I became extremely anxious, for in such circumstances, any movement we made would render our chances of escape nearly non-existent. Bai Chi-Wei furrowed his brow, demanding, "What are you saying?" Song Jian opened his mouth, saying, "I am saying at that moment." He suddenly exhaled the smoke from his nearly finished cigarette towards Bai Chi-Wei. Bai Chi-Wei's attention was diverted by Song Jian's earlier vague phrases. And given the current situation, he could not have anticipated that Song Jian would act recklessly. As the cigarette butt flew towards him, Bai Chi-Wei instinctively turned his head, but Song Jian had already lunged forward. It was only then that I realized Song Jian's agility was truly remarkable. Even something as small as a cigarette, but could be used to propel himself forward. All of this occurred in the blink of an eye. As Song Jian lunged at Bai Chi-Wei, I too sprang into action, kicking a nearby sofa aside. The sound of gunfire erupted. Clearly, Bai Chi-Wei's submachine gun had been discharged. My heart sank, for in that moment, I could not bear to look and see if Song Jian had been shot. Instead, I lunged at the nearest man. There was a resounding bang as a bullet whizzed past me, but I collided forcefully with the man, sending him sprawling several feet away. Just then, I heard Bai Chi-Wei shout, "Stop! Stop!" I quickly focused my gaze and saw the three diminutive henchmen and the other four men staring in shock at Bai Chi-Wei and Song Jian. Bai Chi-Wei lay on the ground, the submachine gun fallen beside him, while Song Jian stood over him, one foot on his chest and the other on his wrist, leaving Bai Chi-Wei utterly immobilized. Dust began to fall from the ceiling, and when I looked up, I saw a row of bullet holes, revealing that the bullets had struck the ceiling. Song Jian flashed me a smile, saying, "Wei brother." My apologies, but fortunately, they remained loyal to their master. I instantly grasped Song Jian's intention. While he lunged at Bai Chi-Wei, the three henchmen had been preoccupied with Bai Chi-Wei's safety, inadvertently turning their guns towards Song Jian. Only one man had turned to fire at me due to my own attack, thus missing his aim. Reflecting on the events, I couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. It was only later that I learned Song Jian had executed his move with lightning speed. As he reached Bai Chi-Wei, he had quickly lowered his body and struck at his wrist, causing the submachine gun to point skyward. Consequently, although Bai Chi-Wei fired immediately, the bullets struck the ceiling instead. After that initial blow, Song Jian quickly straightened up and crashed into Bai Chi-Wei's chest. As a practitioner of the oil hammer technique, his strike was not to be taken lightly, and with life and death at stake, he mustered all his strength. How could Bai Chi-Wei withstand such force? He immediately fell backward, in an instant. Song Jian stepped onto Bai Chi-Wei's wrist, causing him pain and forcing him to drop the submachine gun, after which Song Jian swiftly placed his foot on Bai Chi-Wei's chest. I write of this easily now, but at that moment, Song Jian's hands were handcuffed behind his back, and a mere moment's hesitation could have led to his demise. Only a person of great courage could have achieved such a feat. With a smile, Song Jian said, "Quickly, uncuff our hands." Bai Chi-Wei, like a puppet on a string, replied, "Quickly, unlock their handcuffs." The three diminutive henchmen understood that if Song Jian exerted force with his foot, Bai Chi-Wei's life would be in danger, so they rushed over to unlock my cuffs first. I immediately collected their handguns and picked up the submachine gun, after which Song Jian rubbed his wrists and stepped back. Bai Chi-Wei, his face flushed, stood up, and Song Jian remarked, "Chi-Wei, the old fox is indeed cunning." Bai Chi-Wei retorted, "If it weren't for my soft heart, you two would have been dead long ago." Song Jian scoffed, "You are not soft-hearted. You are simply greedy. Now, what else do you have to say?" Bai Chi-Wei stood stiffly, silent. Song Jian continued, "You have many subordinates and extensive connections. Might you have discovered a person who looks just like me?" "Along with a woman?" I added. That woman is the one you plan to kidnap. Hong Hong, Bai Chiwei replied. I received a report that you arrived on shore with a woman, but the driver claimed that the boss had called him to pick you up. I feared the initial report was inaccurate and did not believe it. Song Jian hastily asked, then is there truly no way to learn their whereabouts? Bai Chiwei answered, of course not. The old fox is indeed cunning. Why bother asking me? Bai Chiwei's expression, which had been resolute, changed upon hearing this, and he fell silent. I said, Brother Song, you have finished your words, and I too have a few things to discuss with Brother Bai. Bai Chiwei raised his head towards the sky and remained silent. I continued. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, at the serene mountaintop, when you conspired to harm me, you had the audacity to place white powder upon my person. Bai Chiwei, could it be that you, the notorious trafficker of the elusive white powder, are responsible? Bai Chiwei's face flushed with indignation as he retorted, nonsense. You underestimate me. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, I considered the possibility that he might indeed be innocent. And thus I asked then, from whence did this white powder originate? Bai Chiwei replied, it was the suggestion of one of my subordinates. How should I know? I pressed further, then your subordinate must be in league with the trafficker. Brother Song, please speak. After a moment's contemplation, Song Jian said, very well, Chiwei, if you can bring your subordinate to capture the elusive drug lord sought by the police, I shall intercede on your behalf before your father. Bai Chiwei replied, this matter requires some deliberation. Song Jian laughed heartily, excellent. Now, the 25 steel plates are neither in my possession nor yours. Let us see how this unfolds and into whose hands they ultimately fall. Bai Chiwei responded, let us await the outcome. Song Jian stepped forward just as a bus arrived at the station. He grasped my hand, and we boarded. From the bus, I could see Bai Chiwei glaring at us fiercely. Throughout our ride, Song Jian and I exchanged no words until we alighted at the terminal and settled into a restaurant in hushed tones. Song Jian remarked, Brother Wei, if they have acquired the 25 steel plates, they will certainly know the location of the buried wealth and will soon depart. We must ascertain their destination. Do you have a plan? Recalling Huang Bide, I replied, indeed. Rising immediately, I dialed his number, stating my name. The voice on the other end was Huang Bide, filled with astonishment as he exclaimed, you dare to call? Taken aback, I questioned, why should I not? Huang Bide responded, you are in grave trouble. There is a submachine gun in your home that has been fired. The police just questioned me about your whereabouts, asking if I knew where you might be. They have personnel stationed at all the places you frequent. You must act swiftly. Internally shocked, I replied, let us not discuss that for now. I need your assistance with something. Huang Bide urged, speak quickly. I said, please investigate whether a man and a woman have purchased flight tickets to leave Hong Kong. The man is named Song Fu, and the woman is Red Wong. Using American passports, I shall call you every 6 hours. Huang Bide sighed, very well, but you must hang up quickly. If the police intercept this line, they may track you down. Song Jian interjected, no, we must hurry to meet your diplomat friend. His words reminded me, and we promptly exited the restaurant, hailing a taxi straight to the office of Consul Ji. Upon entering, I finally exhaled in relief. The consul soon met with me, and I briefly recounted my predicament. He readily agreed to assist and introduced me to Qin Jingqi. The room where Qin resided was exceedingly lavish, clearly designed to host dignitaries. Yet Qin expressed dissatisfaction, complaining of the softness of the bed and the lack of understanding from the staff. I detailed my impersonation of him, and after a few hours of rest, I called Huang Bide again. His response was negative. With no other options, we resigned ourselves to sleep once more. Consul Ji checked on us several times, even recalling our acquaintance, proving himself a true friend. The following morning, as I perused the newspaper, I noted that the police seemed reluctant to alarm the public, as the incident was understated, merely reporting that weapons had been discovered in a prestigious residential area. Leaving much unsaid, I called Huang Bide again, and this time his response was affirmative. He informed me that 2 individuals were indeed on the move, but the man's name was Sakata Kotaro, carrying a Japanese passport, not Song Fu, since Song Fu had left home long ago. It was no surprise that he had adopted a Japanese name. Their destination was Manila, boarding a flight scheduled to depart at 11:47 a.m. that very day. I discussed this with Song Jian, and we arranged for Consul Ji to secure 2 tickets through diplomatic channels. Consul Ji also devised a way for us to board the flight in time. The plan was for me to depart first, with Song Jian following, so we could meet at the airport at 9 o'clock sharp. I left the safe haven provided by Consul G, and I noticed that no one appeared to be watching me outside. I rode in Consul G's car directly to the airport, arriving at 9:47 a.m. After settling into the restaurant, to my surprise, two individuals promptly seated themselves across from me. Startled, I rose, only to hear Officer Cheng's voice behind me, saying, "Mr. Wei, no need for formality. Please take a seat." I reluctantly complied. Officer Chung, dressed in plain clothes, sat beside me, his expression grave as he remarked, "You are becoming increasingly reckless." I could only respond with a smile. "Officer Chung, the police's efficiency is indeed astonishing," Officer Chung stated. "We have long been aware of your movements. We were merely a step behind, which is why you managed to evade us for a night. Why were you inquiring about Sakata Kotaro and Red Wong's whereabouts from Huang Bide?" I responded. "So Huang Bide has betrayed me." Officer Chung interjected. "Do not cast blame upon him," I retorted. "Then how did you know my whereabouts?" Officer Chung replied, "Let me be frank. The police have been monitoring your activities. You have been missing for 3 days, and we had already set up surveillance at known locations. Your communications with Huang Bide have all been recorded. Wei, the situation at your home has escalated into a serious crime." I feigned nonchalance, stretching lazily. "Is that so?" Cheng's expression darkened. "You still refuse to acknowledge the truth?" Lowering my voice, I said, "I wish to speak with you privately." Chung regarded me for a moment before signaling to the two plainclothes officers, who then stood and moved away. Though they remained vigilant, I managed a wry smile. "I have risked my life for the police. Do you not understand? It truly disheartens me." Chung inquired, "Are you pursuing drug traffickers?" In truth, my recent endeavors had little to do with seeking out drug lords. However, I realized that I had no other recourse but to exploit this angle. I nodded in affirmation. Chung lowered his voice further. "So, Sakata Kotaro and Wang Honghong are your targets?" I responded vaguely, "I require further evidence. I am currently busy gathering more." Chung scrutinized me for a moment before scoffing. "We are well aware that matters are not so simple. Drug traffickers would never employ the kind of weaponry found in your home," I countered. "That is not necessarily true. How did the infamous Tang Tianxiang operate back in the day?" Chung pondered this for a moment, then fell silent, stating, "Mr. Wei, I hope you will act wisely," I replied. "Rest assured. I feel an unexpected sense of relief." His remarks imply he trusts my story, allowing me passage to the Philippines. Indeed, once he finished speaking, he stood and exited. I remained seated, contemplating the situation before me. With Bai Chiwei's cunning and the extensive network of his subordinates, he could easily learn of Song Fu, Sakata Kotaro's whereabouts. It was undoubtedly certain that Bai Chiwei would follow him to the Philippines. Song Jian and I had already made our decision, and it would not waver. I was confident that the police, upon discovering my movements, would conclude that the matter was tied to a significant drug case. They would not allow it to slip away easily and would surely dispatch operatives to accompany us. Thus, for parties, including Song Jian and myself, were entangled in a web of intrigue, and the outcome was utterly uncertain. Time slipped away rapidly, and I noticed a middle-aged man with a briefcase entering the restaurant. He wore wide-brimmed black glasses, and I quickly rose, heading towards the restroom. Inside, I retrieved the handgun given to me by Boss Bai, noticing a small red light blinking on it. When I pressed the button, Song Jian's voice emerged. "What is the situation?" I recounted the recent events and inquired, "Have you brought the disguises?" The man who just entered, appearing to be a businessman, was indeed Song Jian. He was using a radio communicator to speak with me from the restaurant. He confirmed, "I have them." "We must act as if we do not know one another," I replied precisely. "The police are unaware of our association. Bai Chiwei knows, but if I intentionally expose a flaw in my disguise for him to recognize, he will focus on my actions, and I will avoid any interaction with you, thus losing his target." Song Jian agreed, "Indeed. I have placed the disguise materials on the table where you were just seated. You may retrieve them for your use," I once again urged, saying, "Brother Song, just a moment. If you have anything to say on the plane, you may employ this method." Song Jian responded affirmatively. I turned off the communicator, exited the restroom, and returned to the dining table where I had sat earlier, only to discover a paper package waiting for me. Meanwhile, Song Jian was seated at another table, voraciously devouring his meal. I ordered food as well, all the while discreetly observing the comings and goings of the individuals around me. I noticed a large, rotund man paying attention to me, and he was continuously exchanging gestures with another man. which led me to suspect they were undercover police officers. They had evidently taken notice of me, and I realized that even if I attempted to disguise myself later, evading their scrutiny would be challenging. However, this could be advantageous, for it would render me an exposed and prominent target, while Song Jian would remain the hidden piece on the chessboard, capable of significant utility when necessary. I kept a vigilant eye and discerned that only these two individuals had been dispatched by the police. The rotund man's every movement was executed with remarkable skill. Clearly, despite his corpulent physique, he possessed a sharp intellect, and my relationship with the police had become exceedingly delicate. I neither wished for them to uncover the true nature of the situation, nor did I want to be without their assistance when the moment arose. As the departure time approached, both Song Jian and I made our way to the waiting area. By this juncture, all passengers for this flight should have assembled, yet I had not spotted Song Fu and Hong Hong during my transit from the dining area to the waiting room. I swiftly altered my appearance. On my cheeks, I applied 2 patches of deep flesh-colored soft gel and affixed 2 thick, short false eyebrows to my eyelids using skin tone tape. Although it took merely a minute, I had transformed into a gaunt figure with prominent cheekbones and a fierce countenance. This was the latest in disguise techniques, and compared to the old method of painting one's face, the results were indeed incomparable. I was confident that even if Hong Hong stood before me, she would not recognize me, allowing me to stroll about freely, casting indiscreet glances at nearly every woman present. Of course, I was aware that both Hong Hong and Song Fu could also employ clever disguises to evade my recognition. After careful observation, I concluded that neither of them had yet arrived. However, the time until departure was dwindling, and the flight attendants were already preparing to check tickets at the gate. I covertly signaled to Song Jian from a distance. Making a gesture indicating a phone call, he nodded and moved away. Within 2 minutes, an announcement echoed through the speakers. "Mr. Saito Kotaro, you have an urgent long-distance call. Please proceed to take it." After repeating this twice, I noticed the 2 undercover agents appearing quite tense that I, too, felt a surge of anxiety, but no one in the waiting area stepped forward to answer the call. I knew Song Fu must be within this waiting area. Yet he was cunningly avoiding the call. I realized that my instruction to Song Jian to place that call had been in vain, and I could not help but feel a deep sense of urgency. If I failed to identify Song Fu and Hong Hong before boarding, any unexpected developments on the plane could leave me caught off guard. I quickly contemplated my options and approached the gate. Seeking out a flight attendant, I feigned broken English and inquired. "I heard someone call for Saito Kotaro for a phone call." The flight attendant replied, "Yes, are you Saito Kotaro?" I hurriedly replied, "Oh, no, I'm not. Saito Kotaro and I are old friends. We haven't seen each other in over 20 years. I had no idea he would be here, and I don't recognize what he looks like anymore. Could you please tell me his seat number so we can reunite?" The lovely flight attendant, showing no suspicion, rewarded me with a sweet smile, opened her folder, checked, and then said, "His seat number is 34. Would you like me to notify him?" I promptly replied, "No, no need. I wish to surprise him." At that moment, the announcement requested passengers to board. I handed my ticket to the flight attendant and, clutching my briefcase, proceeded towards the aircraft. As I exited the gate, I heard a commotion and saw many people waving farewell, the target of their adulation being an exceptionally beautiful woman. I recognized her as a film star. Known as the most beautiful woman, and the crowd waving her off were likely her fans. I boarded the plane, found my seat, and settled in. When purchasing my ticket, I had specifically requested a seat towards the back, as this would allow me to observe the front without becoming the focus of attention myself. Shortly after I took my seat, Song Jian boarded the plane, pretending to gaze out the window. Discreetly grasping his firearm, concealed beneath a hat, he activated the communicator, and I could hear a soft sound emanating from his gun. He hurriedly sat down, opened a newspaper, and whispered, "Saito Kotaro is in seat 34. Song Jian acknowledged. "Got it." I had just put away my firearm when Song Jian's voice came through again. "Brother Wei, are you joking?" I quickly replied, "Not at all." Song Jian insisted, "Take a look for yourself." I placed my hat on my lap and scanned the area, finally locating seat 30-4. To my astonishment, the occupant was not Song Fu but rather the film star known for her beauty. I was momentarily speechless, pondering that perhaps the flight attendant had made an error. I glanced beside her, only to find a nauseating Filipino singer making exaggerated gestures towards the actress, clearly not Song Fu. And certainly not Hong Hong. I could only murmur, "Things seem a bit off." Let us clarify before we speak further. Song Jian responded. I don't see them boarding, I countered. That can't be. If they took another flight, the police would certainly know. Why else would the officers still be on board? Song Jian was seated a few paces away. He called out and resumed reading his newspaper. While I scrutinized each passenger at that moment, aside from one empty seat, everyone else was accounted for, totaling 55 individuals, myself included. I was convinced that Song Fu and Hong Hong were on this flight. I resolved to devise a method to inquire about Saito Kotaro's seat after takeoff. Before long, the flight attendants instructed everyone to fasten their seatbelts, and the aircraft began its takeoff roll. I retrieved my wallet, emptied its contents, and with a small knife, carved out Saito Kotaro's name in Japanese on the wallet. When a flight attendant passed by, I called her over, handed her the wallet, and said, Miss, I found this after boarding. I believe it belongs to one of the passengers. Please return it to him. The flight attendant took the wallet and walked away as I discreetly manipulated the wallet. The balding, elderly man beside me tilted his head and let out a soft snore. My hands remained concealed beneath the newspaper, ensuring I went unnoticed. I knew that once the flight attendant discovered the name Saito Kotaro among the passenger list matched that on the wallet, she would surely deliver it to Song Fu. I silently rejoiced in my cleverness, leisurely lighting a cigarette and exhaling smoke. The plane glided smoothly through the skies, the azure sea below refreshing my spirit. The elderly man stirred slightly, mumbling in his sleep at that moment. My astonishment was beyond description, for I had never anticipated that Saito Kotaro, also known as Song Fu, would be so near. I quickly turned to glance at him. Although I recognized him as Saito Kotaro, I still found it difficult to believe my eyes, for the man beside me was bald, gaunt, clad in an ill-fitting suit, and adorned with tortoiseshell glasses. He was the quintessential image of a Japanese scholar. Utterly unlike Song Fu, the flight attendant approached him with the wallet, but he shook his head and said, That is not my property, miss. Please do not trouble me. His brusque demeanor left the flight attendant quite embarrassed. She pointed towards me and said, Mr. Saito, this gentleman found it. Saito's tone grew increasingly impatient. Miss, I have already told you, that does not belong to me. The flight attendant shrugged, offering me an expression of helplessness. While Saito turned his head again to doze off, his seat was beside mine, number 54. It was evident that the gate attendant had misread the seating arrangement, but the flight attendant on board would not make such a mistake. Although the Saito seated next to me bore no resemblance to Song Fu, this was not particularly surprising, as a well-crafted nylon mesh could entirely alter one's appearance. I began to pay close attention to my surroundings. Noting that while his features were gaunt, his physique was quite robust, which seemed incongruous, I was certain he was Song Fu. After about half an hour of flight, I made a trip to the restroom and relayed this information to Song Jian. Song Jian informed me that the vacant seat number 26 might belong to Hong Hong, as she unexpectedly encountered some unforeseen circumstance that prevented her from boarding the plane. A chill ran down my spine as I made brief eye contact with her. In that fleeting moment, I was almost certain it was Hong Hong. Although her features were entirely different, her gaze evoked memories of her. I feigned ignorance, and it was evident she did not recognize me either. A sense of triumph swelled within me, yet the subsequent events left me utterly perplexed. I overheard a middle-aged Japanese woman inquiring in Japanese, Professor Sakata, Professor Sakata. Sakata quietly replied, Do not disturb me, the woman continued. Professor Sakata, is your speech manuscript for the conference with you? Sakata rummaged through his belongings and produced a bundle of papers densely covered in Japanese script. Stealing a glance, I observed the title was a study on the reproduction of seed plants, accompanied by a subtitle that was a specialized botanical term regarding cellular division morphology, which I could neither decipher nor fully comprehend. The woman took the stack of manuscript pages from him, saying, I apologize, but I need to translate this into English quickly. We will need it as soon as we arrive in Manila. Sakata nodded, seemingly unfazed, and opened a magazine. Engrossed in its contents, it was a publication from a global organization of biologists. Utterly incomprehensible to the layperson and devoid of any allure, I even detected the faint scent of formaldehyde emanating from Sakata, a testament to the excessive specimen preparations typical of biologists. At this juncture, my confidence in Huang Bai's investigative findings wavered significantly. A surge of frustration coursed through me. If Huang Bai was erroneous regarding such a straightforward matter, It could jeopardize our critical mission and be an utter travesty. Just as I intended to communicate with Song Jian, I heard a faint sound from the gun concealed in my bag. Hastily, I retrieved it, wrapped it in a handkerchief, and held it to my ear. Only to hear Song Jian say, "Did you see? Those 3 Philippine Boy Scouts ahead are Shanbian San AI, and that priest is by Chi Wei. There may be more than just those 4. I nodded, though I could not fully believe that the person beside me was Song Fu. Nonetheless, I had to proceed with caution. I discreetly left my seat and whispered, "The person next to me does not seem to be your brother." Part 13. Two-faced individuals. I felt quite embarrassed and could only say, "So you are the renowned biologist Sakata Kataru?" Offering a compliment is rarely misplaced, and Sakata smiled, asking, "And you are?" I quickly replied, "I have a keen interest in collecting insect specimens." He snorted in disdain, clearly unimpressed, and retorted, "That is not biology." I hurriedly added, "Of course, but I possess specimens of 2 Tibetan swallowtail butterflies and an amber-eyed moth from Madagascar. If the opportunity arises, I would be eager to have such a distinguished expert as yourself evaluate them." As I spoke, I observed his demeanor shift. His eyes lit up, and he murmured a few phrases in Japanese, expressing astonishment at the rarity of the insects I mentioned. From his reaction, it was evident he was indeed a genuine biologist. Otherwise, the names of those 2 insects would not have sparked such fervent interest. Sakata then launched into an animated discussion about biology, occasionally conversing with the woman seated in front of him, who appeared to be his secretary. He informed me that he was traveling to Manila to attend an annual conference for Southeast Asian biologists, comprised of esteemed scientists from various regions. The notion of someone impersonating such a distinguished identity seemed utterly implausible, leading me to conclude that he was not Song Fu. My deduction was that neither Song Fu nor Hong Hong were aboard this flight. However, I could not help but wonder if Huang Bai's investigation had indeed gone awry. Surely the police would conduct a thorough review, and Bai Chi Wei was not the type to overlook details. It seemed clear that at least Song Fu was on this plane. Huang Bai had stated unequivocally that Song Fu had used a Japanese passport under the name Sakata Kataru, who stood beside me but was certainly not Song Fu. The situation had grown bizarre to the point of being inexplicable. I chain-smoked in desperation while Sakata continued his incessant chatter, but my mind was elsewhere, grappling with confusion. Even after the plane landed at Manila Airport, I remained at a loss. Upon disembarking, I noticed Bai Chi Wei and Shanbian San AI among the customs officials, and the attention of the 2 plainclothes officers shifted towards me. I couldn't help but chuckle to myself, pondering, if you focus your attention on me, whom am I to focus on? To be honest, I had already lost my target during the flight. My thoughts turned. Once in the city, I could enlist a few friends to assist and see if there were any leads. Otherwise, I would need to consider an alternative strategy. That alternative would involve waiting until Song Fu acquired his wealth, as I would eventually have the opportunity to meet Hong Hong again, at which point I could extract information about Song Fu's whereabouts from her to rectify the situation. Lost in these thoughts, I found myself once again facing Sakata Kataru. Behind me stood a plump woman who suddenly lost her balance and stumbled forward. Caught off guard, I also lurched forward, instinctively reaching out to grasp Sakata's shoulder to steady myself. In that instant, I noticed Sakata's right hand swiftly rise, executing a remarkably quick motion as he reached out to grip my right wrist, which had just brushed against his shoulder, before I could withdraw my hand. He had already secured eye in that moment of distraction. I avoided a direct confrontation with Sakata, and when I turned back, he stood with his back to me, as if nothing had transpired. The movement he had employed to seize my wrist was unmistakably a technique from Chinese martial arts, specifically the reverse wrist lock from the 72 methods of small joint locks. While it cannot be said that no Japanese person could perform such a skill, the fact that a renowned biologist possessed such abilities seemed rather peculiar. Initially, I had resolved to abandon my pursuit of Sakata, but this incident piqued my curiosity, compelling me to continue my surveillance. Upon exiting the airport, Sakata and his female secretary boarded a vehicle adorned with the name of a local university. I chose not to follow directly, but instead settled into a luxurious hotel where Song Jian was also staying. Ironically, the plainclothes officers and Bai Chi Wei were also closely monitoring me, residing in the same hotel. I set aside my worries and indulged in a refreshing shower. After my bath, I lay on the bed and communicated with Song Jian via radio. Bai Laoda's communication device was exquisitely crafted, boasting exceptional sensitivity, allowing us to converse seamlessly despite being on different floors. I shared my suspicions with Song Jian, who concurred on the need for vigilant observation of Sakata's movements. I suggested he maintain a low profile, as I had become an easily identifiable target. When necessary, I could relay all the information I gathered to him, allowing him to take action while I diverted the attention of the police and Bai Chi-wei. Song Jian was highly impressed with my plan. After resting for an hour, I contacted a friend who worked as an interview director at a newspaper to inquire about Sakata's residence. He promptly provided the information. I also learned that the conference would be held at a university and was open for public attendance. Once I confirmed the time and location of the meeting, I settled in for a restful sleep. Although I harbored doubts about Sakata, I still could not ascertain whether he was indeed Song Fu. I was simply left with no other options. However, one detail about Sakata piqued my interest, and my friend had informed me over the phone that Sakata was indeed a highly esteemed biologist, often referred to as a traveling scholar, as he spent nearly the entire year traversing various countries. This was not particularly surprising for a biologist. What caught my attention was the fact that he had taught at an American university, the very institution where Hong Hong was enrolled, and that he frequently visited Thailand. He appeared to have no family, and even the Japanese police were not well acquainted with his background. In summary, the information surrounding Professor Sakata, upon closer examination, exuded an air of profound mystery. I departed the hotel only when the scholarly conference was set to commence. To my astonishment, I found myself being followed by as many as 5 individuals, including plainclothes officers from the Philippine police. Bai Chi-wei maintained his disguise as a priest, appearing quite elderly, while Shun Bian-san AI remained inactive, accompanied by an unfamiliar middle-aged man. Upon reaching the conference venue, I was met with a series of lengthy and tedious presentations, one after another. Sakata's presentation stretched on for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Judging by the audience's reactions, Sakata's report seemed to be quite captivating, yet I struggled to restrain myself from dozing off. Over the course of 4 days, apart from attending the conference, Sakata remained confined to the hotel. The hotel where he was staying was not particularly far from mine. I had managed to bribe a servant within the hotel to keep me informed of Sakata's movements in a timely manner. Over the course of those 4 days, however, matters had reached an impasse, with no new developments whatsoever. According to the reports, the conference was set to conclude the following day. Yet, the current Sakata was not the same Sakata. For many of the scholars attending were not meeting him for the first time. That evening, I locked myself in my room, pacing back and forth. There was a knock at the door, and I said, "Come in." The person who entered was the stout man. Upon seeing him, I smiled and said, "You've finally come to find me." The stout man smiled awkwardly and replied, "You haven't deceived me, nor have I deceived you. What have you been selling these past few days?" I had noticed the man's furious expression in the audience at the conference, and I sensed something stirring within me. "What is it?" I inquired, relieved that the voices on the other end were low enough that he wouldn't overhear. "Professor Sakata is leaving Manila tomorrow," I exclaimed. "Oh, where is he heading?" The servant I had bribed replied, "He is going to Taijio Island." I was taken aback and asked, "What sort of place is that?" The voice on the other end sounded helpless as he responded, "I don't know either. You know, our country consists of over 3,000 islands? And even though I am a Filipino, I cannot possibly know the names of every island," I exclaimed. "All right, when?" The voice replied, "I will contact you again tomorrow." I hurriedly said, Good. After the call ended, I turned around and said, "An old friend wishes to invite me to dinner." The stout man offered a wry smile and said, "Mr. Wei, if you uncover anything, please keep us informed." I nodded, and sensing there was little point in prolonging the visit, he left the room. Once he was gone, I immediately perused the phone book and contacted the largest bookstore in Manila to inquire about the most detailed map of the Philippines. They informed me that the most comprehensive map, which could indicate the names of the islands, contained only about 2,700 names, and that was already considered quite detailed. With a steep price attached, I could not help but feel anxious. If Sakata Kataru was heading to such a remote island, it surely had a purpose. He could claim he was going to collect biological specimens, yet why was it that this island could not even be found on the most detailed maps? After contemplating for a moment, I decided to take the most direct approach and called Sakata Kataru. Once the call connected, I immediately said, "Professor Sakata, I am a reporter from the newspaper. After the conference concludes, we are very eager to know your whereabouts." Sakata Kataru responded in English, "I intend to collect biological specimens on one of your country's coastal islands. I promptly asked, "Could you tell us which island you are headed to?" Just as Sakata Katara hesitated to reply, I suddenly heard a Chinese woman's voice on the line saying, "Hurry up, why are you still on the phone?" The Chinese woman was evidently speaking close to Sakata, which is why her voice came through the receiver so clearly. The mere fact that someone was conversing with Sakata Kataru in Chinese was already highly suspicious, and the voice sounded remarkably familiar. It was unmistakably Hong Hong's voice. I heard Sakata exclaim, "I cannot divulge that," and with a decisive click, he had hung up. Holding the receiver, I recalled Hong Hong's words, "Hurry up, why are you still on the phone?" And I realized Sakata Kataru might be leaving Manila at that very moment. I rushed out of my room, flew down the stairs, and, while on the staircase, quickly communicated with Song Jian using my radio device, urging him to go to the hotel where Sakata was staying immediately. I exited the building and hopped into a taxi, instructing the driver to speed toward the hotel where Sakata was lodged. Upon arrival, I leapt from the vehicle. Within a minute, I spotted Song Jian across the street. We exchanged glances and then saw Sakata Kataru and his female secretary, each carrying a leather suitcase, emerging and getting into a car. Without hesitation, Song Jian and I jumped into another taxi, instructing the driver to follow that vehicle closely. I sighed within the cab, saying, "Brother Song, if I hadn't made that sudden phone call and heard that one sentence, we would have lost everything. Even if we ultimately achieve success in this matter, it would merely be by sheer luck." Song Jian furrowed his brows and asked, "Wei, do you mean that Japanese man is my brother?" I replied, "I find it hard to believe as well. That corpulent Japanese woman could be Hong Hong. But Brother Song, let us not forget how astonishing modern disguises can be. If we can be unrecognized, why not them?" Song Jian silently nodded, saying, "Now, it's just us and them," I added. "It is quite possible that Bai Chi Wei and the police have no inkling of our departure from Manila at this moment." I continued, "That said, it's difficult to say. The police from Hong Kong are quite astute and must have already established contact with the local authorities. As for Bai Chi Wei, I certainly do not underestimate his capabilities." The vehicle carrying Sakata Kataru continued to drive ahead, and the fare displayed on our taxi meter was alarmingly high. Prompting the driver to glance back at us repeatedly, I fished out a $20 bill and pressed it into the driver's hand, saying, "Just keep following them. This should cover the fare." The taxi driver exclaimed aloud, "Okay," and soon enough, we had left the city limits. Under these circumstances, we understood that even if we were to confront the driver, it would be of no use. It was better to exit quickly and devise another plan. After disembarking, we watched as the car ahead turned a corner and vanished. We walked half a kilometer forward, stopping at a small eatery to inquire about the route, discovering that the only path led to the waterfront, merely 3 or 4 kilometers away. Upon hearing this, we felt a flicker of hope. Hastily departing the eatery without considering whether anyone might suspect us, and began to run along the road. Before we could reach our destination, a car sped past us, kicking up dust that covered us entirely. As that vehicle roared away, I distinctly heard Bai Chi Wei's booming laughter from inside. We exchanged furious glances, our faces flushed with indignation, for it was clear that Bai Chi Wei had been monitoring Sakata Kataru as well. At this moment, he had actually gotten ahead of us. Moreover, Song Jian's identity had remained undisclosed, and surely Bai Chi Wei had deduced it by now. The driver who failed to fill the gas tank had caused us considerable trouble. By the time we reached the seaside, we found ourselves in a small, desolate town, with only a few yacht rental companies and a handful of people milling about. Just as we felt cornered and were uncertain where Bai Chi Wei and Sakata had gone, someone approached us, asking, "Are you Song and Wei?" The individual explained, "Boss Bai's telegram stated that if you did not arrive, I need not deliver this message. Just now, 2 Japanese men and 4 Chinese individuals passed by, and I felt suspicious. Seeing you two together, I thought I might as well inquire." Song Jian quickly asked, "Where is the telegram? Please bring it out." The person replied, "Please come into my humble establishment," I insisted. "Time is of the essence. We cannot afford to wait." The individual chuckled and said, "Fear not. I possess the fastest 2 speedboats, and one of them is reserved. The other 2 have been rented out. One was taken 2 days ago by those Japanese men, while the other was just rented out. I was merely a minor player in the Green Gang. I've long admired your esteemed names." Upon hearing this, Song Jian and I felt reassured. The person who operated so astutely could not possibly be just a minor member of the Green Gang. His words were clearly a form of politeness. We followed him into the yacht rental company, where he led us to his office. There, he retrieved a thick telegram from his drawer and handed it to us. As Song Jian and I read it together. We found the message stating, Song and Wei, if you meet, my elder brother, after Song Fu's swift departure for Manila, has been pondering for days. He is certain you must have visited one of the many small islands in the Philippines in the past. And your work must lie within this small island. Song Fu must have set sail. Hence this telegram serves as a preparation for you. Wishing you fair winds. To an outsider, Boss Bai's telegram might seem perplexing. But to us, it was crystal clear. It indicated that as soon as Boss Bai learned Song Fu had gone to Manila, he recalled that in the past, Yu Tingwen had hidden a significant fortune on one of the thousands of islands constituting the Philippines. However, how Boss Bai suddenly came to this realization was beyond our expectations, and I, at that moment, still did not comprehend. Furthermore, it was evident from Boss Bai's telegram that he did not know which island it was specifically. After reading the telegram, I hurriedly asked the individual, what is the situation? The Japanese individuals chartering a boat. Are they headed to Teixeira Island? The man's face displayed a look of astonishment as he inquired. How did you know? I hastily provided a brief explanation, stating, there is no time to waste. We must pursue them quickly. The man replied, Gentlemen, I am unaware of your intentions and would not normally inquire further. However, there is one matter I must clarify. I asked. What is it? The man continued, Teixeira Island cannot be found on any map. It is a small island located in the midst of a circular larger island. Song Jian interjected, what of it? The man explained, this small island, during the Japanese occupation of the Philippines, was intended to serve as a base. Although the plan was never realized, a substantial cache of armaments was left behind. After the Japanese retreated, it became the stronghold of the Hook Gang. Upon hearing this, Song Jian and I were taken aback. The Hook Gang is a notoriously ruthless band of outlaws, their lawlessness far surpassing that of other criminal organizations. Even outshining the Italian mafia, they have exploited the unique geography of the Philippines, evading complete eradication by moving stealthily between islands. If Teixeira Island serves as the Hook Gang's stronghold, venturing there would undoubtedly be tantamount to courting death. Song Jian whispered, we must go, regardless. The man cautioned, if you are resolute in your decision. He lowered his voice further. In the cabin of my speedboat, there are 2 sofas, each concealing weapons and ammunition, prepared for encounters with marauders. You are welcome to make use of them. Song Jian and I nodded in acknowledgement, and the man added, however, I advise you to refrain from using those weapons, as you are but 2 against at least 1,000 members of the Hook Gang on that island. Song Jian spoke those 2 sentences with utmost seriousness, and I shared his sentiment. At that moment, I realized that Song Fu and Hong Hong's destination was indeed Teixeira Island, and my heart was filled with concern, not only for myself but also for Hong Hong. The presence of the Hook Gang members on the island, armed with modern weaponry, rendered her situation far more perilous than that of her classmates who had ventured to Papua New Guinea. The man nodded, saying, indeed. Song Jian suggested, once we depart, please send a telegram to Bai Lauda, informing him of our whereabouts. The man nodded in agreement, and Song Jian exhaled deeply, stating, we should leave. Otherwise, we may not catch up with them. The man then guided us out of his office to a small dock by the sea, where a speedboat was moored. This vessel boasted an exceptionally high-performance Swedish engine, equipped with 3 motors. 2 could operate simultaneously, and even if one malfunctioned, the speed of the boat would remain unaffected. I suspected that our benefactor might be engaged in smuggling activities alongside renting out the speedboat. Otherwise, such a fast vessel would be utterly unnecessary. Yet, I kept this thought to myself, not revealing it. The man, perceptive as he was, flashed me a knowing smile when he noticed my attention to the uniquely installed motors. Upon entering the cabin, he first lifted the 2 sofas, revealing 2 crates of ammunition and 2 handheld submachine guns beneath them. Song Jian exclaimed, with such an abundance of weaponry, we could practically seize that island. The man seemed unamused by Song Jian's jest, maintaining a solemn demeanor. He then retrieved a nautical chart, detailing all the small islands within 100 nautical miles, and pointed out the location of Teixeira Island. On the map, Teixeira appeared rather diminutive, encircled by a larger circular island, save for a gap in the northeastern corner. I understood the perilous nature of our undertaking and, after studying the map for a moment, inquired, have you ever set foot on that island? The man shook his head, replying, I cannot say I have, but I am acquainted with several members of the Hook Gang, who have shared details about the island's conditions with me. Song Jian and I promptly urged, "Please tell us," he continued. "Since the Hook Gang established their presence, the nests of birds have gone unharvested. Additionally, due to a formation of reefs, Taixier Island is naturally shielded. The Hook Gang has only fortified the area on either side of the gap, leaving the rest of the island unguarded." Song Jian exclaimed, "Then we can exploit this weakness and scale the cliffs. I am confident that no cliff can deter both me and my brother Wei." The man nodded, acknowledging, "I too had considered that notion. Although I claimed I had not been there, I had indeed scaled the cliffs before. Climbing gear is also aboard this speedboat. However, upon reaching the top, I discovered it was difficult to descend." Song Jian asked, "Why is that?" The man replied, "On the island, the Hook Gang maintains a tight defense. Nearly every cave has guards with their guns trained on the sea. Once you descend the cliff, you are bound to be detected." Song Jian and I were left speechless for a moment, and the man shrugged, saying, "Perhaps I lack the courage. You too may succeed where I could not. From what I've gathered, the leader of the Hook Gang is a cunning individual educated, who colluded with the Japanese during their occupation of the Philippines, committing numerous heinous acts. His name is Li Gadu." As I listened to him, I quietly formulated some plans in my mind. After finishing his account, the man shook his head and departed ashore. Song Jian and I lingered for a moment longer, and he remarked, "Brother Wei, this is a matter of the 7 helpers and 18 associations." Song Jian, a man of grand aspirations, felt no hesitation in his response upon hearing such words. He laughed heartily and went off to inspect the 2 submachine guns. Meanwhile, I untied the ropes and started the 2 motors, setting the speedboat on a course toward Taixier Island as indicated on the chart. The speed of the vessel was indeed astounding. 2 hours later, I peered through binoculars at a cluster of rocks ahead, realizing they were the very reefs surrounding Taixier Island. By now, twilight had descended, and I attempted to locate the vessel that Bai Chi-wei and Song Fu had sailed, wondering if it lay anchored near the rocks, but the dimming light obscured my vision. As our speedboat drifted far from the reefs, I turned off the motors, and Song Jian emerged from the cabin. I suggested, "Let us use the oars to approach the rocks quietly, so as not to alert the Hook Gang members." Song Jian nodded and asked, "Why can we not see them?" From his words, I sensed his deep concern for his wayward brother, and Bai Chi-wei it was no wonder. Song Fu was his only kin, and although their aspirations diverged greatly, he still regarded him as family. Should he fall into the hands of the Hook Gang, it would undoubtedly sadden Song Jian. As for Bai Chi-wei, he was the son of his close confidant Bai Lauda, and naturally, Song Jian would be troubled by his safety. I shared similar feelings. Although I could not fathom why Hong Hong was with Song Fu and was exceedingly displeased with this arrangement, I still cared deeply for her well-being. We paddled vigorously, and as night fell, the sea took on a profound and mysterious hue, with the towering rocks appearing like some colossal prehistoric beast under the faint light of the stars and moon. When we came near the reefs, I checked my watch. It was 20 minutes past 10 in the evening. We maneuvered along the rocks and discovered a cave. Song Jian and I paddled the speedboat inside. The cave was enveloped in darkness, but after switching on a powerful flashlight, I found it to be merely 2 zhang deep, resembling a natural dock. After securing the boat, Song Jian proposed, "Brother Wei, should we swim to search for them?" I pondered for a moment and replied, "I believe it is unnecessary. They have likely already ascended the cliffs." Song Jian countered, "Your cousin is not skilled in martial arts at all. How could she possibly scale the cliffs? I am certain she is hiding in a cave like this one, and has not reached Taixier Island." His words struck a chord within me. We were undertaking this venture amid 3-fold dangers. Not only would the Hook Gang members prohibit our intrusion into their stronghold, but Bai Chi-wei and Song Fu also had conflicting interests with us. While we were concerned for Bai Chi-wei and Song Fu, they would certainly not reciprocate that concern for us, and there was a significant likelihood that upon discovering us, they would put us to death. If I could not find Hong Hong before encountering them, the situation would differ markedly. Hong Hong would undoubtedly assist me, making our mission considerably more manageable. Thus, I nodded in agreement, and we each took a small rubber dinghy to exit the cave. Naturally, we brought along the submachine guns, ammunition, and flashlights, and after leaving the cave, we paddled along the rocks. The water was dark and mysterious, and within less than half an hour, we discovered 12 or 13 caves suitable for hiding a boat, and in one of them, we found a speedboat. The speedboat was devoid of any occupants, and judging by the discarded items, It appeared that the vessel's owner was Bai Chi-wei along with his companion. Their boat was anchored here, while the fate of its crew remained unknown. We swiftly retreated, continuing to paddle forward, illuminating each cavern with our flashlight. Before long, we arrived at the gap in the circular reef, where we immediately halted. This gap, approximately a yard wide, could be considered one of the most perilous passages in the world. Thus, if one were to guard it, no vessel could possibly navigate through. After observing for a moment, we quietly paddled backward, retreating from the scene. As we withdrew, we could still hear voices of merriment echoing from the rocks. The laughter emanating from atop the reef was in a native dialect of Luzon, and possessing an extensive knowledge of languages from around the globe. I recalled an incident over a year ago where I had narrowly escaped a predicament using the drum language of the Kam people from Tibet. Naturally, I understood their tongue as well. I overheard them discussing a woman, and it was evident that two lecherous individuals were conversing. Not wishing to alarm them, we silently retreated and soon returned to the cave where our speedboat was anchored. And we ventured further inside. Given the circular nature of the reef, we had merely explored half of its extent, and shortly after diverging in another direction, Song Jian and I simultaneously spotted a flickering light within a nearby cavern. Both of us felt a surge of tension. Our movements became increasingly cautious, the wooden paddles making no sound as our inflatable boat glided silently across the surface of the sea in an instant. We reached the mouth of the cave. Leaning forward, we peered inside and beheld a speedboat docked within. This vessel bore an identical resemblance to the one we had previously identified as belonging to Bai Chi-wei, and the cabin was illuminated. Song Jian and I exchanged a gesture, continuing to paddle forward discreetly until we reached the side of the speedboat. We crouched silently upon our inflatable craft, listening intently as a woman's voice resonated from the cabin, stating, "It must be here. The inscription on the steel plate is quite clear. Taishol Island. Indeed, this is the place," a male voice responded. "Indeed, but we can only observe. We cannot venture onto that perilous island to search for the treasure." Upon hearing this, Song Jian and I exchanged glances, and he whispered, "Your cousin?" I nodded and quietly replied, "Your brother?" He nodded in affirmation. The individuals aboard that speedboat were none other than Hong Hong and Song Fu. At that moment, everything clicked into place. Hong Hong and Song Fu were, of course, the biologist Saito Takataro and his female secretary. Initially, I deemed it improbable that one could impersonate Saito Takataro, but now it dawned on me that Song Fu need not masquerade as him. For he was indeed Saito Takataro. While this may sound enigmatic, a closer examination reveals that Song Fu and Saito Takataro were one and the same, yet distinct. Song Fu had left home at an early age. It was plausible that upon departing China, he disguised himself in Japan, dedicating himself to the study of biology. With 2 to 3 decades of effort, it was no surprise that Song Fu emerged as a distinguished biologist. Furthermore, it was likely that his identity as a biologist served as a fade for his involvement in another clandestine endeavor. The title of traveling professor indicated that he was not a man of simple means. Just then, I heard Hong Hong exclaim, "Professor, what is the matter? A few Hook Party members have frightened us away." Song Fu replied calmly, "Miss, it's not just a few. This is the stronghold of the Hook Party." Hong Hong responded, "That's even better. The Philippine government is our ally. The Hook Party is at odds with them, and we can expose them and turn them over to the local authorities." Song Fu chuckled dryly. "Destroying the Hook Party, is that so? Are you penning a third-rate Hollywood script, or do you possess an atomic death ray?" After Song Fu's remark, Hong Hong fell silent for a moment before asking, "So what do we do?" Song Fu's voice came through. "First, we need to find out where Yu Tingwen has hidden the money on the island." Song Jian nodded and made a gesture. Signaling me to remain silent, I indicated towards the boat, suggesting we climb aboard, but Song Jian shook his head, indicating it was unnecessary. I concurred with his assessment, and we both remained motionless, then heard Hong Hong's voice again, saying, "Professor, once we reach the island, we understand?" Upon hearing Hong Hong address him as professor, I was reassured in my judgment of Song Fu. He was indeed a dual-identity individual, a well-known biologist, but simultaneously, he was also Song Jian's brother, a traitor of the Flying Tiger Gang. The reason Hong Hong and he had been together was undoubtedly due to his previous tenure at the university she attended. At this moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, for while Song Fu was such a person, Hong Hong was blissfully naive. Had anything unquantifiable transpired between them during their time together, leaving me unable to explain to my aunt. I then heard Song Fu ask, "Miss Wang, do you dare to go to that island?" Hearing Song Fu address Hong Hong in such a manner eased my concerns. Hong Hong replied, "Of course I dare. Once we get to the island, we can devise a plan that I believe these seemingly inexplicable words will yield results. Won't they, Professor?" Hong Hong stood up, adding, "Professor, when did you stop teaching biology and start teaching philosophy?" Upon hearing this, Song Jian and I exchanged glances. And in unison, we retrieved from our bags the guns capable of firing a tranquilizing fluid. Armed with the special firearm crafted by Lauda, we gently grasped the side of the speedboat. Though we held our breath to lighten our bodies, the boat still tilted slightly. Suddenly, Song Fu exclaimed, "Oh, is someone there?" Hong Hong retorted, "Someone? Who? Has the Hook Party discovered us? In that case, we might as well divide the riches with them." Though Hong Hong's words were meant in jest, they stirred something within me. After a brief moment of hesitation, Song Jian sprang onto the deck of Song Fu's speedboat, and I quickly followed suit. As we stepped aboard, a figure darted past the cabin door, and immediately thereafter, a couple of unknown projectiles whizzed by me. Recalling Song Jian's earlier warning, I promptly ducked down. At that moment, I heard Song Jian gasp, his body swaying as he collapsed onto the deck. After Song Jian fell, I heard a thud as something embedded itself into the deck. A wave of alarm washed over me, as I feared that Song Jian had been struck by a poisoned dart. Without a second thought, I leaped up. While Song Fu turned to look at Song Jian, in that instant, I pulled the trigger, releasing a mist-like substance that sprayed forward. To my astonishment, Song Jian, who lay on the ground, almost simultaneously sprang to his feet, unleashing a cloud of vapor towards Song Fu. Caught between our attacks, Song Fu had no means of evasion. He staggered and fell onto the deck with a thud. Clearly under the influence of Lauda's concocted tranquilizer, I hurriedly inquired, "Brother Song, are you unhurt?" Song Jian replied, "I'm fine." We exchanged only a brief exchange when we heard Hong Hong's voice from the cabin, commanding, "Don't move." We looked up to see Hong Hong, holding a shotgun, directing it at us with a serious expression, speaking in English. "Are you members of the Hook Party?" Unable to contain my amusement, I replied, "Miss Wang, had we been members of the Hook Party, you would have been dead by now." In an instant, Hong Hong's expression upon hearing my voice was one that even the most talented actors would find difficult to portray. Her eyes widened, her mouth agape as though she wished to speak but could not. Yet the gun still aimed at us. I took a step forward, attempting to angle the shotgun away, but unbeknownst to me, whether from excessive tension or shock at hearing my voice, Hong Hong's finger tightened on the trigger, creating a perilous situation. With just a slight increase in pressure, I could meet my demise as I shifted the angle of the gun. The trigger was inadvertently pulled, resulting in a deafening gunshot that reverberated through the cavern. Only then did Hong Hong let out a startled cry, "Cousin, is that you?" As she exclaimed, she tossed the shotgun aside and rushed towards me, throwing her arms around my neck and showering my face with kisses. At that moment, I was filled with trepidation, for the Hook Party were not dead men, and that gunshot would surely alert them. With a forceful tug, I freed myself from Hong Hong's embrace, exclaiming, "Brother Song, we must get the speedboat out of here. Quickly!" Song Jian had already dashed to the rear, starting the engine as the speedboat surged toward the cave's exit. Part 14. The Secret of the 25 Steel Plates. Hong Hong, still chattering away, exclaimed, "Cousin, I initially intended to see you one more time before heading to America, to that island." With her hands on her hips and her almond-shaped eyes wide open, she continued, "Cousin, what makes you so remarkable? To be honest, I am far more capable than you." I hardly cared to respond to her further, leaping to the bow of the boat at that moment, from atop the rocky cliffs. The sound of gunfire could already be heard, accompanied by the flickering lights of signal flares. Estimating the distance of several dozen yards, I reckoned I could swim at a pace not much slower than that of a world champion. By the time I reached our speedboat, I discerned that not only Song Jian's vessel but also that of the Hook Party had mobilized in an alarmingly short time. I activated the two engines, and our speedboat skimmed across the water's surface as it surged out of the cave. As we emerged, gunfire erupted around us. Looking ahead, I spotted 4 armored speedboats hot on the heels of Song Jian's craft. Their speed was evidently superior to Song Jian's, as the distance between them had diminished to merely 70 or 80 meters. While they engaged in an intense exchange of fire, I maneuvered the motors and swiftly started the third engine, catapulting our vessel forward at an unprecedented speed, sending sprays of water high into the air and soaking me completely. Before long, I had overtaken the 4 armored boats, closing in on Song Jian's craft. As I maneuvered alongside it, a shadow suddenly hurtled from Song Jian's boat towards me. I instinctively leaped forward to catch it and tossed the figure into the cabin, only to hear a loud cry of surprise. It was Hong Hong. Of course, she hadn't leaped over herself. She had been thrown by Song Jian. As soon as she landed on my boat, we were gliding past Song Jian's vessel. In that fleeting moment, I tossed out a rope, securing it to Song Jian's boat. The engines roared to life, and amidst the splashing water, my speedboat pulled Song Jian's craft out to sea. At that juncture, bullets whizzed overhead, and it was evident that the engine of Song Jian's boat had been damaged, emitting thick plumes of smoke, while my speedboat, thanks to our friend's foresight, was entirely armored with bulletproof steel plates, sustaining no damage. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, I glanced back to see the pursuing armored boats had increased to 12. Thankfully, with all 3 engines roaring, my speedboat surged ahead of them, the distance between us widening until we finally escaped their firing range. After approximately 40 minutes, we found ourselves adrift in the vast expanse of the ocean. With those 12 armored boats fading from sight, I knew that the Hook Party was wary of the Philippine government and would not dare venture too far, so I promptly shut down 2 of the engines to reduce our speed. At that moment, Song Jian's boat was ablaze, and he was holding onto Song Fu at the bow. As I slowed our speedboat, he leaped between the 2 vessels, using the rope to spring onto my boat with remarkable agility. Upon landing, he swiftly struck down, severing the hemp rope with a precise motion. I hastily called out, "Brother Song, the 25 steel plates." Song Jian replied, "I have retrieved them." With a sharp crack, he sliced through the rope, abandoning the burning vessel. We had barely moved away when it sank beneath the waves. At this point, both Song Jian and I finally breathed a sigh of relief, lifting our gazes to see Hong Hong standing on the boat, her face a picture of grievance as she lamented, "Cousin, you hurt me." I contemplated reprimanding her, yet could not bring myself to do so, hastily responding, "Forget it, forget it." Hong Hong turned and retreated into the cabin, prompting Song Jian and me to follow suit. With a furrowed brow, Song Jian remarked, "Brother Wei, we have escaped, but I wonder how Bai Chi Wei and the others are faring." I sighed. "I hope they are safe." No sooner had I spoken than Hong Hong suddenly let out a loud cry. Initially, I thought she was merely having another fit, but upon seeing Song Jian's stunned expression, I sensed trouble brewing. I quickly turned to the cabin entrance, only to find 2 machine guns aimed directly at us. Moments later, a voice rang out with a hearty laugh, "Thank you for your concern. I have not fallen into the hands of the Hook Party." The voice belonged to none other than Bai Chi Wei. Song Jian and I exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Just moments ago, we had feared Bai Chi Wei was possibly captured by the Hook Party, and now, in an instant, we found ourselves at his mercy. Bai Chi Wei appeared, flanked by 2 armed men, still clad in his priestly garb, a smug expression upon his face. Bai Chi Wei declared, "What a coincidence. We intended to traverse the cliff to that island, but had no success. While searching through the caves, we stumbled upon your speedboat. Just as we boarded, Mr. Wei arrived. That sea battle was quite the spectacle, wasn't it?" Song Jian replied solemnly, "Chi Wei, order them to lower their weapons." Bai Chi Wei's expression darkened, and with a disdainful chuckle, he commanded the gunmen to fire. A barrage of bullets erupted, and flames leaped from the muzzles as they unleashed a volley, not directed at us, but rather into the ceiling. Creating a gaping hole above, I inhaled sharply and glanced at Hong Hong, who, though pale, stood her ground, undeterred by the scene unfolding before her. In that moment, I couldn't help but admire her courage. She was indeed brave and not entirely reckless. Once the gunfire ceased, Song Jian inquired, "What was that? A demonstration?" Bai Chi Wei replied coldly, "Precisely. Had you 2 not expressed a modicum of concern for me during your conversation, those bullets would have found their mark. Now, retrieve the 25 steel plates. Do not attempt any tricks this time. I can kill you without consequence. Do not think I am afraid to act. I had anticipated this scenario. We were adrift in the vast ocean, and if Bai Chi Wei chose to eliminate us, it would go unnoticed. However, it seemed he truly had intentions of harming us. Unexpectedly, our casual remarks had inadvertently spared our lives. Fearing that Song Jian might refuse to comply and complicate matters, I urged Brother Song, "For now, let us concede. Give him the plates." Song Jian responded gravely, "Chi Wei, you know how formidable the Hook Party is on that island. Why should we squabble amongst ourselves? It would be wiser to unite our efforts against them." Bai Chi Wei sneered, "Do not concern yourself with me. Just retrieve them." As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand, and we all understood that if he lowered it, the gunman would not hesitate to fire. Song Jian's expression darkened, yet he complied, unfastening his jacket and removing a leather pouch secured to his belt. Bai Chi Wei barked, "Toss it at my feet." Song Jian retorted coolly, "Rest assured, I won't throw it at your feet." With a swift motion, he indeed hurled the pouch to land at Bai Chi Wei's feet, but it was not out of willingness. Bai Chi Wei and his henchmen had blocked our exit, leaving us with no chance of escape. Bai Chi Wei bent down to retrieve the pouch, and we watched as he opened it, counting the steel plates, one by one, until he confirmed there were indeed 25. A satisfied smile crept across his face as he stated, "Excellent, there are life rings in the cabin. You must leave this boat." Upon hearing this, both Song Jian and I were struck with shock and anger. Not only was drifting in such treacherous waters perilous, but this area was notorious for shark sightings in the Pacific. Many Allied airmen had met their fates here during World War II, falling prey to the jaws of sharks. We knew that since Bai Chi Wei had made such a decision, there was no point in pleading. We could only resign ourselves to fate. Yet Hong Hong protested, "I object." Bai Chi Wei smiled slightly, "What are you protesting?" With utmost seriousness, Hong Hong replied, "Exiling prisoners into the ocean violates the Geneva Conventions." None of us had anticipated that Hong Hong would utter such a statement. Despite our perilous situation, Song Jian and I could not help but burst into laughter, and even Bai Chi Wei chuckled a few times. Remarking, "Well, if you perish, you won't witness my success," I understood that Bai Chi Wei had not genuinely intended to cast us into the sea. His true aim was to compel us to plead for mercy. However, I believed that both Song Jian and I were resolute men, unwilling to beg for clemency. In such a direct confrontation, his threats could easily come to fruition, but now, with Hong Hong by our side, her words had provided us a means of escape. Bai Chi Wei paused for a moment before adding, "Then Miss Wang, bind their hands." As he spoke, he produced several strips of cowhide from his pocket and tossed them towards Hong Hong. Although she hesitated to comply, I urged, "Hong Hong, do as he says." Hong Hong then picked up the beef tendons and bound the hands of both Song Jian and me behind our backs. Bai Chi Wei pointed at the unconscious Song Fu on the floor and asked, "Is he dead?" I replied, "No, he has merely fainted." Bai Chi Wei ordered, "Bind him as well, tie his hands and feet together." Hong Hong exclaimed loudly, "Binding the hands is enough. Why bind the feet too?" Bai Chi Wei sneered, "Miss, binding both hands and feet may be a bit painful, but it is far better than encountering a man-eating tiger shark at SEA. It would be akin to basking in the sun on the beautiful Miami beach. Wouldn't it?" Hong Hong huffed in response and proceeded to bind the feet of all three of us with the beef tendons. Song Jian and I exchanged wry smiles, and after our hands and feet were securely tied, we sat motionless on the chair. Hong Hong approached Bai Chi Wei, extended her hands, and said, "It's my turn now." Bai Chi Wei chuckled, "You can be exempted." Hong Hong retorted angrily, "Nonsense. Who asked you to exempt me?" Bai Chi Wei laughed heartily, stating, "There are 6 people on this boat, including the 3 of you. All food and drink will be provided by you." Hong Hong warned, "If you don't bind my hands, don't regret it." Bai Chi Wei smiled, "I doubt you can escape from my grasp. Come with me." Hong Hong glanced at us before stepping out of the cabin. The speedboat had 2 compartments, and we were in the front one. After Hong Hong and Bai Chi Wei left, we soon heard footsteps from the rear cabin. Shortly after, a small window in the partition wall was opened, and a gun was pointed at me. Concurrently, I heard the sound of metal clanging as Bai Chi Wei asked, "How did you deduce that this treasure is hidden on that circular island?" Hong Hong coldly replied, "It was derived through clever thinking." Bai Chi Wei demanded sternly, "Don't waste time. Speak the truth quickly." Hong Hong suddenly exclaimed, "Mr. Bai, if you speak louder, I might actually be scared of you, right?" I couldn't help but chuckle at Hong Hong's tone, which resembled that of a rogue woman, and said, "Bai Chi Wei, if you wish to save some time and effort, it would be wise to be a bit more polite to my cousin." Bai Chi Wei, filled with anger, replied, "I don't believe it that I knew that Bai Chi Wei was the type to always want to present himself as a hero, so I deliberately provoked him with my words. Indeed, he paused for a moment, cleared his throat, and said, "Miss Wang, it's time for you to speak." Hong Hong explained, "If you piece together the 25 steel plates, you will find that the uneven areas form a map of this circular island and a small island in the center. A large eagle is simply drawn on the map, with its beak pointing to that small island. We discovered that this small island is Taishao Island. At this moment, Song Jian and I finally understood the significance of those 25 steel plates. Originally, we had intended to take advantage of Bai Chi-Wei's absence to attempt to free ourselves from the bindings, but upon hearing Bai Chi-Wei and Hong Hong discussing the origin and secret of the steel plates, we remained still and listened intently. The sound of steel plates clashing continuously reached our ears, and it was evident that either Bai Chi-Wei or Hong Hong was manipulating the plates. After about 7 or 8 minutes, we heard Bai Chi-Wei exclaim, "Indeed, Miss Wang possesses exceptional talent." Hong Hong smiled proudly. I thought to myself that Bai Chi-Wei also had remarkable talents. He truly heeded my advice and became courteous towards Hong Hong. Bai Chi-Wei continued, "So, does the writing on the back of the steel plates indicate an exact location?" Hong Hong replied, "You might as well turn them over and see for yourself. We haven't deciphered it." Bai Chi-Wei grunted in acknowledgement and flipped the steel plates. After a short while, he began to read aloud. "The wealth of the Brotherhood of the 18 Societies is hidden on the island. Witnessed by the gods." He paused briefly and asked, "What does this mean?" Song Jian couldn't contain himself and urged, "Read on." Bai Chi-Wei shot back, "Do you still want to share?" Hong Hong chimed in, "The more who wish to know, the better." Her tone indicated that she no longer viewed Bai Chi-Wei as an enemy. Bai Chi-Wei continued reading. "The eye of the white phoenix, the eye of the vermilion bird, the eye of the white tiger, the eye of the azure dragon. Only my brothers can ascend to the peak and see the sunlight again." After finishing, Bai Chi-Wei couldn't help but exclaim, "What utter nonsense is this? What does it mean?" I mocked, "If you don't understand, don't curse." Bai Chi-Wei snapped, "Do you understand?" I replied, "I don't either, but at least I will ponder it slowly without cursing." Bai Chi-Wei shouted, "Shut up." I refrained from further debate and repeated the phrases Bai Chi-Wei had just recited in my mind. Those words were frankly incoherent, and where they could be coherent, they seemed trivial and unrelated to indicating an exact location. The key lay in the first 4 lines, yet they conveyed little meaning. I immediately stood up, straining against my bindings, but the beef tendons were incredibly resilient. Despite my efforts, they dug deeper into my flesh, causing me considerable pain. Song Jian leaned towards the small window and observed Bai Chi-Wei, who was fixedly gazing at the 25 steel plates arranged in a circle on the table, tapping it with his hand and deep in thought. However, as soon as Song Jian bit down, he suddenly let out a cry and recoiled. I was taken aback and asked, "What's wrong?" I noticed that his lips had swollen within moments. I shouted loudly, "Bai Chi-Wei, what trickery is in those beef tendons?" Bai Chi-Wei laughed heartily, "There is no trickery, but if you try to bite through them, you might just end up dead." I asked, "What if I just take a little bite?" Bai Chi-Wei replied, "That would merely cause you some pain for a while, preventing you from being a charming young man. What a pity." It turned out he was in the adjacent cabin, oblivious to the fact that the one suffering was Song Jian, and he said this to mock me. I sighed and fell silent, while Song Jian's face was full of anger. Soon, the boat began to move, and after about 10 minutes, we saw Song Fu, who had been lying on the floor, stir and open his eyes. We looked at him, and he returned our gaze. Initially, his face displayed immense surprise, but it quickly morphed into a cold smile as he remarked, "Well, we have all fallen into the hands of the Hook Party?" Song Jian retorted, "What does the Hook Party want with you? A biologist?" Song Jian's face turned ashen as he barked, "Will you shut up?" Song Fu laughed heartily, saying, "Good, very good. I always thought you were exceptional in every way. But now I see that we share at least one thing in common. We are both bound hand and foot." As he shouted, he appeared extremely agitated. Song Jian snapped, "You go to your business with the Japanese. Who cares about you? Why are you stirring up trouble?" Song Fu glanced around, and at that moment, we heard Hong Hong's voice from the rear cabin calling, "Professor." Song Fu asked, "Are you all right?" Hong Hong replied, "I'm perfectly fine. We haven't fallen into the hands of the Hook Party. We are captives of Bai Chi-Wei, the son of Bai Lao Da." Song Fu let out a few cold laughs and cast a venomous glance at me. I refused to back down and said, "Pleasure to meet you. I've narrowly escaped your clutches several times. Guess I'm quite lucky." Song Fu scoffed disdainfully, saying, "What is the point of boasting when death is imminent?" Song Jian warned Ah Fu, "If you say another word, I won't let you off easily." Song Fu laughed maniacally, saying that Bai Chi Wei is a fool, achieving nothing and only causing trouble. He obtained 25 steel plates and thinks he is clever. Undoubtedly heading to Taishao Island. We are all mere playthings for the Hook Party. What more do you want from me? Upon hearing Song Fu's words, I couldn't help but shiver, recalling the adage that a swift death is a blessing. Song Jian's expression also shifted. Just then, we heard footsteps, and Bai Chi Wei approached, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Song Fu didn't even glance at him and said, "You little brat, with your immaturity, what qualification do you have to speak to me?" Bai Chi Wei immediately flew into a rage, grunting angrily and kicking at Song Fu. I couldn't bear to see Song Fu suffer a loss and was about to speak up when, unexpectedly, Song Fu leaped up and met Bai Chi Wei's kick. Song Fu's sudden leap took Bai Chi Wei by surprise, causing his kick to slow down. I could hear Bai Chi Wei's two subordinates shouting from the adjacent cabin. But at that moment, they had no way to shoot. Fearing that I might severely injure Bai Chi Wei, Song Jian quickly said, "Enough, enough." I jumped up again, and Song Fu pressed down on Bai Chi Wei, refusing to move. It took Bai Chi Wei a while to shout loudly, and by then, Hong Hong and his subordinates had already arrived in our cabin. I immediately urged, "Hong Hong, quickly disarm them." The two men, unable to do anything as Bai Chi Wei was pinned down by Song Fu, had no choice but to let Hong Hong confiscate their submachine guns. Hong Hong took one and slung another over her shoulder, exuding an impressive aura. I chuckled and said, "Brother Bai, what now?" Bai Chi Wei's face turned ashen, and he was rendered speechless. Song Fu commanded, "Aren't you going to untie us?" Bai Chi Wei struggled desperately, attempting to overturn Song Fu. However, Song Fu evidently possessed exceptional skills in judo, although his hands and feet were bound. The position he maintained atop Bai Chi Wei was an elegantly executed crosshold, rendering Bai Chi Wei utterly incapable of extricating himself despite his frantic efforts. Point 2 of Bai Chi Wei's subordinates approached and untied our limbs. At that moment, both Song Jian and I instinctively drew the specially crafted handguns that Boss Bai had provided us. Song Jian commanded, "Fu Di, rise." Song Fu huffed disdainfully, retorting, "What are you so proud of? Without me, would you have escaped?" Taken aback, Song Jian conceded, "Indeed, if it were not for you, we could not have extricated ourselves. This time, the credit goes to you." Song Fu coldly replied, "If it is indeed my merit, why do you presume to issue orders?" Song Jian, visibly struggling to suppress his anger, inquired, "What do you propose?" With a derisive laugh, Song Fu leapt up and declared, "I propose nothing." From my vantage point, it was evident that despite his words, Song Fu was certainly plotting something in his heart. As Bai Chi Wei also regained his footing, it appeared he intended to charge at Song Fu. Yet, upon glancing at us, he hesitated, unwilling to act. I turned to Song Jian and said, "Brother Song, it is time for you to speak." Song Jian solemnly replied, "Indeed, I have something to say. We must transform our enmity into friendship." Song Fu lifted his gaze to the row of bullet holes in the cabin ceiling. Remaining silent, while Bai Chi Wei let out a cold chuckle, Song Jian continued, "In truth, we are all on the same side. With the Hook Party entrenched on the island, how can we achieve our goals if we continue to scheme against one another?" Song Fu acknowledged, "Indeed, that is quite reasonable." Nevertheless, his tone dripped with sarcasm, prompting a glare from Song Jian, who felt powerless to retaliate. I approached Bai Chi Wei and asked, "Brother Bai, what are your thoughts?" He turned away, stating, "My thoughts remain the same. Let us wait and see." I discerned that neither Song Fu nor Bai Chi Wei harbored any intention of reconciling their animosities. If we were to force them together, given their current disadvantage, they would naturally refrain from acting against one another. However, should an opportunity arise, they would undoubtedly stir trouble, making them a constant threat. After some contemplation, I said, "Hong Hong, please go to the neighboring cabin and retrieve those 25 steel plates." Song Jian, taken aback, exclaimed, "Wei brother, what are you planning?" I explained, "Brother Song, the two of them harbor ulterior motives and cannot be trusted to cooperate." At that moment, Bai Chi Wei's subordinates, seemingly unaware of the unfolding events, assumed their leader had perished, their faces turning pale as beads of sweat formed on their foreheads. Song Jian asked, "What do you intend to do with them?" I replied, "For now, We shall send them to a nearby deserted island, leaving them some provisions, and once our mission is successful, we will retrieve them. Once we had effectively handled by Chi Wei and Song Fu, Song Jian and I finally had the opportunity to examine the entirety of those 25 steel plates. There was little of significance to elaborate upon, and as Bai Chi Wei and Hong Hong scrutinized them, what we heard was largely consistent, with the few words being utterly incomprehensible. After deliberating for a while, it became apparent that unless we returned to Taishao Island, we would find it impossible to understand everything. However, confronting the Hook Party directly was not an option, as we were not their adversaries, and infiltrating the island was out of the question. After further discussion, I suddenly recalled something Hong Hong had mentioned. Share the wealth with the Hook Party. Certainly, the Hook Party engaged in all manner of villainy, and dividing such a substantial fortune with them would be tantamount to aiding their nefarious deeds. Yet, in the art of warfare, deception is paramount. Thus, we might utilize this as a pretext to establish contact with the leader of the Hook Party and then seize the opportunity to act accordingly. I conveyed this idea to Hong Hong and Song Jian, who both found it agreeable. Consequently, we set sail once more for Taishao Island. As we approached, we hoisted a large white flag on the mast. Signaling that we bore no ill intentions, I was confident that our friend who had lent us the speedboat was acquainted with the Hook Party, and they would likely recognize this vessel. We navigated through the gap in the outer ring of Taishao Island, and shortly thereafter, we heard a few gunshots. From the sound, it was evident that the shots were fired into the air. Before long, several speedboats approached from all directions, prompting me to immediately shut off the engine. Each of the incoming boats had an armed individual at the helm, their expressions grave and serious. I had already instructed Hong Hong to remain hidden in the cabin and not to emerge. Meanwhile, Song Jian and I stood at the bow as the speedboats drew closer. In a matter of moments, they were nearly upon us. The four individuals exhibited remarkable agility as they leaped aboard. One of them shouting in English, "Are you here to deliver tobacco and liquor?" Their expressions shifted instantly, and two among them began to shout loudly. I quickly interjected, "We come in peace and are not from your government. We are Chinese and meeting with your leader would be of tremendous benefit to you." After a brief discussion among themselves, one of them fired a signal flare. Before long, another speedboat approached, and standing at its bow was a Caucasian man who, as I later learned, was a notorious American thug named Li General. He had fled to this location after being wanted for robbery in Manila and held a significant position within the Hook Party. As the speedboat drew near, Li Gen scrutinized us with an air of arrogance, listening intently to the report from the four individuals. Once they finished speaking, he addressed us, "Chinese, what do you want?" I replied coldly. "We wish to meet your leader," he responded. "I am he. Speak your mind." Initially, I could not ascertain the truth of Li Gen's claim, as the boat's owner had previously informed me that the leader of the Hook Party was a Filipino named Legado. But circumstances may have changed. However, upon observing the furious expressions of the four Filipinos, I realized that Li Gen was merely elevating his own status, a common trait among thugs. I let out a cold laugh and said, "You are the leader? My apologies, but we are not here to meet you. We only wish to see Legado." The moment my words left my lips, the four Filipinos erupted in cheers, chanting "Legado, Legado." It was clear that Legado was highly esteemed among the members of the Hook Party. Li Gen's demeanor became quite flustered, yet true to his thug nature, he forced a laugh and said, "Very well, the one you wish to see is indeed the leader. Please follow me." We could see the malice in his eyes. As he had already deemed us enemies, I whispered to Song Jian, "Brother Song, be wary of this 200-pound muscle-bound thug." Song Jian shrugged, replying, "Rest assured. We are not afraid of open confrontation, but we must be cautious of this American thug's treachery." Thus, guided by Li Gen, the four speedboats surrounded us as we moved forward. Before long, we arrived at a dock, a remnant of the Japanese occupation, with a road leading inward, flanked by a crowd of onlookers. Upon disembarking, Li Gen continued to lead the way, while the thugs lining the road glared at us with malevolent eyes. Suddenly, I noticed Li Gen signaling to two other Caucasians by the roadside. Gesturing with his thumb towards us, the two men lazily stood up, thumbs tucked in their pockets, and approached us nonchalantly, chewing on some leaves. Their demeanor reminded me of a mangy dog. Clearly, they were preparing to provoke us at Li Gen's behest. Song Jian and I exchanged knowing smiles, feigning ignorance as we continued forward. The two men, presumably Americans, swaggered behind us. One suddenly shouted, "Chinese scum." I whirled around, demanding, "Who are you referring to?" The American barked back, "I'm talking about you." Though their moves were reminiscent of Western boxing, they were no match for someone trained in Chinese martial arts, and my strike sent him stumbling backward, unable to rise. The other, realizing the gravity of the situation, drew a spring knife measuring nearly a foot in length and lunged at Song Jian's abdomen. Song Jian inhaled sharply, his entire body contracting, and though the American's knife thrust was powerful, its tip merely grazed Song Jian's clothing, leaving him unscathed. The American paused, astonished, but Song Jian swiftly seized the opportunity, grasping the man's wrist and wrenching the knife from his grasp. Without hesitation, he retaliated by plunging the blade into the American's belly. Clutching his wound, the American's eyes widened in disbelief, and he staggered backward, ultimately collapsing on the road. It was clear that the American had initiated the conflict, and thus met his demise in the second instance. I knocked another one to the ground, while numerous Filipino Hook Party members howled loudly. This suggests that those Americans are largely arrogant and belong to an ugly ilk. Their demise could garner sympathy from the oppressed Hook Party members, facilitating our endeavors. After two individuals were successively injured, Li Jin's expression darkened to an extreme degree as he looked at us, eager to engage. I scoffed and remarked, "Should you fall by the roadside, we could still find someone to take us to Legado." In the 15th chapter, the stronghold of the Hook Party, Li Jin let out a strange cry, took a step forward, and lunged at me. I discerned that he had a solid foundation in Western boxing and did not intend to confront him head-on. With a swift movement, I sidestepped to his back and delivered a kick that landed squarely on his posterior, propelling him a good 7 or 8 steps away before he crashed heavily to the ground. Once on the ground, Li Jin surprisingly flipped over, brandishing a handgun, yet I had anticipated this. Before he could pull the trigger, I executed another swift kick. The foot swept across the ground, sending dust and gravel flying toward Li Jin, obscuring his vision. Blinded, he fired 3 shots blindly, 2 of which struck fellow Hook Party members. I had already leapt forward and seized his wrist, dragging my foot backward, causing Li Jin to emit a loud scream as the sound of his wrist bone fracturing drowned out his cries. Meanwhile, chaos ensued as 2 other Hook Party members were hit, with some firing into the air and others shouting loudly. Fearing an assault from the Hook Party members, Song Jian and I dashed toward the roadside and jumped into a deep ditch. We crouched in the ditch, peering up, yet saw no one pursuing us. Just as we were at a loss, the sound of a car horn pierced the air, and an exceedingly dilapidated jeep approached, stirring up a cloud of dust. Upon its arrival, the crowd fell silent, and the vehicle came to a halt not far from us. As we focused our gaze, we discerned 5 individuals in the vehicle. Besides the driver, there were 4 robust Filipino men, each resembling a water buffalo. Among these 4 was a sharply dressed Filipino man, standing out amidst the ragged, smoke-stained, and drunken attire of the Hook Party members. He stood approximately 170 centimeters tall, not particularly tall, in his 40s, with a deeply tanned complexion. Upon the vehicle halting, he spoke in a deep voice. "What is the matter?" One of the Hook Party members pointed toward our hiding place. Recognizing him as Legado, we sprang from the ditch, and I called out, "Mr. Legado?" A look of mild surprise crossed his face as he gestured toward the moaning American rogue lying on the ground. Stating, "Your handiwork?" Legado smiled with a hint of mockery and asked, "What brings you here?" As he spoke, he glanced around and exchanged a few signals, prompting the 4 hulking figures in the vehicle to leap out. Simultaneously, the Hook Party members quietly shifted, forming a subtle encirclement around us. Others began to assist the 3 injured Americans, either lifting or dragging them away. Observing this situation, I realized Legado was a person of considerable capability. The Hook Party was a conglomeration of outlaws from various regions, yet Legado had not uttered a word, merely using gestures and glances to command these nefarious individuals, indicating his high standing among them. After a moment's contemplation, I stated, "There is a matter that, should you be willing to cooperate, would be advantageous for both parties." Legado raised an eyebrow. "To what extent advantageous?" I extended my hand, gesturing toward everyone, and replied, "Advantageous enough for each of you to enjoy a holiday in Paris." Legado scrutinized me and said, "Get in the car." Song Jian and I were initially about a meter away from his jeep, but we deliberately showcased our agility, leaping onto the vehicle. Legado appeared taken aback, and the 4 hulking men followed suit. as the jeep sped away. Along the way, we passed many concrete structures that were not houses but rather storied fortifications or warehouses, now repurposed as dwellings. After driving approximately 10 miles, the road came to an end, leading to a small valley surrounded by verdant peaks, exuding tranquility. At the center of the valley stood a large concrete structure, likely a significant warehouse. During the ride, Legato did not speak a single word to us. Once the vehicle halted, he finally said, "We have arrived." The 4 robust men disembarked first, followed by us and Legato as we approached the large warehouse. The concrete building emanated an ominous atmosphere, further amplified by the dim, flickering lights, heightening our unease about the outcome of our negotiations with Legato, as well as our concern for Hong Hong, who remained hidden in the cabin. We entered a room measuring about 4 meters square, and the furnishings exceeded my expectations in their opulence. However, I noted that most of the exquisite bottles were empty, and Legato opened a silver cigarette case, revealing only a few remaining cigars. Once we were seated, 2 of the hulking men stood guard at the door, while the other 2 positioned themselves behind us, not to protect us, but to prevent any sudden movements. Before we could utter a word, Legato interjected, "So, is it cooperation regarding armed smuggling?" I chuckled. "Rest assured, there is no risk involved. You need not confront the government, yet can reap the benefits." Legato's expression darkened. "Gentlemen, I am a man devoid of a sense of humor." I promptly replied, "Sir, your sense of humor is unnecessary because you possess luck. This island harbors a significant wealth buried in a certain location." Legato's interest piqued. "Is the amount of wealth substantial enough to warrant such a risk?" I answered, "The magnitude of wealth would compel you to regard us as your closest allies." Legato seemed to genuinely appreciate the sharp exchange between us, laughing heartily, but soon his laughter ceased abruptly as he inquired, "Where is it hidden?" I gestured to Song Jian, who retrieved the 25 steel plates, then succinctly recounted the history of how the 18 associations had amassed this wealth to Legato. He appeared thoroughly intrigued. And as Song Jian assembled the 25 plates, Legato scrutinized them closely, asking, "Is the precise location reliant on the subsequent phrases?" I translated the cryptic phrases for Legato, saying, "I believe so." Legato paced the room, lost in thought for a while until a look of joy suddenly illuminated his face. "Mr. Legato, do you have any concept of these enigmatic phrases?" I inquired. He replied, No. But since it must be findable on this island, regardless of the amount, I will handle the distribution." As he spoke, he pressed both hands on the table, leaning forward as if to consume us. In a calm tone, I asserted, "No, it shall be half for each." Legato countered, "I will handle the distribution." I reiterated, "No, it shall be half for each." Legato sneered, "Who is speaking here?" I coldly replied, "Without us, you would be unable to locate this wealth. Half for each is the fair arrangement." Legato retorted, "Hook party members never discuss fairness." I swiftly responded, "Very well, then we shall take 7 parts, and you shall take 3. Legato paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Song Jian shot me a glance. Seemingly disapproving of my excessive boldness, I was aware of my audacity, but I intended it. After a brief moment of laughter, Legato said, "In that case, the distance between us is indeed vast." I nodded. "Indeed. If this situation does not change, negotiations will be difficult." Legato then asked, "So, are you prepared to join us?" I discerned the implication, that if we did not acquiesce to his terms, we would not be permitted to leave. Naturally, I understood that even if we were to negotiate with Legato, the outcome would likely result in our demise at his hands, as he would never allow any secrets to fall into the hands of outsiders. I chuckled. For the Hook party, this means little. But for you, should we perish, you would lose the opportunity to become one of the world's wealthiest individuals. Upon hearing my words, a glimmer of greed sparkled in Legato's eyes, resembling a South American Black Panther. After a prolonged silence, he finally said, "Very well, we shall discuss this again tomorrow. You must not wander." I could not decipher Legato's motives for delaying, yet since he had issued such a statement, we had no choice but to comply. After he finished speaking, he exited the room. Song Jian and I stored away the 25 steel plates and reclined on 2 comfortable, plush sofas. "What shall we do?" Song Jian asked. As night fell, we stealthily ventured out and concealed ourselves in the mountains, convinced that the Hook faction would struggle to locate us. Song Jian remarked, "This is a rather clever plan. We can certainly remain here for several days. But have you forgotten about your cousin?" I replied, of course not. Although I am unaware of how she managed to steal the steel plates with Song Fuan, the fact that she could accomplish such a feat is astonishing. The speedboat is equipped with a hidden compartment, and there is an abundance of food. We could easily remain hidden for about half a month without issue. Song Jian shook his head and said, "Let us hope so," I replied. "Beyond hope, we truly have no alternatives. For we cannot possibly inform her." With a sigh, Song Jian lamented, "Had we known, we should have left one of the specially crafted pistols made by Boss Spy for her." His words struck a chord within me, for I recalled that there was a high-quality radio transmitter on the speedboat, and Boss Spy's close-range communicator was evidently designed based on the principles of that radio. If our emitted wavelength could be detected by the speedboat's radio, it might capture Hong Hong's attention, allowing us to communicate with her. Overjoyed, I nearly leaped in excitement and called out, "Hong Hong, can you hear my voice?" "Of course," she replied. "What is it?" I inquired. "How are you doing?" She responded, "Following your instructions. I am locked in the hidden compartment, and I am utterly bored." I cautioned, "All right, Hong Hong, we may not return for half a month, or possibly longer, so you must be extremely careful." She protested, "I refuse. That would be terribly unfair to keep me locked in for half a month." "What is that supposed to mean?" I said sternly. "Hong Hong, you must heed my words." After a moment of silence, she reluctantly agreed, "Fine. I have never believed in any religion, but at that moment, if there existed a deity who could ensure that Hong Hong sincerely followed my instructions, I would gladly kneel and worship." After giving her a few more instructions, I concluded our conversation. By this time, darkness had gradually enveloped the sky, and the Hook faction had yet to check on us. The door had been locked, and we were feeling quite famished. Nevertheless, we endured, waiting for the night to deepen before devising our escape. I previously mentioned that we were in a warehouse. The room had no windows apart from the door, but there was a ventilation window secured with iron bars the thickness of a finger. It was evident that Legato intended to keep us imprisoned here, yet he was unaware that those iron bars appeared as flimsy as noodles in the eyes of Song Jian and me. At that moment, there were at least 100 or 200 people lying on the ground outside. If we were to escape, we would have to pass by them. I quietly shared my observations with Song Jian. He gestured for me to descend and swiftly climbed up to the ventilation window. He raised his hand outside, and a series of soft breaths could be heard from beyond the door. I realized that the 4 individuals outside had been incapacitated by Song Jian's swift strike. The 4 burly men lay on the ground, wide-eyed but unable to move or make a sound. We exited the warehouse. Since it was late, no one paid attention to our movements, and we quickly found ourselves deep in the wilderness. It was then that we noticed bright floodlights illuminating a high mountain peak, casting it in a daylight-like glow. Beneath the lights, 3 or 4 individuals were wandering about at the summit. Neither Song Jian nor I paid much heed to this development, and I sought out a secluded cave to rest comfortably. The following morning, we were abruptly awakened by a thunderous sound. We sprang to our feet and rushed outside, following the noise, which emanated from the very mountain peak that had been aglow the previous night. Initially, we were uncertain of the source of the sound, but as we shielded our eyes and peered closely, we were taken aback, for there, atop the mountain, were 2 old-fashioned excavators in operation. We immediately recalled Legato's earlier discussion with us, during which he had appeared to have considerable confidence and abruptly ceased the argument before departing. Having resided on Tai Shao Island for many years, Legato must have been aware of the dire economic circumstances faced by the Hook faction and would certainly not be engaged in any economic development. It was highly likely that those excavators were digging for something. If that were the case, it was undoubtedly due to his prolonged stay on the island that what seemed perplexing to us was crystal clear to Legato. The bright lights atop the mountain the previous night were certainly a result of Legato's late-night reconnaissance. After some discussion, Song Jian and I concluded that our suspicions were likely not far from the truth, and we understood that we must do everything in our power to thwart Legato from acquiring this treasure. For should this substantial wealth fall into Legato's hands, it would not only mean betrayal of Boss Spy's trust, but would also pose a grave threat to the Philippines and the surrounding high seas. We immediately set off towards the mountain peak. Naturally, we dared not take the main paths for fear of being discovered by the Hook faction. Instead, we traversed through thickets and brambles, our clothing becoming filthy and tattered in no time. Along the way, we encountered no one, and as we approached the mountain peak, we crouched low, inching toward the summit, Approximately 7 meters from the two excavators, concealed within the underbrush, peering out, we observed that the excavators had already dug a deep pit, approximately 2 meters deep, and were still at work. This pit lay beside 4 stone tablets, each about a meter tall and 3 feet wide, adorned with 4 different animal motifs, all traditional Chinese designs: a phoenix, a dragon, a tiger, and a sparrow, carved with considerable clumsiness. Our hearts raced upon seeing these 4 stone tablets. The enigmatic phrases regarding the white phoenix's eye and others had now found their explanation atop this mountain. This indicated that Legato had already uncovered the truth the previous night. Both Song Jian and I were consumed with urgency, exchanging glances, uncertain of how to proceed. For on the mountain peak, there were at least 20 Hook faction members, including the American, Li Jin, who had suffered greatly at our hands the day before, each armed with weapons. Legato stood at the edge of the pit, peering down with an anxious expression, incessantly cursing, while Li Jin loudly exclaimed, "Boss, we fell for those 2 Chinese." Legato's expression darkened as he retorted, "What do you know?" Li Jin, having encountered a setback, fell silent, while Legato continued to urge the operators of the excavators to hasten their work. Witnessing this scene, we understood that Legato had not yet discovered the treasure, allowing us to breathe a sigh of relief. Song Jian, his face flushed with anger, whispered, "Brother Wei, since Legato has found the correct location, if he continues to dig, he will undoubtedly succeed. What shall we do?" My heart echoed his sentiments, beads of sweat forming on my brow as I replied, "Brother Song, how many can you incapacitate with your showering gold technique?" After a moment's thought, Song Jian responded, "To the best of my ability, I could injure 10, but given their scattered positions, that may not be feasible." With a soft sigh, I suddenly heard Legato let out a triumphant cheer. Our hearts raced with anxiety, fearing he had made a discovery. To our relief, 2 men jumped into the pit, and shortly after, they emerged with a large stone, causing Legato's expression to darken even further. For he had evidently believed he had found something of value. We continued to observe until the sun reached its zenith, beads of sweat dotting Legato's brow as the pit deepened to nearly 4 meters. The limited extension of the old excavators rendered them incapable of digging any deeper. Legato growled in frustration, signaling for the work to cease. He then placed a wooden board he had been holding on the ground and gazed intently at it. Song Jian and I followed suit, peering at the board from our distance. Though far away, we could see clearly that a white paper was affixed to the board, depicting a map of the mountain peak, with the positions of the 4 stone tablets occupying a central role. The arrangement of those stone tablets was peculiar. They were neither neatly aligned nor forming a square, but rather scattered haphazardly. Some oriented north-south, others east-west, devoid of any discernible pattern. The map illustrated this disarray. We noticed that Legato had drawn 2 diagonal lines between the 4 stone tablets, and the location he had been excavating was precisely at the midpoint of those lines. After a careful examination, both Song Jian and I believed this to be the accurate burial site, hoping that Legato would abandon his efforts and leave the digging to us. Legato studied the situation for a while before instructing the excavator operators to reverse their machines. Subsequently, he commanded 10 or so individuals to jump into the pit, clearly preparing to continue digging, while the remaining members stayed at the edge of the pit, tossing the excavated earth further away. Originally, there had been around 20 individuals atop the mountain. Now, 15 or 16 were working, with a significant portion still within the pit. I exchanged glances with Song Jian and said, "Brother Song, to capture the leader is to capture the bandits. Legato seems to have garnered considerable loyalty from the Hook faction. If we can seize him, we may stand a chance against the odds." Song Jian nodded slightly, his hands groping along the ground. In a short while, he grasped 2 handfuls of small stones, each with sharp edges. The expression on his face was one of extreme tension, his arms making a clattering sound. After a few minutes, he suddenly stood up, raising his arms vigorously, and over 1,000 small stones were shot forth. At the very instant he released the stones, I leaped out, landing and rolling to the side of Legato. Song Jian's stones struck 6 members of the Hook party, and 2 others immediately opened fire, bullets whizzing past us, creating a heart-stopping atmosphere. However, in that fleeting moment, I had already rolled to Legato's feet, reached out, grasped his ankle, and with a forceful shake, sent him crashing to the ground. Legato let out a loud, anguished cry, and the Hook party members, who had been working in the pit, jumped out as well. Yet, in that instant, Legadu was pinned beneath me, and I had seized his firearm, aiming it at his temple. I first glanced at Song Jian, only to find him collapsed on the ground, blood saturating his left leg. Upon seeing this distressing sight, my heart sank, for at that moment, it was just the two of us, fighting alone against a fierce enemy. If one of us were injured, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet, Song Jian truly had been wounded. He pressed his hands against the ground, struggling to rise but failing, offering me a bitter smile as he said, "At least it hit my thigh." I realized this was neither the time for hesitation nor panic. So I quickly lifted my head and called out in the local dialect, "Who wishes for Legadu's demise?" I needed to subdue Legadu, and with Song Jian injured, we were both incapable of pursuing him. A wave of anxiety washed over me. If I kept Legadu under control, the Filipinos, who revered him, would surely understand my commands. However, what mischief might those American ruffians devise? We could only watch helplessly as the American thugs rolled and sprinted down the mountain, disappearing into the underbrush in an instant. At that moment, I could already hear the raucous shouts of the Hook party from below. I asked Legadu, "Sir, you should know what to do." Legadu hurriedly replied, "Quickly instruct the men below not to charge up recklessly." Immediately, 2 men stood at the mountain's edge, calling out loudly to the others below, instructing them not to rush up and endanger the leader's safety. I then added, "Tell your subordinates to continue blocking and to lower their weapons." Anger filled Legadu's eyes. Yet, no matter how furious one might be, one cannot disregard the pistol aimed at their temple. Thus, Legadu complied with my instructions and ordered the Hook party members to stand down. Those Hook party members, with no other choice, jumped into the pit. I dragged Legadu along for a few steps. Kicking a submachine gun towards Song Jian, he caught it, inspected it briefly, and set it beside him. Then, he tore his pants, using a small horn-handled knife to slice open the bullet wound and extract the bullet. Applying the hemostatic powder he carried as he performed this crude surgery, blood gushed forth, a sight too horrific to behold. Yet, Song Jian merely perspired profusely, not uttering a single sound of pain. Once he had bandaged his wound, we heard several Hook party members loudly proclaim, "Well done, brave man." Song Jian still lay on the ground, gripping the submachine gun while I dragged Legadu to the edge of the pit, peering down. The earth at the mountain's peak was red clay, and as we dug deeper, the roots of trees intertwined, making excavation exceedingly difficult. It was already over 10 feet deep, yet we seemed to have no clue. A wave of concern washed over me, for although we had captured Legadu, without obtaining any valuables, our efforts would be in vain. Moreover, with Song Jian injured, our ability to retreat was in jeopardy. I surveyed the situation around us, bringing Legadu to Song Jian's side, saying, "Brother Song, what do you propose we do?" Song Jian replied, "If there are any changes, we can only place our trust in the Hook party members at the mountain top." Just as Song Jian finished speaking, a chorus of shouts erupted from below, accompanied by sporadic gunfire. We were uncertain what had changed down the mountain when suddenly, we heard Li Ging's voice over a loudspeaker. Calling out loudly, "Our leader is trapped on the mountain. Everyone, charge up quickly." The color drained from Song Jian's face and I, too, felt a surge of alarm, saying, "Legadu, did you hear that?" Legadu's countenance darkened as well. He was a clever man and knew that the current situation was exceedingly unfavorable for him. Li Ging, from below, seized the pretext of rescuing the leader to incite the Hook party to storm the mountain. However, it was merely a fade. In reality, Li Ging sought to exploit this opportunity to eliminate Legadu and usurp his position. As Li Ging's voice echoed up, the shouts from below grew increasingly raucous, and from our vantage point, we could faintly see figures surging upward, accompanied by a crescendo of gunfire. I insisted, "Legadu, you must fight for your life and position." Legadu's expression turned grim. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Please let go of me," I replied. "I will release you, but you must acknowledge that we are now on the same side." Legadu nodded. I could discern that his agreement was reluctant. However, in this perilous situation, he had no choice but to cooperate with us. The Hook party below, incited by Li Ging, would do anything once they charged up the mountain. Moreover, he was acutely aware that we, in our anger, might choose to take him down with us. Similarly, I understood that our circumstances were exceedingly precarious. for Legado might disregard his own safety and act recklessly. If I released him and allowed him to arm the Hook Party members at the mountaintop, it would indeed be a perilous gamble. Yet, time was of the essence, and there was no room for further deliberation. I released Legado, who dashed into the pit, leaping down at that moment. Bullets whizzed overhead, and approximately 40 to 50 Hook Party members had already charged halfway up the mountain. Legado commanded the Hook Party members at the summit to retrieve their weapons, loudly ordering, "Don't trust the Americans. I am unharmed." However, Leging's voice rang out again, declaring, "Our leader has fallen into enemy hands and speaks insincerely. If we allow our leader to be held captive, how can the Hook Party continue to function?" As Leging's voice echoed, the shouts grew ever nearer. I pulled Song Jian into the pit with me. The large pit had transformed into an improvised fortification. Suddenly, a Hook Party member leaped out of the pit, exclaiming, "We are not being held hostage." Yet, no sooner had he spoken than a bullet zipped by, and he collapsed to the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, Legado's face turned an even deeper shade of pallor. He slowly raised his hands, his lips trembling, and then, with a sudden fierce motion, shouted, "Counterattack!" The 10 or so Hook Party members crouched at the edge of the pit immediately opened fire, bullets flying wildly, and the cacophony of battle was as fierce as a formal engagement. Although Legado's forces were few, they were evidently the elite among the Hook Party, and their aim was remarkably precise. Dozens of Hook Party members who charged up the mountain fell lifelessly on the slope. Song Jian and I froze for a moment, and then I leaped up, taking position at the edge of the pit, shouting down, "Legado is in good hands atop the mountain. Do not fall for the Americans' trickery. If you do not believe me, raise your weapons high and come up for clarity." The sounds of gunfire and shouting were still deafening. Yet I believed my voice could be heard by the Hook Party members below. Suddenly, not long after my words left my mouth, I heard Leging's loud shouts and the angry retorts from the Hook Party below, and the gunfire gradually subsided. I picked up a gun and asked Legado, "Do you not think that if Leging remains alive, the situation will be difficult to control?" Legado nodded, affirming, "Indeed," and I continued, "If I were to shoot from the mountain and eliminate Leging, how would you reward us?" Legado's expression suggested skepticism. He glanced down the mountain where throngs of people gathered. While he could see Leging darting around, searching for someone, the distance was over 100 yards, making it no simple task to hit him. After observing for a moment, Legado asked, "Do you think you can accomplish that?" I smiled and replied, "I can certainly try it if I succeed. What will follow?" Legado scoffed, saying, "Sir, have you not noticed that the moment you expose yourself, you become the target for gunfire? Leging is renowned as a marksman." I immediately countered, "Of course, if you shoot at others, you too will become a target. That is fair competition. Should I perish, you would be rid of an adversary, albeit for the moment, I am regarded as your ally. Should Li Jin meet his demise, you would then seize control of the entire situation." Unperturbed by any incitement, after a brief contemplation, Legado replied, "Very well, if you can accomplish this, regarding the unearthing of this treasure, as per your original proposal, we shall split it equally, 1/2 for each of us." I inhaled deeply, grasped the gun, and cautiously began to crawl out of the pit. Upon reaching the edge, I paused momentarily to that juncture. Neither side was exchanging fire. Only the raucous sounds of Li Jin and several members of the Hook Party rose from below, while the mountaintop remained eerily silent. Legado and the Hook Party members regarded me with peculiar expressions, and I sensed their bewilderment at my apparent indifference to becoming an immediate target. As I leaned out to search for Li Jin, I was acutely aware that this would consume several minutes, during which time I could easily be the recipient of several rounds of gunfire. It was evident that I was at a distinct disadvantage in this confrontation. I was not oblivious to this fact, yet the circumstances compelled me to act thus. For if Li Jin were not eliminated and the sentiments of the Hook Party remained unsettled, our predicament would become exceedingly perilous. The demise of Li Jin would simplify matters considerably. At that moment, both Song Jian and I harbored similar thoughts, which is why I was willing to take this risk. However, subsequent developments would prove that both of us were mistaken. Of course, that is a story for another time, and shall not be elaborated upon further. I lingered momentarily at the pit's edge, then slowly extended my head outward to observe. I revealed only my eyes when, with a sudden crack, a bullet whizzed past my head, the heat of its passage nearly singeing my scalp. I steadied myself, hearing Li Jin bellow from below, You claim Legado is not under anyone's control. Then why does he not reveal himself? Why? No sooner had Li Jin's words ceased than the gathered Hook Party members shouted in unison. Legado! Legado! I understood that if Legado dared to boldly leap into the pit and make an appearance atop the mountain, Li Jin would have no means to retaliate. Legado remarked. Have you not already experienced Li Jin's marksmanship? I replied coldly. Li Jin may not possess the audacity to shoot you in public. Legado shook his head and said, Our earlier agreement still holds, does it not? Inwardly, I cursed him as a coward. Yet, I had not anticipated that beyond his timidity lay a cunning and duplicitous nature. The calls for Legado grew louder from below, yet gradually quieted, indicating the Hook Party's disappointment at their leader's continued absence. I began to slowly clear the soil in front of me, meticulously, so that those below could not discern my movements. After approximately 3 minutes, I had managed to create a small opening through which I could glimpse Li Jin leading over 100 men, inching closer to the mountaintop. I hastily raised my gun, but my movements were too hasty, causing the barrel to protrude from my earthen concealment. In that fleeting moment, I heard a gunfire, and a violent jolt coursed through my wrist, as I instinctively withdrew my hand. Half of the barrel was shot off. Li Jin's marksmanship was astonishingly formidable, truly a cause for alarm. At that moment, hesitation was a luxury I could not afford. I discarded the damaged gun and shouted, Hand me another weapon. A member of the Hook Party tossed me another firearm. Peering down through the soil opening, I noted how Li Jin was drawing ever nearer, now within 60 or 70 paces. Moreover, he was quite astute. Although leading the charge, he had positioned 3 men in front of him, forming a line that shielded his body. Among them were 2 Caucasians, and one who appeared to be of Indian descent. The Hook Party, known to be a refuge for international criminals, made the presence of an Indian unsurprising. This situation complicated my aim at Li Jin, yet it also confirmed that should I succeed in taking him down, the circumstances would align favorably for me. This time, I exercised even greater caution, extending the gun barrel through the earth opening while enlarging the hole slightly to better view my target. Just as I was widening the aperture, the soft earth shifted, and Li Jin raised his gun to shoot at me. As he did so, the 2 men who had shielded him were compelled to part, granting me a fleeting opportunity to pull the trigger. The 2 gunshots rang out almost simultaneously. The moment I squeezed the trigger, my body instinctively recoiled. Before I could tumble back into the pit, a cascade of earth descended upon me, evidently dislodged by Li Jin's bullet. In that moment, I comprehended Legado's fear of revealing himself. Li Jin truly sought to eliminate him. Li Jin could not possibly know that I was the one shooting at him. He merely reacted to any disturbance atop the mountain. Seizing the chance to eliminate Legado without hesitation, I fell back into the pit, and from halfway up the mountain, I heard a cacophony of shouts. Song Jian, anxious, inquired, Did you hit him? I had always held confidence in my shooting prowess. Yet in such circumstances, I hesitated to assert whether I had succeeded. However, judging by the tumultuous noise from the mountainside, it was possible that I had indeed struck Li Jin. I leapt up and scrambled back to the edge of the pit to look down. Upon my gaze, I could not suppress a cheer, for I beheld Li Jin sprawled in a pool of blood, the Hook Party members milling around him in disarray. My shot had felled him. I hastily called out, Legado, Li Jin is dead. Yet, to my astonishment, Legado's response was far from jubilant. Instead, it bore a chilling indifference. Turn around. From his words, I discerned that an extraordinary shift in circumstances had transpired. I immediately turned to find myself gasping in shock. A member of the Hook Party was aiming his gun directly at the back of Song Jian's head. Song Jian's expression was grim, while Legado wore a sly smirk. Faced with this dire situation, I found myself at a loss for words. I had perceived Legado as a coward, yet I had not fathomed the depth of his treachery. He had deftly manipulated both of us, and upon Li Jin's death, he had swiftly turned against us. Legado coldly stated, Mr. Wei, please lower your weapon. I was tempted to send a bullet into his body. However, I could not disregard Song Jian's safety, thus I reluctantly relinquished my gun into the pit, saying, Mr. Legado, they say you are a remarkably capable person. Now I truly understand why. Chapter 16. A thirst for life on the edge of death. We were then herded at gunpoint down the mountainside, and soon found ourselves thrust into an old-fashioned machine gun bunker. Aside from the entrance, there were 3 gun ports, each barely a foot square. Once inside, the heavy iron door slammed shut behind us. I quickly supported Song Jian and asked, "Brother Song, are you unharmed?" He managed a wry smile and replied, "It is I who have burdened you. Had I not been injured, we would not have been so easily subdued." I too smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Song, if anyone has burdened anyone, it is I who have burdened you." For I foolishly believed the words of the Hook Party and entered into an agreement with Legado. Song Jian let out a long sigh, choosing not to respond further. Certainly, with the combined strength of Song Jian and myself, breaching that iron door would not be insurmountable. However, executing such an act without attracting attention was utterly impossible. After observing for a while, I resolved to abandon the idea of breaking free through the door. I then examined the 3 gun ports, each insufficiently sized for either of us to escape. The only individual in all of China capable of slipping through such a small opening was an elderly man named Guan, whose mastery of soft body techniques was unparalleled, allowing him to pass his entire body through an iron ring of merely a foot in diameter. This elderly gentleman had performed abroad several years prior, where foreigners mistook his abilities for art. In truth, it was the epitome of traditional Chinese martial arts, forever beyond the grasp of foreign attempts to rationalize through science. Seeing me gaze at the gun ports, Song Jian seemed to understand my thoughts, saying, "Brother Wei, at this juncture, escaping would be even more perilous than remaining." I replied, "Brother Song, have you forgotten our friend's warning?" Song Jian retorted, "Of course I remember. A swift death is a blessing, however. We shall not die today." His unwavering confidence astonished me, prompting the question, "What leads you to believe that?" Song Jian explained, "By the time we depart, Legado will have dug approximately 10 feet into the mountain. If that treasure were atop this mountain, it would have been discovered long ago." Upon hearing this, my heart stirred, and I mused aloud, "Brother Song, are you suggesting that Legado has not actually located the correct site, and thus still requires our assistance?" Song Jian affirmed. "That is precisely my point," I remarked. "The patterns inscribed on the 4 stone tablets atop the mountain correspond precisely with the text that follows the 25 steel plates. It appears to me that Legado has indeed pinpointed the exact location," Song Jian responded. "If that is the case, our quest has reached its conclusion." As darkness enveloped the sky, the dank fortress transformed into a veritable haven for mosquitoes. We were compelled to shed our garments, igniting them to create smoke as a means to repel the insects. Despite our training in Chinese martial arts, which enables us to endure extreme hardships, both Song Jian and I found ourselves besieged by hunger, thirst, and overwhelming fatigue. I reclined, as we both pondered whether Legado would uncover that treasure. After about half an hour of darkness, we suddenly heard footsteps approaching the fortress. I quickly leaned toward the gun port to peer outside, only to see Legado approaching with a lantern in hand. I immediately lay back down and whispered, "Legado has arrived." Song Jian promptly echoed, "He must come with a request. I doubt he dares confront us directly. Whatever he says from outside, we shall ignore." I concurred, "Indeed, let him feel the urgency of our silence, leaving him perplexed regarding our thoughts." As we spoke, 2 knocks resonated on the iron door, followed by Legado's voice. "I apologize for the delay. Do you require sustenance?" Both Song Jian and I involuntarily swallowed hard, yet remained silent. Legado chuckled dryly and continued, "On Taishao Island, resources are exceedingly scarce. You must contribute something to receive food." We remained mute. Legado paused and added, "Perhaps you might be pleased to know that I have not yet located the treasure you mentioned." Simultaneously, "I believe you are aware of the correct location. How about trading that information for a sumptuous dinner?" He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Maybe tonight you will decline, but in 2 or 3 days? Or perhaps 3 or 4, your perspective will surely change." Song Jian and I exchanged glances. Legado's words implied a strategy to starve us into submission, compelling us to comply with his demands. Naturally, we remained silent. And after Legado concluded his monologue, he departed. Song Jian turned over on the ground and said, "Brother Wei, try to sleep. We must conserve our strength to endure this hunger." I responded with a wry smile, "Brother Song, a few days without sleep is hardly a concern. After all, the mosquitoes are relentless. Why not utilize this time to contemplate the treasure's location?" Song Jian retorted. "For what purpose? To exchange for a meal only to face execution afterward?" I shook my head. "No, I believe we need not despair. Studying the situation now could serve as preparation. I deliberately adopted a lighthearted tone to alleviate the tension. Song Jian remarked, I suspect that without being present at the scene, we cannot uncover the truth. Moreover, I can assert that the 4 stone tablets hold significant relevance. Should Legado destroy them, the treasure may remain eternally buried. Thus, he suggested we sleep. Upon awakening the next morning, both Song Jian and I found our hunger and thirst nearly unbearable. Looking outside, we saw our captors enjoying breakfast, consuming what appeared to be canned food left over from battles, quite coarse fare. Yet at that moment, I felt my mouth watering uncontrollably. After a brief observation, I resigned myself to sit down. Song Jian said, no need to watch. Legado will likely return soon. Legado did not arrive until midday. Standing at the entrance and inquiring, have you two agreed to my proposal? At a silent signal from Song Jian, I crouched near a gun port, casting a sideways glance at Legado, now impeccably dressed and exuding self-satisfaction. I bent down to search for a small stone to hurl at him, hoping to inflict a modicum of discomfort. However, before I could find one, Song Jian gently restrained my hand and shook his head, whispering, Brother Wei, patience is essential for our greater strategy. I could not help but admire Song Jian's remarkable composure. The previous night, I had feigned a carefree demeanor, masking my inner turmoil, while Song Jian insisted I rest. Indicating his steadiness exceeded my own now, as I contemplated retaliating against Legado, Song Jian's intervention only underscored his wisdom. Throughout that day and night, we battled extreme hunger and thirst in my life. I have faced numerous perilous situations. But this experience of simultaneous hunger and thirst was unprecedented. Initially, I found hunger bearable, yet thirst was excruciating. We pressed our lips against the damp earth, and after digging about a foot deep, we discovered a trickle of water, at least a temporary relief for our lips. Yet the gnawing hunger was far more intolerable. The more ravenous we became, the more we envisioned an array of delectable foods. Even the most unpalatable items seemed exquisite in our imaginations. Despite our efforts to distract ourselves from thoughts of food, we found ourselves recalling harrowing tales of survival, such as drought-stricken deserts and miners trapped underground without sustenance, only to feel our hunger intensify further. We had not slept a wink that night, sitting cross-legged in silent meditation to combat our hunger. While meditation may quell psychological unrest, it offers little respite from the physiological demand for nourishment. Be why the time Legado's voice echoed once more. Our hunger had reached a staggering crescendo. His conditions presented a significant temptation, yet it had not yet reached the point of compelling us to capitulate. We remained resolute in our silence, while Legado chuckled heartily, proclaiming, tomorrow, gentlemen, time will alter your perspectives. Ha ha! As he spoke, we could hear the sounds of him chewing, accompanied by the intoxicating aroma of roasted meat wafting through the fortress, a scent that was utterly tantalizing. Legado tormented us with this aroma for a full half-hour before he finally departed in laughter. Before leaving, however, he tossed a leg bone inside, saying, Gnaw on this. I was seething with rage and could no longer contain myself. I picked up the bone and charged toward the gun port, hurling it forcefully in his direction. At that moment, Legado was merely 4 or 5 paces away, and the bone struck him squarely on the head with a resounding thud. It was evident that he had sustained a significant injury, as he immediately erupted into a loud howl of protest. Legado's furious voice echoed back, One day, you will kneel at my feet, begging for a bone. He stormed away in frustration. Song Jian remarked, Brother Wei, this incident has diminished our hopes. I replied, Brother Song, do you blame me? He responded, No, it was the right course of action. I offered a bitter smile. By this point, we had endured 2 days and nights of hunger. In comparison to what lay ahead, these 2 days felt trivial. During the subsequent 2 days and nights, Song Jian and I could do little more than lie on the ground, sipping the muddy water that barely sustained us. On the 4th night, having starved for 5 days and nights, we realized that even before our imprisonment, we had gone an entire day and night without food. Although we suffered greatly, our foundation in Chinese martial arts allowed us to endure, whereas a common person might have succumbed long ago. That evening, we heard Legado's voice approaching from afar. I contemplated aloud. Brother Song, do you think Legado believes our tale regarding the treasure? Song Jian replied, Of course he does. Otherwise, Why would he be so eager to dig? I concluded, precisely. Legato desires the treasure and would not let us die of hunger. We must persevere. Slowly, Song Jian nodded in agreement. As we conversed, Legato's voice resounded at the door, his laughter filling the air. Have you too heard the tale of the property on Manhattan Island? Song Jian and I exchanged glances, uncertain of his intent. He paused, and we remained oblivious to his meaning. Legato's voice grew increasingly triumphant as he elaborated. Ultimately, the buyers withdrew their offers, and in the vicinity of that small parcel, they erected 70 or 80-story skyscrapers. That very plot became worthless, resulting in the construction of a mere restroom on land that had once been valued at $6 million. Ha ha! I inhaled sharply as Legato continued. Gentlemen, you are no different. I no longer require your services. Song Jian glanced at me, and I could not hold back, declaring, without us, you will never find the treasure, and you cannot starve us. We possess hunger pills that could sustain us here for over a year. As I spoke those words, I struggled to suppress the urge to swallow. Legato, standing outside the fortress, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Open the door." Both of us were taken aback, only to hear the sound of a lock being turned and chains rattling. As the door was forcefully flung open, standing outside was the arrogant Legato, accompanied by 2 henchmen from the Hook gang, each pointing a gun at us. Legato commanded, "Stand up and raise your hands high. I shall first show you the progress of a certain undertaking." Both Song Jian and I were filled with confusion, uncertain of what scheme he was plotting. Judging by his demeanor, he appeared to hold absolute sway over the situation. Acting without a hint of concern, I in such a predicament, if we wished to preserve our lives temporarily, hoping to struggle against our dire circumstances later, our only recourse was to obediently comply with Legato's orders. We feigned weakness as we stood up, unable to straighten our arms, our bodies swaying as we walked towards the fortress's exit. Song Jian and I shared the same intent, which was to seize the opportunity to overpower Legato the moment we exited the fortress. However, Legato seemed to be aware of our intentions. Although we pretended to be utterly feeble, he retreated outside before we even crossed the threshold, barking, "Move forward." I glanced at Song Jian and offered a wry smile. Resigned to moving ahead, behind us, Legato and several Hook gang members followed closely, with numerous guns trained on us, ready to turn us into a hornet's nest at the slightest sign of defiance. After walking a short distance, I inquired, "Where are we headed?" Legato replied with a sinister grin, "To the mountaintop where 4 stone tablets stand." I protested, "We haven't eaten in ages. We won't be able to make it that far." Legato coldly laughed and said, "Fear not. Both of you have undergone special training. I have been informed of your capabilities. Now move." His words startled me, as they implied that someone else had contacted him besides us, thus negating our role in guiding him to the treasure's location. Frankly speaking, our survival thus far had relied entirely on Legato's need for us. If he deemed us useless, we would be left with no chance of survival. My astonishment was evident, and my expression shifted as Legato burst into laughter, exclaiming, "The most precious real estate must serve as a lavatory." I solemnly asked, "Who is this person?" Legato shrugged and replied, "He claims to hold a far superior position within the secret society in China than either of you. And according to tradition, he will inherit from his father, who is the highest-ranking figure in the Chinese secret society." Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but exclaim, "By Chi-Wei." Legato smiled and confirmed, "Indeed, that is his name. He arrived last night, and after a night of discussions, it has been decided that he shall receive 1 share while I take 9. He already possesses the precise location." After hearing Legato's words, Song Jian and I exchanged bitter smiles. We had left Bai Chi-Wei and his 2 henchmen on a deserted island, and we had no idea how he had managed to arrive here and establish contact with Legato. Naturally, the outcome of this development was predictable. After the treasure was discovered, Bai Chi-Wei would have no chance of claiming his share and would likely perish at Legato's hands. However, those embroiled in the situation often fail to see the truth. Bai Chi-Wei's sudden appearance at this critical juncture posed a significant threat to us. I was frantically contemplating strategies, so focused that I momentarily forgot the gnawing hunger. Yet, after much deliberation, I concluded that our only hope lay in preventing Bai Chi-Wei from locating the treasure. Only then could we avoid death. When we emerged at the mountaintop, Bai Chi-Wei merely cast us a cold glance, as if he didn't recognize us, and approached Legato, asking, "Mr. Legato, Have these 4 stone tablets been moved? Legato paused, replying, that has not occurred. Have you discovered the correct location of the treasure? Bai Chiwei responded, if not, my hypothesis stands. Look at the eyes of the white phoenix, the vermilion bird, the azure dragon, and the white tiger, all radiating golden light. Before he could finish, Legato, growing impatient, interjected, I understand what that means. Bai Chiwei leaped towards one of the stone tablets. He bent down, picked up a powerful flashlight resting beside it, switched it on, and directed the beam into a small hole. The night had grown exceedingly dark. Although the mountaintop was illuminated by electric lights, the flashlight's beam pierced through the hole, casting light on a spot 30 yards away. Bai Chiwei instructed, Mr. Legato, please mark that spot. Legato let out a triumphant shout, declaring, this is it. My heart sank at the revelation. Bai Chiwei's method for finding the correct location differed from Legato's. The spot where the bamboo stake had been driven was roughly 20 yards away from the last excavation site. Amidst a pile of disordered stones, seemingly piled there intentionally, if the small hole in the other 2 stone tablets also aligned with the flashlight's beam, illuminating that location, it would undoubtedly be the precise site of this immense treasure. I couldn't help but bitterly smile, for I never anticipated that I would discover the exact location of the treasure under such dire circumstances, and the very emergence of that wealth could lead to my demise. I glanced at Song Jian, noticing his face had also paled. Once calm and composed, Song Jian, a true hero, now faced the reality that the appearance of the treasure spelled our doom, with 7 or 8 armed men encircling us. We had no possibility of escape. After Legato's triumphant shout, he turned to us, asking, what do you think, gentlemen? Naturally, Song Jian and I had no way to respond. Bai Chiwei continued to scrutinize the holes in the 3rd and 4th stone tablets with the flashlight. The light from the flashlight consistently illuminated the same spot, and with an air of arrogance akin to a general commanding thousands, Bai Chiwei pointed towards that location and commanded, dig. Legato waved his hand, and the rumble of machinery filled the air as an excavator rolled over. Bai Chiwei approached us with his hands behind his back, saying, good day to you both. Song Jian coldly replied, Chiwei, you dream of claiming a share. But Legato will give you not a single cent. Bai Chiwei laughed heartily. How sour the grapes are, aren't they? Song Jian's expression darkened considerably, and I quickly urged, Brother Song, don't provoke him. Let us wait and see. Bai Chiwei retorted, there's nothing left to see. You 2 are only fit to feed the crocodiles, aren't you? Ha. Wesley, do you have anything to say? I struggled to maintain my composure, responding, indeed. I hope you can escape the fate of becoming crocodile bait. Bai Chiwei, feeling disheartened, huffed and walked away, while Legato was already completely absorbed in the excavation site, oblivious to our conversation. Slowly, I turned my head to survey the surroundings, noticing that all the Hook Gang members on the mountaintop, including the 7 or 8 who surrounded us, were fixated on the operating excavator. I whispered to Song Jian, once the treasure is revealed, there will surely be chaos. We can take this opportunity to roll down the mountain like that American rogue. Lee General Song Jian nodded, no more talking. We must be cautious to keep our plans secret. I understood that whether or not chaos would ensue, and my attempt to roll down the mountain at that moment, were matters of life and death for us, demanding our utmost vigilance. The excavator worked rapidly, first clearing away stones. Before long, a deep pit, 2 feet deep, was unearthed. That moment, a metallic clang echoed as Legato and Bai Chiwei both leaned down to look. Song Jian and I stood back a little, but since the pit was not too deep, we could still see that a large, dark iron box was partially exposed. In an instant, the mountaintop fell into an eerie silence. Yet that unsettling stillness lasted only a brief moment, as suddenly everyone on the mountaintop erupted into frenzied shouts, jumping in excitement. Even the 7 or 8 Hook Gang members surrounding us were no exception. They tossed their firearms into the air, cheering and leaping towards the pit. Song Jian and I had merely hoped for a commotion to provide us with a chance to act, but in the current situation, we could have walked boldly down the mountain without anyone intervening. Without hesitation, we rolled down the hill. We had already noted the terrain, which was quite flat and overgrown with wild grass, and as we tumbled down, we suffered no injuries. Reaching the foot of the mountain, we caught our breath and quickly unearthed several wild sweet potatoes, devouring them without even brushing off the dirt. After each of us had consumed 7 or 8, we finally had a moment to exchange bitter smiles. Song Jin stated, "First, we must find a way to leave this place." At this moment, the hunger in our bellies had somewhat subsided, and our spirits were uplifted. We stealthily advanced through the underbrush, only to hear the jubilant shouts of the Hook faction echoing around us, the news of the treasure evidently having spread far and wide, from all directions. People surged toward the mountaintop, and this frenzied atmosphere afforded us considerable convenience. We had arrived at the seashore, where the speedboat was docked. The pier was desolate, devoid of any soul, likely because many had already ascended the mountain. Song Jin and I swiftly boarded the speedboat, and as soon as we entered the cabin, I firmly planted my feet on the deck and called out, "Hong Hong, are you there? Speak up quickly." To my relief, Hong Hong's voice echoed from beneath the deck, exclaiming, "It's not fair. It's not fair." As she cried out, she lifted the hatch and emerged. Seeing her aboard the vessel, I refrained from engaging in idle chatter and hastily checked the fuel before igniting the engine. The three motors roared to life simultaneously, and the speedboat shot forth like an arrow, swiftly breaking free from the gap in the circular island. Hong Hong exclaimed, "What? Why are we leaving?" I shouted back, "Be quiet. Quickly prepare some food. We haven't eaten in 5 days. Why the fasting?" she inquired. I flashed her a grin, baring my teeth, and responded, "Indeed, Miss Wong. Could you kindly prepare us some sustenance?" "Please." Hong Hong, pouting in defiance, chose to ignore us, settling into a corner and beginning to sing. Song Jin and I exchanged amused glances. Although our expedition to Taijio Island had ended in dismal failure, at this moment, our mouths were filled with food. And we enjoyed our freedom, unguarded and at ease. Compared to the agonizing experiences of the previous days, one could not help but feel that life, at times, could be so generous. Hong Hong shot me a glare and declared, "I ask you something, and if you don't answer, then don't expect me to share anything with you." I chuckled heartily, but before my laughter subsided, I detected a hint of frustration in her words. I quickly asked, "Do you have something to tell us?" Yet Hong Hong paid me no heed, merely shaking her head and continuing to sing. I sprang to my feet and exclaimed, "Hong Hong, now is not the time for sulking. Bai Chiwei and Legado have colluded, and they have unearthed the treasure. And you too, upon hearing that others have discovered the treasure, rush aboard the ship to feast? What gallantry!" Both Song Jin and I felt our faces flush involuntarily. And I sheepishly chuckled, saying, "Hong Hong, your tongue is rather sharp." "Humph," Hong Hong retorted. "Had you allowed me to disembark as well, the situation might have been entirely different." I chose not to argue further and urged, "Hong Hong, do tell me what you wish to say." She replied, "2 days ago at noon, I received a wireless call from Bai Su." She continued, "Bai Su informed me over the radio that she has already set off to come here." Upon hearing this, Song Jin and I were taken aback. 2 days prior at noon meant that by tonight, Bai Su would have had ample time to reach either Manila or Taijio Island. Song Jin quickly asked, "Is she alone?" Hong Hong answered, "No, she is with her father." I in unison. Song Jin and I gasped, "So Bai Lauda has come too?" Hong Hong scoffed, "And what's so remarkable about that? Even if they arrived, to be honest, if you two had not regarded Professor Banshan as a villain, perhaps things would have gone more smoothly." While I understood that Hong Hong had a somewhat capricious temperament, her words nonetheless irked me, prompting me to retort, "Hong Hong, Banshan is a deceitful scoundrel. How can you hold him in such high regard?" With her hands on her hips, she replied, "Deceitful scoundrel? I hardly perceive him that way. He is not only a renowned biologist but also remarkably astute. We managed to retrieve 25 steel plates from the desolate island whereby Lauda resides, leaving you in utter disarray. Is that not a fact? Humph, if one is incapable, one should not blame others. Cousin, I admired you immensely while in America, but now," she spread her hands, saying, "there is nothing left." I retorted with a hint of annoyance, Thank you. I never sought anyone's admiration." At this point, Song Jin interjected, "Miss Wong, how did you and my brother meet?" Hong Hong replied, "I had previously attended his class. I was kidnapped by that scoundrel Bai Chiwei, then released and encountered him. Upon sharing my experiences, he revealed that he knew the ins and outs of your situation, which is how we decided to act together." I waved my hand, stating, "Regardless of whether Banshan is good or bad." "Did Bai Lauda and his daughter mention where they intend to meet us?" Hong Hong responded, "I don't know, as the wireless call was quite unclear. It was already a challenge to determine they were coming." I pondered for a moment and said, "Brother Song, if Bai Lauda storms Taijio Island, he is likely to face a significant setback. Song Jin agreed. Indeed, they should have arrived by now. I trust they will contact us once they reach Manila or wherever we set sail. There's no need to worry, for now. I think we should. He hesitated momentarily, and I anticipated his intention, saying, indeed, we should first bring Song Fu aboard and discuss our plans together. Song Jian managed a wry smile. Feeling a tad embarrassed, Brother Wei, no matter what, he is my brother. I quickly replied, of course, and he may yet be able to regain his senses. Chapter 17. The earth-shattering explosion. Song Jian sighed again, and I moved to the stern, altering course, steering the speedboat towards the small island where we had abandoned Song Fu. Before long, the island came into view, illuminated by the moonlight, appearing like a giant sea turtle floating upon the waves. The speedboat swiftly approached the shore, and Song Jian was the first to leap onto the land. Hong Hong exclaimed, having been cooped up on the boat for so long, I also want to stretch my legs on solid ground. As she spoke, she prepared to wade into the water. I reached out, supporting her at the waist, and with a commanding shout, I exerted my strength to send her towards the shore. Hong Hong was caught mid-air, letting out a startled cry, and I called out, Brother Song, catch her. Song Jian had anticipated this, and as Hong Hong was about to fall, he extended his hand to catch her and gently set her down. Hong Hong's face turned pale with fright, yet she held her head high and declared, I am not afraid at all. I leaped onto the shore, saying, Who said you were scared? Hong Hong turned and dashed ahead, calling out, Professor, Professor. In the dark wilderness of the island, fearing for Hong Hong's safety, I hurried after her, with Song Jian trailing behind us. We ran approximately 10 paces away from the shore, yet failed to spot Song Fu. Just as I began to wonder, the engine of the speedboat docked nearby roared to life, startling me tremendously. I quickly turned around, only to see the speedboat darting forward like an arrow, with Song Fu standing at the stern. It was evident that he had noticed our approach to the deserted island, lying in wait by the shore. Once we had all disembarked, he quietly boarded the speedboat, intending to leave us stranded on the island. The speedboat surged forward with incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, the deep blue sea was reduced to a mere white line, which vanished in an instant, the sound of the engine fading away, leaving the surroundings enveloped in silence once more. After a long while, Song Jian sighed deeply that I knew he must be feeling guilty, so I quickly reassured him, Brother Song, no one is going to perish on this island. Bai Chi-wei managed to reach Taijio Island, so what do we have to fear? Song Jian said nothing, merely turning away to walk off. Hong Hong quietly asked me, What is he doing? I replied softly, He is disheartened by his brother's shortcomings. Let us not disturb him for now. We should first scout the island to see if there are any suitable hiding places. Hong Hong remarked, In truth, we cannot entirely blame him. This is what one gets for their own actions. I couldn't help but chuckle at her words, saying, Hong Hong, your tongue is sharper than mine now. You seem to have mastered the art of speech. Hong Hong laughed as well, and the two of us ventured toward the island's center. The desolate island was perhaps less than an acre in size, yet it was rugged and wild, exuding an untamed charm. In front of a cave, we discovered a smoldering campfire, which had clearly been left behind by Song Fu. Hong Hong and I settled beside the fire, and as she stoked the flames and added 2 logs, she said, Cousin, hearing that Bai Su is coming must make you quite happy, right? I pondered for a moment before replying. Yes. Hong Hong smiled. That scoundrel Bai Chi-wei is showering me with attention, yet even if he is American, I hardly believe anyone would fancy someone of his ilk. So superficial? Intrigued, I asked, What kind of person do you prefer? Hong Hong gazed pensively at the flames, suddenly letting out a sigh. The sight of her sighing was indeed a rare phenomenon. I chose not to interrupt her contemplation. After about 5 minutes, she finally spoke. If my hopes do not falter, I believe we will be able to leave this deserted island before dawn. I was taken aback. Before dawn? How do you propose we leave? By long-distance swimming? Hong Hong smiled mysteriously and said. No, that I refrained from pressing her for more information, as I was well aware of her temperament. Even if one did not pursue her for answers, she would inevitably divulge them within 10 minutes. Not wishing to argue further, I stood up, and at that moment, I heard Song Jian calling out, Come quickly and take a look. Hong Hong and I turned our heads in unison towards the sound. And there was Song Jian behind a large rock, gesturing to us energetically. I hurriedly inquired, What is it? Song Jian raised his hand, illuminated by the sunlight, and I beheld in his grasp something that resembled a fiery orb. My knowledge of gemstones and precious stones ran deep. My grandfather was an expert in this field, having been an authority in the jewelry industry in the Jiangnan region. I recalled, from my childhood, that even after his retirement, many would come to him, reverently presenting precious gems for his appraisal. Thus, he imparted to me his vast knowledge regarding jewels. Upon seeing the fiery red object in Song Jian's hand, I was taken aback. The brilliance and hue were unmistakably characteristic of the finest rubies. I rushed over to Song Jian, practically leaping with excitement. Song Jian extended his hand and placed an object in my palm. As I opened my hand, I discovered a ruby the size of a walnut. At that moment, Hong Hong approached as well, and upon seeing such a magnificent ruby, she let out a nervous shriek, making both Song Jian and me fear she might lose her mind. I placed the ruby in Hong Hong's fair hands, and the three of us gazed at the vibrant yet not overly ostentatious gem, transfixed for quite some time. After a prolonged silence, I finally asked, "Brother Song, where did you find this?" Song Jian pointed to the ground and replied, "In this patch of grass, I was searching for a place to rest and, upon kicking a stone, discovered this gem." Hong Hong interjected, "I am Hong Hong. Since it is a ruby, it rightfully belongs to me." I chuckled and said, "Hong Hong, you often speak of modernity. Why not apply that when it comes to the discovery of a ruby? If your name were Ruby, then the gem would indeed be yours." Unwilling to yield the ruby, Hong Hong suddenly stepped back, only to stub her heel against another stone, letting out a yelp of pain. However, her cry was cut short as all three of us gasped in astonishment. It turned out that Hong Hong's heel had flipped over the stone, revealing a sapphire beneath it. The sapphire's color was deeper than an autumn night. Hong Hong bent down to retrieve it. Song Jian quickly remarked, "I fear there might be more." As he spoke, he moved forward, flipping over several stones, and indeed, beneath the fourth stone, he discovered a diamond. Just as he was about to continue his search, a thought struck me and I shouted, "Brother Song, stop!" I added, "Brother Song, Song Fu has been on this island for 5 days. How could he not have found these treasures?" Song Jian replied, "If they were buried under stones, he might not have been able to discover them. Our finding them is merely a stroke of luck." I cautioned, "Brother Song, it would be prudent for us to exercise caution." Hong Hong scoffed, "Caution for what?" "I see no danger here." Song Jian concurred, "Indeed." As he continued to search ahead, taking 6 or 7 steps, he uncovered yet another gemstone. Hong Hong, hopping with excitement, followed suit. Yet I felt a lingering unease, sensing that such easily discovered treasures must harbor some hidden peril. In my urgency, however, I could not quite grasp what was amiss. I watched as Song Jian and Hong Hong ventured farther away, hearing her continued exclamations of joy, indicating their ongoing success. They had now moved about 30 yards away, approaching another large rock, when I overheard Hong Hong say, "Mr. Song, let us push this rock aside and see." Song Jian agreed. "All right." The two of them placed their hands on the massive stone. Upon witnessing this, my heart sank, and a potential realization struck me. I shouted, "Stop! Step back!" Hong Hong, visibly displeased, turned to me and asked, "Cousin, what is the matter?" I rushed forward and insisted, "Quickly retreat. I will explain later. Just do it now." After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian took a few steps back. Although Hong Hong was reluctant, she followed suit and stepped back as well. I exclaimed, "Do you see? The path you've taken while searching for gems forms a straight line." Hong Hong looked up and asked, "So what?" I replied, "Hong Hong, you often speak of having detective skills. Surely this is evident. Those items were deliberately left to lead you towards that large stone." Hong Hong shrugged. "What loss do I incur?" However, Song Jian's demeanor contrasted sharply with hers. His experiences in the world had instilled in him an understanding that my words carried significant weight. He nodded at Hong Hong and said, "Miss Wang, let us step back further." We all retreated to a distance of about 1,000 yards from the large stone. Song Jian and I exchanged glances, and simultaneously, we each lifted a 10-pound rock from the ground. I urged Hong Hong to move back a bit more, and together with Song Jian, we hurled the stones towards the large rock with great force. The 2 stones, propelled by our strength, soared towards the towering rock. There was a resounding thud as they struck the stone, causing it to tremble slightly. In that fleeting moment, a flash of fire erupted, followed by a plume of thick smoke. Almost immediately, a deafening explosion shook the earth, sending debris flying as if it were the end of the world. I vaguely heard Hong Hong let out a startled cry. Yet, in such chaos, neither Song Jian nor I could possibly attend to her. Although I had anticipated such a turn of events, the rapidity of it all left us utterly unprepared. Anyone would have been momentarily stunned in such a situation. The upheaval of the earth and stones transpired in the blink of an EY's. Song Jian and I regained our composure. We saw Hong Hong raising her arms in exultation, her emotional state having led to such an unusual display. I hurried over and, without hesitation, delivered a sharp slap to her face, which finally brought her back to her senses. She stared at me for a moment before collapsing against my shoulder, sobbing, "Cousin, you saved my life. You saved my life." I nodded in acknowledgement and replied. Indeed, at that moment, Song Jian joined us, and the three of us gazed at the site where Hong Hong and Song Jian had attempted to push the massive stone. As the smoke cleared, we saw that the stone had shattered into countless pieces, charred black from the explosion, revealing a deep pit in the ground, nearly 3 feet in depth. We exchanged astonished glances. And I remarked, "That was a homemade landmine." Hong Hong asked, "Was it planted by the Hookah gang?" I pondered for a moment and replied, "Miss, your experience with such matters is rather limited. A homemade landmine, if undisturbed for 2 days, would render the gunpowder ineffective due to the moisture in the ground." Hong Hong widened her eyes and asked, "Then who do you say is responsible?" Before I could respond, I interjected, "Indeed, it is the work of that esteemed biological authority you admire. Who would have thought he was also a guerrilla expert? The sensitivity of a homemade landmine is indeed remarkable." Song Jian's face turned pale, a mixture of fear and disbelief washing over him as he exclaimed, "That beast, that beast." I was about to comfort him when Hong Hong, hands on her hips, confronted us with fiery determination. "Cousin, how much gunpowder would be required for such an explosion?" The explosion we had just witnessed was neither that of high explosives nor nitroglycerin. Had it been either, we would have had ample warning and would have been far enough away to avoid harm. Yet the shockwave from such an explosion would still have been lethal. The thick smoke that billowed forth indicated that it was likely made from gunpowder, possibly extracted from bullets or artillery shells. I contemplated for a moment and estimated, perhaps around a pound. Hong Hong countered, "That makes it impossible for it to be the professor's doing. When we left him on the island, did he have any gunpowder on him?" I was taken aback by her retort. After all, even if Song Fu were cunning, he could not have anticipated that we would leave him on such a desolate island with a pound of gunpowder in tow. I hesitated and Hong Hong pressed closer, asking, "Cousin, do you have anything else to say?" I reluctantly admitted, "Hong Hong, I cannot explain everything right now, but I firmly believe that Song Fu is behind this." I continued. Song Fu anticipated that we would come to rescue him. Thus he had the chance to trap us on the island and intended to blow us all up. Hong Hong straightened her posture defiantly and declared, "No, you are completely mistaken." I felt a surge of frustration and retorted, "Hong Hong, why do you insist on this stance?" Hong Hong, breathing rapidly, replied, "Because he loves me, therefore he would never harm me." Hong Hong nodded firmly. Song Jian forced a smile and said, "Miss Wang, perhaps you are not yet aware of my brother's true nature." Hong Hong immediately interrupted him, "I know. I understand him completely. Although you are his elder brother, your understanding of him does not even reach half of mine." Song Jian replied, "Well then, what do you know about him?" Hong Hong sighed again and said, "He is a very pitiable child." Note: when Hong Hong said this, perhaps due to her emotional agitation, she suddenly uttered a phrase in English, translating child directly to boy. "He harbors a deep sense of inferiority. Do you know that?" Song Jian and I exchanged glances. Hong Hong continued, "Since childhood, he has not received attention. Only his elder brother has been in the spotlight. Everyone has an inherent desire to be noticed, and he resorted to aberrant behavior to attract people's attention. Thus, he became a wastrel, a disreputable child. Do you know that when he confided these things to me, he cried like a child? And do you know that he revealed to me his greatest personal secret?" Hong Hong spoke volubly, showing no sign of stopping. However, she abruptly halted. I reached out and pulled her back, saying, "Slow down." Hong Hong tossed her hair and asked, "What is it?" I replied, "Hong Hong, we are hidden here. I want you to see exactly what kind of person he is." Hong Hong said, "All right, let us all see what kind of person he truly is." The three of us retreated a few paces and concealed ourselves in the grass. At that moment, the sound of the engine abruptly ceased. followed by Song Fu's loud cries reaching us. We remained silent, listening to Song Fu repeatedly calling out, "Hong Hong, Hong Hong, Hong Hong." He stood before the pit, looked around, and suddenly bent his knees, kneeling down, saying, "Hong Hong." We exchanged glances and turned to look again, only to see Song Fu staggering to his feet, a look of confusion on his face, and suddenly he shouted, "Elder brother, how could a brother intentionally harm you?" Tears welled in the corners of Song Jian's eyes. Song Fu abruptly waved his hand, and we clearly saw that he was holding a handgun, and his demeanor indicated he was prepared to take his own life in atonement. We were all taken aback by this turn of events. Hong Hong was the first to exclaim, "Professor." Song Jian also sprang to his feet, calling out, "Brother, we are all here." But just as their calls echoed, a gunshot rang out. The sound of that gunshot left all three of us in a state of shock. Among us, especially I, lay on the ground with my eyes tightly shut, unwilling to watch. For it was my suggestion to hide here and observe Song Fu's actions. I had never anticipated that the depth of his internal struggles would lead him to contemplate suicide in his regret over a grave mistake. The gunshot clearly indicated that despite Song Jian and Hong Hong's immediate cries, they were unable to prevent Song Fu's attempt at self-destruction. I found myself at a loss for words in front of Hong Hong and Song Jian. I braced for Hong Hong to scold me fiercely, but unexpectedly, what I received was her jubilant cheer. I opened my eyes to see that a large portion of hair at Song Fu's temple had been singed. The handgun in his hand was still smoking, and I immediately sprang to my feet as Song Jian approached, saying, Miss Wang's shout made his hand tremble, and the bullet grazed his temple. I breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling a pang of shame in my heart, the three of us walked towards the dazed Song Fu, who looked at us directly, and suddenly, he smiled awkwardly, saying, "So you all weren't ambushed after all?" I replied, "The two of them were almost caught." Hong Hong interrupted then, "It shows you are not a useless person, doesn't it?" Song Fu sighed, "Indeed." Hong Hong continued, "Professor, if it weren't for my cousin, we would have been reduced to dust." Song Fu remarked, "Without your words, I would have already decided to extend my hand." As he spoke, he extended his hand, and I immediately reached out to shake it firmly. Song Jian let out a breath of relief, and Hong Hong wore a smile. Song Fu asked, "As for the source of the gunpowder? It's a long story. Come with me." We were unaware of what he was up to, but we could be certain that after such an upheaval, he bore no animosity towards us, allowing us to follow him without concern. Song Fu led the way, crossing over a hill to the backside of the island. There, the island's rear, facing the sea, was entirely rocky, dotted with numerous caverns. As Song Fu walked, he explained, "Having been on the island for a few days with nothing to do, I explored these caves, for I had heard it said that one might find rare deep-sea fish in the caverns of the Philippine waters. I intended to catch a few as specimens." Song Jian could not help but ask, "Ah Fu, after all these years, you have become a Japanese national. What on earth is going on?" Song Fu replied, "Elder brother, we can discuss that later." However, the next day, I made an unexpected discovery. As he said this, we arrived at the entrance of a cave, and the four of us stepped inside together. Song Fu picked up a torch from the ground, which he had evidently crafted a couple of days prior, igniting it with a lighter. Holding the torch aloft, he illuminated the space and said, "Look." We all gazed forward in the firelight, and our eyes widened in astonishment. There, within the cave, lay 10 heaps of remarkably intact skeletons, their white bones stark and terrifying. Hong Hong quickly pressed against Song Fu's side. Song Fu remarked, "I have not moved these 10 skeletons, and the gems you found, along with some here, were discovered beneath these white bones." Hong Hong inquired, "Who were these 10 people?" A wave of emotion surged within me, and I thought, "So they perished here." Song Fu continued, "These 10 individuals were clearly not upstanding citizens. The treasures I collected were undoubtedly hidden on their persons when they were killed by Yu Tingwen, who never searched them. Over time, only their bones remained to accompany the jewels they stole." I found Song Fu's conjecture quite reasonable and asked, "So, was the gunpowder also found here?" Song Fu affirmed, "Indeed, there were several layers of oilcloth wrapped around a large package of gunpowder. I only took half." As he spoke, he pointed to a corner of the cave where there lay an unwrapped oilcloth bundle. Song Jian sighed again. Whether these 10 individuals or the 7 societies, No one could have anticipated that such a vast fortune would fall into the hands of the Hook Society in the Philippines. Upon hearing this, Song Fu's expression changed. What? It has fallen into the hands of the Hook Society. What does that mean? I explained, by Chiwei, in exchange for 1 part, secured 9 parts for the Hook Society, finding the buried treasure underground for them. Song Fu seemed skeptical. Could that scoundrel Bai Chiwei truly decipher those seemingly meaningless words? I replied, those words are no longer meaningless on Taishao Island. Song Fu asked, why? Please elaborate. I recounted in detail our experiences and observations on Taishao Island to Song Fu. Of course, while narrating, we had already exited the cave and were seated on a large rock, safe from the crashing waves. As Song Fu listened, his brows furrowed tightly. After I finished speaking, he gazed out at the sea, silent for a time. Finally, he said, in my opinion, Legado and Bai Chiwei have not yet found that treasure. I responded, we saw a corner of that iron box as we fled. Song Fu countered, that iron box may well be empty. I found Song Fu's assertion excessively dogmatic, making it difficult to agree, so I refrained from arguing with him. He added, Legado is simply seeking an intersection among 4 points, which is inherently too simplistic. He cannot pinpoint the correct treasure location. I countered, but Bai Chiwei. Song Fu interjected. True, Bai Chiwei's method appears more scientific, yet it is still overly simplistic. Why Yu Tingwen would never have buried the treasure in a place that could be easily found using such simple means. Hong Hong chimed in, I agree with the professor's viewpoint. I chuckled and said, Hong Hong, love can indeed blind one. Hong Hong shot me a glance and seemed poised to say something, but ultimately held back, bursting into laughter instead. Clearly feeling quite sweet inside. Song Fu remarked, Wei, I am not a person who clings stubbornly to my views. Tell me, what does the phrase sharing the golden brilliance signify? I was taken aback and replied, I do not know. Song Fu Dao, I am uncertain, yet I comprehend the significance of this statement. It is of utmost importance. Upon encountering the stone tablet, one can grasp the meaning of the 4 lines regarding the eye of the white phoenix. Thus, this phrase, which serves as a unifying force, shared radiance, is indeed paramount. As he reached this point, he spread his hands and added, however, both Legado and Bai Chiwei in their quest for the correct location overlooked this statement, which is why I assert they shall not uncover the treasure. After Song Fu concluded, I pondered deeply and found myself greatly admiring his meticulous analysis. Yet, I still struggled to believe that the large iron chest could be empty. Song Fu gazed out at the sea and continued, in my view, Yu Tingwen must have anticipated that if this matter were to leak, others would attempt to excavate following Bai Chiwei's method. Therefore, he buried a large iron chest at that location, which could either be empty or contain something else. That item would surely indicate that the treasure had been taken, thereby disheartening any treasure seekers. Effectively safeguarding the true valuables, I rose and said, I am most impressed. Your reasoning is sound. Song Jian interjected. If that iron chest is indeed empty, would Bai Chiwei not face dire consequences? I responded, there is no need to worry for him. Should the riches fail to materialize, he will only endure a few days of hunger like us. Our concern lies in how to deal with the hookah faction. Song Fu cheerfully remarked, that is easily managed. Song Jian solemnly stated, Ah Fu, administering poison is rather cruel. There are at least 1,000 people on the island. Song Fu replied, brother, who knows me better than you? How did you discern my intentions? I too believe that poisoning 1,000 individuals on the island would be exceedingly ruthless. However, as he spoke, Song Fu retrieved a small glass vial from his bag. Containing a murky brown liquid of about 10 cc, he removed the cap and said, Take a whiff. I leaned closer and inhaled, immediately feeling dizzy and nauseous, quickly turning my head away, asking, What is that substance? Song Fu explained, this potion is derived from East Africa, where the locals refer to it as donglonge. I promptly remarked, that means rolling on the ground. Song Fu looked at me with immense surprise. Though he did not voice it, his gaze clearly inquired, How do you know? I certainly knew, as I am well versed in various languages. He continued, This drug, when placed in still water, will render any animal that drinks from it utterly weak and incapacitated. Rolling on the ground for at least 3 days, akin to suffering a severe illness and losing the ability to defend itself, will incapacitate the hookah faction on the island. Merely 3 to 5 cc would suffice. Song Jian interjected, Yet, It is not guaranteed that everyone would drink from the poisoned water simultaneously, Song Fu countered. The brilliance of Donglongnini lies precisely in this. Otherwise, the Chinese croton seed would suffice. Unlike croton, Donglongnini allows those who consume it to regain normalcy within 2 days. With the effects manifesting only afterward, I believe that within 2 days, all individuals must drink water. Thus, after we poison it and wait 4 days, those who fall ill first will not have recovered. And those who fall ill later will have already succumbed, and Tai Shao Island shall be ours. Hong Hong interjected. I don't believe you. You just said that the African natives use this drug to capture wild beasts, which would have left by then. Song Fu chuckled and replied, What do you know? Beasts have nests. If they fall ill in their lairs, as long as we find the nests, capturing them is not difficult. I quickly exclaimed, Since Brother Song has such an exquisite potion, we should not delay. We must return to Tai Shao Island. Hong Hong was the first to express her excitement, saying, Yes, back to Tai Shao Island. I laughed and said, Hong Hong, have you tasted success and now believe that a second attempt will yield the same result? Hong Hong stepped forward defiantly, standing before Song Jian, declaring, I am not boasting. In collaboration with the professor, you all are no match for us. Did those 25 steel plates not fall into our hands? I replied, Brother Song, it is truly remarkable that you and Hong Hong managed to prevail against so many others last time. Song Fu laughed. That was entirely due to the fortunate fact that I and my elder brother share the same fate. Several times, when I was with you, you were unaware that I almost collided with my brother. While Hong Hong hid in a cave and did nothing, do not listen to her boast. I recalled the times on that deserted island when Song Fu had nearly endangered my life, still harboring a bit of resentment. For had I let my guard down then, I would have long since met my demise, however. Now that Song Fu has reconciled with us, I shall not dwell on the past. Hong Hong exclaimed, Professor, your remarks are quite unfair. We all burst into laughter. Together, we made our way to the seaside, boarded the speedboat, and started the engine. Upon reaching Tai Shao Island, we halted as night fell. The 4 of us found a small rowboat and headed toward Tai Shao Island. Chapter 18. A dramatic change on the island. We had strongly urged Hong Hong to remain on the boat, yet she stubbornly refused. As we approached Tai Shao Island, we moved with heightened caution. Noticing the searchlight illuminating the sea surface at the island's opening, Hong Hong scoffed. Climbing mountains, diving, whatever you say, I am capable. Aware that my pleas would fall on deaf ears, I refrained from further argument. Song Jian suggested, I think it is better to scale the mountain. However, once over, we still need to swim. Hong Hong suddenly shouted, Do you think I cannot swim? I shall prove it to you. Song Fu interjected diplomatically, As far as I know, Hong Hong is an excellent swimmer. She can certainly swim long distances. Hong Hong retorted proudly, See? Justice is evident to all. We spoke as we maneuvered the small boat away from the opening. Hugging the rocks before stopping, together, we abandoned the vessel and began our ascent up the cliff. Hong Hong proved to be quite agile. By midnight, we had already crossed the mountain summit. Upon reaching the peak, we all beheld a most peculiar sight upon the sea. It appeared as if 2 fish were swimming forward, creating a spray of water. Yet that spray surged ahead with extraordinary speed, resembling the sound of a machine. We could not comprehend what it was, and just as we were about to take a closer look, the spray vanished, as if it had sunk beneath the waves. Gazing toward Tai Shao Island, we observed the lights flickering sporadically, yet sparsely. Clearly, the Huka faction had succumbed to slumber. From the circumstances, it seemed that the Huka faction had not experienced any recent triumph, suggesting that, perhaps as Song Fu surmised, the immense fortune had indeed not materialized. I felt a sense of admiration for Song Fu, for upon the appearance of the large iron chest, both Song Jian and I had unhesitatingly assumed that the Huka faction had acquired the wealth, while Song Fu remained far more composed than us. Perhaps it was his absence from the scene that allowed him to maintain a clear head, an observer's clarity, as the adage goes, before long. We shed our unnecessary clothing and placed them in a cave. Song Fu remarked, Whether we can wear these clothes again will determine if we can survive. I initially felt that Song Fu's words reflected extreme pessimism. But Hong Hong chimed in, Professor, there you go again. Such statements are hardly humorous. Song Fu shrugged, saying nothing. The 4 of us leaped into the sea. The midnight waters were refreshingly cool. Hong Hong immediately dove in, gracefully swimming in a frog style. Song Fu and Song Jian adopted traditional Chinese swimming techniques, moving swiftly, while I employed the latest dolphin stroke, certainly keeping pace with them. After swimming a couple of 100 yards, endurance became the key factor. Hong Hong's speed began to wane, and Song Fu grasped her arm, allowing them to barely keep up with us. After swimming another 100 yards, a tremendous explosion suddenly erupted from Taishao Island. The magnitude of that blast was truly beyond description. The sea, which had been tranquil, erupted with waves as we looked forward to see what appeared to be a volcanic eruption on Taishao Island. Rocks and flames swirling chaotically through the air. The previously placid sea also surged with great waves. When I felt the impact of the waves subside, I opened my eyes to hear. We four must huddle together. Song Jin swam toward me, and I reached out to grab Song Fu. As soon as we huddled together, a massive wave crashed down upon us. We felt ourselves being pulled downward, unable to see or hear anything. Then, suddenly, a tremendous force propelled us upwards, launching us to an unknown height. I struggled to open my eyes, feeling as though I were in a fountain, only to be thrust back down again. This descent, however, lacked the sensation of plummeting into an abyss. We remained afloat on the surface of the sea. As I gazed upon Taishao Island, I observed two locations that were billowing thick smoke, spewing flames and emitting a thunderous roar, intermingled with the cacophony of panicked voices. Shadows of individuals could be faintly discerned, scurrying about in a state of frenzy, while companions and I exchanged bewildered glances. And after a considerable pause, it was Hong Hong who first inquired, "What on earth is happening?" Song Jian replied, "We are equally perplexed. It seems there have been two explosions." Song Fu suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Indeed, just a short while ago, from the mountaintop, we witnessed two unusually large splashes of water." Hong Hong asked, "Do you think that was a torpedo?" I quickly interjected, "Impossible. Even the Philippine government would not escalate matters to the point of deploying submarines." Song Fu questioned, "Then what caused the explosions?" Song Jian suggested, "Perhaps the island's munitions depot or fuel storage has experienced a detonation." As we spoke, we continued to observe Taishao Island, where the smoke from those two locations thickened, accompanied by a deep rumbling sound akin to thunder, yet emanating not from the heavens, but from deep within the island itself. A sudden realization struck me, and I said, "Brother Song, you must know that this area falls within the Pacific Ring of Fire." Song Fu concurred. I too considered that those explosions were natural, not man-made. Hong Hong cried out, "A volcanic eruption?" Song Fu speculated, it could be a minor eruption, or perhaps a precursor to a significant volcanic event. We fell into a contemplative silence. At that moment, a multitude of small boats and kayaks began rowing away from Taishao Island, approximately 80 in number, each carrying 3 to 5 individuals. Before they had traveled a mere 200 yards, the sudden roar of engines filled the air, and a speedboat surged forth, creating towering waves that capsized several nearby small vessels. The speedboat reached the breach in the circular island and came to a halt. Once it was stationary, we could see that 2 heavy machine guns were mounted at the bow, and besides the gunner, a figure stood at a distance, his features indistinguishable, holding a loudspeaker. As we remained in confusion about the unfolding events. The surface of the sea was soon filled with the furious cries of Legado. However, the rowers continued their frantic advance. It became evident that the figure at the bow was indeed Legado, clearly orchestrating a hasty retreat for the Hook Party members due to the alarming incidents occurring on Taishao Island. Suddenly, Legado raised his hand and commanded, "Fire!" In an instant, the air was filled with the harrowing sound of bullets whistling through the air, while the sea erupted in columns of water, presenting a spectacular sight. Although there were sporadic shots of resistance from the small boats, within a mere 10 minutes, all defiant vessels had sunk beneath the waves. The fates of those aboard were undoubtedly dire, and though the moonlight illuminated the scene, the surface of the sea was stained with patches of deep crimson. Song Fu remarked, "Regardless, every member of the Hook Party is a desperate individual. Their demise is of little consequence," I replied. "Those who fell to the machine guns must number in the several hundreds." Song Fu shrugged. What else could they expect if they feared death? After the massacre at sea ceased, many small boats remained adrift, with several just having departed from the island. 3 additional speedboats skimmed across the water, aligning with Legado's vessel to seal off the escape route. The Hook Party members aboard those speedboats were unmistakably loyal to Legado. Once again, Legadu's voice resonated across the water, addressing a nearby small boat where someone shouted, "But the volcano is erupting. We shall be turned to ash." Legadu retorted sternly, "The unique shape of this island is indeed a result of volcanic activity. Yet Tai Shower Island is now a dormant volcano." Another voice cried out, "How can a dormant volcano spew fire? We feel the earth shaking, the mountains trembling." Others shouted, "There is no escape here. We are merely waiting for death." Legadu thundered, "I command you to remain on the island. Anyone wishing to leave, come row over." As soon as Legadu finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the sea. This was swiftly followed by the simultaneous firing of 8 heavy machine guns, unleashing torrents of fire and countless columns of water, a sight that would cause any lawbreaker to tremble. The gunfire lasted but 2 minutes, yet those 2 minutes proved far more effective than Legadu's speeches could have ever been, for the small boats immediately began to head back towards Tai Shower Island. Once the last of the small boats had vanished from sight, Legadu's 4 speedboats made their way towards the island. Hong Hong inquired, "Can we still make it to the island?" After a moment of contemplation, Song Jian said, "Given the current situation, it seems the Hook Party will likely disintegrate without our intervention. It would be prudent to observe for a while longer. I suggested, you 3 should remain here while I venture onto the island to investigate." "Brother Song, please bring me the Donglongni," Song Fu questioned. "Why should you go?" "Can I?" Hong Hong chimed in, "I should be included as well." Song Jin declared, "Excluding Miss Wang, we shall draw lots." Hong Hong loudly protested, and Song Fu quickly responded, "If I draw the short straw, I will accompany you. Your chances of going will be even greater." Finally, Hong Hong nodded and took charge of the drawing, with the one who drew the longest strand going alone to brave the perils of Tai Shower Island. The outcome of the drawing determined that it was indeed my fate to venture onto Tai Shower Island. Hong Hong gazed at me with a look of profound pity, one that could elicit sympathy from anyone in that instant. She transformed into a picture of submissiveness, clearly wishing for me to take her along. Yet I averted my gaze and leapt into the water. I swam towards Tai Shower Island, submerging just before reaching the shore, surfacing only when I felt the rocks beneath my hands. Climbing up, I crossed a ridge and found myself witnessing a gathering of individuals at another peak, where a large gaping hole belched forth smoke. By this time, dawn had broken. I squinted at the peak, speculating it must be the volcanic crater that had erupted the previous night. However, a wave of doubt washed over me. I had seen many renowned volcanic craters, both dormant and active. While their shapes varied, they invariably exuded an aura of lifelessness that evoked thoughts of death, and the vastness of nature contrasted with the insignificance of humanity. Yet this crater was not particularly large. It appeared merely as a deep pit, akin to one created by a 2,000-pound bomb. Why intense uncertainty stemmed from the immense waves we had experienced at sea last night. If it were not for a volcanic eruption or an earthquake, how could such colossal waves have formed? This site was far removed from the shoreline, and even if a gigantic bomb were to land here, it should not have caused such monstrous waves on the sea. As I contemplated this, I continued to gaze at the crater. The individuals surrounding it dared not approach closely, pointing and gesturing from a distance. Though their expressions were obscured, their postures betrayed their profound fear. After a brief observation, I descended the mountain and reached its base, where I encountered 2 members of the Hook Party approaching. As I prepared to evade or take preemptive action, they seemed oblivious to my presence, simply passing by and uttering in a chilling tone, "The end is nigh." They brushed past me without a second glance. While I could not recognize every individual among the thousands of Hook Party members on the island, it was evident that if these 2 were not in a state of sheer panic, they would have realized I was an unfamiliar face. This indicated the tremendous terror the volcanic eruption had instilled in the Hook Party members. They might have been imagining that Tai Shower Island would sink into the depths at any moment. As I pondered this, a chill ran through me. In the Pacific Ring of Fire, the sinking of a small island is a common occurrence, and certainly not surprising. I pressed on, encountering Hook Party members who were all downcast. Soon, I arrived at the largest structure on the island, a steel and concrete warehouse. A considerable number of Hook Party members had gathered nearby, silently gazing at the warehouse. Legadu resided within, and their demeanor clearly reflected their dissent against him. Legadu appeared to be aware of this sentiment, for the warehouse doors were tightly shut, and a heavy machine gun was mounted atop the building. I circumnavigated the warehouse and approached the dock, only to be taken aback by the sight before me. The dock had been utterly destroyed by the recent cataclysmic events. The 2 water reservoirs had vanished, and one of the deep wells was evidently damaged, leaving only one well hastily equipped with a pump. The deep well was inaccessible, rendering the precious medicine I sought, Donglong Nini, ineffective. I wandered around Tishore Island for nearly 2 hours, amidst the overwhelming chaos and terror that had engulfed the entire isle, completely unnoticed by anyone. Riga Du and his cohorts, of whom I estimate there were at least 100, had locked themselves inside a warehouse I had no knowledge of by Chiwei's whereabouts, nor could I glean any information regarding him. Remaining on the island served no beneficial purpose, thus I traversed over the hill and swam to the circular isle, where I found Song Jian, Song Fu, and Hong Hong, and recounted my observations during my time on the island. Song Jian remarked, given the current circumstances, it appears that Hook's followers will inevitably abandon Tishore Island. Song Fu concurred, indeed, but if we were to witness a couple more volcanic eruptions like the last, it would expedite matters significantly, and I believe there will be more eruptions to come. He emphasized his point particularly while discussing the volcanic activity. We all took note of this, and I interjected. Brother Song, your confidence is commendable, but do you mean to suggest that the recent eruption was man-made? Song Fu replied, that is precisely my insinuation. I inquired, but how do you explain the waves upon the sea? Song Fu suggested, let us wait for the next eruption. It will clarify matters, for we too were in the water during the previous one. While I could not ascertain the veracity of Song Fu's claims, I was certain of one thing. The volcanic crater I had observed was distinctly different from any I had seen before. Unable to investigate the water source for poisoning, we could only bide our time on the circular isle. After noon, suddenly, a thick plume of smoke rose from Tishore Island. The 4 of us gathered together, only to hear a tremendous roar, followed by a colossal wave forming on the ocean's surface. As the wave surged, flames erupted from the black smoke, accompanied by a thunderous sound that shook the heavens. Song Fu clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, what a clever scheme by someone. At that moment, I too discerned that the volcanic eruption was indeed orchestrated by human hands. For even a natural eruption could not occur so abruptly, nor should the waves rise immediately upon the emergence of smoke. Yet, I believe that even Riga Du would not detect this flaw, as those on the island were likely too terrified to notice. The cacophony of rumbling persisted for a full half-hour, with thick smoke enveloping the island. However, Hong Hong remained perplexed, repeatedly asking Song Fu for clarification. Song Fu explained, someone must have utilized a dormant volcanic crater to plant a substantial amount of explosives, creating a false volcanic eruption to dismantle Hook's followers. No sooner had he finished speaking than Song Jian exclaimed, it must be by Lauda. I echoed in agreement. Who else could it be? However, Song Fu's response was not as fervent. He cautioned, if it is indeed by Lauda, I believe he is unaware that while his stratagem is ingenious, it simultaneously poses a significant risk. Song Jian questioned, what danger? Song Fu replied, if the dormant volcanic crater they exploited is actually active, it could lead to a genuine and catastrophic eruption, along with tectonic upheaval. It is not unusual for such a small island to subside within hours. His demeanor was grave as he added, it is hard to say. Sometimes circumstances align in such a way, especially since we are situated in the Pacific Ring of Fire. It's truly unpredictable. Truly unpredictable. Song Fu repeated the phrase truly unpredictable twice, and I perceived that he was not merely employing hyperbole. Moreover, under the current circumstances, he had no need to exaggerate. While we deliberated, the waves on the sea began to recede, and the rumbling sounds from Tishore Island gradually diminished. What followed was an exceedingly loud din of voices, a clear indication that hundreds of Hook's followers were in a state of utter disarray. Before long, numerous small boats emerged, and 4 speedboats surged forth, the scene mirroring that which had transpired after the initial explosion. The only distinction was that Riga Du, standing at the helm of one of the speedboats, appeared quite flustered, while the small boats disregarded his frantic shouts and pressed forward. Moreover, several of the small boats were equipped with light machine guns, which began to unleash a furious barrage upon the speedboats as they drew near. Despite Riga Du's high standing among Hook's followers, it became evident that these desperate individuals were fundamentally cowardly. After 2 earth-shattering explosions, they believed Tishore Island could disintegrate at any moment, making it utterly impossible for them to remain. Upon witnessing the outbreak of conflict from our vantage point on the circular isle, we quickly concealed ourselves behind the rocks, observing the chaos unfold. Rigadu hurriedly retreated into the cabin while the 4 speedboats under his command took 2 to secure the exit and 2 to charge ahead, their heavy machine guns spewing fire relentlessly. The sound of screams, gunfire, and engines, coupled with the island's unceasing rumble, created a horrifying tableau, with dismembered limbs floating amidst the bloodied waters, the air thick with the stench of gunpowder and gore. This horrific scene was overwhelming, even causing my companions and I to tremble in fear. Song Fu quickly asked, "Hong Hong, are you all right?" Hong Hong replied, "I cannot believe this. I cannot believe this." Taking a deep breath, her eyes remained fixed on the tumultuous sea. I noticed that the number of people on the speedboat was increasing, resembling a piece of wood infested with ants, and before long, the vessel began to sink under the weight. As the speedboat submerged, those who had desperately scrambled aboard leapt back into the water, heading towards the exit. The waters between the circular isle and Tishore Island were now at low tide, rapidly flowing outward, causing the deceased, the injured, and the unscathed to drift towards the opening. Soon, a few individuals managed to evade the heavy machine gun fire, drawing near Rigadu's speedboat and leaping onto its deck. The 2 speedboats then sped away, and while we could not see what transpired after their departure, it was evident that those who boarded Rigadu's vessel were destined to meet their end at his hands. Once the speedboats had fled, the uninjured scrambled onto the small boats and inflatable rafts, floating away with the current, while the injured and dead left behind a semblance of calm upon the water's surface. We 4 exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Song Jin remarked, "After this massacre, I fear there will be no Hook's followers left on Tishore Island." Song Fu countered, "While the Hook's followers may be gone, those who orchestrated this plan to drive them away are likely more formidable, and we remain uncertain of their identities." Upon hearing Song Fu's assertion, my heart skipped a beat as I speculated. Could it be Bai Lauda and Bai Su? Song Fu fell silent, deep in thought, while Song Jin added, "I, too, suspect they might be involved. Aside from Bai Lauda, it seems improbable that anyone else could conceive such a brilliant scheme." Song Fu appeared unconvinced, stating, "If it weren't for their interference, our Donglongnini could have achieved the same result." Go avoid discord. Song Jin and I chose not to contest his opinion. However, I privately mused that while Donglongnini could indeed defeat Hook's followers, it paled in comparison to the audacity of fabricating a false volcanic eruption. Acknowledging our silence, Song Fu ceased further discussion, and after a moment of quiet contemplation, Hong Hong finally spoke. "What are we still doing here?" "It's time we made our way to Tishore Island," Song Fu Dao. "Before we ascertain the nature of those responsible for the explosions on the island, it is prudent for us to keep our movements discreet." Song Jin replied, "Then let us swim there." Red Hong and I nodded in agreement. The 4 of us leapt back into the water, swimming forward. After a brief half-hour, we reached the shore. Song Jin declared, "I shall take the lead. You all follow closely behind me." I said, "Brother Song, please look after Red Hong. I will bring up the rear." Part 19. The eruption. Song Fu had no objections. The 4 of us walked along the beach for several dozen yards until we found a narrow path leading up a hillside. Soon, we reached the summit. Looking down, we beheld that all the buildings on the island appeared to be in ruins, and the entire island was eerily silent, devoid of any human presence. Thick smoke billowed from the volcano's crater. Song Jin stared in disbelief and remarked, "Could it be that those 2 explosions were not man-made?" Song Fu muttered to himself, "Impossible." Red Hong inquired, "Then who caused the explosions?" As he spoke, he dashed down the mountain, and I followed closely behind, quickly arriving at the foot of the hill. Just as I was about to race towards the volcano, a loud thud rang out beside us as a fist-sized stone landed on the ground. We immediately turned to investigate, and as we did so, Song Fu had already drawn his gun. However, upon seeing the situation, we all raised our hands in surrender, and Song Fu reluctantly dropped his weapon. There, from an elevated position between 2 large boulders, Bai Chiwei held a submachine gun aimed directly at us. Though his expression seemed worn and haggard, he wielded a formidable weapon and was positioned far enough from us to keep us at bay. We exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Bai Chiwei laughed heartily and fired a volley of bullets into the air. The island, already silent, was further shaken by the deafening sound of gunfire. Bai Chiwei taunted, "After all your efforts these past few days, You still find yourselves in my grasp? Song Jian urged. Chi Wei, put down the gun. Your father is here too. Bai Chi Wei laughed again, saying, if my father were here, you would all be dead by now, slain by the hooker's followers. The emphasis he placed on the phrase slain by the hooker's followers struck us all with a sudden understanding, rendering us momentarily speechless. It was clear that Bai Chi Wei had resolved to kill us. Attributing our deaths to the hooker's followers, thus removing himself from any blame, I was well aware of Bai Chi Wei's treachery. Although I felt a surge of indignation, I was not surprised. Song Jian, however, shouted angrily, Chi Wei. Bai Chi Wei merely laughed. The muzzle of Bai Chi Wei's submachine gun began to lower, gradually aiming at us, and his finger tightened on the trigger. Song Fu shouted in defiance and attempted to charge forward, but Song Jian restrained him. Commanding, get down, roll away. I quickly extended my leg and tripped Red Hong, causing us all to fall to the ground, ready to roll away in a desperate bid for escape. Just then, a sudden sound pierced the air. The noise came swiftly. Almost simultaneously, there was a sharp sound as Bai Chi Wei's submachine gun was struck by something, causing it to jerk upwards. In that fleeting moment, a barrage of bullets whizzed out. But due to the upward angle of the gun, they all soared harmlessly above our heads. Immediately after, another sound pierced the air. We caught sight of a silver flash heading towards Bai Chi Wei's wrist. Shooting forth with incredible speed, Bai Chi Wei attempted to evade but failed. His wrist was struck, causing him to cry out in pain, and his weapon fell from his grasp. In that instant, Song Fu, Song Jian, and I leapt into action, lunging for the fallen submachine gun. However, our movements were outpaced by another figure who emerged from the underbrush, gliding effortlessly towards us. We scarcely had a moment to register the flash of movement before the figure seized the submachine gun. To our astonishment, it was none other than Bai Su. We were momentarily stunned into silence, but before we could speak, Bai Chi Wei exclaimed, Sister. An aged voice interjected, I have arrived as well. I immediately recognized it as the voice of Bai Lauda. I rushed forward and said, We had anticipated your brilliant plan. Bai Lauda smiled at me and said, You all have worked hard. As soon as Bai Su appeared, Bai Chi Wei's expression shifted from pale to flushed with rage. When Bai Lauda made his entrance, Bai Chi Wei's face grew dark with anger. Bai Lauda shook hands with us, placing a hand on Song Fu's shoulder, saying, You truly resemble your elder brother. I am greatly impressed by your design of the 25 steel plates. You have outshone him. Initially, when Song Fu and Bai Lauda shook hands, there was a hint of reluctance, but upon hearing such praise, Song Fu could not help but laugh heartily, saying, Bai Lauda is too kind. Bai Lauda chuckled, Brother Song, wouldn't you agree? Song Jian replied, Indeed. In truth, he has always surpassed me, though he can be rather stubborn. Song Fu laughed continuously, his joy evident, perhaps because he had never received such compliments before, especially from someone of Bai Lauda's stature. After exchanging pleasantries, Song Jian remarked, Lauda, in our pursuit of this fortune, we have all employed our unique strategies. Although Chi Wei may have gone a bit overboard, it is natural for the young to yearn for victory. Upon hearing Song Jian mentioned by Chi Wei, Bai Lauda's expression darkened immediately. He said, Brother Song, this scoundrel cannot be allowed to live. We were all taken aback by Bai Lauda's authoritative declaration, and Bai Chi Wei's demeanor shifted as well. But he soon adopted a defiant expression, shouting, If I had truly gone too far, they would have been dead long ago. Who else could it have been that fell into my hands multiple times? Upon hearing Bai Chi Wei's words, I felt a surge of anger and retorted coldly, Brother Bai, you too have fallen into our hands several times. Have you truly forgotten? Bai Chi Wei scoffed, just now, if it weren't for Father's arrival. What would have happened to you? Before he could finish, Bai Lauda bellowed, Silence. Bai Chi Wei stood defiantly, saying, If you don't want me to speak, then I won tea. Bai Lauda's face turned a furious shade of blue as he exclaimed, You wretched beast, as he berated him. He raised his hand to strike, but Song Fu swiftly maneuvered, pushing Bai Chi Wei aside. Simultaneously, he flipped his wrist, delivering a palm strike towards Bai Lauda. The two hands met, and Song Fu staggered back a step, while Bai Lauda remained steadfast. Song Fu's expression shifted slightly as he said, Bai Lauda, hold on. Bai Lauda replied, Brother Song, are you defending this scoundrel? Song Fu said, Bai Lauda, he is no longer a child. Even if he has erred, he must be held accountable in a way that earns his respect. Song Jian quickly added, Indeed. Song Fu continued, I have a method that will surely win his respect. Song Jin urged, if you have a plan, speak up. Song Fu smiled, saying, I believe, Chi Wei, that your primary grievance lies with Brother Wei. Does it not? Bai Chi Wei sneered, muttering to himself, what is Wei's status? Just as I was about to erupt in anger, I felt a soft hand resting on the back of my hand. I looked up to see Bai Su standing beside me, her hand gently placed on mine, smiling at me. In that smile, I sensed an unspoken reservoir of emotions she wished to convey since our separation. My anger dissipated in an instant. I heard Song Fu say, Chi Wei, you have yet to uncover that treasure, have you? Bai Chi Wei reluctantly replied with a grunt. Song Fu then asked, have Bai Laoda and Bai Gunyang gained any insight? Both Bai Laoda and Bai Su shook their heads in unison. No, Song Fu said. That's good. Chi Wei and Brother Wei should each exert their intellect to discover the location of the treasure, and may the best thinker win. Upon hearing Song Fu's suggestion, I felt a sudden jolt of realization. For I truly had no clue where Yu Tingwen had hidden the treasure. I glanced at Bai Chi Wei, noticing he too bore an expression of surprise. It was clear he was just as clueless. Since we were all in the same boat, I would not be outdone. So I declared, very well, this is certainly far more civilized than resorting to violence. Bai Chi Wei immediately replied, agreed. Song Fui chuckled, very well. Let us agree on this. I believe we all can ponder for a moment, but we must not disclose our thoughts to our dear brother Chi Wei and Brother Wei. Bai Laoda nodded in agreement and said, let him fail once. It will serve to temper his arrogance and prevent him from thinking himself invincible. Bai Chi Wei interjected, Father, do you really think I am inferior to others? Bai Laoda sighed, if you could surpass them, I would be overjoyed, but I fear you may not. Bai Chi Wei refrained from further comment. Song Fu then stated, we should head towards the hill with the stone tablet. Bai Su added, the provisions we brought are also on that hill. The group proceeded toward the hill, recounting our journey to Bai Laoda, who, along with Bai Su, shared their own experiences of arriving here. It turned out that the four of us had just ascended the summit of the circular island when we spotted two bursts of water. Resembling torpedoes, those were Bai Laoda and Bai Su. They had designed a type of small underwater propeller that could be strapped to one's back, allowing for swift movement through the water. Bai Laoda had also laid a substantial amount of high explosives within the volcano's crater and along the shore, which detonated simultaneously, creating an illusion of a genuine volcanic eruption. As Bai Laoda narrated this, I noticed that Song Fu several times seemed poised to speak, but ultimately remained silent. I understood that he wished to express concerns about potentially reawakening the dormant volcano, but he chose to withhold his thoughts out of respect for Bai Laoda. Upon reaching the summit, darkness had already enveloped the sky. The tent set up by Bai Su and Bai Laoda was just right for our use. Bai Su and Hong Hong were engaged in light-hearted banter, displaying a close camaraderie. A large bonfire was kindled, and as we sat on the ground enjoying our rations, I learned from the conversation between Song Fu and Bai Chi Wei that they had expended considerable effort to open a large iron barrel, only to find it completely empty. In a fit of anger, Legadu had imprisoned Bai Chi Wei, and it was only after the two explosions had devastated the structure that Bai Chi Wei managed to escape. He had no idea that Bai Laoda and Bai Su had already arrived. He had encountered us while on his way to inspect the volcano's crater. As we conversed, we were oblivious to the passage of time. And before we knew it, it was midnight. Bai Su and Hong Hong had already entered one of the tents, while the rest of us prepared to sleep outdoors. Suddenly, a deep rumbling sound echoed from afar, resonating from the earth, sending shivers down our spines. Almost immediately, we saw a red light erupting from a nearby hill, shooting skyward like a pencil. In that instant, we all stood transfixed. The red light vanished in no time, followed by a hissing sound and a cloud of thick smoke billowing into the air. The rumbling noise subsided. I was the first to exclaim, "It's the volcano!" Just as I spoke, another wave of rumbling emanated from beneath the ground, causing the entire hill to tremble. Bai Laoda sprang to his feet and declared, "No, it is the worst scenario I had anticipated." Song Fu stated, "The volcano has truly erupted." We all fell silent. At that moment, there was no further sound, except for the continuous plume of smoke rising from the volcano's crater. I quickly urged, "We must retreat." Before Bai Laoda and the others could respond, Bai Chi Wei coldly remarked, "Wesley, are you afraid to compete with me?" Bai Chi Wei stood defiantly before a stone tablet, His gaze icy. I knew that engaging in a contest of wills at such a precarious moment would yield no benefit. Yet I found his arrogant demeanor unbearable. I smirked and said, "Very well, let us remain here while the others withdraw." Song Fu rose, stating, "I have some experience with volcanoes. Let me first assess the situation at the crater." Song Jin cautioned, "Brother, be careful." Song Fu replied, "Elder brother, do not worry." Their brief exchange, though simple, was filled with affection. Hung Hung poked her head out of the tent, calling, "Professor, wait for me. Let us go together." Song Fu laughed. "You cannot go? I fear for your hair. It might get singed." Hung Hung protested loudly. "No way." I interjected, "Hung Hung, do not be willful. Song brother will be back soon." Reluctantly, Hung Hung nodded in agreement. Song Fu hurried down the mountain. We fell silent as Bai Chi Wei circled the 4 stone tablets, evidently unwilling to waste any time contemplating this matter in hopes of outsmarting me. I recognized Bai Chi Wei's exceptional intellect and was determined not to be outdone by him. Thus, I stepped aside. Deep in thought, I knew that when Song Fu proposed this course of action, he secretly hoped for my victory. But how could he be certain I would prevail? Was it possible that his earlier comment about golden radiance held the key to the treasure? And yet the true meaning of that phrase remained elusive. I paced back and forth for a full hour, my mind still blank. Bai Lauda inquired, "What did you find?" Song Fu replied, "From what I observed at the volcano's mouth, it does not seem particularly fierce, akin to a standard minor eruption. Even if there is lava, it poses no significant threat. However, along the way, I discovered 3 fissures, each about 7 meters long, from which white smoke was emanating." Bai Lauda was taken aback. "Are you suggesting that beneath this entire island lies another volcanic vent?" Song Jin interjected, "What are you saying? We are not here merely to witness a competition between Bai Chi Wei and Wesley. Our purpose is to secure the wealth of the 7 helper and 18 associations." He continued, "If we are to leave, we should do so together." Bai Lauda asserted, "I believe if there truly is a volcanic vent beneath the island, we will have no opportunity to escape." I glanced at Bai Chi Wei and coldly stated, "I will not leave." Bai Su exclaimed, "You?" I looked at Bai Chi Wei, whose face had slightly paled, and said, "Staying here not only allows us to compete in intellect but also in courage." Bai Su retorted, "That is merely reckless bravery." I laughed. "Is the situation truly as dire as it seems? We cannot predict the outcome." Bai Su stamped her foot. "Father, look at him." Bai Lauda said, "Be quiet. Let us wait until dawn to see if there are any unexpected developments." Song Jin remarked, "Tonight, I do not believe there will be any drastic changes." Song Fu concurred, "Indeed, let us wait until morning. We must not jeopardize our efforts after climbing so high." Bai Su insisted, "I still believe we should not take this risk." I contemplated for a moment and responded, "The risk is worth taking. However, it is unnecessary for so many of us to venture together. I propose that it should just be Bai Chi Wei and me remaining here." Bai Lauda looked at Song Fu and asked, "Brother Song, what exactly did you find during your investigation?" Song Fu smiled wryly. "Bai Lauda, you should know that volcanoes, much like women, are the most unpredictable. One moment, they may be calm, and the next, they can obliterate everything." Bai Su added, "Father, I believe it would be best if their contest of wills did not continue." Bai Lauda gazed at me, evidently seeking my agreement. After my earlier confrontation with Bai Chi Wei, I had already resolved not to show weakness. Thus I replied promptly, "If Brother Bai believes it unnecessary to persist, I shall not oppose." Bai Chi Wei, standing a few meters away, loudly exclaimed, "You were just speaking so well. Who wants to backtrack now?" Bai Lauda's expression darkened as he said, "Very well, then we shall leave Taishao Island first." Bai Su's face reflected deep concern and truth. I was well aware that remaining on an island that was beginning to stir with volcanic activity was extremely perilous. However, seeing that even Bai Chi Wei displayed no fear, how could I allow myself to appear timid? I approached Bai Su and whispered, "Do not worry. I promise you that if the situation turns dire, I will not engage in any disputes and will leave Taishao Island at once." Bai Su forced a smile and glanced around. The others were packing their belongings in preparation to depart, oblivious to our conversation. She then quietly asked, "Do you have any leads?" I shook my head. Bai Su continued, "My father and I have studied this matter and believe the key lies in the phrase golden radiance," and it was clear she had further insights to share. But I immediately interrupted her, saying, "Do not say any more." Bai Su was taken aback. "Why not? This could be advantageous for you." I replied, "Indeed, but my contest with your brother must be fair. I do not wish to take advantage of him, as I believe I can hold my own and win on equal terms." Baisu regarded me for a long moment, her expression filled with admiration. Finally, she lowered her head and said, "I am glad I did not misjudge you." As she spoke, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and with a bashful smile, she gracefully darted away, leaving me engulfed in an indescribable sweetness. I stood there, mesmerized by her busy silhouette as she packed her belongings. Before long, they had descended from the small peak, leaving Tai Shower Island behind. I remained atop the mountain, watching until they vanished from sight before turning around, only to find Bai Chiwei seemingly oblivious to everything around him. He had inserted a finger into a small hole on the stone tablet adorned with a phoenix motif, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. I, too, approached a nearby stone tablet and paused. The tablet bore a dragon design. As I traced the surface with my hand, my mind repeatedly recited the few phrases engraved behind the 25 steel plates, having done so 17 or 18 times. Yet my thoughts remained clouded. I concurred that the crux of these phrases lay in the words "together through golden radiance." However, what did "together through" truly signify? And what did golden radiance imply? If golden radiance represented light, then "together through golden radiance" must refer to the 4 eye holes allowing light to shine through simultaneously. Yet, the location Bai Chiwei sought using this method had yielded nothing but an empty box. I understood that the phrases left by Yu Tingwen back then must contain deeper mysteries, which, while potentially simple when unraveled, could also perplex one to the point of exhaustion before clarity was achieved. I stood beside the stone tablet, pondering, and instinctively mimicked Bai Chiwei by inserting my finger into the dragon's eye, a subconscious act born of boredom. However, after a moment, I suddenly made a discovery. The hole I had inserted my finger into was angled, giving it an oval shape that resembled an eye. Because the hole was slanted, when Bai Chiwei shone his flashlight through it, the light cast upon the distant ground. Therefore, if one were to shine a flashlight from the opposite side of the stone tablet, the light should project upwards. Yet, such wealth would certainly not be buried in the sky. Moreover, the peak we currently stood upon was not the highest. Only through the 4 holes of the stone tablets could a strong beam of light converge upon another peak. Could this strong light not be referred to as golden radiance? My heart swelled with joy at this realization, and I hastily took a few steps to retrieve a powerful flashlight left behind by Lauda and positioned it beside the dragon-shaped stone tablet. As I activated the dynamo, the flashlight emitted a brilliant beam. My actions caught Bai Chiwei's attention, and he cast a cold glance in my direction. With a sardonic smile, he remarked, "What, is the empty iron box not enough for you?" I remained silent, first directing the flashlight at the hole on the front of the stone tablet, casting a bright beam upon the mountain top that Bai Chiwei had previously excavated. His laughter echoed mockingly. However, I quickly pivoted to the opposite side of the stone tablet, continuously cranking the dynamo to intensify the flashlight's beam, akin to a small searchlight. Then, I aimed the flashlight at the eye hole. A blinding beam shot upwards, piercing through the darkness, extending over 200 yards to rest upon the opposite peak, where I distinctly saw a pine tree and beneath it, a large, flat stone. My heart raced with excitement. I hurriedly moved the flashlight to the tiger-shaped stone tablet, directing its beam through the eye hole. To my dismay, Bai Chiwei erupted in laughter, causing my face to flush with embarrassment. The beam of light had not illuminated the stone beneath the pine tree as I had hoped. Instead, it vanished into the boundless darkness without a trace. Bai Chiwei laughed heartily, saying, "A treasure in the sky, is it?" I retorted coldly, "It seems quite similar to digging up an empty box." Bai Chiwei glared daggers at me, and we both fell silent, lost in thought once more. Just moments ago, I had believed my discovery was on the brink of success, yet the light through the tigers I had shot into the air, indicating that the treasure surely could not be hidden in midair. This method was undeniably a failure. Glancing at my watch, I noted it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Neither Bai Chiwei nor I felt the slightest inclination to sleep, and we paced restlessly. Suddenly, a rumbling sound emanated from beneath the ground. It was as if waves were expanding outward from a central point on the island. As the rumbling reached our feet, I felt the very small hill tremble gently. Almost immediately, we heard a strange hissing noise, and looking out, we saw several spots on the island emitting white smoke. I also noticed that the stream beneath the hill we stood on was rapidly receding. As if the creek bed had sprung a leaked eye in the blink of an eye, the stream's water had vanished, revealing the grotesque stones beneath the moonlight, while numerous toads hopped about aimlessly, croaking loudly. Both Bai Chiwei and I took notice of the stream's sudden dryness, exchanging a glance that left us speechless. At that moment, the radio left Bai loud to crackle to life, transmitting a series of beeps. Followed by the question, "What is happening on the island?" I responded. "It feels as though the entire island is experiencing a slight tremor." Bai Loud inquired further, "Are there any other changes?" I replied, "Yes, a stream has inexplicably dried up." I then heard Song Fu exclaim, "That indicates a shift in the Earth's layers. The water has leaked through a fracture." Next, Hong Hong called out, "Cousin, are you all right?" Following that, Bai Lauda's voice came through, asking, "What about Chiwei?" Bai Chiwei stepped forward, declaring, "I am here." Bai Lauda continued, "Do you plan to remain on the island?" Bai Chiwei's brows furrowed, and he took a deep breath before replying, "Yes." Bai Lauda warned, "Very well, but if there are any further changes, I command you to leave, and you must comply." Bai Chiwei replied, "We'll see when the time comes." Bai Lauda acknowledged with a sound. As if addressing others on the circular island, do not communicate with them. It may disrupt their thoughts. The radio fell silent, and I lingered for a moment, gazing down the hill. The moonlight remained brilliantly bright, and in my line of sight, I could see at least 17 or 18 locations emitting white smoke, each accompanied by wide, deep fissures in the ground. From the volcano that Bai Lauda had bombarded with a substantial amount of explosives, a dull, rhythmic sound akin to a dense drumbeat reverberated, sending a chill down my spine. I realized that remaining on Tai Shower Island could lead to an imminent crisis at any moment. Yet, I had no intention of retreating. This was not merely out of a sense of competition, but also for the sake of that fortune. If a volcanic eruption were to occur, this astonishing wealth would be reduced to ashes. After finishing his writing, Bai Chiwei stared intently at the phrases. I approached and read them over, scoffing, "Chiwei, you've reversed the order of the first and second sentences. The first is the eye of the white phoenix, and the second is the eye of the vermilion bird." Bai Chiwei huffed. "What difference does it make? They are still the same. In the 20th chapter, the secrets unveiled in the struggle of dragons and tigers, as I pointed out Bai Chiwei's error, I believe that the order of the first and second sentences was insignificant. However, upon his retort, I felt a surge of indignation and replied, "How do you know it doesn't matter?" While speaking, I realized that the inscriptions on the 4 stone tablets were indeed arranged in a specific order, and I questioned whether that order held significance. Bai Chiwei shot me a cold glance and ceased to engage. I scrutinized the phrases he had written in the dirt once more, and upon reaching the final sentence, my heart experienced a sudden shift. Sunshine. Yes, only sunlight could truly represent radiance. Thus, together through golden radiance must indicate that the 4 eye holes collectively allowed sunlight to pass through. There must have been a moment during the hours when the sun rose, where sunlight streamed through those 4 eye holes and converged at a single point, hence the phrase "together through golden radiance." Elated, I rubbed my hands together. Yet, my joy was short-lived as I quickly realized that the orientations of the 4 stone tablets made it impossible for sunlight to pass through. Unless there were 4 suns in the sky, shining from 4 different directions, I despondently sank to the ground. Nevertheless, I knew in my heart that I had taken a step closer to the truth. Having deduced that golden radiance referred to sunlight, I pondered. I observed Bai Chiwei suddenly leap to his feet, gazing skyward with a look of delight on his face, then glancing at the 4 stone tablets. However, it was not long before his expression of joy faded into nothingness. Witnessing this, I couldn't help but chuckle. From Bai Chiwei's expression, it was evident that he, like me, was contemplating the sunlight, only to swiftly realize that it was impossible for the sunlight to simultaneously penetrate the holes in the stone tablet. I chuckled softly and remarked, "Wouldn't it be best if there were 4 suns?" Bai Chiwei's face registered surprise, as if he were quite taken aback by my ability to perceive his inner thoughts. After a brief pause, he retorted fiercely, "Have you ever seen 4 suns?" I replied calmly, "No, but I have seen several moons." Initially, I was merely jesting with Bai Chiwei, but upon seeing his furious gaze, I quickly added, "The 3 pools mirroring the moon at Westlake in Hangzhou. Those 3 hollow bronze pillars can indeed project the moon's reflection on the lake surface, transforming it into 9 at this point." A sudden realization struck me, and I noticed that Bai Chi-wei's body also trembled slightly. After a moment of stunned silence, we both exclaimed in unison, "Ah!" I leapt to my feet and asked, "Have you also thought of it?" Bai Chi-wei gazed at me for a long while before responding, "What I think is my own business." "Why do you ask me?" I said, "Well, I never claimed you thought of it because of my suggestion. But at least we arrived at this notion simultaneously." Bai Chi-wei countered, "Whether that is indeed the case remains uncertain. What is there to argue about?" I pondered for a moment and declared, "Unless this treasure is not located on Taishao Island. Otherwise, aside from this approach we've just conceived, there will be no second option." Bai Chi-wei inquired, "Then, what is this method you propose?" I grinned and said, "Why don't you disclose your thoughts first?" We remained locked in a stalemate for a moment, each unwilling to speak first. After 5 minutes, I stated, "Well, the method I envision requires a small tool when searching for the treasure's location." Bai Chi-wei replied, "I have thought of the same method," I suggested. "Then let us turn around, back to back, and take this tool in hand to compare and see if our thoughts align." Bai Chi-wei readily agreed. We both turned around, and I reached into my pocket, retrieving an item to hold in my hand. Then I asked, "Are you ready?" Bai Chi-wei replied solemnly, "I have been ready." I said, "All right, on the count of 3, we will turn around and extend our hands. 1, 2, 3. As I uttered 3, I spun around to find Bai Chi-wei had also turned to face me. However, just as we were about to reach out to one another, a thunderous roar erupted, and suddenly, a blood-red light filled our vision. Bai Chi-wei's entire figure appeared engulfed in flames, and at that moment, our bodies swayed violently before collapsing to the ground. It was only upon hitting the ground that I regained my composure. Noticing that the ominous red light shrouded the entirety of Taishao Island, transforming my own body into that dark crimson-hued, I lay there, focusing my gaze, and observed that the light emanated from the volcano's mouth, where dark red magma writhed and flowed downward. Meanwhile, stones of various sizes, resembling red-hot coal, shot into the sky like fireworks, igniting the surrounding trees. The deafening noise made our faces throb. Rising to my feet, I heard the radio communicator emitting a continuous beeping sound. Rushing over, I switched it on and immediately heard Bai Laoda's voice calling out, "Retreat! Quick! Retreat! Retreat! Hurry! Chi-wei, Wei brothers, can you hear me? Retreat! Quickly!" I responded, "We are all fine." As I spoke, I glanced at Bai Chi-wei, who stood there, pale and bewildered. Bai Laoda urged, "Hurry back." I shook my head, knowing Bai Laoda could not see me, and said, "No, as long as the sun rises, we will find the precise treasure location. And once we locate it, if all goes well, we can uncover the treasure within 2 hours." Before I could finish, Bai Laoda insisted, "Give up on this treasure. You two are in grave danger on this island." I said, "That depends on Brother Chi-wei's opinion." Bai Chi-wei strode forward, declaring, "No." I immediately replied, "I concur. It is already 3 in the morning, and if there are no drastic changes in the next 5 or 6 hours, we should be able to uncover the treasure." Bai Laoda interjected, "That is not acceptable. I command you to retreat immediately." At that moment, Song Fu interjected, "Bai Laoda, since they are unwilling, why press the matter? This circular island is hardly a safe haven." Bai Laoda's voice grew stern. "Chi-wei, do you hear my words?" Suddenly, Bai Chi-wei bent down, picked up a large stone, and before I could stop him, he smashed it down on the communicator, shattering it into pieces. And thus Bai Laoda's voice was silenced. I stood in stunned silence, fully aware that his actions signified a refusal to retreat. I rose and declared, "Well, it's time to reveal what we both have in hand." He nodded, and we extended our hands. As we did so, our fists were still clenched. Then, we relaxed our grips and looked into each other's palms, discovering that both our hands held a small mirror. Bai Chi-wei's expression shifted slightly as he remarked, "If our thoughts align, then this time the contest ends in a draw." I laughed heartily. "Are you worried there won't be future contests?" Bai Chi-wei responded, "Since our thoughts are the same, we should collaborate." I replied, "That is precisely my thought. The volcano on the island could erupt at any moment, and the entire island might sink. The sooner we act, the better, but we must wait for the sun to rise." Bai Chi-wei nodded in agreement. I continued, "My view is that the holes in the Bai Feng monument face east. Shortly after the sun rises, sunlight will surely shine through those holes, by reflecting the sunlight through the mirror. It will be directed to the Zhuke Eye, and from there, reflected again to the Baihu Eye, ultimately illuminating the location where the light from the Qinglong Eye shines, which will be the correct spot. Bai Chi-wei nodded. That is exactly what I was thinking as I surveyed the surroundings. I suddenly noticed several rows of trees swaying atop a nearby hill. I paused in astonishment, but just then, those thick trees were uprooted as if by an invisible hand, tossed aside like mere blades of grass. Following this, a plume of white smoke erupted from the deep pit on the hill, accompanied by a resounding boom, and crimson light burst forth as dark red magma began to surge forth like boiling water. All of this transpired in less than a minute. Both Bai Chi-wei and I stood there, dumbfounded. Given that the newly erupted hill was so close, our small hill trembled violently. The continuously flowing magma began to creep down the hill, threatening to encircle us entirely. I glanced at Bai Chi-wei, who had turned pale, gazing up at the sky, declaring, "We are now testing our courage." I found myself genuinely admiring Bai Chi-wei's tenacity and determination. He indeed possessed admirable qualities. "Not one to back down," I replied. "Very well," checked my watch and noted that dawn was still some time away, so I dashed down the hill, BY this time. The large opening on the neighboring hill had widened considerably, and the magma was no longer merely flowing but erupting. So I ran down the hill. I narrowly avoided being struck by the magma or the rocks propelled into the air. I finally reached the foot of the hill, only to find that the once tranquil stream was now engulfed in a sea of fiery, lifeless magma. Upon witnessing this scene, I realized it was highly likely that within 2 hours, or perhaps even less, the hill we occupied would be completely surrounded by magma, leaving us with no escape. Furthermore, since the nearby hill had already begun to spew magma, our own hill could erupt at any moment. I contemplated this while approaching the lava, the temperature reaching several hundred degrees Celsius. As I drew near, I could feel the heat radiating off me, and my mind raced with thoughts of whether I should call Bai Chi-wei to leave while we still had a chance. Naturally, I knew that since Bai Chi-wei was so headstrong, suggesting a retreat would mean conceding to him, something I was reluctant to do. However, was it worth risking being trapped by the encroaching lava? As I pondered, I suddenly heard Bai Chi-wei calling out, "Hurry up, hurry up!" I lifted my head, and his voice resonated more clearly in my ears as he proclaimed, "No need to wait for dawn." With a swift turn, I dashed towards the mountain's peak. However, after just 2 strides, I heard Bai Su's voice behind me exclaiming, "Li." The moment her voice reached my ears, I was taken aback. Yet, before I could utter the 2 words that lingered on the tip of my tongue, a thunderous rumble echoed from all directions of Taishao Island, and the ground beneath me began to shake violently, as if I were a small boat tossed about in turbulent waves. As I was charging forward, I lost my footing and fell to the ground. I quickly propped myself up on my elbows and sprang to my feet, only to find the air thick with swirling smoke through the haze. I discerned 2 distant mounds of red, writhing matter, indicating that lava was emerging from more than one volcanic vent. Upon regaining my footing, I shouted, "Bai Su!" Simultaneously, I heard Bai Su's voice right beside me responding, "Li." It turned out that we were less than 2 feet apart, yet the earth trembled, the smoke was dense, and the scorching air surged around us, creating a powerful gust that bent trees and flattened grass. If there were indeed such a thing as the apocalypse, then the environment we found ourselves in could be described as the true end of the world. In such circumstances, although Bai Su and I were merely 2 feet apart, we shouted desperately to one another. Upon hearing Bai Su's voice so close, I immediately turned around. Just as she did, we embraced tightly and breathless. Bai Su's cherry lips turned pale as she urged, "We must go." "Quickly," I asked anxiously, "what was the situation like on your way here?" Bai Su stamped her foot and replied, "There's no time for questions. In short, if we don't leave now, we shall have no escape." As she spoke, she tugged at my arm, urging me to move. I protested, "No, your brother is still up on the mountain." Bai Su immediately called out, "Brother, brother." However, at that moment, the island was engulfed in a chaotic whirlwind, and her voice was whisked away, rendering it impossible for it to reach the mountain peak. That I insisted, "We cannot waste any more time. I will go call him. You stay nearby and scout for an escape route." Bai Su nodded, tightly squeezing my hand as she cautioned, "Be careful with that." I turned and dashed towards the summit, my speed surprising even myself. Upon reaching the peak, I saw Bai Chi-wei securing the motorized light onto the Baifeng Eye. its electric rays shooting forth to illuminate the area where he had unearthed a large iron chest. He crouched there, using a small mirror to reflect the light into the Zhu Ki, where it then passed through and illuminated another spot. Upon noticing my arrival, he exclaimed, "Just in time. Quickly, reflect that light onto the Qing Long Eye. I've calculated that the sunlight can only pass through the Bai Feng Eye at this angle." I hurried to his side and exclaimed, "Your sister has arrived too." Bai Chiwei replied, "Excellent. We were just lacking another pair of hands." I immediately urged, "Let us forget about the treasure and retreat." Bai Chiwei looked up and questioned, "Why? The treasure is within reach. Why not pursue it?" I retorted. As I climbed the mountain, I noticed some areas were emitting white smoke. Bai Su's arrival was fraught with difficulty, and if we linger any longer, we will be reduced to ashes. Suddenly, Bai Chiwei exclaimed, "I see. Your face is pale. You must be frightened, aren't you?" His words ignited an unwarranted anger within me, and I snapped, "Who is afraid?" Bai Chiwei responded, "Naturally, it is you. If you wish to leave, then go ahead." Unable to contain my frustration any longer, I lunged forward and struck at his shoulder. Bai Chiwei evaded and countered with a punch aimed at my waist. Realizing that Bai Chiwei was unreasonable, I knew that engaging him in conversation would only waste precious time. Instead, I resolved to subdue him and drag him down the mountain to escape the imminent threat of Taishao Island reducing us to ashes. Thus, I struck with great force. However, in my haste, I forgot that Bai Chiwei was also an expert in Chinese martial arts and would not be easily defeated by mere strikes. This proved to be my gravest mistake. Each moment was invaluable for our escape, yet Bai Chiwei and I engaged in fierce combat atop the mountain for over 10 minutes. During that time, despite my advantage, Bai Chiwei continued to grapple with me, and we fought with great intensity until another violent tremor struck, knocking us both to the ground, forcing us to pause and glare at one another. At that moment, Bai Su hurriedly approached, instantly recognizing the fierce struggle we had just endured. Her brows furrowed as she exclaimed, "Are you still fighting?" Bai Chiwei scoffed, "Dear sister, I assure you, I have not harmed your beloved." Bai Su stamped her foot and exclaimed, "Brother, the area below the mountain is now filled with lava. There is only one path left, but I fear that within 2 hours, it will also be swallowed by magma. Will you leave or not?" I struggled to suppress my rising anger and urged. "Moreover, we still do not know the situation in other parts of the island. We must leave quickly." Yet, Bai Chiwei merely laughed coldly. "In half an hour, in 10 more minutes, I will uncover the treasure. Who is afraid? No one is holding you back." Bai Su cried out, "Brother." Bai Chiwei retorted coldly, "What brotherly love is there in your heart? Be wary of your Mr. Wei. Do not let him scare you." At that moment, I committed my second grave error. Overcome with fury, I engaged in a battle of wits with the almost deranged Bai Chiwei, mocking, "What a joke! Observe who among us is truly afraid and wishing to flee." Bai Su appeared slightly alarmed and exclaimed, "Are you both out of your minds?" Bai Chiwei crouched down, adjusting the small mirror, heedless of Bai Su's cries. I noticed a frenzied glint in Bai Chiwei's eyes and felt a tinge of regret. Yet, I could not retreat any longer, for I was unable to tolerate Bai Chiwei's arrogant demeanor. Moments later, the light from his small mirror refracted through the Bai Hu Eye and illuminated another spot. I rushed to that location, retrieved the small mirror, and directed the light, which instantly reflected outward. At that moment, I maneuvered the mirror, allowing the beam to project from the Qing Long Eye. Each stone tablet's eye glimmered with light, perfectly aligning with the phrase "golden light shining through." I gazed intently at the light emerging from the Qing Long Eye, noticing that it halted upon a specific rock. That rock was situated on the only sheer cliff on the mountain's peak. The summit itself was remarkably flat, making descent relatively easy. Otherwise, we would not have been able to transport the excavator up here, nor could Song Jian and I have rolled down the mountain to escape. However, one side of the peak was indeed a steep cliff. Upon seeing the light land on that rock, both Bai Chiwei and I shouted in unison, rushing towards it. Midway, a figure darted in front of us. Bai Su had blocked our path. I came to an abrupt halt, but Bai Chiwei, with a swift sidestep, bypassed Bai Su and continued his charge. Bai Su exclaimed, "Have you both lost your minds?" I replied solemnly, "You witnessed the situation just now." What could I do? I was unsure if I was hallucinating or if the entire mountain was indeed trembling. but I could see the massive rock swaying under by Chi-Wei's movements. I dashed forward. Just as another tremendous rumble shook the mountain, and I was thrown to the ground by an irresistible force, in that instant, I witnessed the large stone plummet down the cliff. Chi-Wei had initially been grasping the rock, and though he released it quickly, the momentum of its fall, combined with the mountain's tremors, caused him to lose his balance and tumble towards the cliff's edge. Seeing this perilous situation, I lunged forward without regard for my own safety, reaching out to grab his clothing. Whether it was due to my excessive force or the speed of his descent, as I grasped his garment, it tore apart with a loud rip. Although I managed to halt his downward momentum momentarily, he continued to fall, but I was fortunate enough to grasp his ankle just in time. However, this action caused my body to lean forward, nearly sending me tumbling off the cliff as well. I clutched his ankle tightly, too fearful to loosen my grip, and leaned down to look at him, only to find Chi-Wei also raising his head to meet my gaze. His body was suspended upside down, devoid of any support. Had I not grasped his ankle at that critical moment, he would have plummeted to the abyss below. Beneath the cliff, lava surged forth like a meandering stream, exuding dark red flames as it flowed slowly onward. A large rock had already fallen onto the molten flow, and had Chi-Wei descended, he would have undoubtedly met with a fate of complete obliteration. Thus, when Chi-Wei lifted his face and our eyes met, his expression was one of profound embarrassment. At that moment, he suddenly exclaimed, "Look!" We all turned our gaze in the direction he indicated, discovering that where the rock had fallen, a large hole had appeared, revealing stone steps leading downward. Chi-Wei and I exchanged glances, and it was evident to everyone that under such circumstances, this hole was likely the entrance to the treasure buried by Tingwen. However, our discovery came at such a precarious time. Su hurriedly urged, "We must leave. We must leave." Yet despite her earnest insistence, both Chi-Wei and I remained silent. Su, in a fit of urgency, asked, "What on earth is wrong with you two?" Chi-Wei took a deep breath and replied, "Sister, I have no objections. Let us follow Brother Wei's lead." Su fixed her gaze upon me and said, "Stop being nonsensical." I inhaled deeply, the air thick with the acrid scent of flames and the palpable threat of death. My heart was in turmoil. Just consider. We had exerted so much effort and endured countless struggles to locate the precise spot of that buried wealth. The prospect of such an immense fortune being within our grasp was tantalizing, and the thought of leaving it behind was unbearable. Yet the situation was perilous. With each passing minute, the risk escalated. Seeing us both silent, Su laughed in exasperation. "How can you two still hesitate? Do you value money over your lives, or your lives over money?" I immediately countered, "Your logic is flawed. The money isn't even ours. Chi-Wei might have a share, but I have none." Chi-Wei interjected, "Brother Wei, let us not heed a woman's words." Su retorted with disdain, "Brother, what nonsense are you spouting? Consider this. If you perish on this island, how would Father, at his advanced age, bear the blow?" Chi-Wei replied, "Father is an extraordinary man. He can withstand any blow." Hearing the siblings bicker at such a critical juncture, I felt both exasperated and amused, and hastily remarked, instead of arguing, "Shouldn't we search for the treasure?" No sooner had I spoken than the entire mountaintop was suddenly shaken by a violent tremor. We three, already standing at the entrance of the hole, found ourselves unsteady, and as the ground quaked, we tumbled into the abyss. We all fell into the chasm, and I was the first to roll over and spring to my feet, having already descended about 17 or 18 steps to the bottom of the cave. Chi-Wei laughed heartily. "Since we are here, we might as well make ourselves comfortable. Sister, you need not oppose any more," Su sighed, while Chi-Wei and I began to assess our surroundings. Below the stone steps lay a small chamber, constructed from large stones, measuring roughly 10 feet squared. In that stone room, apart from 3 colossal burlap sacks piled in one corner, it was entirely empty, and the walls were made of solid stone, devoid of any other passage. Although we found ourselves within this chamber, we could still feel the tremors from the mountain above, as if we were trapped in a cage that was continually shaking, causing us to sway and stumble in every direction. Su called out, "There's nothing here. We should leave. If we delay any longer, it will be too late." Chi-Wei wore an expression of disbelief, repeatedly exclaiming, "There can't possibly be nothing. It shouldn't be empty." I too felt perplexed, for what we had discovered was undoubtedly the correct location of the buried treasure. Yet why, in this chamber? Were there only 3 burlap sacks? The mere thought of those sacks sent a jolt through me. If those 3 sacks were full and bulging, could it not be that they contained wealth? Treasure does not necessarily have to be stored in treasure chests. It could very well be kept in burlap sacks. Just as this realization dawned upon me, Bai Su seized my shoulder and began to pull me toward the exit, while Bai Chi Wei looked at me with a wry smile, saying, "Brother Wei, this is quite the predicament. We haven't even had the chance to wed before it seems we are already embroiled in marital strife." Bai Su scolded, "Brother, at this juncture, you still wish to jest?" As she tugged me backward, I extended my hand, pointing at the 3 large burlap sacks, exclaiming, "Chi Wei, the sacks." Bai Chi Wei, seemingly not grasping my intent, stood beside the sacks and, upon hearing me call out, kicked one of them with his foot, saying, "Risking our lives for these 3. His words were abruptly cut off as we both froze in astonishment. The sack that Bai Chi Wei had kicked rolled slightly, and the twine that stitched it together snapped, spilling out bundles of American cash. After a moment of shock, Bai Chi Wei quickly bent down to pick up 2 bundles, exclaiming, $500, $1,000. All in large denominations. In that instant, I too was rendered speechless. Although we had anticipated that this fortune would be substantial, we had not foreseen 2 crucial details. First, we had not expected it all to be in cash. Clearly, when Tingwen had journeyed south years ago, he had converted all his treasures into currency. Second, we had not imagined that the total value of cash would be so astronomical, with bundles of $500 and $1,000 bills. Each bundle containing 100 notes, the 3 burlap sacks were filled to the brim. I believe that unless one were a bank manager, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to witness such an abundance of cash. After discovering those 3 sacks of cash, we stood there, momentarily dazed. Among us, it was Bai Su who first regained her composure, suddenly exclaiming, "Aren't we leaving yet?" Before we had unearthed this fortune, our minds had been preoccupied with the labor we had invested and the need to see it through. So we had largely ignored Bai Su's urgings. However, at that moment, upon hearing her question, we instinctively jumped to attention, and Bai Chi Wei hurriedly hoisted one of the burlap sacks onto his back, saying, "One for each of us. Quickly, quickly." Since the treasure had been discovered, whether we took it or not was irrelevant, and Bai Su naturally would not object. Each of us shouldered a sack of cash, which contained roughly between $15 million to $20 million. Had we not trained rigorously in martial arts since childhood, it would have been impossible for us to carry such a weight. We hurriedly made our way out of the cave and stood once again atop the mountain. However, before we could take a single step down, we were all taken aback by the sight that greeted us. From the moment we had fallen into that cave to now, burdened with cash. And back atop the mountain, scarcely half an hour had passed. Yet, in that brief span of time, the situation on Taishao Island had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. The mountaintop where we stood was now devoid of trees. And as far as the eye could see, thick smoke billowed upward. Looking down, we beheld that many areas were shifting and writhing, as dark red lava threatened to engulf every path. In such dire circumstances, it was Bai Su who appeared most composed. She promptly stated, "Follow me." I scouted a route earlier that should still be passable. We immediately trailed behind her, racing down the mountainside, leaping over several large fissures that emitted hissing clouds of white smoke. After much effort, we finally reached the foot of the mountain, where the lava crisscrossed like the tracks of a London train station, flowing in every direction, yet curiously maintaining distinct paths without chaos. Were it not for the threat to our lives, the sight would have been unprecedentedly spectacular. Several times, we had to leap across fissures that spanned 3 to 5 feet wide, feeling as if we were being baked like pancakes. After walking for another 5 minutes, Bai Su finally said, "Look." Following her gaze, we saw she was pointing to a landslide. The earthen ridge meandered forward, elevated 4 to 5 feet above the ground, and therefore remained untouched by the lava. A surge of joy filled our hearts, and with a cheer, Bai Chi Wei leaped onto the ridge and sprinted ahead. Bai Su and I followed suit, and I inquired, "Where does this landslide lead?" Bai Su, evidently still miffed, replied, "Don't ask me. It's not my fault we can't leave this island." I sighed and thought to myself, if we truly cannot escape this island, then we are undoubtedly doomed to a fate worse than death. No amount of sorrow or anxiety would serve any purpose. It would be far better to adopt a more optimistic outlook. Thus, I smiled and asked, "What is the foremost task we must undertake once we leave the island?" Looking ahead, our hearts lightened, for before us lay a verdant expanse, devoid of cracks in the ground, and the trees remained firmly rooted. The three of us dashed forward, our excitement growing as we approached the shoreline. For we would finally be leaving Tai Shao Island not empty-handed, but with the immense wealth buried by the Qing Gang treasurer Yu Tingwen. However, at that moment, a vast lava flow unexpectedly barred our path. The ground trembled violently beneath us, propelling us forward as if we were being thrust ahead by the seismic vibrations. With the molten rock obstructing our way, crossing it seemed impossible. We swiftly followed the trajectory of the lava, racing to escape. The flow was not moving too quickly, and if we could catch up to its head, we might navigate around it. After sprinting for several paces, we reached the end of the lava flow. At this juncture, we were all drenched in sweat, our brows streaming as if a torrential rain had descended upon us, blurring our vision. We decided against wiping our brows, for any attempt would be in vain as the sweat would soon return. Upon finding the end of the lava, we immediately circumvented it and sprinted towards the sea. Gasping for breath, I remarked, "Chi-Wei, if we cannot escape this island, the fault lies with me." Bai Su retorted, "What does it matter to you?" Clearly, she was still blaming her brother. Bai Chi-Wei remained silent, merely charging ahead. We chose to traverse the higher ground, and before long, the sea came into view. Bai Chi-Wei led the charge, leaping onto a small mound and letting out a jubilant cry. We were merely 100 yards from the ocean, certainly worthy of such exultation. Bai Su and I soon reached the mound as well, gazing at the sea, dreaming of departing Tai Shao Island with 3 sacks brimming with cash. Yet, the transformation was sudden and jarring. Within mere seconds, everything had changed, and the landscape was utterly transformed. Initially, we felt an unusual tremor, followed by a deafening roar, causing us to collapse to the ground. When we regained our footing, we discovered that the very mound on which we stood was entirely encircled by lava. The molten rock surrounding us spanned 10 meters in width, and the vegetation atop the mound rapidly wilted. The searing heat of impending death and the unimaginable whirlwind rendered us momentarily paralyzed. The sea lay tranquil before us, but we found ourselves ensnared in a lava trap. Fortunately, we had paused atop the mound. Had we not, we would have been consumed by the molten rock. Bai Su shrugged, dropping the sack from her shoulder, saying, "These 3 large sacks of cash can serve as our stepping stones." Bai Chi-Wei and I were momentarily taken aback. However, there were no stones on the mound, and aside from this approach, we had no other recourse. Bai Chi-Wei shouted, "No!" But Bai Su waved her hand and tossed her sack a distance away. I immediately leaped and landed atop the sack she had thrown. Then with a swift motion, propelled my own sack forward. Bai Chi-Wei let out a strange cry, jumping down to stand on the same sack as me, throwing his own sack as well, just as Bai Su leapt over. Using the 3 sacks of cash as our footholds, we finally cleared the 10-meter-wide lava flow. Although we wished to pause and reflect, we dared not linger, rushing to the shoreline and swimming towards the circular island. We had left Tai Shao Island, but our hands were empty. I stood momentarily stunned, and Song Fu remarked, "I have decided to wash my hands of this in a month. You can report to the authorities that you have dismantled this colossal drug trafficking organization, and it will be credited to your efforts." I shook his hand firmly, bidding him farewell. "I wish you and Hong Hong happiness." Without a moment's pause, he and Hong Hong immediately took flight towards Tokyo. The contention, of course, revolved around matters concerning Tai Shao Island, with one insisting that if his advice had been heeded, the money could have been salvaged, while the other warned that ignoring him might lead to one's very demise.